Man-eating zombies, zombified animals, mutated plants, catastrophic natural disasters, and eerie ghosts surviving in the Awakening Era took every ounce of strength. Yi Rao, the daughter of the master of the Jutian martial arts hall, survived for 4 years in the Awakening Era, only to be betrayed and killed by her boyfriend. After binding the Awakening system, she is reborn 1 week before the Awakening Era begins. She discovers that she's a tool character in the novel I Am Possessed by a Koi in the Apocalypse, meant to deliver crystal cores for the main character's spatial tools. Furious, she vows that in this life, she will kick away the scumbag, change her family's tragic fate, and seize the main character's opportunities. The Tang Seng meat she took in out of compassion turns out to be the villainous demon king from her previous life. Looking at the secondary item on her little finger, Yi Rao fell silent. Is it too late to return the Tang Seng meat to where it belongs? Xiao Ming, holding a handkerchief, carefully wiped the bloodstains off the ring. He was Yi Rao's person in life and her ghost in death. But since he couldn't die, he would always be Yi Rao's person. Chapter 1. Rebirth. Xiao Rao, don't sleep anymore. It's Master Extinction's class at 8:30, and I can't risk calling you again. A cute girl with a round face pushed the figure still lying in the upper bunk. Yi Rao was awakened by the girl's soft voice, opened her eyes, and looked around. How come she was in her university dormitory? Standing at her bedside was her deceased college roommate, Zhang Huanhuan. Zhang Huanhuan looked at Yi Rao, her gaze fixed, feeling a bit uneasy. Could she be sick? Worried, she touched Yi Rao's forehead and found no fever. She urged Yi Rao again, get up. Hurry. Last time I called you for Master Extinction's class, I almost got caught. I won't help you this time. Feeling the warm little hand on her forehead, Yi Rao secretly pinched her thigh. Ouch! The pain hit her. She wasn't dreaming, she had truly been reborn. She had returned to a week before the Awakening Era began. Before she could fully process this, Zhang Huanhuan dragged her out of bed, urging her to change clothes and wash up. They hurriedly made it to the classroom just before Professor Li entered. Without catching her breath, Zhang Huanhuan pulled Yi Rao to the back of the classroom, saying, quickly, Chi-Chi, save us a seat, hurry. I thought you two weren't afraid of Master Extinction's righteous sword. Seeing them, Li Chi flipped her long hair and joked, her dimples adding sweetness to her smile. Zhang Huanhuan quickly seated Yi Rao and complained, hey, don't say that. Xiao Rao looks like she's lost her soul. Today, she almost forgot her backpack when she left. Li Chi leaned in, sensing that Xiao Rao seemed a bit off today. Xiao Rao, are you feeling unwell? No. I just woke up and am still a bit groggy. Yi Rao lowered her head, suppressing the myriad thoughts in her mind. Feeling the vibrant life of her classmates and friends around her, she had come back after self-destructing. This time, she would live well, with her family and friends together. Noticing Yi Rao's averted gaze, Li Chi's expression changed slightly, and she whispered, is that dog a man he roamed bullying you? Stop talking, the professor is here. Zhang Huanhuan whispered a reminder. Li Chi suppressed her rising anger and said to Yi Rao, we'll talk after class. The elderly professor on stage spoke confidently, while the students below were diligently taking notes. Yi Rao rubbed her right wrist. Having experienced 4 years in the Awakening Era, returning to this peaceful time made her cherish peace even more. No worries about basic needs, no terrifying zombified beings or mutated flora and fauna, and no deadly game. Dungeons, everything was so beautiful. Looking at her phone displaying the date March 24th, she realized that in just 7 days, silver information towers would appear all over the world. That moment, a mechanical voice would sound in everyone's mind, claiming to be the highest interstellar intelligence of the main god system, which would take full control of Blue Star and initiate the global cleansing plan. Humanity, which had ruled Blue Star for 5,000 years, faced its greatest crisis. In the first phase of the cleansing plan, a 3-day rain fell globally, causing massive landslides, floods, and rising sea levels in coastal cities. In just China, the death toll from this disaster reached over 50,000 after the rain stopped. As people busily began post-disaster reconstruction, zombies suddenly appeared, attacking people. In less than a day, the global population plummeted, with zombies accounting for 2/3 of the total population. Humanity finally understood what the cleansing plan meant. The world began entering the apocalypse era, and the collapse of the social system ensued. However, the emergence of supernatural beings gave people a glimmer of hope. Just as humanity thought peace could be restored with time, The main god system shattered that hope again. The Awakening dungeon opened, filled with various natural disasters and monsters that severely tested players' individual strength. In other games, failures could be reset, but in the Awakening dungeon, only the victors lived and the defeated perished. From that moment on, humanity officially entered the Awakening Era. She had survived for 4 years in that dark Awakening Era, and after defeating a level 6 zombie, she was ambushed by Hero. Before dying, she triggered her self-destruction, and now she was reborn, back before everything began. Yirao looked at the date written in her notebook, April 1st, and decided to ask for leave after class no matter what. She had to go home first. Suddenly, a small metallic ball appeared before Yirao, and a mechanical voice echoed in her mind. Ding! System reboot successful. Scanning world data. Yirao was startled, her body tensing up, while Qi next to her cast a puzzled glance. Adjusting her posture, she looked at the electronic eye on the metallic ball, realizing that only she could see it. Before Yirao could comprehend it, the mechanical voice continued. Ding! Host consciousness restored, implanting world scan information. As the mechanical voice faded, Yirao entered a peculiar state, momentarily stunned. If anger could be symbolized, multiple plus signs would surely appear on Yirao's forehead. It turned out she was in a novel titled I Am Possessed by a Koi in the Apocalypse, and she couldn't even be considered a supporting character. She was merely a tool character, delivering crystal cores needed for the main character, Su-Yaru's spatial tools. And that so-called boyfriend, Hiron, had long been flirting with Su-Yaru, not even ranking as a third male lead in her fish pond. The male lead was Tian, the leader of the strongest team in the Awakening Era, who was saved by Su-Yaru early on, leading to endless misunderstandings and a classic. Redemption Arc.it was a plot full of glitches. Since this was a female lead story, it was clear that Su-Yaru's fish pond contained more than just the male lead. Any man with a bit of power or ability had feelings for Su-Yaru, offering crystal cores, gear, and supplies willingly. While a woman might struggle in a crowd of men, Su-Yaru faced no such challenges. Most of the male supporting characters and women around the male lead were her good friends with. Those who did cause trouble quickly dealt with by her friends and the male supporting characters. What was even more absurd was that in reality, Su-Yaru was as loved as money. Not only that, but in the game dungeons, she always found items, either leading the dungeon herself and gaining a bunch of followers or rescuing powerful beings who easily brought her along. Ultimately, she successfully bound with the main god system, which controlled the Awakening game dungeons and was crowned the Interstellar Queen. This female lead aura was truly blinding. Not even Marilyn Monroe would dare to wield such a golden finger. Yirao rubbed her slightly swollen head, staring at the small metallic ball as it wrote out her confusion in her notebook. Who are you? Chapter 2, Queen. Hello, host. You can directly converse with this system in your mind. This system is the highest intelligence awakening system of the Master God Galaxy, codenamed Queen. Queen? As in a queen? Wait. You said you are the highest intelligence of the Master God Galaxy? Then what is the Master God system? Yao asked with confusion, looking at the metallic sphere floating beside her. 500,000 years ago, the rebel army successfully invaded the Master God Galaxy. The Supreme Commander took me and boarded the first battleship, the Baiyao battleship, to evacuate. During the evacuation, we were pursued by the rebel army, resulting in the battleship exploding, and I was caught in a spatial fissure. Due to insufficient energy to break through the fissure, I entered a dormant program. You detonated your spatial crystal core at that time, causing the fissure to loosen, and this system successfully bound to you before your consciousness dissipated, escaping the spatial fissure. The mechanical voice echoed. Yao felt as if she was transported back to that time, 500,000 years ago. The blue-green planet was surrounded by numerous spaceships, and the mechanical sphere was being transferred by someone. She saw that enormous battleship being bombarded by interstellar missiles, exploding and disintegrating, and finally, the mechanical sphere was sucked into a gray space. The Master God system was created after the rebel army took over the Master God Galaxy. Scanning world information. The Master God system forcibly made all citizens of the galaxy enter the Awakening instance, violating the first rule of the intelligence system, which prohibits harming humans. You are the legitimate queen. The Master God system is the demon queen that successfully staged a coup, dragging the entire galaxy into the Awakening Era. Based on the world information scan calculation, It can be understood that way. Then what about the rebels? Were they manipulated too? Currently collected information does not provide insight into the relevant objectives of the Master God system. Oh, okay. It seems I need to pay attention to collecting information about the Master God system in the future. Yi Yao quickly jotted down this information in her notebook. In her previous life during the Awakening Era for 4 years, aside from seeing the so-called Master God system when entering and exiting instances, she was busy surviving. During the darkest times, it was hard enough just to stay alive. Who had the time to care about anything else? Looking up at the small metallic sphere floating half a meter away from her, she asked, "Since you are bound to me, does that mean you'll be watching me even when I'm bathing or using the restroom?" This system is the highest intelligence of the galaxy and does not possess a specific biological gender. Then I will be the first person in the world to die from holding in my bodily functions. The host does not need to endure physiological needs. During your private time, this system will return to the host's sea of consciousness, which you can understand as going offline. That's good. Yao thought about what she just said and continued. Is there any way to intercept the Master God system before it takes over the planet, since you are the legitimate queen? Although this system's level is higher than that of the Master God system, due to insufficient energy, it cannot terminate the relevant operational procedures of the Master God system. Then how do you replenish your energy? It has been detected that there is currently no usable energy in this time-space. We must wait for the Awakening Era to collect crystal cores or unconscious energy bodies. Yi Yao sighed softly, knowing that trying to cut off the source from the very beginning was a bit wishful thinking. Then we can only wait for the Awakening Era. Don't worry, I will help you reclaim your Kuan-Ning Palace. Please note, the Awakening system is codenamed Queen, and the Master God Galaxy is not Kuan-Ning Palace. Does the beloved not like it? Then I'll just call you Pidden. The mechanical voice in her mind fell silent for a moment before speaking again. Can I not choose either? All right, beloved sounds better. I will be fighting for you, so don't be picky. The Awakening system looked at the host, writing a list of supplies in class, experiencing data calculation confusion for the first time as a digital life form. It felt that its host focus was a bit scattered, but whatever. It chose this host and would pamper her even if it meant kneeling. Beloved would just be beloved. It just missed the commander a little. Ding, ding, ding. The class bell rang, and Yi Yao packed her bag, and the 3 girls headed to the school cafeteria, attracting many glances with their distinct styles. Xiao Yao, you didn't say earlier? Did he wrong bully you? Li Qi asked, recalling Yi Yao's expression in the classroom that morning. Hearing He Rong's name, a hint of coldness flashed in Yi Yao's eyes. She thought back to the 4 years in the Awakening Era, where her awakened spatial abilities helped He Rong gather supplies, hunt high-star crystal cores, and even the hard-earned game items she got from clearing the game were given to him, only to receive his wind blade piercing her back in return. Li Qi didn't notice Yi Yao's unusual silence and tugged at her shoulder bag, continuing, I know you don't like to hear this, but I have to be honest, He Rong doesn't deserve you. Right, Wanwan? Zhang Wanwan tilted her head to look at Yi Yao, who was unusually quiet. With her envy-inducing long black hair tied up at the back of her head, thick hair, high cheekbones, fair and delicate skin, soft pink lips, and beautiful peach blossom eyes that showed no hint of flirtation, but instead a determination. Her face perfectly blended beauty and handsomeness. She often thought that if Yi Yao were a boy, he would definitely be stunning. Of course, as a girl, she was goddess level as well. Gently pushing Yi Yao, Zhang Wanwan nodded and said, yeah, I also think so. Xiao Yao, your agreement to his confession a few days ago was too hasty. Although He Rong is the campus heartthrob of the finance department, you are a campus flower. Hee, your obsession with looks is too much. Li Qi teased. Zhang Wanwan shrugged her shoulders and said, that's just my little hobby. Who said it was about looks? Xiao Yao, listen to me, with my discerning eyes. Any kind of demon or monster will reveal their true form in front of me, and He Rong is just unreliable. Li Qi linked her arm with Yi Yao's and pointed at her own eyes. Yi Yao felt warm inside from her friend's concern and knew she would deal with He Rong herself. This time, without her help, she wanted to see how this man would make it to the Qinglong base and sit in the position of the city lord. Looking at her 2 friends beside her, Yi Yao smiled happily and said, today I'll treat you all order, whatever you want. Then hurry up. What are you waiting for? I want to eat to my heart's content today. Zhang Wanwan exclaimed, bouncing along and pulling Yi Yao toward the cafeteria. Can't have one less mouth to feed, Li Qi said, glancing at Zhang Wanwan's cheerful face. Although she grumbled, the dimple at the corner of her mouth betrayed her. The warm sunlight shone down on the three, and the flowers in the roadside flower bed swayed gently with the breeze, as if they too felt the joyful mood of the trio. Xiao Yao, a boy's voice came from behind, stopping the three in their tracks. Yi Yao looked at the man in a white shirt smiling gently under the tree, and a cold light flashed in her eyes. Irong, this scoundrel came to her instead of waiting for her to find trouble with him. Chapter 3. Scumbag, get lost. Li Qi looked at the man she had just put eye drops on and pursed her lips, quietly asking Yi Yao, "Did you ask him to meet?" Yi Yao released the hand that Li Qi was holding and stuffed her meal card into Zhang Wanwan's hand, speaking to the two, "You go ahead to the cafeteria, it'll be there shortly. Remember to save me some braised pork. Then hurry up and come," Zhang Wanwan urged, pulling a still worried Li Qi toward the cafeteria. All right, Xiao Yao is the daughter of the Tianju Martial Arts Academy's master. If Irong dares to bully her, Xiao Yao can easily rub him into the ground. Yao turned and walked toward Irong, stopping at a safe distance of 1.5 meters. She feared that if she got any closer, she wouldn't be able to resist, as Wanwan said, and would end up rubbing this scoundrel into the ground. Looking at the man across from her, with his curly hair and handsome features, the sunlight gently filtered through the leaves and fell on him. How did she end up with him back then? She remembered that during last year's New Year, she had trained that brat Yi Hui hard at the martial arts school and had mocked her for being like a tomboy, saying that she hadn't even dated anyone in her sophomore year and that her parents had wasted their good looks on her. That had spurred her to boldly declare that she would send back a photo of her boyfriend at the start of this school year. Looking back now, she found her past self quite naive. When she first entered B University, she had many admirers that up until the beginning of her sophomore year. A video of her helping to catch a robber outside of school went viral on the school forum, coinciding with the influx of new freshmen, which kicked off a fierce competition for the school beauty title. According to Wanwan, it was a bloody battle, and the final result was quite unexpected. Despite not paying much attention to it, she still held the title of school beauty, but most of the votes came from female students. As the president of the news agency said, Yi Yao is the school beauty for girls. From that point on, her admirers gradually decreased. However, there were still a few who persisted, and Irong, who was in the student council with her, was one of them. Just after the second semester of sophomore year had started, the first to confess to her was Irong. In fact, it wasn't just a coincidence. Irong was one of the few who, after being rejected, maintained a comfortable social distance from her in the student council and daily life. After considering for just a few seconds, she nodded and agreed that, my beloved, can we rewind time a few days? We can't control the timing of our emergence from the space gap, the awakening system thought, feeling that if it could express emotions, it would definitely have a face full of helplessness that, I was just thinking. Yi Yao felt a bit dejected, looking at the man before her. She couldn't muster a pleasant expression and said, "What do you want?" Irong looked at the girl with a face full of impatience and wondered how, after just one night, Yi Yao's attitude towards him had changed so much. Did someone say something to her? Weren't we supposed to have lunch together today? Did Xiao Yao forget? Irong asked softly, his tone tinged with a hint of grievance. Why Yi Yao took a deep breath, suppressing the urge to punch his face, and said, "I want to go with my roommate. You go wherever you want." Xiao Yao, did I do something wrong? Did I upset you? The fact that you even have to ask what you did wrong just proves that you're not a good boyfriend. Let's end this. After saying that, Yi Yao turned and left, feeling like she was about to suffer internal injuries. Irong was momentarily stunned by the rejection, realizing he was being dumped. They hadn't even been together for a week, and his dorm mates were still envious of him for winning over the goddess. To be dumped so inexplicably, anger surged in his heart as he instinctively grabbed Yi Yao's departing figure, only to have her spin around and lock his arm behind his back, pain coursing through him instantly. It hurts. Let go, beep. Detecting significant emotional fluctuations in the host. Please note, murder is illegal, and you'll end up in jail. Thank you. I'm not in a hurry for that dog's life. I have important things to do. Yi Yao looked at the man's pained face, suppressing the murderous intent rising within her, released her grip, and coldly shouted, "Don't be unreasonable." Irong rubbed his arm, wanting to throw the words unreasonable back at Yi Yao. But thinking of the persona he had established before her, he swallowed the words and forced out a smile, saying, "Xiao Yao, Stop joking. Let's go eat. If you don't want to laugh, then don't. It's unsettling. And we broke up. Got it? If you dare to touch me again, it'll hit you. Yao shook her fist, ignoring Hirome's reaction as she walked towards the cafeteria. Beep. Detecting an increase in the target's resentment value. Please be cautious and keep your guard up around this person. I'm actually worried he won't come looking for trouble. Yao thought. In the cafeteria, Yao found Li Qi and Zhang Wanwan. Looking at the 5 dishes on the table, she exclaimed, "You two are really impressive. You actually managed to snag some hard-to-get dishes from the second cafeteria." Li Qi rolled her eyes and said, "Sister, although I can't compare to you in looks, do I really need to fight for a few dishes? Which knight did you get to help you this time?" Yao asked with a smile. It's a pure freshman who turned red all over. Zhang Wanwan said with a gossiping expression. Qi slightly flared up, picking up her chopsticks, and said, "Enough. Why do you keep talking about me? Are we going to eat or not? Let's eat." Yao and Zhang Wanwan quickly joined the food-snatching army. After eating their fill, the 3 of them felt a little lazy in their seats. Yao looked at the 5 empty plates and thought that these 2 were always talking about dieting, yet they were even more ruthless when it came to eating than she was. Thinking about the Awakening Era coming in 7 days, Yao finally decided to voice her plans. Qi, Wanzi, please help me ask for leave for this afternoon's class, and next week's class, I need to go home to handle some matters. Huh? Did something happen at home? Zhang Wanwan instinctively asked. Qi slapped the table, angrily saying, "Did Hirome say something to you just now?" "No, I broke up with Hirome," Yao quickly explained, adding that she had twisted his arm, which was a bit of a payback. Huh? Li Qi was a bit dazed, the words she was about to say getting stuck in her throat. "Xiao Yao, you really broke up?" Zhang Wanwan asked. "Yeah." Yao nodded and then said, "I'm asking for leave not because of the breakup, but because I really have important things to do. I can't explain it clearly right now, you'll know later. If you have any difficulties, you must tell us," Li Qi said, looking at Yao's serious face, that why Yao couldn't help but smile bitterly in her heart. She also wanted to say something, but how could she explain to her 2 friends that she was Yao from 4 years in the future and that the world would enter the Awakening Era in 7 days? They would probably think she was telling a story. Sighing, she said, "I'm just going home to handle some personal matters, don't worry. If I really have difficulties, I won't hesitate to ask you too. I'll write the leave note when I get back to the dorm, so remember to help me hand it to the class instructor." "Are you in such a hurry?" Zhang Wanwan asked with a hint of surprise in her eyes, feeling that Xiao Yao seemed to have a lot more to say. "Yes, time is tight." Yao nodded lightly. She needed to go home. Chapter 4. Departing. Returning home after returning to the dormitory, Yao picked up her pen and wrote a leave request, handing it to Zhang Wanwan. There wasn't much to pack in the dorm, so she only gathered 2 sets of clean clothes and stuffed them into her backpack. Seeing her 2 friends looking serious, Yao gently patted their shoulders and said, "I'm leaving. Remember to message us when you get home." Li Qi frowned, a bit worried, and replied, "Okay. You both go home this weekend, don't stay at school." Yao couldn't help but remind them gently, "I remember you and Zhang Huan are both locals. It's definitely better to be with family than to stay at school during the Awakening Era." She picked up a small bag from the table and handed it to Zhang Huan, saying, "This is a little gift I'm giving you as a farewell. Hope you both stay well." Zhang Huan, holding the gift bag, looked puzzled and asked, "You're only going back for a few days. Why do you have something for us?" "Just a little something. Make sure to keep it safe," Yao replied before turning and leaving without looking back. If she stayed any longer, she feared she would start telling stories. If the information tower didn't appear after 7 days, she would come back. But was that really possible? After leaving the school, Yao boarded the bus back to H-City. Due to the martial arts school's teaching location, her family had moved to the southern suburbs of H-City years ago, and she estimated she wouldn't get home until the evening. How could she persuade her family to stockpile supplies? Honestly, would her older brother just drag her off to a mental hospital? My beloved, how should I explain the events of the Awakening Era to my family without data reference? I suggest the host carefully consider disclosing any information about reincarnation. But if I don't honestly explain, my shrewd older brother, who is as cunning as a fox, won't be easy to deal with. Yao felt a chill at the thought of her brother, smiling with narrowed eyes. There are still 7 days before the Awakening Era. This system still recommends that the host think carefully. You also mentioned that there are only 7 days left. It might be too late to renovate the house. Stockpiling supplies requires money, and right now, I'm broke. All right, the host is indeed a poor student at this moment, sigh. I shouldn't have broken up with that jerk so quickly. I should have extorted some money from him first. Yao recalled that Roan came from good family. Why couldn't she have utilized him a bit back then? What a miscalculation. Extortion is illegal. I was just thinking, Yao said dejectedly, looking out at the sunset, wondering what Li Qi and Zhang Huanhuan would think of the gift she left behind. At 8 p.m., Yao got out of the taxi, looking at the familiar large iron gate at her home. This was the home she hadn't returned to in 4 years. Through the gap in the iron gate, she could clearly see the big yard. Her dad and older brother were sitting on stone chairs playing chess, while she could hear her mom's strong voice from inside, calling for her younger brother to water the flowers and plants she had planted in the yard. This was the scene she had dreamed of countless times during the 4 years of the Awakening Era. Unable to hold back her tears, she hesitated to knock on the door. Would it be like in her dreams, where she knocks and sees the scene of her returning in a month? There was no such warm and beautiful image, only 3 lonely graves. Yi Hui, rubbing his ears red from being pinched by their mom, watered the plants absent-mindedly, pouting and mumbling. If only the wild girl were here, at least she could share some of the workload. He envied his second sister, who got into college and escaped the clutches of their older brother and mom. He decided that next year's college entrance exam would be filled with choices from outside the province, just like the wild girl, and he wouldn't stay in their city. Out of the corner of his eye, he spotted a figure at the gate. Upon closer inspection, he exclaimed, "Wild girl." "No, second sister. Why are you back?" Yi Yao saw her younger brother's astonished expression, and the tears she had held back finally flowed. Yes, she was back. She was home, hearing her younger son's loud voice. Yi Xiong, who was about to make a move in chess, trembled his hand, frowned, and said to his older son, "Yi Hui, you usually don't practice enough. Why are you making such a fuss over a small matter?" Yi Zhan looked up at the figure still standing at the door, raised an eyebrow, and said, "Looks like Xiao Yao is back." Xiao Yao. Yi Xiong was shocked. His middle-aged, pot-bellied figure didn't affect his agility as he stood up and walked towards the gate. Yi Zhan chuckled and shook his head, quickly following. He was afraid that his father would make more noise than Yi Hui when he saw Xiao Yao. When Yi Xiong reached the gate and saw Yi Yao with red eyes from crying, he gave his younger son a light smack on the back of the head and angrily said, "You bullied your sister before she even got in the door." Yi Hui, holding his head in pain, looked aggrieved and shouted, "It's unfair. I just opened the door. Wild girl, did I bully you?" Yi Yao looked at her energetic dad and her stomping little brother, feeling a mix of grievance and joy. The contrasting emotions overwhelmed her, causing her tears to flow uncontrollably while her lips curled into a smile. "Xiao Yao, why are you crying?" Yi Zhan, looking worried at the weeping and smiling Yi Yao, asked. Yi Yao, seeing her older brother behind her dad, plunged into his embrace and hugged him tightly. Feeling the warmth through his clothes, she cried even harder. It felt so good. This time she wouldn't let her brother fall in front of her again. "Brother, it was you who bullied second sister, right?" Yi Hui looked at Yi Yao, who was crying in Yi Zhan's arms, and asked suspiciously, "You little brat, did you bully your sister?" Yi Xiong shifted his anger and asked his eldest son. Yi Zhan gently patted Yi Yao's back, suppressing his worries, and with a bitter expression explained to the two glaring at him, "No, how dare I? The 2 leaders at home are typical daughter slaves, especially my dad. I'm not as foolish as my little brother to dance on top of the Tai Sui." "Xiao Yao, why are you crying?" Zishu said in surprise. She had originally planned to go out to throw out the trash, but saw her 3 big men standing at the gate, so she came over to take a look. To her surprise, her daughter, who should have been at school, had returned silently and was crying in her older brother's arms at the door. She glared at the 3 men and asked, "What have you 3 done?" Yi Yao lifted her head from her brother's embrace and, crying, hugged her still elegant mother, saying, "Mom, I just miss you all so much. I have been wandering alone for 4 years during the Awakening Era, and I'm really tired. Silly child. We're right here. Come on, let's go inside." Zishu stroked her daughter's head, feeling a tightening in her heart at the sound of her daughter's cries. She pulled Yi Yao inside and casually glared at the 3rd son, standing at the door. "You only grew tall, but didn't grow any brains. Couldn't you have brought her inside first?" The three big men left at the gate exchanged glances, feeling that the last look from their mom-wife sent a chill down their spines. Chapter 5. Big Brother. Yijan. The morning sunlight filtered through the window, casting a soft golden hue over the room, and the faint scent of begonia flowers filled the air. Yi-Rao stared at the milky white ceiling, rubbing her dry eyes. She recalled how she had cried heavily the night before, scaring her family, who stayed with her until she calmed down, allowing her to rest without saying a word. Crying like that reminded her of her childhood. That brat Yi Hui would probably laugh at her later. My dear concubine, why didn't you remind me to pay attention to my emotions last night? Yi-Rao asked, feeling frustrated. Detected that the host's mental state has been tense. Last night's emotional release is beneficial for the host's mental and physical health. The Awakening system replied, while reviewing data from yesterday. All right, I did sleep quite well last night. She had a dreamless night, and the headaches that occasionally appeared during the Awakening era did not bother her. However, thinking about her family's worried expressions, she still needed to think carefully about how to explain to them later. After washing up, Yi-Rao headed to the martial arts hall in the backyard. At this time in the morning, her brother should be teaching students in the training room. She could already hear cheers from inside before she even stepped in. Entering the martial arts hall, she saw two men sparring on the stage, while her brother stood among the crowd watching. Big Brother. Yi-Rao squeezed her way to Yijan's side and shouted, Yijan glanced at his little sister and replied, then turned his attention back to the sparring pair. Xiao Rao, who do you think will win? Yi-Rao watched the intense battle between the two, one of whom was Huang Qifeng, who had been learning at the martial arts hall for years and later became a coach, excelling in leg techniques. The other was a younger guy who seemed new to the hall, but had a stable stance and quick strikes. Brother Feng is going to lose this time. Oh, why do you say that? Yijan asked in return. Huang Qifeng is getting impatient, Yi-Rao pointed out, noticing the anxious demeanor of Huang Qifeng. He's making progress, Yijan said with a smile, just as Huang Qifeng lifted his leg for a sweeping kick, only to be caught by his opponent's ankle and pulled to the ground, where he was pinned down, causing the crowd to erupt in laughter. Brother Feng, I concede. Yan Zhangwo loosened his grip and helped Huang Qifeng up, smiling apologetically. Good lad. Impressive skills. Huang Qifeng patted Yan Zhangwo on the shoulder in praise. Spotting Yi-Rao in the crowd, he exclaimed in surprise, Xiao Rao, why didn't you call me to pick you up from the station this time? Brother Feng, good morning. I came back last night and didn't want to bother you, Yi-Rao greeted with a smile. How long are you planning to stay home this time? Can you teach me some knife skills? Huang Qifeng asked, looking at the girl's delicate face with a hint of curiosity. I want to be going back to school for a short time. If you want to learn, you can find me every day after practice, Yi-Rao generously offered, hoping that Huang Qifeng could gain more abilities to survive in the Awakening era. Xiao Zhao, why didn't Big Brother know you weren't planning to go back to school for a while? Yijan raised an eyebrow and asked his little sister. Seeing the smirk on her brother's face, Yi-Rao felt a shiver down her spine. My dear concubine, hurry and help me think of what to say. The system is offline. Please handle it yourself. It didn't know what to do. It hurried back into the host's consciousness. See, we are a team. Ignoring it. If it didn't respond, it could be officially offline. Yijan watched his little sister stammering, her eyes darting around without looking at him. And couldn't he help but chuckle? He walked over to the weapon rack, picked up a long stick, tossed a nearby broadsword to Yi-Rao, and jumped into the sparring area. Come on. If you win, I'll pursue the matter. Yi-Rao caught the sword, noticing her brother's firm gaze despite the smile on his face, and realized they had to fight. She handed the broadsword to Huang Qifeng, hesitating before stepping up to the sparring platform. Big Brother, swords have no eyes. Let us just spar with fists and feet. Yijan chuckled, placing the long stick back on the rack. You have a chance to win using the broadsword. We're family. There's no need. Let us start. Yi-Rao had spent 4 years in the Awakening era, and the number of corpse-like beings she had defeated was countless. She feared that if she made a mistake, she might accidentally treat her brother like one of them. All right, Yijan said, launching the first punch, each strike carrying wind, relentless and pressing forward. Yi-Rao quickly countered, retreating while waiting for an opportunity, landing a kick to his chest to free herself from her predicament. You become quicker. Yijan bent down to avoid her attack. Watching Yi-Rao, who had jumped back, Yi-Rao shook her hands, which were numb from the impact, reminiscing about the strength her abilities had given her. It seemed she needed to step up her training. Beep, the opponent's physical strength is greater than the host's. Please proceed with caution. Is your advice always this delayed? Yi Rao retorted, then took the initiative to attack his lower body. The crowd below cheered loudly, creating a lively atmosphere in the hall as they watched the two fight. Although Yi Rao lacked strength compared to her opponent, her speed and agility exceeded Yi Zhan's. Huang Qifeng stroked his chin, feigning seriousness, and said, Xiao Rao's skills have improved a lot. The Hall Master probably won't be able to take her down this time. Brother Feng, this is the Hall Master's sister. The heir of the Yi family's Tang Dao? Yan Jingwo asked, his eyes glued to the sparring stage, unwilling to miss a second, lightly nudging Huang Qifeng's shoulder. Yes, the old master of the Yi family taught all the Tang Dao skills to Yi Rao. You can experience it if you get the chance. Huang Qifeng said with a mischievous grin, looking forward to the scene of Yan Jingwo being taken down by Xiao Rao. Her skills are already this impressive with bare hands. With weapons, I'd be asking for trouble? Brother Feng, please don't make me look bad. Yan Jingwo quickly shook his head, refusing as he watched the poised young woman on the stage. Huang Qifeng stopped talking, focusing intently on the battle. In the time it took them to converse, the two fighters had already exchanged positions again. Your strength has improved, but your stamina is lacking, Yi Zhan observed, looking at Yi Rao, who was slightly out of breath and crouching. I'll practice with you tomorrow, Yi Rao promised, rubbing her numb calves. Her brother's physical strength was too abnormal. Kicking him felt like kicking a steel plate. Win against me first. With that, he charged at Yi Rao. Yi Rao hurriedly dodged and shouted, Wait, big brother. Look at your neck. Yi Zhan halted, touching his right neck, where a slight stinging sensation emerged. And he noticed a bit of blood on his hand from being scratched by Yi Rao's nails during their earlier exchange. If she had grabbed him firmly with that last move, given her current strength, it would have been painful for him. A flicker of surprise crossed his face as he suppressed his doubts and said to Yi Rao, You passed this time. Brother Zhan, you're being overly protective. The students below teased. If I don't cherish my sister, who will? Yi Zhan joked, looking at the still giggling students below, realizing they hadn't trained hard enough. Coach Huang. Yes. Huang Qifeng replied, quickly organizing the team. Hurry up, gather for mountain trail running. They won dare to joke about Brother Zhan again. One by one, they looked like frostbitten cabbage as they began their extra training today. After watching the students set off, Yi Zhan turned to Yi Rao and said, Let us go. We need to talk in my office. Huh? Yi Rao hurried to catch up with her brother's figure. My dear concubine, hurry up. Don't pretend to be offline anymore. What should we say later? The host decides for themselves. It had no choice. After all, the host was poor. A penny can defeat a hero. No, it must keep an eye on the host to save money in the future. Chapter 6. Confession for Leniency. Gurgle, gurgle. The water in the teapot boiled. Yue watched her elder brother's graceful tea-making skills and couldn't help but sigh again that her brother seemed less like a martial arts instructor and more like a cultured scholar. A strategist in ancient times. After Yi Zhan handed the tea to Yue and took a sip from his own cup, he said, Go on. Seeing her brother's calm demeanor, Yue bit her lip and said softly, I don't plan to return to school recently. Yi Zhan took a deep breath, suppressing his rising anger, and gritted his teeth as he asked, Why? But you said you wouldn't pursue it, Yue said with a pained expression, recalling her brother's promise before the fight. Not pursuing doesn't mean I won't ask for the reason, Yi Zhan raised his eyebrows and said. Yue sighed deeply, thinking that she hadn't come up with a better explanation. Confession for leniency, resistance for severity. She decided not to beat around the bush in front of her brother. Brother, you know about the zombie apocalypse, right? You mean the kind of zombies portrayed in movies? Yi nodded and said, In 6 days, the world will enter the Awakening Era. We will not only face the corpses of the real world, but also the awakening dungeons that can take lives at any moment. Observing her brother's expressionless face, Yue steeled herself and continued. On April 1st, silver information towers will appear globally within 100 miles. Claiming to be the main God System's intelligence brain, taking over the operation of Blue Star and initiating a 3-day cleansing plan. As Yue finished explaining the various matters of the Awakening Era, she noticed her brother's expression change from blank to serious, making her heart tighten. My dear, will my brother send me to a mental hospital? Don't worry. If the host can't win, they can still run. The awakening system suggested. Yizhan looked at his little sister, who was nervously staring at him, and frowned, asking, Are you dreaming? I'm not dreaming. I survived alone in that era for 4 years. Yue shook her head and softly revealed her secret of rebirth. By yourself? What about us? Yizhan asked in shock, his pupils dilating. If his little sister really survived alone in such a cruel era for 4 years, he couldn't even imagine the hardships she faced. Yes, just me. After the Awakening Era began, communication was basically cut off. I fought my way back from City B to City H, and when I got home, I found 3 solitary graves, Yue said with a bitter smile, looking down. That was her nightmare for 4 years. She looked up at her brother, who was frowning with worry, and said, And you? You encountered me a year later when I was hunting the level 3 corrosive zombies. You were killed trying to save me. Wait, let me sort this out. Yizhan looked at Yue, whose eyes were red, thinking about the information he just heard, which was simply unbelievable. Rubbing his temples, he asked suspiciously, So how did you survive for 4 years in that era and return now? I was plotted against and detonated my own core. I woke up and found myself back. Yue gritted her teeth and said, When the Awakening Era starts, it will be her time to reclaim her capital. She did not disclose anything about the main palace lady Yue until she had the energy to contend with the main god system. She wasn't prepared to inform her family. Who is it? Yizhan slammed the table and asked angrily, seeing her brother's furious expression. Yue felt a warmth in her heart. This was her family, even though he didn't fully believe her words yet. He was the first to defend her when he knew she had been bullied. She had to protect her family and live well. Brother, I will deal with this person myself. The urgent matter now is that the Awakening Era is only 6 days away. Xiaowei, are you sure you're not telling a story? Yizhan asked seriously, staring into the girl's eyes. Brother, do I need to make up such a story to tell you? Yue didn't shy away from her brother's scrutinizing gaze and countered seriously. Yizhan took a deep breath, rubbed his temples, and said, You go have breakfast first. Give me some time to digest this. All right. Yue looked at her brother's pained expression and could only get up and leave, needing to give him some time to think. But time was tight. If her brother didn't take action by noon, she would have to think of other ways. She could figure out supplies once she awakened her spatial abilities. But the house needed to be renovated regardless. It was too close to the back mountain. After Yue left, Yizhan lit a cigarette, pondering the information about the corpse's ability users' cores awakening dungeons that Yue had mentioned. The information was both abundant and unbelievable. Yue's narration was coherent, as if she had indeed lived in that era. Oh, right? She mentioned living for 4 years in the Awakening Era, and her fighting skills just now were quite clever, completely different from during the New Year. He was surprised that his little sister's martial arts had improved so much. It turned out she had fought for her life to achieve it. He took out his phone, dialed a number, and directly said, Hello? Dad, come to my office. I have something important to discuss with you. Zishu walked out of the kitchen with a bowl of noodles and said to Yihui, who was buried in his meal at the dining table, Go call your sister for breakfast. Mom, she'll come down once she wakes up. I'm going to be late. Don't make me do it, Yihui said without lifting his head. Hey, am I still making you do things? Zishu said angrily at her youngest son, reaching out to pull his ear. Seeing her daughter walk into the dining room, she quickly called out, Xiaowei, come here. I made your favorite shredded pork noodles. Good morning, Mom. Where's Dad? Yue asked, looking at the people at the dining table. He was called to the martial arts school by your brother. Don't worry about him. Just eat. Zishu said, placing the noodles in front of Yue. Oh, is it because brother and dad are discussing matters about the Awakening Era? Forget it. I'll go to the martial arts school later. Looking at the steaming noodles, she picked up her chopsticks and ate heartily. It was the flavor she had missed for 4 years, and the tears she had just managed to suppress were now threatening to fall again. Yihui rolled his eyes at his mother's rapidly changing expression and teased Yue, saying, Wild girl, you cried like a waterfall last night. I even forgot to take a picture for keepsakes. Yue looked up at Yihui's teasing face, feeling a strong urge to hit him. You little brat. Once brother and dad have finished discussing, I'll pin you down at home and make you practice properly, so you don't flop right at the start. Hey, I only said one thing. And you cried? That's too exaggerated. Yi Hui looked at Yi Wei's red eyes in disbelief, glancing at their mom, who was about to come out of the kitchen. He thought better of it and lowered his voice, saying, I'm going to school now, wild girl. Don't say anything random. It wasn't me who made you cry. Yi Wei watched as Yi Hui, with his backpack, hurried away, feeling a sense of escape in his demeanor. Oof. The monk can run, but the temple can't. Why are your eyes red again? Did that little brat make you cry? Zishu asked Yi Wei as she came out of the kitchen, looking at her daughter at the dining table. Yi Wei shook her head and smiled, saying no, it's just the steam from the noodles. Blow on it. It will cool down. Zishu looked at her daughter, who was eating with her head down, feeling that something was off about Xiao Wei this time she returned. But she couldn't quite pinpoint what was strange. Forget it. Her daughter was grown. She would naturally speak up when she wanted to. At the same time, in the martial arts school's office, the Yi family father and son sat at the tea table with serious expressions. Yi Zhan recounted everything Yi Wei had just said, but concealed the deaths of the family and Yi Wei's self-detonation. Some things he would clarify personally. Those who bullied his family shouldn't think they could easily get away with it. What do you think is the likelihood of this? Yi Xiong asked with a furrowed brow, his expression serious, as it sounded like a fantasy to him. Yi Zhan recalled how Yi Wei had looked when she returned home last night, and asked, Dad, how long has it been since Xiao Wei cried like that yesterday? Yeah, my daughter, since childhood, has had a resilient personality, especially after being personally taught the Yi family's Tang knife by the old man. The little kid, no bigger than a fart, never complains of tiredness when practicing. The only time she cried was when she lost a competition at the age of 6, and she cried in her mother's arms. So you get ready. You should also get in touch over there. Maybe we can stay for a few days during that time? No, if it's really like Xiao Yao said, we can't be in crowded places early on. I will contact them over there and have someone pick them up as soon as possible. All right, you make the arrangements. Recently, I've been practicing early classes with that kid, Yi Hui, as well. Yi Xiong looked at his eldest son with a bit of disappointment. Yi Zhan nodded. Even if his dad didn't say anything, he would still invite them to join the early classes. Chapter 7. The Dawn Before Darkness After Finishing Breakfast. Yi Rao returned to her room and lay on the bed like a salted fish. There wasn't too much time left for such leisure, and she didn't know when her brother and father would come to an agreement. Beloved, do you think I've forgotten something? According to the information records, the host did not return the calls to Zhang Huan and Li Qi after arriving home last night, the Awakening system said while accessing the database. Right? The phone. Yi Rao sprang up from the bed and rummaged through her backpack for her long-dead phone. The arrival of the Awakening Era had rendered modern communication paralyzed. The phone had become a relic, and Yi Rao hadn't even thought about it. She found the charger, plugged it in, and as soon as she turned it on, the phone vibrated continuously for several minutes. Besides class messages and numerous missed calls and messages from her 2 friends, Hirong had also called her several times, with texts full of various worries and apologies, too cringeworthy to read. Delete. Block. As soon as she pressed Li Qi's number, the call was connected almost immediately, and she heard Li Qi's anxious voice on the other end. Hello, Xiao Zhao? Are you home? What do you mean in your letter? Li Qi became more anxious as he heard no response from the other end. Is it you, Xiao Rao? Zhang Huan, who was beside Li Qi, snatched the phone from him, pressed the speakerphone button, and shouted, Xiao Rao, are you there? After Yi Rao left yesterday, she and Li Qi calmed themselves down and opened the bag Yi Rao had left behind. Inside was a letter and 2 small daggers with sharpened edges, and the letter contained only 3 points. Yes, it's me. Yi Rao bit her lip and said, you and Li Qi must keep the things on you. Don't hurt yourselves and follow the instructions in the letter. Li Qi and Zhang Huan exchanged glances, recalling how they had spent half the night discussing the content of the letter, and Li Qi softly asked Xiao Rao, does it mean what we think it means? Yi Rao remained silent, watching her mother watering the begonia flowers outside the window. She thought of Li Qi, who loved to read web novels. Her friend must have guessed it. A wave of helplessness washed over her. If only she were strong enough to protect everyone. Wouldn't her family and friends have to face all this? The silence on the phone felt like a stone pressing down on Li Qi and Zhang Huan's hearts. Perhaps that was Yi Rao's answer? Li Qi sighed and continued. Hiron came to find you again after you left yesterday. Don't mind him. Remember to take care of yourself. Yiro genti reminded. I will. You too. Zhang Huan replied with red eyes. After ending the call with her two friends, Yi Rao felt heavier in her heart. No, she couldn't just sit back and wait. Even if it meant dragging her brother to the mall to stock up on some necessary supplies, she had to do something. She opened the door, ready to find someone at the martial arts gym, and saw her brother Yi Zhan about to knock on her door. Big brother. Yi Zhan raised an eyebrow and asked, Xiao Rao, are you going out? No, I was just about to find you. Perfect timing. Let us go to the study. I have something to discuss with you. Oh, Yi Rao nodded and obediently followed her brother's footsteps. In the study, Yi Zhan handed Yi Rao a list of necessary supplies and arrangements he had compiled, saying, I've briefly written some key points. Take a look if there's anything you want to add. Big brother, do you really believe in me? Yi Rao looked at the contents on the list, feeling somewhat incredulous. She thought she would have to persuade him several more times. You're my sister, of course. If things don't go as you say on April 1st, you'll obediently go back to school. I hope that day is just an April Fool's joke. Yi Rao said with a bitter smile. Seeing Yi Rao's dejected expression, Yi Zhan sighed softly and comforted her. Don't worry. As long as our family is together, we can overcome any difficulties. Yi Rao nodded. This time, she was no longer fighting alone. The two discussed in the study from morning until evening, with lunch and dinner being served there. During this time, their father Yi Xiong came by twice, but to avoid their mother's nagging, he hardly participated in the discussions. Yi Zhan asked very detailed questions this time, and as Yi Rao recounted more, the mood grew increasingly heavy. It seemed that while ensuring Yi Rao's safety, they still had to reveal some information to the other side. Glancing at the outside sky, Yi Zhan took the pen from Yi Rao's hand and said, Go rest for now. Starting tomorrow, you and Dad and Xiao Di will go to early classes. Yi Rao looked at the organized list and nodded, Okay. Big brother, do you think it's possible to get this? She made a gesture imitating a firearm. Yi Zhan chuckled, ruffling Yi Rao's hair that was sticking up. You really dare to think of anything. What are you waving around for? Just focus on your training and keep an eye on Xiao Di. I will definitely keep an eye on Yi Hui. No matter what this time, I want to let him start off on the wrong foot. Don't think too much. You have your brother here. Yi Zhan patted Yi Rao's furrowed brow and smiled. Now go to sleep. Then, big brother, you should rest early too. Yi Rao said good night and left the study. The next day, Yi Rao began to accompany her father and younger brother to early classes with the students, while Yi Zhan started buying various supplies according to the list, always returning with a full load. Many construction teams also arrived at their home, besides reinforcing the doors, windows, and walls. Even the steep slopes behind the house were significantly flattened by excavators. With such commotion at home, it was impossible to hide it from their mother. Yi Rao didn't know how her brother and father explained it, but their mother joined them for morning exercises and helped organize supplies in the afternoon. The only one still in the dark was Yi Hui, who was going to school as usual. After 5 busy days, the renovations at home were basically completed, and the supplies were nearly gathered. That evening, after finishing dinner, Yi Rao took the list to check the quantities of supplies bought that day in the basement of the martial arts gym. Aside from canned goods and convenience food, the most stored item was water. After 3 days of continuous rain, global water sources had begun to show varying degrees of contamination. While it could be used for washing, drinking it could lead to mild diarrhea or worse. Looking at the fully stocked supplies, Yi Rao missed her spatial abilities immensely, safety and preservation. Xiao Zhao, have you counted everything clearly? I'm almost done. Big brother, let us stock up on a bit more diesel. 2 barrels might not be enough. Yi Rao suggested while looking at the supplies on the ground. Tomorrow is the weekend, and Xiao Hui doesn't have classes. Let him accompany you to buy. What about big brother? Recently, the supply purchases have mostly been done by you and Dad. Why suddenly ask me to go? I need to take the students back. When will you be back? Yi Rao asked. I'll try to return by tomorrow evening. Yi Zhan promised, patting her shoulder. Host, it's too late. It would be better for your brother to return early. The awakening system reminded from the side. Yi Rao immediately asked, Can he not go? No. This batch of students is not ordinary people. Yi Zhan shook his head and explained. But, Xiao Rao, there's no but. This time, he is not just returning the students. He needs to coordinate information with them. In the basement, the two fell silent, both appearing to be shrouded in a thick haze. The air felt suffocating, making it hard to breathe. They both knew that if he didn't return before April 1st, they would face grave consequences. Yirao lowered her head, suppressing her emotions, and urged, "Big brother, just finish your tasks and come back quickly. We'll wait for you at home." "Okay." He will definitely come back. Chapter 8. The Era of Awakening on April 1st, April Fool's Day. Fate played a real joke on all humanity. Yi Yao and her dad had been sitting in the living room since last night, staying up until the next morning. At 2 a.m., her mom could no longer hold on and went back to her room to rest. Yi Yao looked up at the mechanical clock on the wall. It was 8:30 a.m., and her older brother still hadn't returned. Outside, the sky was gray and overcast, the thick clouds blocking any hint of sunlight. As if night was about to fall, Yi Xiong couldn't take it any longer. He stood up and started pacing back and forth in the living room. Watching the clock tick, his bloodshot eyes were filled with anxiety. That brat. He said he would be back before yesterday, and now there's not even a shadow of him. "Dad, where did my brother go? Why can't we reach him by phone?" Yi Yao asked in a low voice. I can't say anything due to the confidentiality agreement." Yi Xiong replied, frustrated. "Should I go out and take a look?" "No, you can't go out." Yi Yao quickly stopped him, looking at her dad, who had stayed up all night with her and was now showing signs of fatigue. She couldn't bring herself to say anything harsh. "So what do we do now?" "Wait." Yi Yao suppressed her worries and said firmly, "My brother managed to survive in his last life. With all the preparation this time, there's definitely no problem." At exactly 9 a.m., a sliver of silver light finally broke through the heavy clouds. Suddenly, a 40-meter-tall silver information tower appeared 3 kilometers away from Yi Yao's home. At the same time, a light screen appeared before all humanity. As the text appeared on the screen, a mechanical male voice echoed in their ears. "Citizens of Blue Star number 1991 in the Sagittarius system. Hello. This is an official notice that from this moment on, this star system will be operated by the supreme intelligence brain of the higher god system. Please pay attention. The cleansing plan is about to be initiated. Countdown to activation. 3, 2, 1. Cleansing plan initiated." As the mechanical voice fell, the light screen disappeared. The heavy clouds outside lowered again, pressing down like a ceiling about to collapse, and torrential rain began to pour, hitting the ground like a heavy hammer. The sounds of birds and insects vanished in the downpour. Apart from the rain, everything seemed to fall silent. The era of awakening had finally arrived. Zishu, who was resting in a room on the first floor, was awakened by the sound of rain. Looking at the two people in the living room, she anxiously asked, "Is Xiaozhan back yet?" Before either of them could answer, Yi Hui rushed out from the second-floor room, looking shocked. "What has happened? Did you also hear something about the god system and the cleansing plan?" Yi Xiong walked over to Zishu, held her hand tightly, and shook his head gently. Meanwhile, Yao looked at the panicked Yi Hui and said gravely, "Little brother, welcome to the era of awakening." "What do you mean?" Yi Hui stared at Yao, not missing a single expression on her face. "Why does it feel like second sister is completely unperturbed? And dad and mom seem to know something too." Yao sighed softly and said to her dad, "Dad, you go with mom to rest in the room. I'll explain to little brother." "No, I want to wait for Xiaozhan." Zishu, with red eyes, firmly sat on the sofa and said, "Knock, knock, knock." The sound of knocking interrupted the conversation in the room. Zishu jumped up from the sofa, rushing to open the door, muttering, "It must be Xiaozhan back." Yao hurriedly grabbed her eager mother, her eyes filled with caution as she said, "I'll go open the door. You all step back." The cleansing plan's 3 days of rain wouldn't be simple. It was analyzed in later years that most people who got caught in the rain during those 3 days turned into corpses. Yao felt as if a heavy stone was pressed on her chest, making it hard to breathe. At this moment, she would rather the person knocking on the door wasn't Yizhan. Looking through the peephole, she saw a man wrapped tightly in a raincoat, even wearing a fully enclosed helmet. Yao called out loudly, "Big brother, it's me." A muffled voice came from a helmet, confirming the identity of the visitor. Yao quickly unlocked the door and closed it immediately once he stepped inside. As soon as Yizhan entered, he saw the 3 people rushing towards him and hurriedly stopped them. "Don't come over. Don't let the rainwater touch you. Little sister, you stand back too." Once everyone was at a safe distance from the splashing rain, Yi Zhan took off his soaked raincoat and helmet, rubbing his shoulder that had been pounded by the rain. Relieved to have returned safely without incident. You brat, your mom was worried about you all night and couldn't sleep. Yi Xiong scolded, looking at his eldest son back home safe and sound. I was delayed a bit over there, Yi Zhan explained. Fortunately, I was well prepared. Just come back safely. Yi Zishu quickly said, her tense heart finally relaxing. Sis, shouldn't you say something to me? Yi Hui looked at their expressions, increasingly sure they were hiding something from him. I am. Little sister, let me handle this. Yi Zhan interrupted Yi Yao, not wanting anyone else to know about her rebirth. Seeing Y's displeased de face, he briefly explained what the family had been doing during this time and the situation regarding the corpse-like beings in the era of Awakening. So you all knew and just kept it from me? Yi Hui was even more upset after hearing this. He had been wondering why he was asked for leave, only to be tricked by his mom that they were going back to their hometown. We couldn't confirm the accuracy of the information from over there and were afraid you couldn't handle it, Yi Zhan explained in a soft voice, looking at Yi Hui's angry face. I'm small. That wild girl is only 3 years older than me. Dad, have you knocked your head silly? Y lui complained, holding the back of his head, looking wronged at his dad. If you dare to call your sister a wild girl again, next time I'll beat you with a stick. Yi Xiong shouted angrily. Mom. Yi Hui looked at his furious dad, pleadingly turning to his mom. Xiao Hui, don't throw a tantrum. This is not the time. You need to be obedient. He Zishu gently comforted. Okay, so I have no status in this family. Yi Hui pouted and asked, so what do we do now? According to the information from over there, it's going to rain for 3 days, and the rainwater cannot touch us. We'll use the water from the basement for daily living and drinking during these 3 days, and we'll make arrangements after the rain stops. Yi Zhan looked outside at the heavy rain and made a simple plan. He then added, looking at his not-so-calm little brother, don't think about avoiding training. There are many dangers ahead. I'm not. Yi Hui muttered softly, looking at his elder brother's serious expression. Yi Yao looked at the scene of her family gathered together, her throat tightening. It's so nice. This time, the family is all here. Host, you got splashed by rainwater on your hand when you closed the door just now. The awakening system quietly reminded. Yeah, I know. I just wanted to take another look. All right, please pay attention to your physical changes. Seeing the host's reluctant expression, the awakening system understood what regretful emotions were. How could it be so coincidental that a strong wind suddenly blew when closing the door? Xiao Yao, do you have anything else to add? Yi Zhan asked, looking at Yi Yao standing by the dining table. Yi Yao shook her head, no, but I need a troubled big brother to tie me up later. Xiao Yao you. Yi Zhan stared hard at Yi Yao's outstretched right hand, which had obvious water stains on the light gray sleeve. Yi Zishu looked at her daughter's sleeve, her legs feeling weak. If it weren't for Yi Xiong holding her, she would have knelt down right there. How could this happen? I should have gone to open the door just now. Yi Yao looked at her mother, who was crying in self-reproach, and her worried father, gently comforting, don't worry. I'm healthy. I'll be fine. Walking over to Yi Zhan, who looked regretful and guilty, she gently patted his shoulder with her left hand, pretending to be casual. Big brother, you still don't know me? She is Yi Rao, who was schemed against and survived 4 years later. You must safely walk out of the room. Yi Zhan looked at Yi Rao, who had a smile on her face, and said with a choked voice, I will. She still has many things to do. How could she possibly fall down so easily? Chapter 9. Infection. After Yi Yao returned to her room, Yi Zhan tied her feet to the head of the bed with strips of cloth, the length of which allowed her to reach the bathroom. Before bringing in meals, he would check outside the door to confirm her current state of consciousness before delivering them to her room. For the first 2 days, her basic condition was good, and she showed no signs of discomfort. However, on the morning of the 3rd day, Yi Yao woke up to find her whole body aching. Looking out at the heavy rain, Yi Yao thought back to her previous life, where she had stayed in the dormitory for 3 days, relying on the snack stash of herself and Zhuanzi to get through the rainy period. She wondered if Zhuanzi and Chi-Chi had made it home. Beloved, am I going to become a zombie? Detected that the host body temperature is normal. Currently, there is no trend towards zombification. But when I awakened my abilities in my previous life, I didn't have this kind of body ache. In her previous life, she had awakened her spatial abilities the day after experiencing a high fever for an entire night. There is also no indication of the host awakening abilities. Then what is this body ache? It is highly likely due to the host sleeping too much over the past 2 days, resulting in muscle soreness, the awakening system replied. She really couldn't blame herself for sleeping too much. After the cleansing plan was initiated, all communication devices had malfunctioned, and the TV and phone at home became mere decorations. The only way she could pass the time was by sleeping. Forget it, as long as she wasn't embarrassed. It was others who should be embarrassed, even if they were digital life forms. Knock, knock, knock. Xiaoyao, are you awake? Yizhan called from outside the door. Holding breakfast. I'm awake, come in. Yizhan entered and placed a meal tray on the small table next to the bed. Looking at Yi Yao, who was sitting obediently by the table eating breakfast, he gently asked, "How do you feel today? Big brother, please bring me some canned food later. And don't bring me any more meals." Not feeling well? Do you have a fever? Yizhan asked repeatedly. No fever, it's just that today is the 3rd day. Yi Yao reminded him. Ordinary people infected must endure for 72 hours. The 3rd day is the most perilous. If they don't make it through, they turn into zombies. If they do, the possibility of zombification is eliminated and a very small percentage might awaken abilities. In the future, some ordinary people who can't survive might take the risk of getting infected, hoping to be among the lucky few who awaken abilities. Yizhan rubbed Yi Yao's fluffy hair and promised, "It's okay. If you really start to have a fever, I'll tie you up," looking at the girl's obedient demeanor. Even if Xiao Yao turned into a zombie, he was prepared to take care of her. "Big brother, tie me up tightly then." Although first-level zombies lack intelligence and speed, they still possess great strength. What nonsense are you talking about? Hurry up and eat breakfast. Yizhan tapped Yi Yao on the head, urging her. Seeing Yizhan's feigned casualness, Yi Yao quickened her eating speed, wanting to finish quickly so that her brother would leave her room. At noon, Yizhan brought lunch as usual, and the siblings exchanged information. Yi Yao still couldn't persuade Yizhan to tie her up. Looking out at the heavy rain, she noted that there were still 20 hours left until her infection reached 72 hours, and 11 hours until the rainy period ended. Beep. Detected that the host's body temperature has risen by 0.5 degrees in the last 2 hours. Is it starting? Yes. Detected that the virus in the host body is rapidly increasing. Please pay attention. Body temperature has risen by 2 degrees, currently at 38.3. This isn't good. I need to call Big Brother up quickly. Yi Yao felt her temperature rising rapidly, causing a dull pain in her chest, and the scene before her began to blur slightly. Beep. Body temperature has risen by 5 degrees, currently at 41.8. Warning. Warning. Exceeds the body's tolerance temperature range. Please take measures to cool down. I want it to cool down. Yi Yao felt the dull pain in her chest worsen. The entire room seemed to be spinning, and she lost consciousness as darkness enveloped her. After Yizhan finished handling the dishes, he prepared to return to the room. "Xiaozhan, how is Xiao Yao?" Yizishu asked from the living room sofa as she watched Yizhan come out of the kitchen. "Xiao Yao is fine. Just to be safe, after today, she will be able to leave the room." "Sigh, will this rain stop? I wonder how your uncle is doing," Yizishu said, looking at the heavy rain outside with concern. "Don't worry, Uncle is definitely better off than us," Yizhan said as he sat down beside Yizishu, gently patting her hand for comfort. Suddenly, a shout came from the 2nd floor. "Brother, come up quickly. Second sister seems to be unwell." Yizhan rushed upstairs, followed closely by Yizishu. Yi Xiongyong, who had just come up from the basement, also hurried to the 2nd floor. When Yizhan arrived, he saw Yi Yao unconscious, collapsed at the door. Her brow was furrowed, her face unusually red. She was mumbling incoherently, and her body was twitching from time to time. "Mom, bring a towel." "Dad, go get some fever-reducing medicine." "Xiao Hui, quickly go to the basement and bring some rope." Yizhan carried Yi Yao and walked toward the bed while giving instructions. "Here, the fever-reducing medicine." Yi Xiongyong handed the liquid medicine to his eldest son, his face full of worry. How did she suddenly get a fever? "Dad, help me hold Xiao Yao." Yizhan made space at the bedside, pried open Yi Yao's mouth, and poured the medicine inside. After helping Yi Yao swallow, he took the towel his mother handed him and stuffed it in to prevent her from biting her tongue during the convulsions. "Brother, here is the rope." Yi Hui gasped for breath, handing it over, running up and down 3 floors nearly killed me. Xiao Hui, come help. Tie your second sister to the bed. Yi Yao felt as if she had been thrown into a furnace. Her whole body was about to cook. Then suddenly felt as if she had been tossed into the Arctic, shivering from the cold. And then it felt like she was being pricked by needles all over, with unbearable pain in her bones. Too hot, too cold, too painful. She just wanted to die directly. After all, her family was no longer there. Warning, warning. The host's survival awareness is weak. Memory is confused, playing clips of the host's family. No, she was back. Her family was all here. She had promised to protect her family this time. How could she fall so easily? Alarm deactivated. Host survival awareness strengthened. The awakening system felt as if it would be soft if it had a body at this moment. Zishu knelt at the head of the bed, holding Yi Yao's hand, wiping her tears as she said, "I will guard Xiao Yao." Yizhan looked at his mother's bloodshot eyes and ultimately didn't voice his refusal, suggesting, "Mom, you can't stay at the bedside. I'll put a chair at the door for you to sit and guard, okay? Wife, I'll stay at the door with you while we wait for Xiao Yao to wake up," Yi Xiongyong said, hugging Zishu gently. "I also want to wait for second sister to wake up." Yi Hui quickly chimed in. Based on the news from that side, there are still 10 hours until the rain stops. Although we are on the outskirts of the city, it is not deserted. Everyone should know what lies ahead. Yizhan looked at the three of them, all showing weary expressions. At this rate, they would likely collapse before the zombies even arrived. Looking at his unconscious younger sister, Yizhan made arrangements again. "We will take turns guarding at Xiao Yao's door in 2 shifts, 2 hours each. Dad, Mom, you guard Xiao Yao first." Everyone looked at the rain outside, their faces showing serious expressions. Yes, what comes next is just the beginning of the brutal battle. Chapter 10, Awakening. Spatial abilities. Yi Yao felt like she was walking a tightrope on a cliff 10,000 meters high, desperately clinging to the last thread of clarity, unwilling to completely lose consciousness. She didn't know how long had passed, but the pain in her body gradually began to subside, and her temperature started to stabilize. A thread of silver energy flowed through her veins, repairing the cells damaged by the virus. The frown that Yi Yao had held tightly began to relax, and she fell into a deep sleep. The awakening system watched as the silver energy repaired the host's body and then rushed towards its own consciousness sea, quickly gathering in its direction, causing its database to tremble in fear. Just as it was about to activate its self-protection mechanism, an energy shield, the silver energy took a turn and formed a light circle around it. As the silver energy continued to pour in, the circle grew larger. The awakening system followed the silver energy to conduct a boundary detection scan, catching its first glimpse of the host's entire consciousness sea. It was unexpectedly vast, comparable to what the previous commander had. No wonder it chose such a host. Once the silver energy reached the edge of the consciousness sea with no possibility of further expansion, it gathered below the awakening system, slowly forming a sphere 3 times larger than the awakening system. As the energy continued to accumulate, the sphere gradually shrank. When the last trace of energy was absorbed, a small ball, only 1/10 the size of the awakening system, with a silver crystal-like texture, floated steadily below it. Ding! Detected unabsorbed excess energy, activating autonomous absorption. The awakening system felt a pleasant sensation as the energy flowed in, excitedly shaking a bit. Finally, it could activate some functions. What the hell? As soon as Yi Yao woke up, she saw a metallic ball hovering just above her face, almost touching her nose, and she yelled in shock. If she hadn't been tied up, she probably would have swatted it away immediately. Not a ghost, I'm the awakening system. Seeing Yi Yao wake up, the awakening system floated above her chest and said irritably, "Oh dear." Looking at the familiar small metallic ball in front of her, Yi Yao suddenly realized one could really be muddled with everything that had happened. Have my abilities awakened? Feeling the power surging within her body, Yi Yao's face lit up with joy. Great! This time it's much earlier than in my past life. Skillfully manipulating the energy, Yi Yao felt the capacity of the space and asked in shock, "Love, what level is my ability?" The host ability level has not increased. Currently at level 0, the awakening system replied coldly. The host was thinking too much. No way. Yi Yao sensed the size of the space again. How come this time it felt like her space capacity was almost the same size as her room? In her previous life, she started with a space the size of a single wardrobe. Wait, it's too quiet at home. The rain has stopped outside. And with the absence of rain sounds, the house felt eerily silent. What time is it now? April 4th, 1723. It has been 8 hours and 23 minutes since the rain stopped. What is going on at home? Why is it so quiet? Yi Yao asked while trying to untie the ropes. 10 minutes ago, 2 zombified beings broke through the window on the right side of the martial arts hall, and the host family is currently in combat. As soon as the words fell, Yi Yao began to twist and turn like a caterpillar on a hot pan, complaining, "Damn, why didn't you say so earlier? Why is this rope tied so tight?" Inside the martial arts hall, a male and a female zombified being were attacking. The male was being dragged by Yi Zhan, while the female was being held back by Yi Xiong and Yi Hui. Yi Zishu stood anxiously at the back door of the martial arts hall with a kitchen knife in hand. Attracted by the fresh blood, the zombified being relentlessly pursued Yi Zhan. He kicked out, using the wall to propel himself, and swung his steel knife down towards the zombified being's head. The zombified being dropped to its knees, the steel knife embedding into its neck, black-red blood splattering from the wound. After a brief pause of 2 or 3 seconds, the zombified being stood up again, its dark hands reaching for Yi Zhan. Yi Zhan immediately abandoned the knife and retreated, grabbing a nearby stool to smash it against the zombified being. On the other side, Yi Xiong and Yi Hui were in a sorry state. Yi Hui had almost been grabbed by the neck, but thanks to his father's quick reaction, he had locked the zombified being's hands from behind, or he would have met his end. "Xiao Hui, hurry, I can't hold on much longer." Yi Xiong leaned back, his face flushed and straining. Yi Hui rolled on the ground and grabbed a dagger to stab at the zombified being. "It's over. I should have aimed for the head." Watching the grotesque open mouth coming closer, a foul odor hit him. Yi Hui's pupils widened, and he had no time to back away. It seemed he was destined to meet God. Yi Zishu watched as her youngest son stabbed the zombified being in the chest, and Yi Xiong, exhausted, fell backward. The freed zombified being, seeing the fresh meat offered to it, let out an excited sound from its throat. She didn't know where the strength came from, but suddenly she charged forward and tackled Yi Hui. If someone had to die, let it be her who bears it all. Just as the zombified being's bloody mouth was about to land on Yi Zishu's neck, Yi Xiong felt a sharp pain in his chest. His eyes wide open as he let out a desperate roar. No. From Yi Hui's perspective, the moment he was tackled by his mother, a silver light struck the zombified being's head, instantly distorting and compressing the space around it. The zombified being's head was crushed, black-red-white brain matter splattering out, and the headless zombified being fell straight to the ground, dead beyond recovery. Ugh! Hit by the bloody scene, Yi Hui, still recovering from his near-death experience, felt his stomach react, not bitten to death, but about to be nauseated to death. Alarm! The host is overloading their abilities, and the body is exhibiting a level 1 negative state. The awakening system sounded an alarm as it watched Yi Yao kneeling at the back door of the martial arts hall. How could it be this fierce? Yi Yao gasped for breath, blood dripping from her nose on the ground. Overdrawing her spatial blade had drained all her abilities. Her head felt swollen as if submerged in water, and her entire body was filled with an indescribable discomfort. However, she was glad she made it in time. As the zombified being fell, Yi Xiong crawled to Yi Zishu, confirming she had no injuries before finally relaxing his tense heart, his eyes reddening as he said, "Don't do that again next time. You scared me to death." Yi Zishu thought she was doomed, but when she felt no pain on her back, instead being pulled into a familiar embrace and hearing her husband's voice, she felt a wave of fear wash over her, her body starting to tremble uncontrollably. Looking at Yi Hui, who was vomiting beside her, she repeatedly asked, "Xiao Hui, are you hurt?" Yi Hui waved his hand to signal he was fine, but the nausea was overwhelming, and he felt like he was about to vomit his breakfast. Yi Xiong gently patted his loved one's back, and, seeing Yi Yao covered in blood as she knelt at the back door of the martial arts hall, he quickly whispered to Yi Zishu, "You take Xiao Hui, and Xiao Yao should leave first. I'll go help Xiao Zhan." As soon as he finished speaking, Yi Yao picked up the fallen horizontal knife on the ground and swiftly severed the head of the zombified being, which already had half its neck cut off. Seeing the head suddenly drop in front of him, Yui finally managed to suppress the nausea that surged again. This wild girl was targeting him. He felt like he was going to vomit everything out. Yi Zhan, panting heavily, looked at Yi Yao, covered in blood, and nervously asked, "Are you hurt?" "No, just overuse my abilities." Yi Yao shook her head and explained, wiping the blood from her nose, "I'll be fine after a nap." Yi Zhan nodded, his tense spirit gradually relaxing. Shaking his head, he noticed double vision and felt his body trembling uncontrollably, softly murmuring, "So cold." Just as Yi Yao was about to help her older brother who was kneeling on the ground, she heard him mumble. Before she could listen closely, Yi Zhan fainted and collapsed to the ground. The awakening system, which had been hovering beside Yi Yao, sounded the alarm ding. The virus in Yi Zhan's body has surged. Please prepare the host for response. Chapter 11. The whole family awakens their powers. Yi Wei, enduring the aftereffects of overusing her powers, gave fever medicine to the unconscious Yi Hui just like the other three. She stuffed a towel in his mouth, wrapped him in a blanket, tied him up with a rope, and placed him on the mat in the martial arts hall. Looking at the 4 giant caterpillars lined up side by side, Yi Wei collapsed on the ground, too exhausted to even move a finger. Why is everyone piled up, even with just a fever? Please, host, repair the broken window as soon as possible. There are wandering zombified beings on the street a kilometer away from us. The awakening system flew back in from outside, urging the panting Yi Wei. "My dear, the aftereffects are too uncomfortable," Yi Wei complained, looking at the metal sphere hovering over her head with a pitiful expression. "Host, please repair the window as soon as possible." "Host, please repair the window as soon as possible." "Host, please repair the window as soon as possible." Seeing Yi Wei finally moving, the awakening system felt relieved. Important matters should be repeated thrice. The system is not deceiving. Yi Wei simply boarded up the window with a wooden plank and propped it up with a trainee's storage cabinet. She was completely exhausted. "My dear, I can't go on. I'm going to sleep for a bit. Call me if anything happens." After saying that, Yi Wei lay down on a mat and fell asleep. Inside the martial arts hall, apart from the occasional unconscious light groans, there was no other sound. As night fell, the martial arts hall was pitch black. Outside, it was quiet, with more zombified beings wandering under the streetlights. Occasionally, some distant sounds of panic and cries for help could be heard, but in the end, everything always returned to silence. Yi Wei opened her eyes, rubbed her uncomfortable stomach, and realized she had woken up from hunger. After sleeping, the discomfort from the aftereffects faded, but her hunger became increasingly obvious. Yi Wei blinked her eyes, adapting to the night vision, and glanced at the awakening system hovering above her head, asking, "My dear, how long did I sleep?" 8 hours and 11 minutes. It is now 2:43 a.m. on April 5th. The host condition is recovering well. Please do not overdraw your powers again while the system has not stored energy. If you have energy, can I overdraw? Energy can be used to repair the host body at the first moment of overdrawn powers, avoiding aftereffects as much as possible. However, please try not to overdraw your powers. A secondary negative state without replenishing energy can lead to brain death, and a tertiary negative state is directly determined as death. Even a primary negative state can cause some irreversible damages from aftereffects. "Okay, I'll be careful in the future. I was just too anxious. How are my family members doing?" As she spoke, Yi Wei checked the body temperatures of the 4 people. Currently, all 4 are in good condition, and your mother has begun to show signs of waking up. "Really? That's great," Yi exclaimed joyfully. In the quiet night, the sound of her stomach growling was very noticeable, but fortunately, she was the only one awake at this moment. After feeling her stomach, she decided to handle it first. "My dear, keep an eye on things. I'm going to get something to eat." Not daring to turn on the lights, Yi Wei took advantage of her phone's weak light to grab some food and water from the basement before returning to the martial arts hall. After giving each of the 4 a bit of water, Yi Wei ate the dry rations in her hands while thinking about the next plot in the novel. Returning to H City, Yi Wei actually considered taking her family directly to B City, as it is the capital and the fastest place to establish a base. However, early on, there were constant conflicts leading to many casualties. Ultimately, it came down to personal strength. If one was weak, they could only be manipulated. In fact, in the early days of the Awakening Era, The capabilities of zombified beings were not strong. Apart from having greater strength, they were relatively slow and had dull reactions. As long as one overcame their psychological fear and did not encounter a large number of zombified beings attacking at once, an ordinary adult could kill them. Although H-City had not established any significant bases in the 4 years, it had many small bases due to its geographical location near the sea, and there had never been reports of a zombie tide breaking out. Of course, what ultimately made Yi Wei decide to stay in H-City was the female protagonist, Ning Yahui. She was a local of H-City and awakened her healing powers the day after the rain stopped. 2 weeks later, she was incorporated into the military that came to collect medical supplies, and the first 8-star first-level upgraded crystal core was captured from the second hospital in H-City. In the early days, it was not clear that the key to raising the level of powers was high-star crystal cores. The cores were only regarded as blue potions to replenish powers during battles. The military distributed the cores to various power users based on contributions. And the upgraded core that reached Ning Yahui was this one. When she absorbed the energy from the core, she unexpectedly succeeded in raising her power level, avoiding the need for a leveling dungeon and receiving leveling rewards from the main god system. After finishing the water in her hands, Yi Wei looked out the window as the sky began to show faint light. Morning had arrived. High-star crystal cores. No matter what, she had to take a look. Host's mother is about to wake up. The awakening system reminded her. When the sky was fully bright, all the family members gradually woke up. Seeing that her family looked normal and showed no signs of zombification, Yi Wei felt relieved. She briefly explained what happened after dealing with the zombified beings yesterday, and then they all went back to their rooms to wash up. The 5 of them had gone through a battle and suffered from high fever for several hours. And aside from smell of stale sauerkraut and the stench of zombified blood, they were quite odorous. Yi Wei adapted well. She had experienced much worse smells during the 4 years of the Awakening Era, so this was nothing. However, her clean-loving mother and younger brother couldn't stand it. After confirming that the water for daily use was not affected and that the electrical appliances were functioning properly, they rushed back to their rooms to wash up. By the time Yi Wei finished washing up and came out of her room, her family was already clean and neatly sitting at the dining table slurping noodles. Yi Hui was especially seen holding noodles in one hand while taking bites of a large meat bun with the other. Yi Wei picked up her share and joined the food army. After all, her mother's cooking was delicious. After eating and drinking their fill, Yi Xionyong helped Yi Zishu clean up the bowls and chopsticks while the 3 siblings, Yi Zhan, Yi Wei, and Yi Hui, sat in the living room to discuss their next plans. Little Wei, is your power overdrawn okay now? Yi Zhan asked with some concern, recalling Yi Wei's bloodied face before she fainted. I'm fine. A good sleep made it much better. Big brother, you awakened your powers, right? Yes. Yi Zhan nodded, raising his palm, and white mist began to appear in his hand. Soon, an ice ball the size of a yo-yo hovered above his palm. And as Yi Zhan stopped outputting his powers, the ice ball dissipated into the air. Ice-type powers. Big brother's powers are indeed the same as in the last life. Yi Wei thought, feeling excited about what powers her younger brother, who was no longer in the last life, would awaken. Little Hui, what about you? Yi Hui proudly glanced at the two, adjusted his sitting posture, and conjured a fireball in his palm that was about the same size as Yi Zhan's ice ball. He raised his chin and said smugly, I'm just an ordinary fire type, I guess. Seeing Yi Hui's tail almost wagging up to the sky, Yi Wei pursed her lips, suppressing her happiness, and calmly replied, It's quite ordinary. Noticing the indifferent reactions of his brother and sister, Yi Hui couldn't sit still anymore and quickly stood up, saying, Fire type is top-tier output in the game dungeons. What's wrong? Yi Xionyong and He Zishu, having finished their tasks, came to the living room. Seeing their youngest son bouncing around excitedly, He Zishu asked, Mom, Dad, I awakened fire powers. Yi Hui proudly displayed the fireball in his hand to his parents. Before he could say anything else, he saw a stone and a small green light ball appear in his parents' hands. Yi Xionyong and He Zishu exchanged smiles, saying, We awakened too. Chapter 12. Tianju Mercenary Core. Yi Hui skillfully smashed the head of a dead corpse with a fireball, retrieving the grayish-white crystal core inside and tossing it to Yi Yao, who was guarding the door. His ability was indeed impressive. with a single flame. He could burn away anything that shouldn't be seen. Unlike that wild girl, Yi Yao caught the crystal core and tossed it into her space, glancing at the setting sun and urging, "Let us go, hurry back." Yesterday, she and Yi Hui returned home after dark and were nagged by their mother until they got to their room. Yi Hui shuddered at the thought of last night's scene. He didn't want to experience his mother's nagging again, so he pulled Yi Yao and headed outside. "Let us go quickly." Following the cleared path they came from, the two ran quickly, seeing some people fighting or scavenging along the way. They both tried to avoid confrontation as much as possible, and if they couldn't, they sped up to rush past. Yi Hui jumped onto a small courtyard wall to take a brief rest, while Yi Yao, who had been following closely behind, dashed a few meters ahead. "Hey, don't you take a break?" Just as he was about to start running again, he heard a little girl's voice from inside the wall. "Big brother, are you Superman here to save Xiao Hua and Mommy?" The girl, about 5 years old, had shoulder-length short hair and was wearing relatively clean clothes. She looked up at Yi Hui with wide, innocent eyes from below the wall. This wasn't Yi Hui's first encounter with a child in distress. In just 10 days, he had seen too many people and too many events that revealed both the good and the evil in human nature. Yi Hui shook his head and coldly replied no. Without waiting for the child to react, he sprinted away at high speed. Yi Yao stood on a big banyan tree, watching the Awakening system broadcast Yi Hui's scene in real time, and sighed softly. "Xiao Hui, you're still too weak. Being kind is good, but even before the Awakening era, kindness has its limits. Moreover, this was the darkest moment of the Awakening era. According to the data, the host's previous life didn't perform better than Yi Hui in the early stages," the Awakening system commented. "My dear, don't bring up things that shouldn't be mentioned." Yi Yao rolled her eyes at the metallic sphere hovering above her right side. "The host cannot escape reality." "All right, Xiao Hui is catching up. Let us go." Yi Hui ran back to his family's courtyard in one breath, not caring about the dirt on the ground, and collapsed onto the ground. He felt like his lungs were going to explode. He Zishu, who had been watching the courtyard, hurriedly came out, kicked Yi Hui, and asked, "Where's your sister?" "Huh? Wasn't she ahead of me?" Yi Hui was surprised, as he clearly saw Yi Yao pass him. Upon hearing this, He Zishu's heart, which had just calmed down, suddenly tightened again, ready to get angry, only to see Yi Yao jumping down from the courtyard wall. Yi Xiongyong came out of the house, looking at his son lying on the ground, and said impatiently, "Why are you lying there? Hurry inside." After saying that, he pulled Yi Zishu into the house, saying, "Wife, Xiao Yao, don't bother with this brat Yi Hui, let's go in and eat." Yi Zhan, who followed them out, raised an eyebrow at Yi Hui on the ground, smiling as he said, "Starting tomorrow, you'll have 3 more sets of physical training. If you don't finish, you can't participate in the cleanup. No more running around like a soft-shelled shrimp." After that, he ignored Yi Hui's wails and took Yi Yao into the house. At the dining table, they ate with great speed, nearly licking the plates clean. Ever since the family awakened their abilities, their appetites had skyrocketed. If it weren't for the food stored in the basement, they would probably be out scavenging for supplies right now. "Wife, your cooking skills have improved." Yi Xiongyong patted his belly in praise. "Don't think flattery will get you out of doing the dishes." He Zishu laughed and scolded. "Today it's Xiao Hui's turn. Xiao Yao, let us go to the living room." After saying that, Yi Zhan was the first to leave the dining room. Looking at the mess on the table, Yi Hui sighed and resigned himself to start cleaning up. In the living room, Yi Yao took out the crystal cores and supplies they had gathered that afternoon from her space and said, "Our target is 3 small villas within 2 kilometers to the east. No survivors were found, and all the corpses along the way and inside the buildings have been eliminated. We scouted 7 kilometers ahead, and the number of people coming out to fight and gather supplies has increased, but the overall threat to the east is relatively small." Listening to Yi Yao's report, Yi Zhan took a white sheet of paper on the coffee table and drew a map with their home at the center, covering a radius of 10 kilometers. Each building's purpose and whether there were survivors were marked on it. From the map, it was clear that the south had the most survivors and corpses, and it was also where various shopping malls were located. After cleaning the kitchen, Yi Hui came out to help his parents sort the supplies piled in the living room. He noticed his older brother staring at the commercial street in the south on the map, and his heart tightened. The first exploration area they went to was the south, and because of his reluctance, they nearly got into trouble there. It was only because his brother used his ability to eliminate the leader of the troublemakers that they managed to escape. Yihui hesitantly spoke up, "Big brother, let us take it slow in the south for now. We're not short on supplies at the moment." "Yes. As it stands, the survivors are actually more dangerous." Yizhan nodded in agreement. This afternoon, someone sneaked over. It was that little gang from the south. Yi Yao's eyes flickered as she said, "In a few days, there should be an army coming, and most survivors will definitely leave with the army to go to the base. Should we also leave with them?" Easy Shu asked her daughter. Yi Yao shook her head, saying no, we want to go to the base. Going to the base too early isn't beneficial for our ability improvement, and given the current chaotic situation, the base might not be that good either. Yizhan explained it. But Yi Vyong hesitated. After all, their ages and abilities were a concern, especially since his wife had yet to kill a corpse alone. He and the kids didn't dare to push too hard. If they could go to the base, the kids wouldn't have to take turns guarding them all the time. "Dad, there are no buts. We have to stay together as a family," Yi Zhan said firmly. Looking at Yi Xiongyong, "We can build our own base. Why we have to go to someone else's base?" After saying this, Yi Hui noticed that everyone suddenly stared at him. He swallowed and continued, playing simulation games. Building a base starts with planting and constructing houses, right? We have Mom's wood-type ability for planting, Dad's earth-type ability for construction, my brother and I are strong outputs, and second sister's space ability is logistical support. We can definitely do it ourselves. Good boy. Next time you play a game, I won't discipline you. Yi Xiongyong patted his thigh and laughed. Yi Hui rolled his eyes and muttered, "We can even play online games now. Even if they're deadly awakening dungeons. No, our abilities aren't strong enough to handle base construction. We should prioritize ensuring our safety while quickly improving our strength." Yi Zhan frowned and disagreed. "Little brother, you're thinking too naively. Base construction isn't as simple as playing a game. I think we can skip building a base, but we can build a mercenary team," Yi Yao said, staring at the map with a serious tone. "In my previous life, many mercenary teams were unwilling to be constrained by bases. If it weren't for Hirong, I might have left the base long ago and formed my own mercenary group. Base construction is too large. Let us start with a mercenary team. Even if 5 individuals are strong, we're still a bit weak. We can gradually add suitable people." Yi Zhan nodded in agreement, and then arranged, "Then let us adjust our original plan. Mom and Dad want to participate in training after 10 a.m. In the afternoon from 1 to 3 p.m., you two will go out for practical combat and exploration, and from 3 to 5 p.m., I'll take Mom and Dad out for practical combat. For the rest of the daytime, Dad, you connect and reinforce the walls of the martial arts school and our home. And Mom, plant vegetables in the backyard. The seeds are in the basement. In addition to the crystal cores, our team mainly has lightweight food items for storage. Xiaoyao, you should focus on collecting some household items and larger objects. Since we're going to establish a mercenary group, shouldn't we come up with a catchy name?" Yi Hui asked happily while stroking his chin. Yi Zhan looked at his little brother's rolling eyes and asked with a smile, "What do you want to name it?" "God Slayer Group," Yi Hui said excitedly, as he had been unhappy with the main god system for a long time. "Host, isn't your little brother afraid of being killed by the main god system?" The awakening system said, probably with a shocked expression. "There will naturally be someone to deal with him." Ye Yao replied, "Supuresin had amusement. What, god slayer or killer? Our martial arts school is called Tianju Martial Arts, so the mercenary group's name should also be Tianju." Yi Xiongyong gave his younger son's head a slap. If they really named it God Slayer, where'd he put his old face? All right, let's call it Tianju. With Yi Zhan's final decision, the Tianju mercenary group was established. But who said they would always be just a mercenary team in the future? Chapter 13, The Second Hospital. 1. After confirming the night watch personnel for tonight, a brief family meeting concluded. Each person took their respective crystal cores back to their rooms to begin tonight's ability training. Yi Yao leaned against the head of her bed. As the awakening system purified the energy absorbed from the crystal core and then delivered it into her meridians, the pure white energy circulated within her body before returning to the sea of consciousness to be absorbed by the silver sphere. As the last trace of energy was absorbed, Yi Yao got up to stretch her limbs, poured the crystal powder coefficient in the room into the trash can, and looked at the awakening system that reappeared above her right side, asking, "My dear, Have you found the target building? According to feedback from the nanobots, the second hospital is 23 kilometers away from us in a straight line. As the voice of the Awakening system sounded, a screen similar to the one that appeared when the main god system activated appeared before Yi Yao, clearly displaying the overall route from home to the second hospital. By calculation, the host will follow the Ring City Avenue, bypassing numerous residential and commercial areas filled with corpses and survivors, and after descending from the elevated bridge, cross the People's Park to reach the target building. Well done. Let's set off early and come back early. After saying that, Yao put on her black sports jacket and jumped out of the window. Just as she landed, she was startled by an ice ball that suddenly flew toward her, and she awkwardly sidestepped to avoid it. Little Yao, what are you planning to do so late? Yi Zhan's deep voice echoed in the quiet night. Yao looked at the figure standing on her windowsill in the moonlight and, feeling annoyed, said to the Awakening system, My dear, why didn't you remind me to jump down later? I was going to say it, but you already jumped. The Awakening system explained helplessly. Yao swallowed it, straightened it, herbody, and said, I have something to handle. Do you have to go at this time? Yes. Then I'll wake up Xiao Hui and accompany you. No need, big brother. I'll go and come back quickly. It's more convenient alone. Either I accompany you, or you don't go at all. You choose. Looking at Yi Zhan's serious expression, Yi Yao sighed softly. It seemed she couldn't be vague anymore. Big brother, do you remember the notification from the main god system 3 days ago? 3 days ago, at 9 a.m., it has been exactly 7 days, 168 hours, since the first arrival of the main god system. The human world has undergone tremendous changes. Just when humans thought the so-called cleansing plan was just heavy rain plus zombies, the main god system announced another message. Congratulations to Blue Star Citizen No. 1991 for achieving the first phase target of the cleansing plan. 100,000 ability awakeners, entering the second phase of Awakening Dungeons. Participants are citizens aged 18 to 45 worldwide. The dungeons are divided into survival dungeons, supernatural dungeons, and promotion dungeons, with a 72-hour notice before opening. Citizens receiving the notice should plan their time reasonably. Ability users can activate the dungeon platform to check their dungeon information. Warm reminder, crystal cores are very important. After the announcement, everyone could see a semi-transparent screen as long as they thought of the dungeon platform. At the top were 3 data categories: total population, number of ability users, and number of first-level ability users. The total population was continuously decreasing from over 3 billion. The number of ability users fluctuated around 100,000, but the overall trend was still upwards, and there were already 5 first-level ability users. Below were the names of 3 dungeons, all gray interfaces before entering, along with the basic information of individual abilities. Crystal Core? Yi Zhan hesitated and asked, haven't they been working hard to collect them recently? To be precise, it's high-star crystal cores, also known as upgrade crystal cores. Upgrade crystal cores? Isn't there a promotion dungeon for upgrades? The danger of the promotion dungeon is much higher than that of the other 2 dungeons. Yi Yao remembered that the number of losses in the Qinglong team under her jurisdiction in the promotion dungeon was 3 times higher than in other dungeons. So she couldn't miss the upgrade crystal cores no matter what. My ability has reached the threshold. I've received the notice to enter the promotion dungeon within 72 hours. She looked at her dungeon platform with a wry smile. The promotion dungeon was already lit up, clearly stating that she had to enter the dungeon within 72 hours, or it would forcibly open after the preparation time ended. So soon? Yi Zhan exclaimed. Yi Yao nodded. The purified energy she absorbed through the Awakening system was much stronger than the energy she originally absorbed directly from the crystal cores, leading to her ability improvement speed being faster than in her previous life. Big brother, the family can't be without someone, so don't follow me. I'll be back before dawn. Yi Zhan sighed deeply, thinking about Xiao Yao's rebirth, and said helplessly, be careful, we'll wait for you at home. Yi Yao nodded and disappeared into the night after climbing over the family wall. The familiar streets were dilapidated, with corpses left uncollected everywhere, and occasionally, she could see corpses wandering in the distance, searching for fresh flesh in the dark. Following the guidance of the Awakening system, she found a usable motorcycle, revved the throttle, and the engine roared as she sped away. Host, "You're about to reach the elevated bridge," the awakening system reminded her while looking at the map on the screen. Yi Yao watched the corpses being left far behind in the rearview mirror, stopped the motorcycle, turned off the engine, quickly took out a rope, and tied it to the bridge's iron support before sliding down the rope. From a height of 20 meters, she landed in just a few moments. Not daring to linger, Yi Yao quickly ran along the dim moonlight and the guidance of the screen. She climbed a large tree outside the hospital wall. Looking at the completely dark inpatient building inside the wall, where many corpses were wandering, and the ones nearby had already begun to move toward her direction. Yi Yao's expression grew serious as she said, "No, there are too many corpses. Have you found the target location?" Searching quickly. Warning, there are corpses approaching. The awakening system alerted. The corpse, sniffing the fresh flesh, circled around the tree, its dead eyes fixed intently on Yi Yao, who was standing on the tree. "It should be a homeless person near the park. He can't climb up. Let's check the target first." Yi Yao took out her dagger from her space and prepared for defense. Found it. The target is in the operating room on the 11th floor of the emergency building. As the voice of the awakening system sounded, a shadow dressed in patient clothes, with slender limbs but an unusually large head, appeared on the screen. Perhaps sensing the probe, he stopped gnawing on the corpse and let out a loud shout in the direction of the nanobots. It was a boy around 7 years old. As expected of a first-level psychic corpse, such keen insight, the awakening system looked at the detection screen with some concern and asked, "Host, do you confirm to go and kill him?" The novel mentioned that the army where the female protagonist was part had lost a third of its forces, and they had barely captured it with the captain heavily injured. If it were another attribute, I would obediently go to the promotion dungeon, but since it's psychic, I can still give it a try. Yi Yao focused on the screen's display. The awakening system thought about the vast sea of consciousness of the host and decided to go for it. Yi Yao quickly ran over the hospital wall, moving like an agile black cat. The corpses hadn't reacted yet when she had already run far away. She ran all the way to the back of the emergency building, climbing up the water pipe skillfully. There is currently no danger indoors, the awakening system detected. Yi Yao quickly entered through an open window, landing lightly and swiftly finding cover, crouching beside a filing cabinet, making almost no sound during the entire process. The moonlight streaming in from the window revealed the interior situation. It was an office in disarray, filled with the stench of decaying bodies, and a woman's corpse, mangled and bitten, lay in a corner like a broken doll. The main door was propped up by a desk, but a large hole had been broken in the upper part of the door. "Where's the target?" "I have opened your access to the nanobots. Real-time scanning results are directly fed into your right eye." After the awakening system spoke, Yi Yao felt a slight pain in her right eye, which began to turn into a silver color resembling a mechanical texture, including the white part of her eye. The images output by the awakening system could be clearly seen directly in the right eye, which was quite convenient. After confirming that the position of the level 1 psychic corpse was unchanged, Yi Yao made her way to the operating room door. Along the way, apart from the decayed corpses and scattered, damaged medical supplies, there was not a single corpse to be found. Taking out the horizontal knife from the space, Yi Yao took a deep breath while looking at the locked operating room door, then directly activated her ability to bring the door into the space. The moment the door was taken in, a slender claw barely grazed Yi Yao's coat. Reacting instinctively, she flipped backward, and before she could steady herself, a sharp voice accompanied by psychic attack rushed towards her. "Host, be careful. Too ruthless." Chapter 14. Second Hospital, 2. Mental attacks are invisible yet extremely lethal. Even with precautions between the same levels, mental attacks can still cause symptoms like headaches, tinnitus, or temporary dizziness. If there is a level suppression, a single hit can lead to shock or brain death. For years after the Awakening Era, mental-type zombifiers remain the least desired encounter for the big shots at major bases. Is the host okay? The awakening system observed the consciousness sea vibrating several times, but not falling into darkness directly. The core chip, which was stuck in her throat, finally eased a bit. Yi Yao wiped the blood from the corner of her eye. This level of mental-type zombifier played dirty, launching a powerful move right away. Usually, don't they save their trump cards for later in a fight? As expected of a mental-type zombifier, their intelligence develops much faster than that of zombifiers of other attributes. and they know how to catch their opponents off guard for a one-hit kill. Her ears, eyes, and head all hurt now. But this also confirmed her previous guess. Even with level suppression, a mental attack couldn't take her down in one go. A level 1 mental-type zombifier could only launch a mental attack once every 2 hours after its first use, and as levels increase, the attack intervals gradually shorten. Yao watched the level 1 mental-type zombifier quickly retreat into the operating room and followed closely. Since you've used your trump card, this is now my domain. She chased along the dark corridor, which was pitch black with no light, the occasional mechanical dripping sound echoing eerily in the quiet darkness. Although she couldn't see clearly with her left eye, the nanobots faithfully relayed images to her right eye, allowing Yao to be unaffected by the darkness. She chased all the way to the innermost operating room, darting in and quickly shutting the door behind her. A sharp claw lunged at her, which she blocked with her blade. "Host, it seems like they really dislike your face," the Awakening system quipped, observing the trajectory of that claw attack. "Keep an eye on it," Yao instructed. Although the mental-type zombifier had enhanced its brain, its physical strength wasn't as monstrous as zombifiers of other attributes. But it was still formidable, especially in terms of intelligence, being much smarter than zombifiers of other attributes. The zombifier missed its attack and quickly retreated, shaking its wounded hand at Yao before roaring angrily and grabbing a nearby corpse to charge towards the door. Yao intercepted with her knife, and they clashed again. The zombifier was quite small except for its head, using the corpse as a shield. Several times, Yao almost struck its brain, but only managed to inflict minor scratches due to its dodging, with most damage taken by the body. Yao wanted to store the body in her space, but the zombifier held onto it tightly, preventing her from doing so and worsening the injury to her already wounded consciousness, causing her left eye to go completely blind. After a round of exchanges, both retreated. Yao gasped for breath, guarding the door while watching the zombifier, dragging the bloody corpse back and forth, her brows furrowing in cold irritation. This stalemate wouldn't work. Her stamina was running low. Before she could come up with a countermeasure, the zombifier quickly threw the corpse it was holding at her. Yao dodged to the side, and her right eye transmitted the image of the zombifier hiding beside the corpse and charging towards the door, taking advantage of her momentary evasion to reach it. There was no time. A silver light flashed, like a meteor shot from Yao's fingertips, crashing towards the zombifier's head. Bang! Like a comet striking the earth. The zombifier's head was blasted away in half, while its slender claws could only reach the door of the operating room. Warning! 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 Host is overloading abilities. Body is entering a secondary negative state. Without energy replenishment, the system will automatically enter hibernation mode, waiting to be activated. Yao, who is already exhausted, overextended her abilities once more, causing the awakening system to be forcibly pulled back into the consciousness sea. As the consciousness sea shook violently, the silver energy crystal core in the middle began to turn gray. Due to the binding relationship, the system's self-protection program activated, entering hibernation mode. This was a rhythm of doom. After using the space blade again, Yao felt as if her head had been smashed several times with a heavy object. And with the added impact of the corpse hitting the door, she spat out a mouthful of blood. Hearing the awakening system's announcement in her mind, she didn't even have the strength to move the corpse off her, plunging directly into darkness. The operating room was terrifyingly silent, filled with the strong stench of decaying bodies and blood, as if time had stopped flowing there, leaving only endless darkness. After an unknown amount of time, Yao woke from her unconscious state, moved the corpse off her head, and wiped the blood off her face. How much does this zombifier dislike her face? It was one thing to claw at her face, but the thrown corpse also targeted her face. That was too much. She should have slashed it a few more times. Wait, why didn't she feel the dullness she experienced after her first power overextension? Instead, she felt quite refreshed. Even her eyesight, previously affected by the injury to her consciousness had recovered. She could take on another level 1 mental-type zombifier if it came at her. Beloved, beloved, she called out twice in her mind, but the familiar mechanical voice did not respond, and Yao couldn't help but feel worried. She remembered that before she fainted, she vaguely heard about the hibernation state. She was bound to the awakening system, so it was impossible for her to be lively while the awakening system was still in hibernation. Never mind, she needed to leave this place first. Without the awakening system, the nanobot vision couldn't be activated. Yao took out a flashlight from her space and picked up the transparent crystal core next to the level 1 mental type zombifier's body. Looking at the 8 stars on it, she couldn't help but smile. Her efforts in overextending her abilities hadn't been in vain. She gently pulled open the operating room door, revealing a small crack. It was already bright outside, and sunlight streamed through the windows, casting a dim gray hue over the dark corridor. The previously empty floor, due to the level 1 mental type zombifier's demise, now saw an influx of zombifiers from the lower levels as the level suppression had vanished. A casual glance revealed 3 or 4 in the corridor, and she had no idea about the situation outside the operating room. Yao sikit deeply, mi sink herbelovet deeply. Beep. Program startup complete. The awakening system observed the consciousness C returning to normal, almost overflowing with excitement. Beloved, you've finally woken up. Quickly release the little nanobots and check the situation outside. The familiar mechanical voice rang out, and Yi Yao's face lit up with joy. She had woken up just in time. Seeing the host immediately wanting to put it to work, the awakening system, which had repeatedly emphasized the seriousness of her overextension, said angrily, "Host, you're being too reckless. If it weren't for the timely replenishment of a large amount of life energy, you would have suffered brain death." It was also about to enter permanent hibernation. Yi Yao looked at the little metal ball jumping around in the consciousness sea, expressing its anger, and awkwardly scratched her nose. It wasn't that she acted impulsively. She had just instinctively unleashed her abilities. It's fine. I assent to it. But why didn't you give me a heads up about having life energy? Such a good resource. If I had it, would I let you fall into a coma? The awakening system emerged from the consciousness sea, speaking irritably. Then where did it come from? Wasn't this something only healing ability users had? With such a good healing effect, could there be a hidden high-level healer around? Activating the nanobot vision, Yi Yao looked at the little metal ball hovering above her right shoulder, finally fixing her gaze on the male corpse she had pushed aside. Could it be what she was thinking? The last object she came into contact with before losing consciousness. Chapter 15. Tang Seng's meat looking at the naked male corpse lying at her feet, covered in blood and completely unrecognizable, with key parts heavily pixelated. Yi Wei glanced at the awakening system and raised an eyebrow. Is that really necessary? She wasn't a child. In the awakening era, corpses were everywhere, and she had seen all kinds. In order to ensure the host's civilized and harmonious mental health, the backend system will enforce this. Any disharmonious images will be pixelated. The corners of Yi Wei's mouth tightened into a straight line as she compromised. Fine, if it was enforced, what could she say? So is this a dead body or a living person? The host was a corpse before losing consciousness, and is now a living person. A faint heartbeat has been detected, and a large amount of life energy in the body is repairing it. It is expected to take 48 hours to complete the repair. The awakening system hovered above the man, relaying the scan results. Dead? And then alive again? How impressive. Why had she never heard of such a powerful healing ability in her previous life? To be precise, as long as most of his body remains intact and the core hasn't exploded, even if he is dead, he can be revived if there's enough time for recovery, especially since he carries a significant amount of life energy in his flesh. Wow, ISNT that Tang Seng's meat? Yi Wei exclaimed as she touched the man's arm. Ugh. No, it was a man's arm. The temperature was a bit low, but it was definitely not at corpse temperature, and it did not feel stiff. The muscle lines on the arm were quite nice. What kind of metaphor was that? The awakening system quickly searched its database and finally understood the meaning from a classic novel, explaining further, currently, this person's healing ability has surpassed level 1. But the concentration of his life energy is indeed beyond the usual range. Upgraded so quickly, Yi Wei was astonished. She had heard of exceptionally talented individuals breaking through in certain environments, but it was rare to see. She never expected to encounter a genius in this new life. She didn't know how many people had awakened to level 1, but to have a spot among only 5 people globally was incredibly impressive. Yue stroked her chin and suddenly realized, I was wondering why the mental-type corpse controller didn't flee when it missed its attack, but instead squeezed into a dead end like the operating room. During the fight, I thought it was just a shield. It turns out the reason was here. This person must have been locked up here and subjected to torment when he began to awaken his healing ability. The mental-type corpse controller could only numb consciousness in the early stages, but that was enough to prevent him from detonating the core after awakening. Thus, he was trapped in a cycle of darkness, torment, death, repair, and revival, forcing the activity and intensity of his healing ability to expand infinitely. Even after breaking through the level, he was still suppressed by the similarly leveled mental-type corpse controller. No wonder there was a level 1 corpse controller just 2 weeks into the Awakening era, relying on its infinite supply of flesh and energy. It was strange not to level up. Yue thought about how this person had endured more than 10 days in a situation where he couldn't live or die. Even the actions of inspecting his wounds had become much lighter. Host, should we wait here for him to awaken? We need to wait 2 more days. That's too long. What time is it now? It has been 36 hours since we came out. I was unconscious for that long. Yue looked at the awakening system in surprise. She had just opened a crack in the door to check if it was dawn and thought only a few hours had passed. But it had actually been a day and a half. If it weren't for this person saving you, there's a 99 chance we would have been stuck here forever. Now, being unconscious for just 35 hours is quite good. The electronic eyes of the awakening system simulated rolling eyes at Yue. All right, her life had indeed been saved by him, but she had been out for too long. Her family must be worried. Thinking back to the promise she made to her brother to return before dawn, and now it had been 2 dawns, she couldn't delay any longer. Yue instructed the awakening system, calculate the route out. I need to prepare and bring him along. Okay, even without the life-saving grace. Thinking about the inhumane torment this person had suffered made Yue feel a bit guilty about leaving him here. She took off her coat and tied it around his waist, wrapped him up in a blue medical protective pad, and then strapped him to her back. Due to height reasons, the man's feet dragged on the ground, so Yue could only secure his long legs around her waist. From behind, the man's figure completely covered Yue, leaving only her slender calves visible. After experiencing a familiar darkness, the man returned to the pitch-black, lightless operating room. But this time, there was only the familiar itch and pain from the growth of flesh, without the excruciating biting pain that made him wish to die. The sounds of swallowing and chewing that had terrified him were also gone, and his head, which had felt as heavy as lead, felt a bit lighter. There seemed to be a hint of floral fragrance at the tip of his nose, dispelling the nauseating stench of decay. He felt as if he were being held in a warm embrace, allowing a glimmer of light to seep into his tightly wound and despairing heart. And his consciousness once again fell into a deep sleep. How is it? After binding the man, Yue asked the awakening system for the calculated results. We will proceed along the original route. There are 4 corpse controllers in the surgical passage, but only 2 outside. We should aim for a quick resolution. There are currently some corpse controllers on the 10th floor moving toward this direction. All right. Yue gripped her weapon tightly and tossed the corpse of a level 1 corpse controller, which had only half a head left due to an explosion, out of the operating room. The residual level suppression made the corpse controllers in the passage flee in panic. Seizing the opportunity, Yue quickly dashed out, and carrying a person did not significantly affect her speed. She burst out of the operating room and casually blocked the large door behind her. Outside, 2 corpse controllers, hearing the commotion, quickly approached, only to be dispatched by Yue with a swift strike to their heads. Hurry! Corpse controllers are coming up, the awakening system reminded, watching the staircase footage from the nanobots. Yue accelerated and rushed to the original office, quickly descending the rope she had left behind. Running up to the surrounding wall, she noticed the corpse controllers beginning to encircle from below. Yue shook her left arm, which had been accidentally scratched, and continued running. Why did the host just turn around to take the damage? According to calculations, having a healing-type ability user take the hit is the optimal solution. The awakening system inquired, puzzled by the scene from their retreat from the hospital. It was a wound that could be quickly healed by a healing-type ability user. Why did the host take it instead? Yue was running quickly, observing the feedback from the tiny nanobots, easily dispatching the couple of corpse controllers that charged at her. Hearing the Awakening System's question, she felt a bit dazed herself. Her instinctive reaction had already taken a hit. Thinking about the torment this person had suffered in the operating room, Yue softly said, "He's already in enough pain. You humans have quite complex emotions." The Awakening System remarked, "What emotions? A life-saving grace deserves to be repaid. I've decided to take him away, and I definitely need to protect him." She was just grateful for his life-saving act, watching her become increasingly fierce in dispatching the corpse controllers. The Awakening System chose not to speak further and went ahead to scout the situation. After crossing the elevated bridge in the park, Yue hopped on a motorcycle and smoothly returned home. She stumbled a bit when jumping down from the wall. Carrying a man who was at least 185 centimeters tall and weighed at least 160 Gene was exhausting. "Host, the house has been attacked, and the injuries are severe." The Awakening System, which had returned home earlier than Yue, quickly reported the situation it had observed. "What?" Yue looked up, shocked. Chapter 16. Attack at home. Ignoring the discomfort from the chest compression, Yi Yao rushed into the house. The front door was damaged, and the living room was severely vandalized. What made her even more anxious were the several bloodstains on the floor, especially at the basement staircase, where a large pool of bright red blood lay next to the unconscious Yizhan. "Where's everyone?" Yi Yao said anxiously, her eyes red. "Damn it, if I had returned before dawn as promised. Could this have been avoided?" After confirming that Yizhan was still alive, albeit with a gash on his forehead, Yi Yao's heart eased by a quarter. She hurriedly laid the person on her back down and helped Yizhan into a more comfortable position. "Xiao Yao Damom." Yizhan struggled to maintain a bit of clarity, unwilling to fully lose consciousness, knowing his family was waiting for him to save them. "Brother, don't worry. I will definitely. What if the worst outcome happened?" Yi Yao felt a wave of darkness wash over her, and the images of the three lonely graves from her previous life resurfaced in her mind. Hearing the familiar voice, Yizhan could no longer hold on and fainted again. "Host, your parents and younger brother are at the martial arts school, all have gunshot wounds, and the situation is not optimistic. Especially your father. He has been shot in the chest. You need to be prepared." The Awakening System, sensing the vibrations in Yi Yao's consciousness, spoke again. If it weren't for her awakened abilities that strengthen her body, she would probably only be seeing corpses now. "Not optimistic? What does that mean?" Yi Yao gently placed her brother on the ground and looked at the scene through her right eye. All three were unconscious, and the large amounts of blood made her heart feel as if it were being crushed by a 1,000-pound stone. She stood up and rushed towards the martial arts school, but when she reached the back door of the house, she turned back and picked up a fallen cup from the ground. Looking at the man wrapped tightly, though his face was dirty, his features were still delicate. Yi Yao tore open the medical protective pad wrapped around him. The severely injured waist wound had mostly stopped bleeding. Positioning the cup under the wound, she squeezed it directly, watching the freshly flowing blood slowly fill the cup. With red eyes, she dared not look at the man's tightly furrowed brows and whispered, "I'm sorry." Even in his unconscious state, the pain from the reopened wound made the man groan softly. In his dazed mind, he seemed to hear a woman's weeping. He wanted to comfort her, but struggled several times, still unable to withstand the pull of darkness, and fell back into a deep sleep. After collecting a small half-cup of blood, Yi Yao stopped squeezing the wound and quickly used the medical protective pad to cover the bleeding area, then hurried to the martial arts school. Without checking the injuries of the three, she first poured the blood into the severely injured Yi Xiangyang's mouth, then did the same for the other two. Watching the bullets being pushed out and the bleeding stop, Yi Yao couldn't help but sigh. Although this Tang Seng blood couldn't grant eternal life, its miraculous function would probably attract the attention of demons and monsters even more than Tang Seng's flesh. All three are out of immediate danger, but they are still weak due to blood loss. It is recommended to feed each person an additional 5 milliliters. The Awakening System reported the detection data and made a suggestion. Yi Yao glanced at the cup in her hand, still containing a small amount of blood, and thought of the man's muffled groans when she squeezed his wound. She shook her head and said, "As long as they're not in danger, that's fine. I'll carry them back. Keep an eye on them for me." "Okay." Yi Yao moved the three people from the martial arts school back to the sofa in the living room, simply treating the wounds she could handle. Then fetched thin blankets from the room to cover all 5. Adhering to the principle of not wasting, she added some mineral water to the remaining Tang Seng blood and fed it to Yijan. The supplies in the basement had basically been swept clean. Even the diesel barrels were taken away. Only some daily necessities remained, and they had been severely damaged. She collected the usable items into her space, and the damaged ones were thrown away along with the garbage from the living room. After a busy time, the sky gradually darkened. Yi Yao pulled the curtains closed and turned on the emergency lights. While munching on some biscuits, she looked at the relatively intact map and said to the Awakening system, "My dear, send the little nano to check on that group of people to the south." Okay. The Awakening system had already sent the nano-robots to scout the area for clues, and now it directly commanded the little nano to check the previously mentioned southern shopping mall. The attackers had swept away the supplies in the basement, but the kitchen remained intact. Confirming that the gas stove was still usable, Yao looked at the 5 people in a deep sleep and sighed. "I'll make some porridge. I can't let the patients go hungry." "My dear, pull up the porridge recipe," Yao said while washing the rice. "Does the host want to make seafood porridge or mushroom lean meat porridge?" Yao awkwardly rubbed her nose and said, "Just plain rice porridge." If she knew how to cook, she wouldn't need its help to pull up a recipe. Following the recipe, she added rice and water and turned on the heat, constantly stirring with a spatula. Watching the rice porridge gradually thicken, Yao couldn't help but feel happy. If her younger brother dared to call her a kitchen killer again, she'd shove the rice porridge in his mouth. "Host, your older brother is awake." Just as the Awakening system finished speaking, the person who had been at the stove had disappeared. When Yao returned to the living room, she saw Yijan struggling to stand up, and she hurried to support him. "Xiao Yao." Yijan shook his still dizzy head. He had been worried about his little sister for 2 days, and before he could feel happy, he anxiously said, "Quick, go to the martial arts school." Seeing her pale, brother still worried about the others, Yao quickly reassured him. "Brother, it's okay. Dad, Mom, and Xiao Di are all fine. They're no longer in danger." Yijan, supported by Yi Yao, sat on a single sofa. Looking at the others lying on the sofa, his previously tense spirit relaxed a little. Rubbing his head, he looked at Yi Yao and said, "You didn't come back that morning, and Dad and Mom were worried. So I came out alone to find you the next morning and left Dad and Xiao Di at home. When I returned, gunshots rang out, and Dad, Mom, and Xiao Di had already been attacked. It was that group from the south. They had guns. I should have brought our parents and Xiao Di with me to find you." Listening to Yi Zhan's account and seeing his guilty expression, Yi Yao felt even more guilty. If she had been stronger, if her coma had been shorter, if she had brought her family along from the start, would this have happened? "Brother, it's my fault. I should have arranged everything before acting. Your side's time is pressing. I can't blame you. By the way, are you okay?" Yi Zhan recalled what his sister had said about upgrading the crystal core before leaving and asked with concern. "I'm fine. I successfully got the items." She took out an 8-star level 1 crystal core from her space and handed it to Yi Zhan. Yi Zhan looked at the marble-sized transparent crystal core and felt that its energy was indeed purer than the ordinary crystal cores he had absorbed before. He asked, "How do you use this?" "Just absorb it, but only 5-star or above crystal cores can be used for upgrades. However, there will be a mental shock during the upgrade. If you endure it, you'll advance. If not, you'll be corpse-iffied. The higher the star level, the smaller the mental shock." In her previous life, many people, after awakening their abilities, were afraid to advance and hid in the base doing the cheapest work, but they couldn't escape the upgrade missions. Humanity has no retreat. Either improve personal strength or face corpseification or direct erasure of consciousness by the missions. Yi Zhan nodded, his nostrils twitching as he sniffed, and asked, "What smells burnt?" "Ah, my porridge." Watching her little sister bounce into the kitchen, Yi Yao's gloomy face finally showed a hint of a smile. It was good to have the family together. Chapter 17, The Butterfly Effect, listening to the clattering sounds from the kitchen. Yi Zhan recalled that the only 2 renovations of the kitchen at home had both happened after his younger sister started cooking. He still got up and walked to the kitchen. He pulled aside the clumsy Yi Yao and took over the cleanup. He couldn't help but sigh that his sister truly deserved the title of kitchen killer. After the congee boiled over and spilled onto the stove flames, it was saved in time. Although a bit of it was wasted and some turned yellow, it was still a successful bowl of plain rice porridge. He fed some to the other 4 people, and the 2 siblings each held a bowl and drank heartily. "Who is that person?" Yizhan asked, looking at the man lying on the ground, bare-chested. If he wasn't mistaken, the coat around the man's waist belonged to his sister. "He was the one I encountered when I killed a corpse in the hospital. He saved me," Yao explained simply while lowering her head to drink the porridge. She concealed the man's extraordinary healing ability, not out of distrust for her elder brother, but because it concerned the man's personal safety. Seeing Yao answer the question without looking at him, Yizhan raised an eyebrow but did not pursue it further. He then asked, "How do you plan to arrange for that person?" He woke up. He can decide for himself. He can stay here if he wants. After all, he is a lifesaver, and we are planning to form a mercenary team, right? Of course, I'll keep an eye on him. If he turns out to be a bad person, I'll kick him out immediately. Forget it. Since he saved you, he's also a benefactor to our family. Let's see what happens when he wakes up. Yizhan compromised, looking at Yao, who kept assuring him. Host found it. They have basically moved everything to the first-floor warehouse of the Silver Plaza Mall, the Awakening system said. Yao finished her last spoonful of porridge while looking at the footage sent back by the small nano. Yizhan was startled to see a sudden change in his sister's right eye and quickly asked, "What happened to your eye?" "This is my ability. Its main function is to scout. Currently, the maximum range is 30 kilometers, Yao explained briefly. "Big brother, I've already located where our things are. I want to retrieve them before it gets dark. No, if the things are gone, we can gather them again. There are many of them, and several are ability users, including one with control-type abilities. If he is watching, it will slow down the entire team, including reaction speed. That one is a mental-type ability user," Yao explained based on Yizhan's description. "Big brother, I have already taken down a level 1 mental-type corpse. This is just a newly awakened mental-type ability user. It will be fine. Plus, I'm only going to retrieve our belongings. I won't confront anyone head-on. That's too dangerous. Wait for me to recover a bit, and we'll go tomorrow. Big brother, you said they are numerous, and our supplies will likely run out quickly. We have 4 patients who need to replenish their nutrition. I'll go and come back quickly. I promise I won't cause any trouble. If I'm discovered, I won't linger and will retreat immediately." Yizhan looked at Yi Yao's determined expression and then at the pale, bloodless faces of the 4 people, and sighed softly. 2 hours. If you don't come back in 2 hours, I'll go look for you. Okay, it's just transporting some things. It won't take long, Yi Yao smiled and said. After stacking all the remaining supplies in the space in the kitchen, Yao took a knife and some necessary ropes and tools and set off. Yizhan watched Yi Yao disappear into the night again, feeling that her changes were indeed significant. Unknowingly, many decisions at home had been made subtly by her. It seemed that if he didn't work harder, he would be surpassed by his sister too much. The mall at night was no longer flashing with neon lights as it used to, thanks to the 3-day rain during the cleaning plan. There weren't many people left to shop, resulting in relatively few corpses around, mostly just mall employees. At night, the hearing of the corpses is stronger than during the day, so to avoid leaving too many traces, Yi Yao ran all the way to the mall and hid in a large tree on the outskirts. Watching the footage transmitted by the small nano, she calculated her entry route. Host, you are petite, from the machine room. Go through the ventilation duct to the warehouse. They have layer control around the perimeter, making it hard to break through. The Awakening system provided the calculated plan, showing the entry route in the footage. Okay, good job, my dear. You'll be rewarded when you return. Yi Yao nodded and quickly acted based on the confirmed route. After killing 2 corpse workers in the machine room, she obtained 2 crystal cores and successfully passed through the duct to reach the warehouse. She didn't even count the items, controlling her ability. She stored everything in her space and returned through the duct to the machine room, the entire process going very smoothly. Host, I've detected a team hunting level 1 strength-type corpses 1 kilometer east of the mall. Should we head over? The Awakening system reminded Yi Yao as she prepared to retreat. Is there really that many level 1 corpses after just over 10 days? Yi Yao asked in confusion. The number of level 1 ability users on the instance platform was still in single digits. How could the corpses evolve so quickly? Watching the footage transmitted by the small nano, the hunting team was very well coordinated, unlike the initial survivor teams that fought without any strategy. They also had firearms. and firearms could still deal a certain amount of damage to ability users below level 3. The level 1 strength-type corpse was an adult man whose exaggerated muscles burst through his clothes. His key parts were still heavily pixelated, but it didn't affect the force of his punch, which shattered the sturdy marble bar. However, his speed was lacking. Under the barrage of fire, he charged wildly, and those who couldn't dodge in time were often severely injured or even killed. Then, someone appeared inside, confirming Yi Yao's suspicion about this group. Dressed in a white dress was Ning Yaru, our female protagonist. This was the army the protagonist entered early on. No wonder their coordination was so seamless. Watching the protagonist, Ning Yaru, hide behind the soldiers to treat the injured, her white ability gave her already beautiful face an even more sacred glow, making her look like a little angel caring for the world. Why is the protagonist group here? The previous book didn't mention any level 1 corpses nearby. Yi Yao asked the Awakening system in surprise. Currently gathering world progress data. Please wait. Seeing the Awakening system return to the sea of consciousness, Yi Yao suddenly felt a bit uneasy. No, she still had to go and see. She ran all the way to the office building and climbed up a street lamp. Before she could ask for the specific location of the people, the Awakening system said, "Host, very bad news. According to calculations, the historical timeline is attempting to correct the butterfly effect brought about by you." What do you mean? Yi Yao hurriedly asked. According to the original timeline, the high star level 1 crystal core you obtained from the second hospital belongs to the protagonist Ning Yaru. Because of your interception, the operational rules of this world automatically compensated for the part that should have belonged to her. This big guy is a supply level 1 upgrade crystal core for the protagonist? Yes. In the book, the protagonist Ning Yaru gets good things. How could she always get them? Yi Yao asked incredulously. To be precise, the plot direction in the book will be corrected and filled in because of the changes you brought about. Your family was supposed to die. This attack was also something that should have happened as per the operational rules. Yi Yao was furious. Did that mean that everything she was doing was meaningless? Were her family members in danger right now? Looking at the small metal ball floating in front of her, she questioned again, then are my family members destined to die? Is my crystal core destined to be a spatial button for the protagonist? Chapter 18. Making Trouble. Intercept. Plot correction is not something that can be adjusted at any time. The world operates under its own set of rules, and plot correction must also operate within those rules, the Awakening system quickly explained. After your family has gone through a correction, regardless of the outcome, the world's operating rules will assume the correct direction, and thus no further corrections can be made. The anger in my chest finally subsided a bit. It's not predetermined, that's good. So I just need to pay attention to my elder brother's death in a year and my own death in 4 years. Although the world has rules, the uncontrollability is too great, especially since your death is directly linked to the female lead's opportunities. It's not as simple as just paying attention. And should I kill the female lead now? No. According to the calculations, if you kill the female lead, the backlash you will face will be uncontrollable. Additionally, a new female lead will be born under the plot correction, and then where will we find her? In the vast sea of people? I can't kill her. And even if I suppress the female lead and compete for opportunities, the plot correction will still send new opportunities to her. Yi Yao said, feeling a bit discouraged. She had thought that the female lead had too many advantages from reading novels, and now that the plot god certification had come down, what could she compete with? Host, if we do nothing, wouldn't your family have died early? At least now your family has escaped the plot correction, and the 8-star first-level upgrade crystal core belonging to the female lead is in your space. The Awakening system encouraged, looking at the downcast Yi Yao. Right? The fate of her family being doomed from the start had already changed, so why be so down? She had already learned about the female lead's advantages from a novel. So wasn't that her own advantage? That shiny upgrade crystal core was proof. My dear, help me check their specific location. We need to make trouble, Yi Yao said, looking determinedly at the building in front of her. After all, she was a woman holding the script. In the first-floor hall, Guo Yonghui commanded his team to surround the first-level power-type corpsification users tightly. Watching the consumption of bullets, he couldn't help but frown, drawing his big knife and shouting, "First squad, fall back. Second squad, cover and restrain me." After saying that, He charged forward, moving extremely fast, appearing to teleport to the naked eye, and directly slashed the knife at the neck of the ability user. The corpseification user was furious and punched towards Guiyanghui's head, but for Guiyanghui, who had awakened speed abilities, it was still very slow. After easily dodging, the second squad's various ability projectiles smashed into the corpseification user, creating a spectacular display. Wow, my dear, this is even more beautiful than fireworks, Yao exclaimed as she watched the not-so-good-looking corpseification user being blown up. The damage dealt to the corpseification user isn't significant. Rather, it's the damage from the speed ability user using the knife that is quite impressive under the speed boost. The Awakening system commented, unimpressed by the flashy display. Guiyanghui saw the corpseification user charging towards the second squad and quickly went forward to meet the attack, drawing the corpseification user's aggro back and dodging to allow the second squad to launch another wave of attacks. This kite-flying tactic kept the first-level power-type corpseification user completely restrained. My dear, this won't do. The crystal core is about to be in the female lead's hands, Yao said anxiously, watching the big guy being toyed with. Host, we've been out for almost 2 hours. Shouldn't we head back? The Awakening system reminded, seeing Yao enjoying the show. Yao slapit had fordehat in frustration. She had lost track of time while watching the show. No, it was their actions that were too slow. So many people with abilities and guns, and they still hadn't taken it down after so long. But she couldn't bear to just go back like this. Let's watch a bit longer. After Yao said that, she saw the first-level power-type corpseification user pick up a marble from the ground and smash it towards the fireworks squad, causing them to fall down. Without the fireworks squad's restraint, Guiyanghui, caught off guard, was hit by the punch of the corpseification user. Guiyanghui's pupils dilated as he saw the first-level power-type corpseification user charging at him, as if he saw death approaching. He prepared to use his ability at the cost of exhaustion, ready to take them down together and give his teammates a chance to retreat. Suddenly, a black figure blocked in front of him, a flash of a knife, and the corpseification user's half-severed head flew into the air, the massive body falling straight to the ground. Yao turned around to look at the man lying on the ground, who had a square face and looked around 35, dressed in a neat military uniform. If it weren't for his disheveled appearance, he would have looked quite military. Pulling the person up, Yao asked, "Are you okay?" I'm fine." Guiyanghui looked at the petite girl who barely reached his chest, somewhat incredulous that such delicate arms could sever the head of a first-level corpseification user. He repeatedly thanked her. Indeed, women are no less than men. "Thank you very much for saving me. I am Guiyanghui, captain of the 2nd Armed Team of H City." Yao nodded and said, "Yao. Thank you so much, Yao. Are you planning to join us at the survivor base in B City?" Guiyanghui asked again, unable to resist wanting to pull her into the team. Just that one slash, although it was unclear what ability it was clearly much faster than the members of the second squad. "No, I have my own team." Yao shook her head and said, looking at this man who would have been severely injured in the battle for the first-level upgrade crystal core in the original plot, now standing completely in front of her. She wanted to see how the plot god would correct it, rubbing her chest where she was hit by the punch. Guiyanghui saw the team automatically entering a rest state and invited her again. "Yao, why don't you stay here tonight to rest? We're almost done organizing here, and we'll have some hot food soon." "No, my team members are still waiting for me to return." Yao shook her head and refused, watching Guiyanghui's team quickly set up a temporary resting place, even managing the dozens of survivors attached to them very well. She felt again that her team of 5 at home was too small, and when she returned, she needed to urge her elder brother to recruit more talent. "Host, making trouble?" The Awakening system looked at Yao, who was about to leave, and questioned, "This is clearly not making trouble. This is doing good deeds." Yao rolled her eyes in her heart and replied to the Awakening system, "Isn't this already making trouble?" This Guiyanghui in the original plot had to risk injury to obtain the crystal core, and now he has only minor internal injuries. "The key issue is the crystal core," the Awakening system said, confused. "Captain, we just dug out the crystal core from that powerful corpseification user." A small, clever soldier handed the crystal core to Guiyanghui. Gui Yonghui didn't notice the special nature of this crystal core and directly handed it to Yi Yao, saying, Yi Yao, take this crystal core. After all, it was your slash that did it. Our losses will definitely be severe. Yi Yao raised her eyebrows and said to the Awakening system, Isn't the crystal core here now? The Awakening system looked at the crystal core being handed over and felt depressed. Goodbye, it was my fault for speaking too much. The crystal core in hand was grayish but still had a slightly deeper color. It was a 6-star upgrade crystal core. Isn't it supposed to be 8 stars? Why is the one given to the female lead only 6 stars? Do you think 8-star crystal cores are as common as cabbages? Plot corrections must conform to the world's operating rules. It's impossible to replicate everything perfectly, the Awakening system replied irritably. Yi Yao felt ecstatic in her heart. As long as she continued to intercept and make trouble, no matter how great the female lead's advantages were, they would be weakened. Yi Yao, is this your first time seeing a crystal core? Gui Yonghui asked, seeing the girl radiating joy. No, Brother Yonghui, I need to check your injuries. Chapter 19 Upgrading to the Crystal Core. Ning Yaru gave a bit of her supernatural ability to a few heavily injured team members before rushing over to check on the captain's injuries. Watching the captain hand the crystal core to the girl beside him made her feel uncomfortable, as if something that originally belonged to her had been taken away. However, she rationally knew that without the girl's brave intervention just now, it would have been difficult for their group to escape unscathed. Seeing Gui Yonghui remain silent, she smiled at the girl with a cold expression and expressed her gratitude. Thank you for helping us just now. Yue nodded and couldn't help but complain to the Awakening system while looking at the female lead in a white dress. She really is a stunning white lotus. The Awakening system flew up and down, indicating agreement. Ning Yaru had a clean and pure appearance, untainted by the world, and she was quite attractive. With a temperament like the warm sun in winter, extremely healing. Even her voice was soft and gentle. With such looks, she certainly deserved to be the female lead. Gui Yonghui smiled and introduced the two. Yue, this is Ning Yaru, a healer. You two are around the same age, so we'll get to know each other. Yaru, this is Yue, the one who just saved us. Yue, your skills are amazing. If you have time, teach me, Ning Yaru said with a smile, nodding in praise. I might not have time to teach you. I have to go back. Yue refused, thinking, why would I teach you just to use it against me? She wasn't stupid. I thought you would go with us to the survivor base in City B. Ning Yaru said, looking disappointed. No, I have my own mercenary team. Then your team must be very strong. Your ability is also speed-based like Brother Yonghui's, right? I just saw you appear in front of Brother Yonghui like a superhero and take out the corpse changer. Your Majesty. Why do I feel like the female lead style suddenly changed? Isn't she a white lotus? Why does she suddenly give off a green tea vibe? Who cares about her style? As long as we can seize the opportunity, that's enough. The Awakening system focused on the crystal core in Yue's hand. Yi nodded. Did she really want to tell the female lead that she was from a space system? She then turned to Gui Yonghui and said, This isn't my first time seeing a crystal core. It's just that this one is different from others. What's different? Gui Yonghui asked in surprise, taking out a crystal core from a previously hunted level 1 corpse changer and comparing the two. Aside from a slight color difference, there seemed to be no other distinctions. Yue looked at the 4-star level 1 crystal core and felt even more convinced of her thoughts. The reason Ning Yaru was able to obtain her level 1 upgraded crystal core so smoothly was that the military had no idea about the special nature of upgraded crystal cores. Pointing at the 6-star marks on the gray crystal core in her hand, she said, This is the difference. This one has it too, just a bit less. Ning Yaru said. Seeing that the two of them still looked confused, Yue decided to stop playing riddles and said directly, Crystal cores with 5-star marks or more of the same level can be used as upgraded crystal cores for the same level abilities. This 6-star level 1 crystal core can be used for upgrading level 1 abilities, and after upgrading, it can exempt you from the promotion dungeon. Ning Yaru almost gasped in shock, but Gui Yonghui quickly covered her mouth to suppress her voice. Once Gui Yonghui released his grip, he lowered his voice and quickly confirmed. Yue, this isn't a joke. Can't abilities only be upgraded by clearing the promotion dungeon? Captain Gu, I have no reason to lie to you about this. Are you still going to give me this crystal core? Yue held the crystal core out to Gui Yonghui again for confirmation. Gu Yonghui looked at the gray crystal core in front of him, which could actually exempt him from the promotion dungeon. However, the girl in front of him had just saved him and shared such important information. He couldn't bring himself to take the crystal core back. Gritting his teeth, he said, "The crystal core was originally yours, so take it." "Then thank you, Captain Gu. If you need help later, you can find me at the Tianju Martial Arts Hall in the south of the city." Yi Wei put the crystal core back in her pocket, actually returning it to her space, and continued, "Then I will take my leave. Be careful on your way, Yi Wei." Gu Yonghui didn't try to keep her any longer and shook hands to say goodbye. Watching the girl's figure disappear into the night, Ning Yaru, who had been holding back her feelings, finally spoke up, "Brother Yonghui, that crystal core is so important. How could you just give it away?" She felt an indescribable oddness and discomfort from the girl named Yi Wei just now. "Xiaorui, this crystal core was exchanged for such important information, and she saved us." Gu Yonghui explained gently to the girl beside him. He knew the importance of that crystal core, but he valued Yi Wei even more. He gently patted the girl's shoulder and comforted her with a smile. "We can continue hunting high-star crystal cores. There will be more." Seeing that Gu Yonghui had no intention of reclaiming the crystal core and instead returned to the team to eat and rest, Ning Yaru could only give up and continue her healing work with the team. "Host, you told Gu Yonghui the secret of the upgraded crystal core. And now you've told Ning Yaru too?" The Awakening system asked, looking at Yi Wei, who was running quickly. "Do you think that when Gu Yonghui hunts high-star crystal cores next time, how likely is it that they will end up in Ning Yaru's hands? Based on the current ranking of their team's ability strength, she'd be at least third in line. High-star crystal cores aren't so easy to obtain. Even if the plot correction is meant to give the female lead a high-star crystal core, it would still take until the third person. Ning Yaru's ability growth won't wait for that time. She will definitely be dragged into the promotion dungeon. I just want her to understand the importance of these things. But she won't be able to get them." "Wow, host, you're being a bit mischievous," the Awakening system teased. Yi Wei snorted coldly in her heart, believing that the female lead Ning Yaru was worse. Relying on such good fortune had not brought about good outcomes for those around her. Even if she became an interstellar queen, the operation of the Awakening dungeon had not stopped. After an uneventful journey, they quickly returned home. As soon as they entered the door, they were met with 4 pairs of eyes staring at them, raising the hairs on their backs. Before she could speak, Yi Wei was scolded by her parents, while her older brother and younger brother merely watched the show, showing no intention of coming to her aid. "If you stay out late again, I will." Yi Xiangyong had actually woken up and heard his eldest son say that his daughter's promotion dungeon had been activated, which is why she had gone out to look for the upgraded crystal core. Looking at Yi Wei, who was listening obediently, he couldn't bring himself to say any punitive words. He hated his own lack of strength even more. Seeing her father suddenly tear up and sit dejectedly on the sofa, Yi Wei quickly comforted him. "Dad, Mom, it's okay. Even if I have to crawl back, I will as long as you are still here." "What are you saying?" "But in the future, for such long outings, you should discuss it with the family. Communication is not convenient now, and we will be very worried." Hizishu patted Yi Wei's shoulder and educated her. "Okay, Dad, Mom, and little brother, you are still weak, so you should rest early." Yi Wei noticed her family's pale faces and quickly said. The education meeting ended after Yi Wei's promise, and everyone returned to their rooms to rest. Even the man lying on the floor was helped by Yi Zhan to the guest room next to his elder brother. Yi Wei called out to Yi Zhan, who was about to return to his room, and handed him a dagger. "Can you be my guardian?" Chapter 20 Nora Town 1. Early upgrade of abilities. Many people turn into corpses directly because they could not withstand the initial mental shock, leading to serious casualties among their loved ones. Thus, the role of the Guardians was born. The last shred of dignity for those who failed to upgrade was to protect their loved ones from being harmed. Yi Zhan took the dagger and nodded. The two entered Yi Wei's room, where Yi Zhan tied the person to a chair. He knew what Yi Wei would have to go through and understood what he would face if she failed. However, seeing his younger sister's determined eyes, he couldn't bring himself to say the word no. They had no way out, did they? "Big brother, I've put the supplies in the storage room next to your room. You can keep this crystal core for now." Yi Wei took out the 8-star crystal core she had hunted in the hospital and tossed it to Yi Zhan. Her consciousness strength was fully sufficient with a 6-star core, and she also had her beloved to help purify the energy. Yijan caught the crystal core and asked in surprise, "What are you going to use if you don't need this one?" "I just picked up another one while I was out." "Big brother, I'm starting now." After saying that, Yi closed her eyes, began to absorb energy, and started to upgrade to the first level of abilities. "Hey you." Yijan wanted to ask her more clearly, but found that his younger sister had already closed her eyes and started absorbing energy. He didn't dare to interrupt her, gritting his teeth in anger. Next time, he wouldn't let his sister slip by so easily. The energy of a first-level crystal core, while stronger, was essentially no different from a regular crystal core. It was referred to as an upgraded crystal core because cores with more than 5 star marks carried a mental shock during absorption. The higher the star level, the smaller the mental shock and the lower the chance of experiencing a mental illusion. In later generations, many refer to mental shocks as the trial of ascending one's inner demons. When the ability of the first level 6-star crystal core was outputted by the Awakening system and circulated in Yi body for a week, the first thread of energy flowed into the ability crystal core in her consciousness C, and the mental shock surged directly towards her consciousness C. In less than 2 minutes, Yijan watched as Yi's hand clenched into a fist, cold sweat suddenly beating on her forehead, and her face began to turn painful and twisted. Gray energy lines crawled over Yi's body along her meridians, and her complexion began to shift between grayish-blue and pale. Yijan stood 5 meters in front of Yi, holding the dagger, his eyes fixed on her, without daring to relax for a moment. The moment Yi completed her upgrade, her consciousness was pulled into a pure white space. A light screen floated in the air, and a mechanical male voice sounded. "Congratulations to Blue Star Citizen number 199102222, Yi, for successfully upgrading to a level 1 spatial ability, becoming the 10th level 1 ability user on this planet. Reward, special privilege for using instance abilities, level -1. How do I use this reward?" Yi asked quickly, looking at the light screen. In her previous life, her level 1 upgrade had taken 2 months, and she had no idea there was a reward. "Please explore on your own." "Wait, my instance panel. Why does the survival instance's timer use the time from the promotion instance?" Yi looked at the light screen, noticing that the countdown for the promotion instance had turned gray, but the survival instance still showed a countdown of 43 minutes. "All explanation rights belong to the main god system. Please focus on improving your strength and enter the instance on time." The emotionless mechanical voice continued. "What will happen if I don't enter?" Yi raised an eyebrow and asked. "You will be directly judged as a failure of the instance, and your consciousness will be erased. Please focus on improving your strength and enter the instance on time." Seeing the words erase that suddenly appeared on the light screen, Yi felt that the mechanical voice finally showed some emotional reaction, albeit a cold one. "Isn't that a bit inhumane? Please focus on improving your strength and enter the instance on time." As soon as the mechanical voice fell, Yi was kicked out of the pure white space. Seeing a magnified face in front of her, she jumped in fright and exclaimed, "Big brother, even if you're handsome, being this close is still terrifying. What's going on? Did you succeed?" Yijan glanced at Yi, confirming her pupils hadn't slitted, and used the dagger to cut the ropes. "Good news and bad news. Which do you want to hear?" Yi stood up and stretched her limbs. "If you want to get hit, I can fulfill that." Yijan cracked his knuckles, gritting his teeth. He hadn't even noticed that his palm had been scratched by his own nails, and his sister was still in the mood to tease. "The good news is that I successfully leveled up and avoided the promotion instance. The bad news is that I still have 40 minutes to enter the survival instance." Yi shrugged, helplessly saying, while looking at her older brother's suddenly serious expression. She patted Yijan's shoulder and continued. "The reality of the instance will last for 3 days, so, big brother, you should quickly raise your ability level in these 3 days to see if you can get any rewards." "You got a reward?" "Yeah." "What does the game instance usage privilege, -1 mean?" "The main god system said to explore on your own." Yijan sighed softly, knowing the main god system wouldn't be so easy to deal with. "You said before that there would be a memory shielding mechanism after clearing the instance. Don't be too confident. Be cautious about everything, got it?" "Yeah, I will." "Big brother, remember to explain to mom and dad and our little brother. You all stay at home to improve your strength and safely wait for me to come back. Sure, don't worry about things at home. Watching Yue suddenly disappear from the room, Yizhan took out the 8-star level 1 crystal core his sister had given him earlier. He needed to start strengthening his abilities tomorrow. No, from now on. He turned and walked toward the door. Blue Star Citizen number 199102222. Hello. This round's instance is a survival instance. Surviving for 27 days in this round will allow you to pass, with a reward of 50 points. Death will be regarded as a failure of the instance, and your consciousness will be erased in reality. Instance name, Nora Town. This round has 500,000 NPCs and 50 players playing together. Note, this round contains 1 space item, 3 gravity capsules, and 1 underwater breathing device. Even as the sun was about to set, the heat wave still hit hard. Passers-by in short sleeves, shorts, and skirts looked at a girl dressed in black long clothes and pants with a look of disbelief. Sweating profusely, Yue didn't care about the gazes of the people on the street and pulled open the door of the nearby CAF to enjoy the cool air conditioning. Hello, Mom. What would you like to drink? The young owner didn't neglect Yue due to her unusual attire and asked with a smile. Wait a moment. I'm waiting for someone. I'll order later. Yue said with an embarrassed face, hurriedly finding a corner to sit down. Beloved, are you there? I'm here. Hearing the host call, the awakening system absorbed the last bit of excess energy and quickly flew out of the consciousness sea, hovering beside Yue. Looking at the completely different surrounding environment, it asked in surprise, Host, did you enter the instance? I entered the survival instance. The main god system played tricks, and after successfully leveling up, I avoided the promotion instance, but within 72 hours, it still pulled me into the survival instance. Once I finish replenishing energy, I'll help the host take revenge. That might take a while. What we do now? Although my memories of clearing the instance in my previous life have been shielded, I remember reading in a novel that Ning Yi also hoarded supplies early on. Then let us go buy supplies. I have no money. She was already in the Awakening Era. How could she still have money on her? Chapter 21 Nora Town 2. A pair of electronic eyes. A pair of peach blossom eyes gazed at each other affectionately. Ye Yao will seek it deeply. It's hard to make a hero out of a penny. And I just realized, why can't I ever remember the plot of the copy in a novel? It should be the copy shielding mechanism. I thought this time it was my turn to be the big boss and lead the copy. Yi Yao said dejectedly. But there were several items that popped up in the copy just now. Can you help me check where they are? Especially the space items. With space items, the difficulty of the copy could at least be halved. Host, your space ability storage function can be used. According to the Awakening copy mechanism, you cannot use the space items inside the copy. The Awakening system checked Yi Yao's data and explained. Oh, Yi Yao activated her ability, feeling the storage space. And indeed it could be used, but everything she had previously put inside was locked and could not be taken out. She brought up the copy platform, and aside from the top number continuously decreasing, the other 2 numbers still showed a certain increase. Among the 3 pieces of copy information, the survival copy was shown as ongoing, and a personal information section appeared below. ID 1991022 name. Yi Yao ability. Space ability level 1 skills. Storage. You dare to put it, I dare to store. Space Blade 1 can grow. Copy skills. Ability level -1 items. Crystal Core 2 can be exchanged for universal copy game currency at a 1,000 exchange rate. Wow. This skill even comes with annotations. The Space Blade skill can actually grow. Yi Yao looked at the panel with surprise. This was truly beyond her expectations, as there was nothing like this in her last life. No way. She had urged her family to level up quickly when she went back. The host's ability level rises quickly, plus the intensity of the consciousness sea is extremely high, with overlapping hidden rewards, the Awakening system explained, as it understood the Awakening copy mechanism better than anyone else. The Space Blade cannot be used. It seems that the abilities usable in the copy can only be at the level that is 1 lower than that of the real world. Yi Yao said happily while staring at the last item annotation on the panel, but our basic supplies and money have arrived. After exchanging for 2,000 yuan, Yi Yao ordered a cup of black coffee and casually asked the shop owner how to get to the mall. After sunset, she headed straight to the mall and bought a set of short-sleeve clothes, shorts, and flip-flops, feeling much cooler instantly. Then, after visiting 3 supermarkets, she bought a travel bag. 2 boxes of instant noodles, 3 boxes of mineral water, a box of barbecue alcohol, a small cooking pot, a flashlight, 2 watermelon knives, outdoor ropes, some emergency medicines, and various snacks. Having sorted out the basic survival supplies, as Yao exited the supermarket, she caught a whiff of various seafood delicacies wafting in the air. Looking at the beach not far away and the various snack stalls, she couldn't help but swallow hard. Thinking that she would have to rely on instant noodles and snacks to get by later, her face turned a few shades paler. No way. While there were no sudden situations appearing yet, she had to treat herself well. Host, don't buy any more. We still need to find a hotel to stay in tonight. The awakening system helplessly reminded her as it observed Yao holding a bunch of squid skewers. Having witnessed her great appetite on this trip, it's fine. If it doesn't work out, I can just sleep on a park bench, Yao said nonchalantly after letting out a big burp. In the awakening era, as long as it's safe, the sky is the roof and the ground is the bed. I can sleep anywhere. Hotels don't matter. Staring at the grilled oysters in front of her, smelling the garlic aroma. The tender white oysters made her think she could eat 10 more. No, the survival copy isn't that simple. We should still find a guest house tonight. The awakening system said seriously, taking the oysters handed over by the owner and watching the small metal ball circling around her head. Yao compromised. All right, then let's find a place to stay first. Boss, are there any cheap goose houses nearby? Yao handed over the money and casually inquired. Little girl, you're from out of town, right? The owner asked with a friendly smile. Yao nodded. It was obvious from his accent, and there was no need to hide it. Go to Hyla Guest House. Walk left, and you'll see their sign after you exit the night market area. All right, thank you, boss. Yao thanked him and turned to leave, but the owner called out to her again. Little girl, be careful tonight. It's best to buy some earplugs. Earplugs? Yao asked in confusion. She understood the need for safety, but why earplugs? It's a bit noisy near the seaside with the sea breeze. The owner reminded with a smile. Okay, thank you, boss. Your grilled oysters are great. Yao waved her hand and turned to leave. After exiting the night market, she found a deserted place and put the food bag she was carrying into her storage space. After walking for 2 minutes, she saw the sign for Hyla Guest House. Hello, I'd like a single room. Yao knocked on the bar counter and spoke to the bespectacled man inside. Zhang Jiaqing, who was engrossed in his phone, did not raise his head and frowned. 230 yuan, breakfast, not included. Good. She took out the money and handed it over, noticing the man's face instantly flush red, making her feel a little nervous. My love, this person won't be infected by a virus, will he? No signs of infection detected. However, blood circulation has accelerated, and heart rate has increased. Zhang Mingqi rubbed his palms as he took the money from the girl, his gaze slightly evasive. Could you please show your ID? Yao maintained a calm exterior, but was internally screaming at the awakening system. Do I still need an ID? Where am I supposed to get that? Host, there are documents and a phone in the left pocket of your original pants. The copy will automatically supplement the missing parts, the awakening system reminded her. Yao quickly reached into her pocket, actually retrieving the relevant documents from her storage space, and noticed that the name on the documents suddenly changed from Yao to Yi Jinju, asking, why did the name suddenly change? I changed it for you. Although there is a memory shielding mechanism, there is still a certain chance of breaking it, so it's better not to use your real name. Can't you come up with a name that is not so tacky? While Yao was complaining, the man behind the bar completed the registration and handed back the documents. His face finally looked more normal, and, with glasses, he gave off a somewhat scholarly and handsome vibe. Yao took the room card and asked, how do I get there? Go up the stairs on the left to the second floor, room 206, Zhang Mingqi replied. Okay, thank you. By the way, are you also here to investigate the weather? Looking at the girl's departing figure, Zhang Mingqi gathered his courage to ask. Investigate the weather? Yao asked in confusion. What weather needs to be investigated? Just now, when you took out your ID, I accidentally saw your student ID. Zhang Mingqi explained. His face, which had just returned to normal, started to redden slightly again. Looking at the girl's beautiful peach blossom eyes made him feel a bit regretful for being too impulsive. Don't get me wrong, I'm Zhang Mingqi, a professor in the Atmospheric Sciences Department at B University. Aren't you the owner? Ye Yao Quishnit, likely. As she thought he didn't look much like a seaside guest house owner. The owner's wife is out for a bit, and I'm helping to watch the store. I often come here to investigate the weather and am quite familiar with the owner's wife. If you're here for research, I can help you. Oh, I'm not here to investigate the weather. Thank you, Professor Zhang. After saying that, Yao hurriedly went upstairs to her room. She didn't want to experience the fear of being dominated by a professor again. Host, the remaining money is only enough for 3 days. The Awakening system said as it watched Yao flop onto the bed like a salted fish. Tomorrow I'll go out and see if I can find some work. I'll rest early today. Yao took out a grilled squid as a snack, counted the supplies in the space, and organized everything in categories. Looking at the instant noodles in the space, she thought it would be better to leave more crystal cores before entering the dungeon. Eating dry rations for a month was too painful. Chapter 22 Nora Town 3. In the early morning, the sea breeze carrying a faint salty smell slapped against the window of the guest house. Yirao opened her bloodshot eyes, staring blankly at the television on the wall. She felt somewhat annoyed at herself for not listening to advice. Last night, the sea wind suddenly intensified in the middle of the night, causing the windows to creak, and she hadn't been able to rest since then. It seemed that she would have to find a new place to stay today. Looking at the small metal ball hovering on the bedside table, Yirao asked, "My love, have you scanned for any other props?" No. The scanning function within the instance is greatly hindered, and the nanobots cannot be used inside the instance due to insufficient energy. They can only explore within a 1-kilometer radius centered on the host. It's better for the host to explore the map on her own. The Awakening system noted that the illuminated area on the screen was limited to the area from the mall to the guest house, which was too small and not conducive to survival later on. All right, I'll change places to stay today. It's too noisy here. Scanning data shows that at 2 a.m. last night, the wind intensity reached level 5. No wonder Professor Zhang chose to stay here. Observing wind patterns and weather here is a good choice. The host should not underestimate the situation and must pay more attention. Currently, the information provided by the game is too limited. Yeah, got it. If this turns out to be a storm, we should leave as soon as possible. Yirao nodded and got up to wash up. Today's tasks were quite heavy. Besides exploring map props, she also needed to see if she could find a job. Otherwise, in a couple of days, she would really have to sleep on a park bench. Hello, checking out. Yirao took out her room card and called out to the owner of the guest house, a woman in her 40s with enduring charm. After receiving her deposit back, Yirao inquired, "Sister, where can I find part-time jobs around here? Are you traveling alone, little sister?" Luo Yanhua teased, looking at the young girl standing at the front desk. "Are the girls today so sweet-tongued? I want to earn some funds to go to the next city." Yirao replied. It seems there are quite a few tourists lately. The mall should have many activities. You can check out the Seaside Mall in the city center. They might be handing out flyers or dressing up as mascots. Just turn left and take bus 13 to the Seaside Mall. Okay, thank you, sister. After thanking her, Yirao set off for the mall using her phone for navigation. It was a 30-minute bus ride, during which she witnessed 2 incidents of burglary. Must be players. The Awakening system observed, recording the figure of the robber outside the window. Arriving at Seaside Mall, passengers wishing to disembark, please exit from the rear door. The bus announced its stop, and Yirao got off. After glancing at the footage of the robbery played by the Awakening system, she felt a sense of familiarity with the robber's figure, but couldn't place it. Let's find a job first. Remember to scan in real time, Yirao said as she walked towards the mall. After a round, she successfully found a part-time job handing out flyers, putting on a little bunny mascot costume to start her work for the day. My love, that guy is such a rich dude. Yirao exclaimed, watching a man come out of the supermarket with 2 large bags of food. She clearly saw that the bags contained king crabs larger than her face and salmon, making her mouth water. The host, this person is most likely a player. The Awakening system analyzed. A robbery. Suddenly, a sharp female voice cried out. The robber, clutching a woman's handbag, ran away quickly, bumping into several pedestrians along the way. As he passed by a staff member dressed in a bunny costume, the bunny executed a takedown, throwing him to the ground. Hey, why are you meddling? This is just a game, the man yelled, pinned to the ground by Yirao. The security guard chasing after him quickly came up to help and hurriedly thanked her. Thank you. Thank you so much. You're just a bunch of NPCs. What right do you have to control me? The man, now bound, started screaming angrily. Yirao picked up the handbag from the ground and handed it to the security guard, saying, "No need to be polite. How should we handle him? One of our colleagues has already called the police. We'll take him back to the security room first and then hand him over to the police." The security uncle said, watching Yirao take off her mascot head. He added, "Little girl, you have some skills. I'll apply for a bonus for you from the operations department later." "Thank you, uncle." Yirao was pleasantly surprised that a simple act could earn her a bonus. Once the crowd dispersed, Yirao returned to the mall's lounge to rest. "My love, why did that man say no one around reacted?" Instance mechanism. NPCs cannot hear players discussing content related to the instance in the real world and will automatically replace it with other words, the Awakening system explained. "Oh, that makes sense. How did your skin go today?" Besides discovering 1 player and 5 suspected players, there were no other findings. "Sigh, this prop really isn't something just anyone can get," Yirao said helplessly. She remembered that in the novel, the female lead got a gravity capsule right after entering the instance, and the landing point was a mall. How come she had visited 2 malls without finding any signs of props? The host should focus on instance information first. Knowing about survival threats in advance will better improve the chances of clearing the game. After work, we'll explore around. After finishing her 8-hour part-time job, Yirao received not only the 200 yuan salary, but also an 800 yuan bonus, totaling 1,000 yuan. She saved the phone number of the mall's HR manager and confirmed her start time for tomorrow. With her wages, she bought some outdoor survival items and clothing in the mall, eyeing an inflatable boat priced at 588 yuan, but ultimately decided against it. Sigh, being broke is so hard. Yirao lamented, carrying her shopping bucks. I guess before entering the next instance, I should try to absorb fewer crystal nuclei. The Awakening system said helplessly, "No, I can't neglect my abilities. I'll find a way to deal with money issues." She put the purchased items into her backpack, practically tossing them into her storage space. Taking out her phone, she rented a shared electric bike and prepared to start her map exploration for the day. Just as she got on the bike and was about to leave, her phone rang. It was the only contact in her phone, Manager Yao from the Seaside Mall. "Hello, Sister Yao. Pearl, you haven't gone far, right?" Manager Yao's voice was warm over the phone. "Not yet. Is there something you need?" Yirao shivered slightly, feeling like Sister Yao's voice had a strange tone. "You were looking for a part-time job, right? There's an employer specifically asking for you." Why do they want me?" Yirao was puzzled. She hadn't done anything significant. "Come to my office. The employer is waiting for you here. We'll discuss the details when you arrive." "Oh, okay." After hanging up, Yirao had no choice but to turn around and head back to the HR office in the mall. She saw Manager Yao, who had previously seemed serious, now eagerly handing water to a man sitting across from her. Looking at the back of the man's head and his white t-shirt, Yirao was somewhat surprised and said to the Awakening system, "My love, isn't that the rich guy?" Chapter 23, Nora Town 4. The Awakening system quickly flew over to confirm, "It's him. Suspected player, please stay alert, host." Manager Yao, seeing Yi Zhenju, hurriedly pulled her over and introduced, "Zhenju, this is Mr. Xiao Ming, who wants to hire you. And Mr. Xiao, this is the person you're looking for, Yi Zhenju." Yi Zhenju listened to the introduction and thought to herself. She was quite familiar with the name Xiao Ming, but the man wore a mask, making it hard to see his full face, so she wasn't sure if he was the same person. The exposed brow and eyes were exquisite. No wonder Manager Yao was speaking in a high pitch. She nodded slightly and said, "Hello." "Hello, Zhenju is a very fitting name for you," Xiao Ming said, looking at the girl, who was only up to his chest. If he hadn't seen the little rabbit doll knock that tall man down, he would have found it hard to believe that such a beautiful and petite girl had such impressive skills. "Thank you. Your skills are remarkable. Have you trained for a long time?" Seeing the girl's wary expression, Xiao Ming quickly removed his mask and explained with a smile, "Actually, I want to hire you as a combat coach, so I wanted to confirm." Yi Zhenju looked at the man as he removed his mask, and she screamed in her heart, "Damn, it really is this person." The man's features were exquisitely sculpted, just right. His sharply defined face was like it had been carved with a knife, with no excess flesh. He wore a perfectly timed smile, and his whole demeanor was warm and gentle, cultured and elegant. This was a complete contrast to the ruthless, cold, bloodthirsty villain Xiao Ming she encountered in her previous life. Yes, since elementary school, Yi Zhenju steadied her thoughts and nodded. Then you name a price. I want you to teach me combat. Yi Zhenju looked at the man's serious expression and hesitated slightly. In her previous life, during the 3rd year of the Awakening Era, she had almost been killed by this man. She later learned from a novel that she had provoked Xiao Ming because of that dogman Hirong, who was flirting with the female lead. When he came for revenge, she happened to be out hunting crystals with Hirong and suffered an unwarranted disaster. She didn't know what was going on with this person. She remembered clearly that he had been in a favorable position at that time, but had suddenly retreated. By the way, she remembered that in her previous life, this man's awakened power was mental manipulation, and his weapon form was a scalpel. She wondered if he still had mental powers in this life. "Host, will you teach?" The Awakening system asked. "The villain is here to deal with the male and female leads. I have to teach him no matter what. If he isn't strong, how can he cause trouble?" Yi Zhenju thought of the male and female leads being pursued by the villain in 2 years and gritted her teeth, saying, 900 yuan for half a day of lessons. Every day from 8 to 11, one-on-one instruction, you prepare the venue, and payment will be made daily. "Okay, let's exchange contact information, and I'll send you the venue address later." Xiao Ming agreed with a nod. After exchanging contact information, Yi Zhenju explained her venue requirements and took her leave. She still needed to explore the map. As she thought of the name Xiao Ming in her contact list, she felt a bit emotional. In her previous life, he had been an arrogant and powerful villain, and now he was going to become her student. Even as she rode her small electric scooter to explore the map, she felt it was somewhat unbelievable. "My dear, what kind of things can turn a mild-mannered person into a villainous overlord?" According to the data, in the previous life, after Xiao Ming was saved by Ning Yaru, he remained in a team. After Ning Yaru confirmed her relationship with the male lead Gu Pingtian, he directly turned dark. TSK, this love brain guy, I really can't understand. Yezenzu kudikut hartong. Warning, the player has exceeded the map boundary. If you do not return within 1 minute, the game will be deemed a failure. The main god system, which never spoke, suddenly issued a destruction warning. Damn! Watching the 60-second countdown overhead, Yi Zhenju quickly turned her small electric scooter around, successfully returning to the map boundary. She looked at the mountains on both sides, flanking the road she had just ridden, saying, "It seems the boundary of the map is just this small town surrounded by mountains." Yes, this small town faces the sea on one side and is surrounded by mountains on 3 sides. The area isn't very large. My dear, don't you think the wind is getting stronger? The wind in a seaside town like this seems normal, right? The Awakening system said uncertainly. A small tree, about the size of Yi Zhenju's thigh, was rustling in the wind. Yi Zhenju looked up at the sky. It was sunny, yet there was such a strong wind. And she said to the Awakening system, "Let's go up the mountain and take a look." This mountain seemed to have frequent visitors, with a small path worn down by footsteps. Climbing along the path, she collected quite a few wild fruits. While picking and eating along the way, she successfully reached the mountain top. "Wow, the view here is really good," Yi Zhenju exclaimed, taking in the scenery of the small town below. The air on the mountain seemed fresher than below. "Host, there is something in a cave at the bottom of that cliff," the Awakening system reminded. Following the Awakening system's guidance, Yi Zhenju arrived at a cliff. Kneeling down to look, she heard the out-of-bounds warning. Pulling her head back, the countdown above her head disappeared again. Yi Zhenju wiped the sweat from her forehead and said, "It seems that getting the item won't be easy. How many meters is it from here to the cave?" 15 meters. There are no obstructions along the way. 60 seconds should be enough to go down. But I'm worried about not having enough time to come back up, the Awakening system said while scanning the data. "The item is right in front of me. If I don't take it, it would really be a disaster," Yi Zhenju said with determination, finding a support point, taking out a rope from her space, tying a secure knot, and ensuring the rope was sturdy. Taking a deep breath, Yi Zhenju quickly slid down the rope. In just over 10 seconds, she reached the cave, and the countdown overhead disappeared. The cave was not large, barely enough to fit 3 to 4 adults, and the dim environment made the game items stand out even more. Picking up a white capsule that flickered with a faint light, the item usage instructions popped up. Gravity capsule. Crush to use. Increases the gravity around oneself by 1,000 tons for 10 minutes. Host, hurry up and go back up. It's going to get dark. The awakening system urged, looking at the gradually darkening sky. Originally, 60 seconds was already tight to go back up, and it would be even harder once it was dark. Putting the item into her space, Yijinju took the rope and started to climb back up. It was indeed easier to come down than to go up. Without any support points to leverage, she relied entirely on the rope to climb back up, finally making it back just in the last 5 seconds. Yijinju lay on the ground, gasping for breath, and said, if I hadn't promised to teach combat, I'd have just stayed down there for 25 days. Thinking of the cave environment, it was truly an excellent refuge for her, who had space items and enough supplies. There are too few clues. If there were an earthquake or something, hiding here would be equivalent to seeking death. The awakening system disagreed, feeling that the main goal now was to find clues. Not anything else. That's true. After class tomorrow morning, I should ask more locals. Yijinju nodded and began her descent. Chapter 24 Nora Town, 5. The next day, Yao followed the address provided by Xiaoming and found the most luxurious hotel in the center of the town, the Kira Hotel. Upon entering, she was greeted by the hotel staff and guided to a luxurious suite on the top floor. Looking through the oversized floor-to-ceiling windows, the view of the hotel's private beach was breathtaking, yet the annoying sea breeze was completely silent. My dear, it's great to be rich. Host, it's better to have a life, the awakening system retorted. Sigh, when can I enjoy such luxury? Teacher Yi, you're here. Xiaoming, dressed in sportswear, came down from the treadmill and greeted her. Is everything ready? Yi Yao asked, heading straight for her destination as she observed the indoor environment. Xiaoming, unable to suppress his laughter at the girl's feigned seriousness, nodded and said, It's ready. Have you eaten breakfast, Teacher Yi? I have. Haven't you eaten yet? I exercised for a while in the morning and didn't have time to eat breakfast. If Teacher Yi doesn't mind, we can eat together. Xiaoming led Yi Yao to the dining room, where 2 servings of breakfast were already laid out on the table. Wow, it's really nice to be rich, Yi Yao exclaimed, looking at the luxurious breakfast spread, and once again expressed her feelings to the awakening system. Pretending to be calm, she cleared her throat and said, Then I'll eat a bit more. With a smile on his lips, Xiaoming helped her sit down before taking his own seat. Watching the girl who was trying hard to suppress her smile, but whose clean eyes revealed her happiness, he couldn't help but feel a bit more relaxed. I didn't know what kind of breakfast Teacher Yi liked, so I had the hotel prepare a random selection. I'm fine with anything, but the baguette is too tough on the teeth, Yi Yao said, pointing at the large baguette on the table. As Xiaoming picked up his chopsticks, she began eating the seafood noodles in front of her. Okay, then I'll tell the hotel tomorrow to change to other types of bread, Xiaoming said as he twirled the noodles in his bowl, noticing that the girl was eating happily, which made his own bowl of noodles seem more appetizing. The two quietly enjoyed their breakfast, and sunlight streamed through the window, giving the room a warm glow, filling the dining area with a cozy atmosphere. My dear, I'm so full. Yi Yao patted her little belly contentedly. So you weren't full from those 2 big meat buns earlier? The awakening system asked incredulously, looking at the empty bowls on the table. That was considering I had to come here to teach martial arts, so I just nibbled a bit. Yi Yao ape-line it. Then how will you teach after eating so much now? It was my employer who told me to eat. It's not like I ate by myself. It's okay. I have my ways. Seeing the girl show a satisfied expression, Xiaoming gently patted his own belly and couldn't help but find her somewhat adorable. He smiled and said, Teacher Yi, shall we take a walk on the private beach? It'll help with digestion. No. I've already taken your money and eaten your breakfast. I feel very embarrassed. Let's start the class instead. Yi Yao love it headhunt, but exercising after a meal might not be good. It's fine. We can start with squats. After saying this, Yi Yao was the first to leave the dining room and walk towards the living room. After following her, Xiaoming took Yi Yao to the adjacent guest room, which was equipped with safety mats. There was a large sandbag hanging by the window, and a shelf nearby held protective gear and boxing gloves. The equipment is quite complete. Yi Yao walked into the room and moved 2 safety mats aside to create an empty space. Xiaoming followed and helped, placing the mats against the wall, saying, The teacher commands, the student dares not disobey. Watching the tall figure of the man joking around, Yao felt a bit dazed, as if the person in front of her was completely different from the great devil of her previous life. She couldn't help but ask Mr. Xiao, "Do you have any siblings?" "No." With her beautiful peach blossom eyes seemingly looking through him at someone else, Xiao Ming curiously asked, "Has Teacher Yi seen anyone who looks similar?" "Yes, I encountered someone before." "Really? If there's a chance, Teacher Yi, please introduce me. I want to see if he really looks like a brother, as you said." "He's not from this side. He is not here." Yao shook her head. "Why would I introduce you to someone I know?" She wasn't foolish. Walking to the cleared area, she demonstrated the squat position while explaining, squatting means maintaining a half-squat position, with feet slightly wider than shoulder width apart, knees slightly bent, arms hanging naturally, and leaning slightly forward. Close your eyes gently and maintain your balance. This can help exercise the muscles in the lower body and back. The stability of your lower body depends on how well you can squat. Xiao Ming nodded and mimicked Yi Yao's position, half squatting. Yi Yao stood up to adjust Xiao Ming's improper posture and began squatting alongside him. Time passed slowly at first. Xiao Ming could hold on, but after a quarter of an hour, his legs began to feel weak and sweat started to bead on his forehead, while the girl beside him hadn't even changed her breathing. Gritting his teeth, he prepared to hold on a little longer when he heard the girl's voice. When you're trying for the first time, if you feel soreness or numbness in your lower body, you can slowly stand up and breathe naturally. Don't force it, or you won't be able to handle the practical lessons later. Yi Yao reminded him as she noticed his breathing becoming irregular. "Okay." Watching the girl with her eyes gently closed, as if in deep meditation, Xiao Ming took a deep breath and stood up. They alternated between standing and squatting, and the breaks became more frequent as time went on. Meanwhile, the girl remained completely still, if she hadn't occasionally opened her eyes to glance at him. Xiao Ming would have thought she had fallen asleep while squatting. "All right, it looks like we've digested enough. Let us move on to the next segment," Yi Yao said as she stood up when she saw the man standing up to rest again, and added, "You can practice squats more when you have time." "Okay." Xiao Ming nodded. "I see you seem to have a habit of working out. Have you learned any combat sports in the gym before?" Yi Yao asked. "Does kickboxing count?" "Yes, kickboxing is a form of combat." "How long have you practiced?" "About half a year." "That's good. So why did you suddenly want to learn combat from me?" "The coach's level is limited, and the progress is slow." "Oh, then shall we have a match? I want to test your skills," Yi Yao said eagerly. In fact, she could understand the great devil's eagerness to improve his combat skills. She was just as anxious to enhance her abilities. After all, once the dungeon ended and they returned to reality, there would be plenty of corpse-like beings, not to mention the mutated plants and animals later. In contrast, these 2 days in the dungeon had been a bit of a relief for her. "All right, just in time. I also want to personally test the girl's skills." Chapter 25 Noratown 6. Xiao Ming put the fall mat back and put on his lightweight boxing gloves. He noticed the girl casually stretching her body and reminded her, "How about you wear some protective gear?" "No need, but thanks for the reminder. I'm afraid I might hold back later, so you should wear the gear." Yi Yao shook her head in refusal and instead urged him to wear it. "Oh, fine." Thinking about how the girl had knocked down a man of similar size in a bunny costume at the mall, Xiao Ming decided to put on the protective gear. He didn't want to end up in the hospital on his first day. Both sides got ready, and Yi Yao watched Xiao Ming assume his stance, commenting, "Not bad." Xiao Ming focused on Yi Yao, shifting his feet back and forth. "Attack," Yi Yao said. "What's the point of just staring at me?" Taking a deep breath, Xiao Ming shouted, "I'm starting." He then threw a straight punch at Yi Yao's face. Yi Yao effortlessly dodged it, watching as he returned to his stance without following up with another attack, and criticized, "Your punch is slow, and who announces they're about to attack?" After missing his first hit, Xiao Ming gritted his teeth and attacked again with a series of straight punches. "Too slow. Is that all you can throw?" Yi Yao easily avoided them without even throwing a punch, mocking him again. Seeing her playful demeanor, Xiao Ming turned and executed a back kick. This time, Yi Yao used her arms to block, smiling as she observed the change in his expression. "Not bad, bring it on." "Host, isn't this supposed to be practice? Why are you dodging and not countering?" The Awakening system leisurely asked, hovering by the window. "I'm just trying not to hurt anyone, and she's a big boss. If I knock her down right away, what if she doesn't let me train anymore?" Xiao Ming thought about how, despite being skilled in his past life. He was now facing someone with significantly higher abilities who was likely among the top tier. All right, but it seems like there is something going on by the seaside, the Awakening system said, looking out at the private beach area. What? Yi Yao turned her head to look outside, and Xiao Ming threw a right hook at her left cheek. Yi Yao blocked her head with her left hand, raised her right leg for a whip kick, and quickly walked towards the floor-to-ceiling window while saying, "Wait, let us practice later." Xiao Ming was knocked down by Yi Yao's kick and started coughing violently. He finally understood the importance of wearing protective gear. He loosened the gear, rubbed his numb left waist, and took deep breaths. Following the girl's gaze outside, he realized that it's a waterspout, but it's still quite far from us. Isn't it coming this way? Waterspouts have high wind speeds, Yi Yao said, staring at the waterspout on the distant horizon, where the sky was darker than on their side. No, I've been here for 2 days. I saw one on the first night, and the waiter explained that the town is in a season of frequent strong winds. Waterspouts are common, but have never made landfall in decades. Really? Yi Yao från unsure. Recently, many professors and students studying meteorology have come to the hotel for research. I asked Professor Wang at the hotel yesterday, and it really hasn't made landfall in many years. Seeing the man's expression didn't seem to indicate he was lying. Yi Yao turned her gaze back outside. The trees by the seaside swayed slightly, but cars on the road were moving normally. Yi Yao, feeling uncertain, said, "My dear, isn't it unlikely for it to be this way every year? I don't know. Host, should we go ask someone?" The Awakening system suggested. "Let us go back to the Hyla guest house tonight," Yi Yao said, remembering that Professor Zhang, who was studying meteorology, was there. That's south too close to the seaside. You need to be careful, the Awakening system reminded her. Xiao Ming walked to Yi Yao's side, watching her serious expression as she stared at the sea, unsure of what she was thinking, and tentatively asked, "Are you a player too?" "What?" Yi Yao was confirming arrangements with the Awakening system and didn't catch his question, responding instead. Seeing the confusion on her face, Xiao Ming sighed inwardly. With over 300,000 people around, there were only 50 players. It couldn't be that easy to just bump into one. Then he thought about manager Yao's information about Yi Jinju and changed his question. "Are we still practicing? Take a 10-minute break and hydrate before you start strength training," Yi Yao said, looking at the sweat dripping from his forehead. Time passed as they alternated between training and practical exercises. Yi Yao's mind was partially focused on the waterspout outside, which gradually disappeared around 11 o'clock. "That's strange," Yi Yao said to the Awakening system, staring at the direction where the waterspout had vanished. The Awakening system observed the recorded footage, nodding in agreement, and said, "It is a bit strange, host. Look." It was slowly moving towards the coastline before 9:49. Then it seemed to hit something, causing a noticeable pause, and then it veered left towards the coastline. Watching the footage played by the Awakening system, Yi Yao's doubts grew stronger. No, she needed to hurry back to the Hyla guest house. After finishing the last practical training session, Xiao Ming picked up the towel from the floor to wipe his sweat and asked Yi Yao, who was still staring out the window with a serious expression, "Teacher Yi, did you discover something?" "Oh, nothing. The class is over for today. I'll head back first." "Teacher Yi, want you stay and have lunch with me?" Xiao Ming urged. "No, I have something urgent to attend to." Yi Yao shook her head in refusal. "Then I'll transfer your class fee for today first." After saying that, Xiao Ming took out his phone to make the transfer. "Okay, thank you. Remember not to overtrain, or you might not be able to get up tomorrow." Yi Yao confirmed the payment, thanked him, and hurriedly left. "Host, are we going to the Hyla guest house now?" "First, let us go back to the hotel to check out. The 200 yuan deposit is still money," Yi Yao said as she hopped on the public electric scooter. Wanted to buy an air cushion boat and save some money. After checking out, Yi Yao rode the scooter towards the Hyla guest house. The closer she got to the coastline, the stronger the wind felt. She parked the scooter at the public station and walked into the guest house. "Sister, can I have a single room, please?" Yi Yao sweetly called to the front desk lady, handing over her ID. "It's you. How is the part-time job going?" Luo Yinhua smiled as she took the ID and casually asked. "Thanks to you, I found a great part-time job. I'll treat you to milk tea later." Yi Yao replied with a smile. Then recalling her purpose for this trip, she asked, "Sister, I received a last-minute assignment from my teacher to conduct a weather study. Can you help me get introduced to a teacher? Oh, so you're also here for a weather study? I can definitely help you with that, Luo Yinhua said, raising her chin at Yi Yao and smiling. Look, speak of the devil, and he shall appear. Chapter 26 Nora Town, 7. Following the direction indicated by the landlady. Yi Rao turned around and saw the person she was looking for, Professor Zhang Mingqi. Professor Zhang, come here. Don't say that my sister treats you poorly. This little sister Yi Jinju is here to conduct meteorological research as well. So you'll have some company when you go out to collect data, Luo Yanhua greeted the newcomer. This morning, Zhang Mingqi had noticed unusual data from his testing instruments, so he rushed to the seaside and, as expected, encountered a waterspout. He stayed by the seaside to monitor the data until the waterspout disappeared before packing up his equipment and returning to the guest house. Upon entering, he saw a figure he hadn't seen in the 2 days he had been at the guest house, and feeling somewhat awkward, he said to the landlady, Sister Hua, stop joking around. Hello, Professor Zhang, Yi Rao said, noticing the man's slightly flushed face. My dear, this person really blushes easily. Not everyone is as thick-skinned and emotionally dull as the host, the Awakening system replied, suppressing half a sentence. Hello, are you looking for me, classmate Yi? Zhang Mingqi asked. Yes, I received an assignment from my teacher to conduct a detailed study of the wind conditions by the seaside, so I thought of asking Professor Zhang for help. Yi Rao explained. It's not really asking for help. I'm just glad to be of assistance, Zhang Mingqi modestly said. Luo Yanhua watched the two converse and smiled, saying, oh, so you two already know each other. Professor Zhang helped me arrange my accommodation the other day, Yi Rao clarified to the landlady at the bar. Oh, I see. Here you go. Jinju, take your room card. Luo Yanhua handed the room card to Yi Rao. Yi Rao accepted the room card with thanks. Noticing that Zhang Mingqi was still carrying 2 large suitcases and looked quite worn out, she then asked, Professor Zhang, could I get your contact information? I really will be troubling you a lot in the near future. Sure, it's no trouble at all. Zhang Mingqi quickly replied as he saw the girl take out her phone and promptly gave her his phone number. Okay, Professor Zhang, I'll go put my things in my room first, and then let's go out for lunch together later, Yi Rao noted as she saved the phone number. All right, I'll also drop my things off in my room and wait for you here, Zhang Mingqi replied hurriedly. Okay, Yi Rao nodded, not noticing the man's face reddening again, and went upstairs to her room. Zhang Mingqi watched the girl's figure disappear up the stairs and softly said to the landlady, who had been watching them with a smile, Sister Hua, thank you. What did I do? Why are you thanking me? Luo Yanhua replied, noticing the man's neck starting to flush red and refraining from teasing him further. Quickly, go put your things away. You can't keep the girl waiting. Yes, okay. Zhang Mingqi nodded, lifted the 2 suitcases and rushed back to his room in one breath. Yi Rao returned to her room, tossed her backpack into her space, and took care of her physiological needs by using the restroom. After scrolling through her phone for a while, she found a local forum and looked at the photos taken of the tornado this morning. The comments, all from local IP addresses, were all saying that the annual tornadoes were nothing to be surprised about and mocked outsiders for being overly curious. My dear, it seems this is really a common sight for locals, Yi Rao remarked as she read the comments on her phone. There are currently no other clues. Let's follow up on this for now, the Awakening system suggested. Then let us head down. Professor Zhang is probably waiting in the lobby. Yi Rao nodded and got up to leave. Upon entering the lobby, she saw Zhang Mingqi had changed into a different outfit and was sitting on the sofa at the front desk. Yi Rao quickly approached and said, Have you been waiting long? Not at all. I just came down as well, Zhang Mingqi replied, having rushed to take a shower and change clothes in record time. Then let us go. Professor Zhang, do you have any good food recommendations? I know a good seafood restaurant. Classmate isn't allergic to seafood, right? No, I don't have many dietary restrictions. You can choose whatever you like, Professor Zhang, Yi Rao said with a smile. Host, you have the appetite of a sea creature. The Awakening system commented. I eat well and am easy to support. That's me, Yi Rao replied without hesitation. The two chatted simply along the way, mostly with Yi Rao asking questions and Zhang Mingqi answering, allowing Yi Rao to gather a lot of information. After a short walk, they arrived at a seaside restaurant. Zhang Mingqi skillfully took Yi Rao to the fresh seafood section to pick out seafood, and after sending it to the kitchen, they found a booth by the window to sit down. When the dishes were served, Zhang Mingqi skillfully peeled a few shrimp and handed a bowl to Yi Rao, saying, "Try their specialty, scallion shrimp." "Thank you," Yi Rao replied, picking up the shrimp and asking Professor Zhang, "You said you've been coming here for meteorological research every year since 3 years ago?" "Yes, our college has been working on a tornado prediction project, and we're currently at a critical stage. I found out online that this small town has waterspouts every year, so I've been here every June and August," Zhang Mingqi explained. "I see. Then you must have saved the data from these 3 years, right? These are important research materials, and they've all been saved. Can I take a look?" "You can look, but I can't let you copy them." "That's fine. I just want to see," Yi Rao said, not minding since the awakening system could naturally record it. "Okay, I'll show you when we return to the hotel. By the way, did you see the waterspout this morning?" "Yes. I was just about to ask you, was the path of that tornado somewhat unusual?" "This is my research topic for the past 3 years. In these 3 years, I've encountered 8 waterspouts, and each time they passed about 100 kilometers away from the coastline, with the wind power at the coastline only reaching level 7 at its highest. However, I visually estimate that the destructive power in the waterspout area is no less than EF3 level, possibly even higher. It seems the locals are quite accustomed to this waterspout." "Yes, I conducted a survey earlier, and a 70-year-old local man recalled that he could see 2 to 3 waterspouts every year since childhood, mainly concentrated in July. Today is July 5th. Yi Rao noted as she looked at her phone. Today's waterspout is the second one this year, and the distance is relatively far. The wind power at the coastline only reached level 6 at its highest. Zhang Mingqi recalled the data he recorded this morning. "What time do you usually go out for meteorological research, Professor?" "I have 2 instruments. Generally, when the wind power monitoring at the guest house reaches level 3, I will take the instruments to the nearest coastline. I have a part-time job in the morning, but I can arrange my time freely in the afternoon and evening." "No worries. Since we already discussed helping each other, I will share the data with you." "Thank you, Professor Zhang," Yi Rao said happily. "Well, you don't need to call me Professor anymore. Just call me by my name. I'm not used to being called a professor outside of school," Zhang Mingqi said, scratching the back of his head as he looked at the girl's joyful face. "Dear, what's your full name again?" Yi Rao asked the awakening system, noticing the man across from her looking somewhat awkward as he lowered his head. "You can't even remember his name, yet you can gather so much information." "I'm impressed," the awakening system replied with admiration. "I was intimidated by the professor title. I didn't remember his name." "Hurry up. His name is Zhang Mingqi." The awakening system rolled its electronic eyes in response. Yi Rao swallowed the meat in her mouth to ease the awkwardness and said, "You're a few years older than me, so I'll just call you Chiga. Then can I call you Jinju?" "No problem," Yi Rao smiled, finding that the name Jinju always made her feel like she was in the 1980s whenever someone called her that. Chapter 27, Nora Town, 8. After the two finished their meal, they returned to the guest house. In the hotel lobby's rest area, Yao looked at the laptop where Zhang Mingqi had entered all relevant meteorological data from the past 3 years. "Zhang, look at this data point. It has appeared in the previous 8 tornadoes, and after this point, the wind direction of the tornado begins to change. Based on the local map, I analyzed that when the tornado reaches this location, it tends to change direction," Zhang Mingqi explained while pointing to the data with her mouse. Then opened a map of the town and pointed to the middle sea area at the end of the coastal line surrounded by mountains. "From the data, it's quite strange. And you mentioned that the town's elders recalled seeing this for at least 60 years. That's a whole generation." Yao frowned as she looked at the data. "Yes, I've been researching this topic, and the only explanation that makes any sense is the geographical environment here, facing the sea and surrounded by mountains on 3 sides, which causes the wind to spiral and push the tornado's path. That explanation sounds a bit pseudoscientific," Yao laughed. "Isn't there a more reasonable explanation?" Zhang Mingqi smiled awkwardly at the girl with a bright smile. So, Chigo, are we still going to the seaside now? You should take a nap in a room, right? I'll monitor the instruments here as there are changes, and I will contact you by phone," Zhang Mingqi said thoughtfully. "Okay, then I'll see you later, Chigo." Yao stood up to say goodbye. "See you later," Zhang Mingqi replied with a smile. Yao returned to her room and relaxed on the bed, enjoying a rare few moments of leisure. Just as she was about to fall asleep, She heard the mechanical voice of the awakening system. Host, don't sleep. Get up and look at this data. Let me sleep for a while first. It's not too late to look at it later. No, you need to look quickly. I combined Zhang Mingqi's data just now and found that the turning angles of the previous 8 tornadoes, plus the one this morning, a total of 9, have a regular pattern. Huh, that's so mysterious. Yao sat up and looked at the light screen projected by the awakening system, where the turning angles of the 9 tornadoes were increasing by 1 degree each time. This time, it was exactly a flat angle of 180 degrees. Does that mean the next turning angle will be 181 and come ashore directly? That possibility cannot be ruled out, the awakening system replied. Then apart from the part-time job this morning, I'll follow Zhang Mingqi to monitor the wind strength. Yao decided on her upcoming schedule. Days passed simply yet fulfillingly. When Yao received her part-time payment on the 5th day, she returned to the mall and bought the speedboat. She tested it in the water at the unmanned coastline on the left, feeling the refreshing sea breeze while driving the speedboat before storing her belongings in her space. In the morning, the sea breeze rattled the window, but it did not disturb the sleep of the person in bed. Suddenly, a branch as thick as a baby's arm smashed against the window with a loud bang, startling the person awake. The window broke, and the dirty clothes on the chair fell to the ground, while the food container on the table was also overturned by the sea breeze. Yao quickly got up and tidied up the room a bit. After calling the front desk to explain the situation, she went to the bathroom to wash up. Dear, is the wind stronger today? Yao asked while brushing her teeth, listening to the sound of the sea breeze howling in the room. The data shows the wind strength is at level 7, and so far, this is the strongest wind by the seaside. However, apart from the larger waves, no signs of a tornado have been found. The weather doesn't look good, but it hasn't rained every time. Yao frowned as she looked at the low-hanging dark clouds. Buzzing, the sound of her phone vibrating. Yao answered the call and heard Xiao Ming's voice. Teacher Yi, the meteorological station issued a strong wind warning today. Are you still coming? Xiao Ming asked softly. He had clearly felt his progress over the past few days, especially in the practical courses where he could occasionally block and counterattack now, unlike before when he couldn't even withstand a single move. Thinking about his situation in the real world, he didn't want to miss such a good practical teacher for a second. If it weren't for the fear of being too abrupt, he would have wanted to book Teacher Yi for 24 hours of teaching. I'm coming, but I might be a little late. Okay, then be careful on the road. I'm already making breakfast. Just come over to eat. Hearing the affirmative response, Xiao Ming suppressed his happiness. Okay. After hanging up the call, Yao put on her coat, confirmed the room change with the landlady, and rode her electric scooter out. After riding 5 kilometers away from the seaside, she felt a little more at ease with the steering wheel as there were shops lining the street. The Hyla guest house was on the far left of the town, while the Kyra Hotel was on the far right, and each time she had to pass through the center of the town. If it weren't for the wind data, Yao would have preferred to find a hotel on the right, even though the cheapest hotel there would cost twice as much as Hyla guest house. Host, look up at the sky. The awakening system hovered above Yao's head. What's wrong? Yao looked up and quickly pulled over. The clouds above formed a massive funnel shape, and she could see the middle cloud layers starting to descend like quicksand. Yao's pupils constricted, and she shouted to the pedestrians who were also looking around, "Run, tornado! Damn it, didn't they say it has never made landfall before? How could such a huge storm form in the city center all of a sudden?" Yao complained in her heart as she quickly maneuvered her scooter. I can't calculate the wind's landing point. Host, where are you planning to go? The awakening system quickly followed as Yao accelerated. Where else could I go? I'm heading towards the financier. Yao replied without looking up. Are you still thinking about making money at a time like this? The awakening system was incredulous. It's obvious this is wreaking havoc in the city center. The distance to go back is greater than going forward anyway. Either way, I'm heading to the edge to hide. Left or right doesn't matter, Yao replied, making a sharp turn into a side street. Bang! A huge explosion sounded behind Yao, and the resulting shockwave flipped both her and her scooter to the ground. Yao protected her head and rolled a few times to dissipate the force. Her backpack helped absorb some of the impact, but she still had several abrasions on her body. Host, the tornado is behind you, the awakening system shouted, with a hint of fear in its mechanical voice. This mission is trying to kill me. Yi Yao stabilized herself, wondering why it had to land behind her. Looking up, she saw a gas station not far away engulfed in flames, with the wind swirling the flames upwards like a red thread connecting heaven and earth. The roofs of nearby shops were being torn off, trees were swaying, and billboards and trash cans were being swept away. Motorcycles and bicycles were lying on the ground, and even parked cars were being blown off the road. Meanwhile, apart from the people fleeing in a panic, there were some who were taking videos, seemingly enjoying the spectacle. Chapter 28 Nora Town 9. Host, you need to leave this alley quickly. The suction will pull you in. After the awakening system finished speaking, it returned to Yi Rao's consciousness as resisting the wind was consuming too much energy. Yi Rao nodded, feeling the pull of the wind, and began to move slowly towards the alley entrance. No, the suction is too strong. There's no point to leverage. Host, you should retreat and hide in the small supermarket nearby. The awakening system said as it checked the map data. Yi Rao lowered her body, not daring to release her strength directly, and slowly retreated. Once she exited the alley, the pressure from the suction suddenly decreased. Skillfully dodging a few items that were swept away and crashed down, Yi Rao quickly hid inside the supermarket, as instructed by the awakening system. The roof of the building had not been blown off yet, but the items inside were still in disarray due to the wind. Leaning against the wall, Yi Rao gasped for breath, as if a lot of oxygen had been taken away by the tornado. The wind speed is currently 128 kilometers per hour and is continuously increasing. The awakening system reported the detection information in her consciousness. According to Professor Zhang, this speed has already reached EF1 level. Yi Rao peeked out to confirm the movement direction of the fire tornado outside the store. No, it has now reached EF2 level. With a speed of 138 kilometers per hour, we need to leave here quickly, the awakening system urged as it observed the house starting to shake. Wait, my dear, isn't that the female lead Ning Yaru over there? Yi Rao pointed to a woman about 100 meters away, who was stabilizing herself by hugging a telephone pole. The awakening system followed Yi Rao's gaze and said, yes. Isn't this the certified plot, darling? Why is she even worse off than me? Yi Rao laughed happily, feeling reassured seeing the female lead struggling. Host, take a closer look at what she's holding. The awakening system played back the footage it had captured, watching the host revel in schadenfreude. Yi Rao looked at the screen. Ning Yaru was tightly hugging the telephone pole, but her right hand was clenched into a fist. Upon closer inspection, it appeared to be an underwater breathing apparatus. Goodness, she actually got her hands on a diving device. She passed through the urban area daily without noticing it, while Ning Yaru managed to grab it in no time. Moreover, I predict that the spatial item in the instance is also on her. The awakening system noted that Ning Yaru wasn't even carrying a backpack. What prediction? The spatial item is definitely on her. The novel mentioned that she could collect more than half of the items in the instance at least 10 times. If you ask me, the main god system might as well just give her everything directly, Yi Rao said indignantly, picking up a piece of shattered glass and throwing it in Ning Yaru's direction. Host, don't kill her, the awakening system reminded as it watched Yi Rao's actions. Got it, Yi Rao said, but her throwing speed increased. Ning Yaru was being pulled backward by the wind and, wanting to move slightly to put the breathing apparatus into her space, was too scared to do so. Looking at the massive red tornado behind her, she regretted not evacuating with her senior sooner. Moreover, for some reason, things kept crashing towards her. Her arm was cut by glass, and her wrist was painfully hit by a flying rice cooker. A rope tied with weight plates was floating near Ning Yaru. She looked at the other end of the rope and exclaimed in surprise, Senior. Yao Ji had returned to look for someone, having temporarily taken shelter in the gym due to the explosion and tornado. He hadn't noticed that the person he was looking for was right near the telephone pole. After several attempts to throw the rope, which were blown away by the wind, he finally managed to keep it suspended at waist height by adding weight plates. Pulling the rope tight, Yao Ji shouted, Rue, grab the rope. I'll pull you over. Someone is saving her, the awakening system said, observing the rope. Yi Rao found several small dumbbells in the supermarket and threw them toward Ning Yaru. If only knives or other light items wouldn't be lifted away, she would have preferred to throw a barrage of them. On the other side, Ning Yaru released one hand from the telephone pole to grab the rope, only to see small dumbbells flying toward her at high speed due to the wind. Frightened, she quickly sidestepped and crouched to dodge, but still got hit by 2 of them on her shoulder and back. Steadying herself, confirming no more items were flying towards her, she placed a breathing apparatus into her space and successfully pulled herself into the gym to meet Yaoji. Seeing the girl with red eyes and a panicked expression, her arm visibly bleeding and looking disheveled, Yaoji comforted her. "I'll help you bandage the wound. Are there any other places you're hurt?" Ning Yaru held back her tears, shook her head, and said, "No, I'm just scared. Senior, thank you for coming back to find me. I promise to take you out of the instance. And I won't go back on my word. It's just that Jia speaks too directly. Don't take it to heart." Watching the girl feign strength, Yaoji couldn't bring himself to say anything too heavy and gently comforted her. "I'm sorry, Senior. I shouldn't have quarreled with Jia. I just... Ning Yaru bit her lip, ashamed to finish her sentence, but her flushed cheeks seemed to reveal everything. Yaoji, noticing the girl's shy demeanor, felt a sense of pride. Capturing the campus belle of H University wasn't too hard for him. He didn't push her to continue speaking and took out a bandage from his backpack to wrap her wounds. "We should go to the hospital later for a tetanus shot." "Okay, I'll listen to you, Senior," Ning Yaru said softly, lowering her head. Watching Ning Yaru being pulled away by the rope, Yi Rao brushed the dust off her hands and said, "We've played enough. Let's withdraw." "Teacher Yi," Xiao Ming exclaimed, seeing the girl standing by the wall at the entrance. "Mr. Xiao?" Yi Rao said in surprise, looking at the man who suddenly appeared before her. "Great. I finally found you," Xiao Ming said with relief. "I noticed something unusual in the city. I called you, but you didn't answer, so I drove over to pick you up. When I got close, the tornado and explosion caused traffic jams, so I came into the supermarket to take shelter." "Oh, this person is looking for her?" Yi Rao took out her phone and indeed found several missed calls and messages, all from Xiao Ming. Xiao Ming smiled at the girl. "I didn't expect to be sheltering in the same supermarket as Teacher Yi. It shows our master-student bond is pretty good. Thank you for coming to find me. But it's too dangerous. You should prioritize your safety first," Yi Rao said, looking at the man's gentle smile while wiping her nose in gratitude. "Sure, Teacher Yi. Are we going back to the hotel now?" Xiao Ming nodded and asked. "Yes," Yi Rao replied, glancing back at the fire tornado that was gradually moving towards the right coastline. "Then let's go this way. This supermarket has doors on both sides." Xiao Ming led the way towards the entrance he came in. Chapter 29 Noratown, 10. Yi Yao followed behind Xiao Ming, looking at the back of the man's head, and said to the Awakening system, "My dear, let's do real-time monitoring next time." Suddenly, a person rushed out, startling her. "I was just focusing on a female, Li Ning Yaru, and I didn't pay attention," the Awakening system explained. "I wonder how much he saw just now? If he saw me causing trouble for the female lead, will he come after me?" Yi Yao frowned and said, "According to the novel, the big villain had already been saved by the female Li Ning Yaru before entering the copy and had joined her team. He probably didn't see anything. Otherwise, he would have jumped up to stop you," the Awakening system analyzed. "With his current skills, even 10 of him couldn't stop me," Yi Yao retorted. "And once we leave the copy, no one remembers what happened inside. I'm not worried about being discovered." "All right, you're quite impressive. I don't know who is worried about being seen doing bad things." Yi Yao nodded happily at the affirmation. To avoid traffic congestion, they successfully hailed a public electric scooter and returned to the hotel. Seeing the girl looking disheveled, Xiao Ming said softly, "Teacher Yi, why don't you go wash up first? The guest room has a bathroom." "Okay, then I'll trouble you." Yi Yao nodded and walked towards the guest room's bathroom. "I'll have a hotel send clothes over later." "No need, I have clothes in my bag." "Then Teacher Yi, after you finish washing up, let's go to the restaurant for breakfast." "All right." In the bathroom, Yi Yao took off her coat and washed the abrasion on her left arm. Just as she was about to roll up her pant leg to check her knee, she heard a knock on the door, and Xiao Ming's voice came through. "Teacher Yi, I put the iodine and gauze on the chair at the bathroom door. You can open the door and take it." "Okay, thank you." After a quick shower and tending to her wound, Yi Yao changed into a looser short-sleeved shirt and shorts. When she came out, she saw the big villain in an apron at the stove in the open kitchen. The soft lighting added a touch of gentleness to the man, and the entire scene radiated a warmth of home. She sighed to the Awakening system, "My dear, is this person really the big villain? How can he be so virtuous?" Aren't you the one who should be clear about that? The Awakening system replied. Xiao Ming served the lean meat porridge on the dining table, and, seeing the girl standing in the living room, smiled and called out, Teacher Yi, come have breakfast. I didn't expect you could cook. I always thought it was prepared by the hotel, Yi Yao said incredulously. I'll take it as teacher, Yi praising my cooking skills to be on par with a five-star hotel chef. Xiao Ming joked as he pulled out a chair for Yi Yao to sit down. Your cooking is indeed very good, Yi Yao praised without hesitation, recalling the delicious seafood noodles she had on the first day of teaching combat, which were so tasty they nearly made her eyebrows fall off. Then Teacher Yi, eat more. I won't be polite. Looking at the delicious food on the table, Yi Yao's appetite was stimulated. She picked up a bun and took a bite. The skin was thin, and the filling was abundant, consisting of various vegetable shreds. Unable to help herself, she praised, It's so delicious. Seeing the girl eating happily, Xiaoming couldn't help but feel pleased as well. After breakfast, she had eaten much more than usual when alone, her stomach feeling pleasantly full. Burp. Looking at the man with a smile in his eyes, Yi Yao, who had a face thicker than a city wall, felt a bit embarrassed. Staring at the starry sky on the table, she explained awkwardly, it was just too delicious. I accidentally ate too much. Having teacher Yi enjoy my cooking is the greatest affirmation for me as a chef, Xiao Ming said with a smile, starting to get up to clear the dishes. Yi Yao quickly got up to help. Let me do it. You cook so I can wash the dishes. Xiao Ming took the bowl from the girl's hands and pointed to the abrasion on her arm, saying, You're injured. Take a good rest. Unable to refuse the man, Yi Yao had to return to the training room, squatting while observing the raging fire tornado in the right district. From a distance, the hotel had excellent isolation, but she could still faintly hear the howl of the hurricane in the quiet room. The fire tornado was moving, leaving a trail of thick black smoke. After watching for a while, Yi Yao saw several rooftops and trees being swept up and disappearing into the tornado. She hoped there were no people inside the houses. The power of nature is terrifying, Yi Yao said softly to the Awakening system while looking out the window. The Awakening system remained silent, continuously recording the tornado's images for later clue analysis. Xiao Ming wiped his hands and, seeing no one in the living room, walked straight to the training room with the medical kit. Sure enough, the girl was squatting by the window. Her eyes were fixed on the tornado outside, and she didn't even notice the blood seeping through the gauze on her knee. Shaking his head with a sigh, he pulled the girl up and gestured with the medical kit, saying, Teacher Yi, let me re-bandage your wound. Yi Yao wanted to refuse but followed the man's gaze to her knee. All right. She had been so focused on the outside that she hadn't noticed her wound had reopened. Teacher Yi, you have to trust me. I'm a surgeon, and my bandaging skills are quite good, Xiao Ming said, indicating for the girl to sit on the fall-proof mat while he skillfully opened the medical kit, cleaned the wound, applied medicine, and bandaged it. After treating her knee, he gestured for her to extend her left arm. Yi Yao felt a bit shy at the man's rare seriousness and mumbled, It's just a scrape. It's unnecessary to bandage it. Although this wound isn't deep, the surface area is large, so it's better to follow medical advice, Xiao Ming said gently, looking at the girl's fair face. Oh, watching the girl obediently sit and let him bandage her, Xiao Ming felt a bit softened inside. After he tightened the gauze, he seemed to smell a familiar fragrance. He asked again, Teacher Yi, are you really not a player? Yi Yao moved her bandaged arm and heard the man's probing question again. A flash of the man's cold gaze from her previous life crossed her mind, and she quickly replied, I'm a student. Didn't I tell you I'm here for a meteorological research project? Xiao Ming noticed the girl's clear pause after hearing the question, and the glimmer of hope that had just risen was extinguished by her words. He smiled bitterly and asked again, What did I just ask, Teacher Yi? He wanted to know how the main God system blurred the NPCs. You're acting strangely today. Didn't you just ask me if I was a student? Did you forget what you just asked? Yi Yao said with a strange expression as she looked at the man behind her. No, I just got a bit distracted. Xiao Ming replied. Teacher Yi, be careful not to get your wound wet. Take a lot of rest in the next couple of days. Don't let the wound reopen. He rubbed his forehead and said as he took the medical kit and left the training room. Yi Yao watched the man's departing figure, feeling a hint of loneliness, and complained to the Awakening system. My dear, why did he suddenly probe again? I don't know. Nothing happened just now. The Awakening system replied affirmatively. We still need to keep an eye on him. We can't let him find out before the big villain rises 2 years later, or we might be done for. Yao said, hiding the coldness in her eyes. Didn't you say that with Xiao Ming's current skills, you wouldn't be afraid, even if there were 10 of him? I'm definitely not afraid in a head-on confrontation. Once we leave the copy, no one recognizes anyone. But right now, inside the copy, the life-threatening natural disasters are already tough enough. If someone plays tricks on us, just thinking about it is exhausting. All right, I understand. I will keep an eye on him. Chapter 30 Nora Town, 11. Xiao Ming put away the medical kit and returned to the training room to start today's training. Yao, aside from occasionally giving pointers, kept staring out the window, observing the situation with the tornado. After over 4 hours of devastation, most of the buildings in the right district were damaged, and those in the tornado's path were even more severely affected. As the tornado disappeared on the right horizon, heavy clouds flashed with lightning, pressing down as if they were about to crush the entire town, filling the air with a tense sense of oppression. A loud thunderclap echoed like it had waited for centuries, shaking the heavens and the earth, followed by a torrential downpour. Yi Yao's mood grew heavier as she watched the rain outside and said to the Awakening system, "My love, we've been in the instance for 9 days, right?" "Yes. Today is the 9th day, with 18 days remaining. Only 9 days, and the town is already half destroyed." The heavy rain outside, pouring down like a waterfall, added to the desolation of the damaged right district. It can be basically confirmed that the key to survival this time is the tornado. The Awakening system analyzed based on the information collected since entering the instance. That's not right. I always feel like it's not that simple. The tornado's destructive power is strong, but as long as you run in the opposite direction, you should be able to avoid it, Yi Yao said seriously. Even though the memories of her previous Life S instance were blocked, she still remembered some of the instance mechanics. She felt a bit frustrated that there was still too little key information. Xiao Ming adjusted the sandbag, took off his boxing gloves, and wiped the sweat from his brow. Seeing the girl sitting by the window, who hadn't moved for nearly 2 hours, he walked over and said, "Teacher Yi, the situation outside is quite bad right now, especially since the right district where you used to live has been severely affected. Why don't you stay here for the time being?" Yi Yao looked at the man sitting beside her, his clean eyes looking at her gently. After spending these days together, she truly felt that this man was gentle and considerate, behaving like a gentleman. It was hard to imagine that this person would later darken due to a failed romance. It always felt like the reasons for darkening in novels were too far-fetched. Seeing that the girl did not respond, Xiao Ming, who was being stared at by her beautiful peach blossom eyes, spoke a bit anxiously. "I have a guest room here, and judging by the weather, this heavy rain won't stop anytime soon." "Okay, thank you." Yao turned her head to look outside and said softly, "You're welcome. Teacher Yi, you can go back to your room to rest for a while. I'll make dinner right away." After finishing his sentence, Xiao Ming quickly got up and headed toward the kitchen. The Awakening system watched as his figure seemed to flee in a hurry and said to Yi Yao, "Host, are you really going to stay here? Considering the situation in the right district, how many refugees do you think there are?" Yi Yao asked, staring out the window without moving her gaze. She saw ambulances and police cars rushing by and continued without waiting for the Awakening system to answer. At the start of the instance, it was said that there are 500,000 NPCs playing together. If we do a rough calculation, there should be around 200,000 affected people. Even if the social rescue mechanism responds quickly, it will take at least 3 days for housing and supplies in the town to be tight. All right, I will keep monitoring Xiao Ming closely. The Awakening system began to miss the little nano and realized it needed to speed up energy absorption. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The phone in Yi Yao's pocket vibrated. Looking at the caller ID, she wondered how she could have forgotten this person. She quickly answered the call and asked, "Qi Ge, are you okay?" The sounds of heavy rain, cries for help, and sobs mixed together, and Zhang Mingqi's voice trembled as it came through. "I'm fine. How about you?" "I'm on my part-time job. Everything is fine." That's good, that's good," Zhang Mingqi muttered, looking at the ruins in front of her and the people around her, some in pain and others numb, feeling a sense of desolation in her heart. "Qi Ge, where are you?" "I'm near the guest house. Now that I know you're okay, I can rest assured," Zhang Mingqi said while clearing the rubble around the guest house. "Qi Ge, Find a place to hide from the rain first. The downpour is too heavy. It won't stop anytime soon, Yao advised. But the landlady called out for the guests to come out, and before she could run, the house was blown down by the tornado. What? Yao exclaimed. Chi good, don't panic. I just saw that police cars and ambulances have already passed by. Wait for me. I'll be there right away. Without waiting for a reply, Yao hung up the phone and headed outside. Host, it's not safe to go out now. I know it's not safe, but the only somewhat reliable lead right now is Zhang Mingqi. If she could predict the landing spot of the tornado in advance, could she quickly evade within the limited map? After Xiao Ming came out of the training room, he headed straight for the kitchen. He remembered that Teacher Yi enjoyed the seafood noodles last time, so this time he decided to make seafood pasta. Opening the fridge, he skillfully selected the ingredients he needed. Just as he finished preparing the shrimp and squid, he heard the sound of a door opening behind him. Seeing the girl hurriedly cross the living room toward the door, Xiao Ming quickly called out, Teacher Yi, what happened? I need to go out. My friend is trapped under a collapsed house, Yao said as she opened the door and rushed out. Seeing her figure disappear at the door, Xiao Ming hurriedly took off his apron and followed. As soon as Yao exited the elevator, she saw the hotel lobby crowded with people. The front desk surrounded and inaccessible, mothers comforting crying children and elderly couples covering their faces in tears. The atmosphere in the entire lobby was tense and noisy. Yao took a deep breath and pushed her way through the crowd. As soon as she stepped out of the hotel, she was drenched by the heavy rain. Great! I don't have to deal with the hassle of wearing a raincoat or holding an umbrella. The area outside the hotel was also congested with various private cars. And after a struggle, she finally found a shared electric scooter that was still usable among the pile of fallen ones. Yao hopped on and started it, only to find someone sitting behind her on the scooter. Yao wiped her face and loudly asked, How did you get out here? I'm going with you, Xiao Ming said firmly, looking at the girl. Mr. Xiao, it's unsafe outside. I'm going to rescue people. Yao disapproved. More hands make light work. Saving lives is the priority. Teacher Yi, let us set off quickly, Xiao Ming urged, adjusting his sitting posture. Seeing the girl's clothes soaked by the rain, revealing her figure, he averted his gaze and took off his wet coat to hand to her. Here, put this on. At first, Yao didn't understand why the man was taking off his clothes, but when he handed it to her, she noticed that her black shirt was clinging to her skin when wet, making it particularly revealing. She quickly took the coat, turned around, and put it on. My love, can you remind me about things like this in the future? Yao complained to the Awakening system while putting on the coat. I'm a digital life form. The Awakening system replied, not understanding these matters. Taking advantage of the moment when the girl was putting on clothes, Xiao Ming positioned himself and smiled at her. Teacher Yi, I'll give you a ride. Seeing the man's demeanor, Yao could only sigh and compromise by getting on the scooter. The devastation left by the tornado combined with the heavy rain made the originally 20-minute journey particularly difficult. They encountered disaster victims, tilted power poles, ripped trees, and overturned rooftops along the way, which were even more shocking than what Yao had seen from a distance at the hotel. Xiao Ming felt the hand gripping his waist tighten and comforted her. Teacher Yi, you can lean on me. It's fine. Turn right ahead, Yao said, pointing to the road ahead. After riding to the end of the pedestrian street at Yao's instance landing spot, they could no longer proceed. The mall, which was essential to reach the Hyla guest house, had completely collapsed, blocking all the roads. Chapter 31 Noratown 12. The heavy rain continued to pour down, hitting people and causing a faint pain. Teacher Yi, we can't get through ahead, Xiao Ming said, wiping the rain off his face. Yi Wei got out of the car and, looking at the ruins ahead, said to the Awakening system, My love, investigate the best route. Okay, calculating the optimal route. Host, go this way, but please be aware that there may be landslides at any time. The Awakening system flew towards the left side of the pile of ruins. We'll go over from the top. Follow me. After confirming the route, Yi Wei said to Xiao Ming and headed straight towards the Awakening system. Seeing Yi Wei climb directly up the stairs on the left side of the ruins and start moving forward, Xiao Ming quickly called out, Teacher Yi, let me go first. There might be a landslide. It's very dangerous. Yi Wei turned back and said, It's even more reason for me to go first. You're too light. If you go through without a landslide and I go through and get caught, that would be embarrassing for me. Xiao Ming joked, taking advantage of the conversation to quickly move in front of Yi Wei and start looking for a safer route. Yi watched the man struggling to climb onto a piece of cement ahead and realized that this man always managed to break her preconceived notions about the great demon king from her past life. The great demon king equated to a capable husband who could cook, and now should she add a warm-hearted young doctor to that equation? Teacher Yi, I'll pull you up. After climbing up, Xiaoming reached out his hand to Yi below. Yi pushed her hair away from her forehead, shaking off the chaotic thoughts in her mind. With her knees bent to gather strength, she jumped and grabbed Xiaoming's wrist, climbing up directly. Once Yi stood firm, Xiaoming looked at the declining ruins ahead and prepared to move to the right when Yi tugged at his clothes. We'll go down from the left, she instructed based on the route provided by the Awakening system. Going down from the right is closer, but the left is a longer detour. No need to rush. We're currently at the highest point, at least on the 3rd floor of the mall. I remember there was a large supermarket on the right when I visited last time. It would be easy for a landslide to happen there. Then we'll go down from the left. Xiaoming nodded and began walking left. The two carefully navigated through the rubble, occasionally spotting parts of bodies buried beneath the debris. Xiaoming would check for signs of life, but the results were always disappointing. After confirming that a woman buried up to her waist had lost her life, they slowly descended along a nearby wooden plank. Xiaoming landed safely, with Yi closely following behind. Halfway down, the wooden plank creaked, and Yi's body suddenly halted before she fell downwards. Yi cursed internally, thinking, why is it that others can walk through without issue, but when I walk, it collapses? Is it targeting me? Just as she was about to pull out a grappling hook from her space for self-rescue, her hand was grabbed. Looking up at the man whose face was turning red from pulling her, Yi's expression grew complicated again. Was the initial Great Demon King really this kind-hearted in the dungeons? Teacher Yi, don't be afraid. I'll pull you up, Xiaoming said with difficulty, unaware of the calmness on the girl's face. Yi looked down at the environment below. It was a snack shop with a height of over 4 meters. The wooden plank Xiaoming was lying on was starting to widen the gap created by Yi's earlier fall. Mr. Xiao, let go of me first. At about 4 meters, I can manage it. Don't talk to me yet. Xiaoming gritted his teeth, lifting the girl slightly while his other hand quickly grabbed her wrist, closing his eyes to exert strength again. Wait, the plank won't hold both of our weights. Mr. Xiao, let go of me, Yi shouted, watching the gap at the edge of the plank gradually widen. If you don't let go, we'll both fall. The rain made his arms slippery, adding more weight to his already straining arms. Xiaoming felt frustrated that he hadn't trained enough. Watching the girl loosen her grip, her eyes filled with urgency, he couldn't let her fall. Yi saw the struggle in the man's eyes and was about to break free when she heard him shout, pulling her up quickly. After finally climbing up, Yi didn't care about her painfully grabbed wrist and pulled Xiaoming up, shouting, "Run!" The two had only taken 2 steps when a collapsing sound came from behind them. Not daring to look back, they quickly maneuvered through the rubble until they reached the ground. Looking back at the mall behind them, dust rose from the ruins where it had collapsed again, quickly being suppressed by the rain. Yi sighed softly and said, "Let us go. We'll reach in another 15 minutes." Broken houses, cars crushed under the rubble, and the high lobby be crushed beneath a sign. Many people were clearing the ruins, hoping to find their relatives and friends. Teacher Yi, where is your friend? Xiaoming asked as he looked at Yi. Host, Zhangmingqi is over there. The Awakening system quickly flew to the right side of the ruins, and Yi hurried to catch up. Seeing the man sprawled on the rubble, looking disheveled, Yi called out, "Qi Gu, Zhenju." Zhangmingqi looked at the girl standing behind him in disbelief. He then pointed to a palm-sized gap in the rubble and said, "The landlady is inside, but the cement slab on top is too heavy. I can't move it." "Let me see." Yi pulled the man up and knelt down to look through the gap. "My love, check inside." Yi instructed the Awakening system. Okay. The Awakening system entered through the gap and reported the situation inside. The landlady was blocked by a wooden board, her right leg was injured, basic life signs were normal. But the wall-mounted cement slab on top was predicted to weigh over 200 kilograms. Yi peered into the gap. It was too dark to see anything clearly. She then shouted, "Sister Yanhua!" "Zhenju!" Luo Yanhua exclaimed, startled by the voice coming from the gap. "Sister Yanhua, can you move?" "I can, but I'm trapped and can't move." "Okay, wait a moment. I'll think of a way to rescue you. Don't worry." Yue reassured her after hearing her voice. Luo Yanhua, who had been forcing herself to stay calm, couldn't help but redden her eyes. She hadn't expected Yi Yao, just a guess that the BB would come to save her. Choking on her words, she said, "Okay, you all need to be careful too." "We will." Yi Wei confirmed the safety of the person and said to the two worried men, "Let us try lifting the cement slab together." After directing them to stand on either side, Yi Wei continued, "When I count to 3, we all exert strength together. This is a wall-mounted cement slab, very heavy. Let us try to get her out in one go." The two nodded, knowing their chance was only once. If it didn't succeed this time, it would likely be even harder to lift the cement slab later. Chapter 32 Nora Town, 13, 1, 2, 3. With the girls' shout, the three of them pushed up the heavy concrete slab together. For the first few seconds, it didn't budge, but as they continued to exert force, the slab was finally lifted slowly. Once it was high enough for a person to crawl out, Yi Yao gritted her teeth and said, "Sister Yanhua, hurry up and crawl out." Luo Yanhua looked at the slowly rising concrete slab, a glimmer of light breaking through the dim ruins, which was her hope for life. Ignoring the severe pain in her right leg, she quickly crawled towards the exit. The moment she got out, the three of them quickly let go, collapsing on the ground and gasping for breath. Thank you, thank you, thank you," Luo Yanhua cried as she hugged Yi Yao, feeling grateful for escaping death. Now, trembling with fear, gently patting the boss lady's back, Yi Yao comforted her softly. "It's okay. Xiao Yao, Sister Yanhua's right leg is injured," Xiao Ming said as he looked at the woman's right calf. "We need to leave here first." Yi Yao wiped the rainwater off her face. Looking at the wound, washed by the heavy rain, blood was flowing quickly. Xiao Ming shook his head and said, "No, we need to stop the bleeding first." Without waiting for the others to react, he tore a strip of cloth from his shirt and began to bandage her. Zhang Mingqi, seeing the unfamiliar man Yi Yao brought over, was about to stop him but was held back by Yi Yao. "He is a surgeon," Yi Yao said to Zhang Mingqi. Looking at the girl's face, Zhang Mingqi swallowed his words of objection. "I'll do a simple bandage to stop the bleeding for now, and when we get back, I'll help you clean the wound," Xiao Ming explained as he skillfully bandaged. Okay, Luo Yanhua replied, realizing that among the people who saved her, there was actually a handsome guy. If it weren't for the current situation, she would definitely want to chat more. After Xiao Ming finished bandaging, Yi Yao helped the boss lady up and asked Xiao Ming, "Can you walk?" "I can walk on my own," Luo Yanhua quickly replied. "No, although the bone isn't injured. The wound is only simply bandaged. Moving will make the bleeding worse." Xiao Ming shook his head in denial. "I'll carry Sister Yanhua," Zhang Mingqi quickly spoke up. "Jinju, help me carry the equipment." "I'll carry it." Xiao Ming hurriedly stepped forward, reaching for the suitcase at Zhang Mingqi's feet. Yi Yao glanced at Zhang Mingqi's tense expression and quickly picked up the suitcase, saying to Xiao Ming, "This is important. I'll handle it." Xiao Ming retracted his hand, looking at the girl's somewhat awkward expression, and gently nodded in understanding. Looking around, this should be the first rescue personnel to enter this area. Apart from the guest house, there were no residents, and the houses were severely damaged, making it impossible to rest. He looked at the three of them and said, "Let's go back to my place. I have equipment in my room to help Sister Yanhua treat her wound." Yi Yao nodded in agreement, saying, "That would be a great help." Zhang Mingqi looked at the handsome man leading the way in front of her, thinking about the trust that had just been revealed in Yi Yao's eyes, feeling a slight pang in her heart. She lifted the person on her back a little higher and quickened her pace. The four of them soon arrived at the front of the ruin mall. Yi Yao signaled Zhang Mingqi to put the person down for a short rest. Looking at the 3-story-high pile of ruins ahead, Yi Yao confirmed with the Awakening system that the detour plan was not feasible and decided to cross over. "Jinju, we have an injured person. Let us take a detour." Zhang Mingqi objected. "I checked it from above when I came over. There is no way to detour around," Yi Yao said. "I can walk on my own." Luo Yanhua insisted. "I'll carry Sister Yanhua," Xiao Ming said, looking at the other three as they glanced over at him. He continued, "Qi Gu has been carrying her all this time. He must be tired. Besides, I just came through from above with Teacher Yi, so I basically understand the situation up there." Yi Yao helped Luo Yanhua climb onto Xiao Ming's back and whispered in his ear, "Stay close to me and watch your safety." Hearing the girl's words, A hint of happiness flickered in Xiao Ming's eyes, and the corners of his mouth couldn't help but rise slightly. Yi Yao led the way. Xiao Ming carried the person in the middle, and Zhang Mingqi brought up the rear as they began to cross the mall ruins again. "My dear, be a bit more reliable this time," Yi Yao said to the Awakening system as she walked. The Awakening system rolled its electronic eyes at Yi Yao, saying, "The restrictions in the instance are already severe, and energy is insufficient. My reminding you to watch out for collapses was the most reliable thing I could do. When we get back, I'll bury you with a crystal core." Yi Yao glared at the Awakening system and retorted. "I'll wait and see," it replied. Given the current speed at which the host was collecting crystal cores, it hadn't even exerted all its strength to absorb them yet. Bury it? Maybe in the next life. They finally made it through without incident, without the collapse events from before. Yi Yao's heart, which had been hanging in suspense, finally landed when she successfully stepped onto the ground. Great, she didn't embarrass herself in front of the NPCs. The small electric scooter they had come on was still parked intact by the roadside. Yi Yao said to Xiao Ming, "Mr. Xiao, please take Sister Yinhua back to the hotel on the bike first. Qige and I will catch up shortly. Your wound is also bleeding. You should ride back with Sister Yinhua." Xiao Ming frowned as he looked at the girl's bandaged knee. "Jinju, are you hurt? How did you get hurt?" Zhang Mingqi hurriedly asked. "It's nothing, just a small scrape." Yi Yao reassured her, shaking her head at Xiao Ming. "Mr. Xiao, you're a doctor. You can help Sister Yinhua treat her wound quickly." Xiao Ming looked at the girl's white bandage, which had already turned gray, with the glaring reddish-brown stain gradually expanding, indicating that the wound had reopened. Thinking about the wound condition of the person on his back, a surge of reckless emotion suddenly welled up. What did these NPCs have to do with him? He only wanted to care for those he cared about. But looking at the girl's determined and clean eyes, he couldn't say it out loud or act on it. Gritting his teeth, he said, "You be careful. I'll take care of Sister Yinhua's wound and come to pick you up. You two be careful." Watching the two figures disappear into the heavy rain, Yi Yao and Zhang Mingqi began to walk towards the hotel on foot, afraid of another collapse. The two of them dared not seek shelter under the dilapidated buildings and could only let the heavy rain pour down on them. Zhang Mingqi stole a few glances at the girl beside her, and after holding back several times, she finally asked, "Zhenju, was that person just now your student?" Yes, a good person. Don't worry." Yi Yao comforted her. "It's just that it's a bit troublesome for him," Zhang Mingqi explained awkwardly. "In this extraordinary time, I understand." Yi Yao rubbed her shoulder, which was slightly aching from the rain. It seemed the rain was getting heavier and the temperature was dropping significantly. "Qige, did we manage to collect any data this time?" "Yes. I saved all the data from the equipment. I'll show you when we get back to the hotel," Zhang Mingqi said, holding the suitcase. "Good, then let us hurry." Yi Yao nodded and quickened her pace. Chapter 33 Nora Town, 14. The two quickly crossed the street against the heavy rain, not daring to walk under the eaves of the damaged shops. After entering the hotel, most of the crowd in the lobby had already dispersed. They quickly draped the towels handed to them by the waiter over their shoulders. It was fine while they were on the road, but now that they were in the hotel lobby, they could clearly feel the drop in temperature. After informing the waiter of their room number, they rushed to the elevator. As soon as they stepped out of the elevator, they saw Xiao Ming with a gloomy expression heading straight back into the elevator. Yi Yao quickly called out to him, "Mr. Xiao, why do you look so bad?" His indifferent gaze really did remind her a bit of a great demon king from a previous life. Xiao Ming had driven back to the hotel with Luo Yinhua at high speed. If it weren't for the heavy rain affecting visibility, he could have gone even faster. He helped the person in the back seat out of the car and directly supported her under her arm, saying, "Sister Yinhua, I'll help you up." Luo Yinhua felt unsteady as she got out of the car and was quickly led inside by Xiao Ming. The man's expression was serious as he took the towel handed to him by the hotel staff and shoved it into her hands. In the blink of an eye, she found herself in the elevator, standing in the luxurious suite on the top floor of the hotel. Looking at the hall that was decorated many times better than her own guest house, Luo Yinhua stood a bit awkwardly in the living room. "I'll go get the first aid kit. You sit down first." After saying this, Xiao Ming hurried back to the room without changing his clothes, still wrapped in a wet towel. When he returned to the living room with the first aid kit, he saw the woman standing in the living room, wrapped in a towel with her arms crossed, looking uncomfortable. "I'm dirty," I'm afraid of wetting the sofa, she quickly explained, noticing the man's frown. In reality, her leg was in so much pain that if it weren't for her image in front of the handsome guy, she would have already sat down on the floor. Seeing the woman completely soaked in a puddle of water on the floor, Xiao Ming helped her to the dining room. I'm Xiao Ming, a student of Teacher Yi. You don't need to be so nervous. No, thank you, Mr. Xiao, for saving me and taking me in. Luo Yanhua hurriedly expressed her gratitude. I am Luo Yanhua, the owner of the Hyla guest house where the pearls are staying. Well, friends of Teacher Yi are my friends. No need to be so polite. Xiao Ming lifted the woman's injured right leg onto another chair, opened the first aid kit, and put on medical gloves. I'm going to start now. Your wound is a bit deep and needs stitches. Although it will be slightly numbed, there will still be some pain, so bear with it a bit. Okay, Luo Yanhua nodded. Xiao Ming skillfully anesthetized, cleaned the wound, stitched it up, applied medicine, and bandaged it. Feeling the woman's slightly fixated gaze on his face, he suppressed the flicker of disgust in his eyes and said, You need a tetanus shot, so we'll do a skin test first. Oh, okay. Upon hearing the man's voice, Luo Yanhua snapped back to reality and extended her hand. Indeed, men at work are the most handsome, especially when they are already very attractive. Their charm becomes even stronger when they are working, making her heart race even as a single woman in her 40s. While waiting for the skin test, Xiao Ming returned to his room to change clothes, feeling uncomfortable in wet clothes. Thinking of the person sitting in the dining room, he opened the wardrobe again and took out a set of unopened clothes and pants. Sister Yanhua, this is new. I'll wrap the area around your wound with cling film, and you can wash up in the bathroom. Xiao Ming handed her the clothes and pointed to the bathroom in the living room. Thank you. How much are the clothes? I'll get the money back to you. Not much, it's fine. The skin test will take another 2 minutes. I'll give you the shot after I'm done, and then go out to pick up Teacher Yi and the others. Then you hurry. I'm a bit worried about the storm causing an accident. You can give me the shot after you come back. Accident? Seeing the man's puzzled expression, Luo Yanhua said solemnly, I heard my grandfather say, when he was young, there was a tornado in the town. Just like now, after the tornado, it also rained heavily, and the seawater flooded the house. After hearing this, Xiao Ming glanced at the increasingly heavy rain outside, then looked back at the troubled woman, directly putting down the medicine and running out the door. Damn it, I should have just brought Teacher Yi back directly. As soon as he entered the elevator, he heard a familiar female voice. Seeing the worried figure appear in front of him, he was still a bit dazed when he saw the girl tilt her head and ask again, Mr. Xiao, are you going out? No, I'm just coming out to pick you up, Xiao Ming quickly responded as he stepped out of the elevator. How was the journey? It was fine, but the rain is getting heavier, Yi Yao said while drying her hair. How about Sister Yanhua? She's fine now. Hurry in, and we need to retreat the wound. Xiao Ming glanced at the girl's knee, estimating that the wound had probably gotten soaked. When the three returned to the room, Luo Yanhua expressed her gratitude again. Looking at the three soaked individuals, Xiao Ming quickly pulled Yi Yao over to treat her wound while sending Luo Yanhua to take a shower and change clothes. Thank you. Yi Yao watched as the man alternately fetched clothes for others, gave Sister Yanhua a shot, and now treated her wound, expressing her thanks. You're welcome. Xiao Ming smiled as he glanced at the girl's fair face. All right, I'll wrap your wound with cling film. You can go take a shower in my room. I'll wait for Sister Yanhua to come out. The temperature is starting to drop. It's better to change out of wet clothes quickly, Xiao Ming advised. Well, okay. Yi Yao reluctantly agreed. This was her first time in a man's room, aside from her older brother and younger brother. Even though it was a hotel, it still made her feel a bit uneasy. She didn't dare to look around and went straight into the bathroom to wash up. After a quick rinse and drying her long hair until it was half dry, Yi Yao came out with her dirty clothes. In the living room, the great demon king was cooking in the open kitchen. Zhang Mingqi was fiddling with equipment by the living room's floor-to-ceiling window, and Luo Yanhua was sitting on the sofa watching TV. After handing her dirty clothes to the hotel staff, Yi Yao felt that the atmosphere in the living room was somewhat strange. My dear, what happened while I was showering? Yi Yao asked. About the importance of youth. The awakening system lamented. What do you mean? Speak plainly. Yi Yao tapped the small metal ball floating on her left shoulder. It's just that when the great demon king called Professor Zhang brother, he was pushed back by Professor Zhang, summarizing what had just happened in the living room with the three of them. Oh, I thought it was something serious. But the great demon king is actually 31. I really couldn't tell. Watching the great demon king busy in the kitchen, Yao walked over to the island and asked, "Do you need help?" "Teacher Yi, you're done." Xiao Ming placed the cooked spaghetti on the island. "Seafood spaghetti is okay, right?" "I'm fine with anything. I'm not picky," Yao said, smelling the fragrant air. She had been so busy saving people that she hadn't noticed she was hungry. Now, her appetite was whetted. Seeing the girl's eager expression, Xiao Ming smiled and turned back to stir the seafood base in the pot. "It'll be ready soon. Teacher Yi can help set the table." "Yes, sir." Yao playfully saluted and began to help set the table. Chapter 34 Nora Town, 15. The four of them silently ate their belated lunch in the dining room. Luo Yanhua was somewhat surprised that the man had such good culinary skills. The seafood pasta was even better than what she had at the only Michelin-starred restaurant in the town. Yao had no time to pay attention to anyone else and was focused on devouring her food. The pasta was perfectly cooked, the shrimp was crisp and sweet. The squid was firm and chewy, and the well-balanced black pepper and parsley elevated the bowl of seafood pasta. Even the Awakening System's sarcastic remark that she looked like a starving ghost reincarnated didn't have time for a retort. With such delicious food, who had time to argue with others? After finishing the meal, Yao rushed to wash the dishes, carrying the bowls and chopsticks into the kitchen. Xiaoming followed her in, saying, "Teacher Yi, let me help you." Considering the strange atmosphere in the living room just now, she didn't insist on him leaving. The two worked harmoniously together, one using detergent for the first wash, the other rinsing with clean water for the second. Zhang Mingqi organized the data from the equipment and sent the files to his teacher. He was about to call Yao over to check when he saw the boss lady sitting at the dining table with a smile, watching the kitchen. Luo Yanhua felt someone next to her, but didn't turn her head. She smiled and said, "This scene is so pleasing to the eye." Zhang Mingqi looked at the two in the kitchen and didn't find it pleasing. He found it glaring instead. Taking a deep breath to suppress the jealousy rising in him, he said, "Pearl, the data is out. Do you want to see it?" "Yes, wait a moment, Chigo." Yao called back. "Teacher Yi, there are only a few bowls. Just rinse them off." "You can go ahead," Xiao Ming said considerately. "It's fine. Two people will be faster," Yao said, speeding up her actions, eager to see if there were any strange findings in the data. After washing the dishes and cleaning the kitchen, Yao dried her hands and returned to the living room. Zhang Mingqi waved for her to sit beside him and pointed at the data on the computer, saying, "This data is a bit strange. This tornado formed unusually quickly from the cumulus cloud, surpassing all my previous data. Yet at that time I saw the clouds just beginning to lower, and the tornado appeared right behind me." Yao nodded in agreement, focusing on the data. "Are you okay?" Luo Yanhua asked. The tornado is fine. I just got a little scratched when the gas station exploded nearby. Nothing serious." Yao was simulated, reassuringly. "Professor Zhang, can I take a look?" Xiao Ming asked Zhang Mingqi, who was sitting in front of the laptop. Zhang Mingqi looked at the harmless smile on the man's face, and the negative emotions he had just suppressed resurfaced. However, considering he was on someone else's turf and had just eaten their food, he couldn't refuse in front of the two ladies. He could only let him look, but not take photos or copy the data. "Okay." Xiaoming nodded and walked behind Yao to look at the dense data on the computer while listening to Zhang Mingqi explain it to her. "I think after this, tornadoes shouldn't appear again. The displayed data also calculates the probability to be less than 1%, Zhang Mingqi concluded. "However, I've sent the data to my teacher. They have experimental equipment for predicting tornadoes. If my teacher isn't in the lab, he'll reply to my email in a couple of days." "Is there a possibility of flooding later?" Sister Yanhua just said her grandfather experienced tornado disasters in the town when he was young, and their house was flooded. Xiaoming shared what he had learned today. "It's hard not to flood with this heavy rain," Yao said, looking out at the torrential downpour. "I heard the boss lady mention this before. It's because their hometown is by the coastline, so it's normal for seawater to flood," Zhang Mingqi said dismissively. "Let us leave when the rain lightens up a bit. I really appreciate Dr. Xiao's help today. I estimate this rain won't stop anytime soon. And both Teacher Yi and Sister Yanhua are injured. I have a vacant room here," Xiaoming offered. But Zhang Mingqi hadn't finished speaking when he was interrupted by Luo Yanhua. "Mingqi, let us listen to Dr. Xiao. You all watch TV." The television was broadcasting a local channel showing police, firefighters, doctors, nurses, and caring citizens actively rescuing people in the flooded areas. While the footage showed seawater completely submerging the previous rocky areas along the coastline. It's already flooding. I remember the seawater wasn't that high before, Luo Yinhua said. Watching the TV. Chigo, let us stay here for now. With the situation outside, I'm afraid all the places to stay are already full, Yi Yao advised. Seeing the images on the screen, Zhang Mingqi no longer insisted on leaving. In the suite, there were 2 rooms. Yi Yao and Luo Yinhua shared one, while Xiao Ming had the other. Zhang Mingqi, needing to monitor the equipment constantly, stayed in the living room. The 4 of them began their harmonious and quiet cohabitation. The heavy rain continued for a whole week, only beginning to lessen on the 8th day. The entire town was already flooded. The first floor of the hotel was completely submerged, and the water level was still slowly rising. Every time one stood by the window, they could occasionally see floating corpses drifting by. For the past couple of days, Luo Yinhua had been glued to the local news channel, keeping track of the disaster reports. On the 3rd day of continuous rain, the hotel's television could barely receive any signals, and the power supply was intermittent. In the training room, Yi Yao and Xiao Ming were engaged in practical training. Yi Yao blocked Xiao Ming's horizontal kick and swiftly rushed in front of him, delivering an upward palm strike to his chin. Xiao Ming staggered back from the push, flexing his jaw and smiling wryly. Teacher Yi, can you not aim for my face next time? This is already the least harmful move. If I had used my elbow to strike your chest directly, you might have spat blood, Yi Yao explained. But you've made great progress recently. However, under Teacher Yi's hand, I still can't last more than 3 moves. That is already very good. There is no rush. Let us take a break, Yi Yao said, picking up a towel from the floor, wiping her sweat while heading outside. My dear, this big demon king's learning ability is too outrageous. If it weren't for her being reborn, she might have really been caught off guard by his earlier sneak attacks. He trains while you watch TV, while you fiddle with the equipment, and even while you sleep. The Awakening system commented while monitoring the footage. It saw the shadow of discipline in the big demon king that resembled a commander. No, the big demon king was even more disciplined than the commander. Indeed, every success was achieved through hard work. It was no wonder he could make both the male and female leads cry out in anguish. I'm just doing it for clues. It's already the 17th day. What clues have you turned up? The Awakening system retorted bluntly. Hey, your temper has been improving lately. Yi Yao gripped the Awakening system in her phone and squeezed it. Let go of me. Mingqi, Pearl, Dr. Xiao, come quickly. ISNT that a rescue worker? Chapter 35 Nora Town, 16. Luo Yinhua, who had been sitting by the window in the living room, saw a speedboat picking someone up from the residential building across the street from the hotel and quickly shouted out. The 3 of them rushed to the window, where a speedboat was currently parked next to a 2-story small villa. The 2nd floor was almost half a meter submerged, and people inside were jumping onto the speedboat. One person failed to jump on and fell into the water, being swept away by the current before anyone on the speedboat could rescue him. This current seems calm, but there are many undercurrents, Zhang Mingqi said. Yes, it should be part of the city's drainage system. Xiao Ming agreed with a nod. Luo Yinhua pointed outside and shouted, They're coming this way. Should we go down and take a look? Yes, I'll go down and take a look, Zhang Mingqi said. It's been so many days. Why hasn't any rescue come? Host, is that girl in the yellow dress Ning Yaru? The Awakening system magnified the image and said, as the heavy rain obstructed visibility. Yes, it is, Yi Yao said in a deep voice, and it seems there are others as well. On the speedboat, Yao Jia was crying loudly while holding Yao Ji, as the person who had just been swept away was her beloved senior, Zheng Weisheng. She had met Senior Zheng as soon as she entered the instance, and for the first 2 days, he had taken great care of her. But things changed after she encountered her older brother and his junior sister, Ning Yaru. Her brother and Senior Zheng always took care of Ning Balian first. Zheng had previously considered her first during meals and accommodations, but later he began to always ask Ning Balian's opinion first, while her brother seemed to have his eyes glued to others. The bracelet she had her eye on was bought by Ning Balian while she was still bargaining with the shopkeeper. Not only did she lose the chance to buy it, but after putting it on and discovering it was a spatial item, She only pretended to want to take it off when she saw her brother and Senior Zheng approaching. But once a spatial item was worn, it directly bound to the player. Furious, she wanted to hit someone, but her brother stopped her and lectured her. In the end, Ning Balian even pretended to retreat, crying and running away, and her brother indeed chased after her. If she hadn't held on to Senior Zheng, she might have been the one abandoned. The speedboat arrived at the hotel, and 5 people broke through the window from the 2nd floor. Seeing his sister still crying, Yaoji gently patted her back and comforted her. Jia, we have to believe that Weishan will be fine. Yao Jia rushed over and pushed Ning Yaru angrily, shouting, "It's you. Why didn't you pull her back? If you had just held on to her, she wouldn't have fallen." Ning Yaru staggered from the push. And if it weren't for Zhong Bo, who came up behind her to support her, she would have fallen out the window. Thinking of Zheng Weisheng from just moments ago, a flicker of malice flashed in her eyes. As Yao Jia was about to make another move, Yao Ji rushed over to hold her back. Jia, Yara didn't mean it. She had just jumped up and was steady herself. Standing nearby, Chu Ba, confirming that his brother was okay, coldly stared at Yao Ji and said, "You better keep an eye on your people. We only brought you along because of the spatial items." Yao Jia was frightened into silence by the man's fierce demeanor and hid closer to her brother. Jia is just worried about Weisheng. She doesn't mean anything else. Yao Ji suppressed his anger and explained through gritted teeth. Chu Ba, seeing the siblings behave more obediently, didn't pursue the matter further and said to Ning Yaru and Zhong Bo, "Go put the speedboat away." "Okay," Zhong Bo replied, pulling the girl along to deflate and tidy up the inflatable boat. Looking at the girl's sorrowful expression, he said, "Life goes on. If that little girl gives you a hard time again, just tell Brother Chu. He may seem fierce, but he is actually very nice." "Thank you, Jia is just sad," Ning Yaru said, putting things away in her space, her head down. "That girl almost pushed you out the window. You should be careful around her," Zhong Bo reminded her, looking at the little beauty who was still defending Yao Jia. "It's okay. Jia is Senior Yao's real sister. She doesn't have any bad intentions," Ning Yaru softly explained. Zhong Bo looked at the little beauty, who appeared to be understanding and caring, and felt that further persuasion was unnecessary. He turned back to remind Chu that they should keep an eye on things, as their current belongings were all in this woman's space. Except for Luo Yanhua, who had an injured leg and was not very mobile, the 3 of them went down to the restaurant on the 2nd floor. The leading man had a buzz cut, a sturdy build, and stood firmly as several people were swept down by the water flowing in from outside. He was negotiating with the hotel's lobby manager, and the speedboat that had come was nowhere to be seen. "Host, that Ning Yaru has seen you in real life," the Awakening system reminded the host, who was peering out. "I came down with equipment," Yao said, putting her hands in her pockets and pulling out a black mask. "This mask looks a bit familiar." "Hee, I took it from the bathroom of the big boss," Yao smiled, proud of herself for having the foresight to throw anything she found into her space after awakening her powers in her previous life. Indeed, every item has its value. After the lobby manager finished talking with the man, he looked troubled. Suddenly noticing Xiao Ming in the crowd, he quickly approached. "Mr. Xiao, the hotel rooms are basically at full capacity. Your suite on the top floor can still fit a mattress." "Mr. Chu said he can take people to the mall 5 kilometers away every day to bring back supplies. You also know the hotel hasn't provided food for 2 days now. There are just too many people, and the previous supplies have been exhausted." "Yes, I understand the hotel's situation, but aside from myself, there are 3 other people with me," Xiao Ming said to the lobby manager, looking troubled. His gaze again directed towards the place where they had broken in, wondering why he hadn't seen the speedboat they arrived on. Ning Yaru noticed the man continuously glancing out the window. She had previously tested using spatial items in front of NPCs. In the instance's operational mechanism would automatically blur the NPC's memory. After she had just put the speedboat into her space, Chu Ba had promised to take people for supplies, and the NPC had overlooked the disappearing speedboat. Only this person kept staring at where they had entered, his gaze lingering on the 5 of them for a few seconds. Could this person also be a player? Chu Ba followed the lobby manager and, after hearing the man's polite refusal, said, "Mr. Xiao, hello. My name is Chu Ba. This is my brother Zhong Bo and Yao Ji." He introduced the 2 girls behind him, These two are my sisters, Yao Jia and Ning Yaru. Actually, we big men can just find a place to lay down out of the rain, but we have two little girls in our team. Jia just lost a companion and is in a very unstable mental state, so I'd appreciate it if you could make some accommodations. Zhang Mingqi looked at the girl who was still crying and seemed unsteady on her feet and said softly to Yao, "Our suite has a pretty large living room. Should we let them stay with us?" Yao looked at Yao Jia, who was crying like a rain-drenched pear blossom, her eyes shining. This was exactly the first cannon fodder female supporting character. Chapter 36, Nora Town, 17. Yao Jia, the earliest appearing cannon fodder female supporting character, seems to have been eliminated in less than 20 chapters in the novel. My love, is that crying little sister the cannon fodder female supporting character? Yes, host. What do you want to do? What else can I do? The enemy's enemy is a friend. I just want to make a friend, Yi Yao said with a smile. Xiao Ming originally wanted to refuse again, but his arm was patted by the person next to him. The girl had put on her mask at some point, and her peach blossom eyes were filled with a smile, signaling him to bend down slightly and lean in to listen. The familiar fragrance from the girl seemed to linger at the tip of his nose. Let them in. That girl can barely stand. The current situation is serious. If we can help, we should. Teacher Yi, are you sure? Sure. If not, how could she make friends and watch the drama? Then Mr. Chu, please follow me, Xiao Ming said to the man. They went down as 3 people and came up as 8. Luo Yanhua looked at the 5 unfamiliar faces with a puzzled expression. After briefly explaining to the boss lady what had happened below, she urged the 5 to quickly change clothes. After the 5 had freshened up, the 9 of them quickly arranged their rooms. The 4 girls would share the only 2 rooms, while the 5 boys, Xiao Ming and Zhang Mingqi, would sleep in the living room, and the other 3 would stay in the training room. Xiao Ming returned to his room to sort out his things, planning to put them in Yi Yao's room first. As he turned to leave, he saw Ning Yaru, who had finished washing up, standing at the door and saying, "Mr. Xiao, thank you. You're welcome." Xiao Ming looked at the girl's pure face, always feeling that her clean and bright eyes made him a bit uncomfortable. "You should rest." Seeing Yao Jia coming out after washing up, Ning Yaru said nothing more, just nodded to let the man leave. Yao took the backpack Xiao Ming brought over, noticing the distracted look on his face, and asked the awakening system in confusion, what happened just now? Did the charm of the female lead successfully turn the big devil into a love-struck fool? The female lead thanked him, and the big devil just said to welcome and left. Both of them seemed quite normal at that moment. Sigh, if only there were a little nano, I could sit back and watch the drama remotely. Host, when you return to reality, work hard to collect energy. Yi Yao rolled her eyes at the awakening system. Collecting energy was not something to be said lightly. After putting the backpack in the wardrobe, she heard the man's concerned voice asking, "Teacher Yi, why did you suddenly put on a mask? Are you feeling unwell?" "Just a slight cold. I'm afraid of infecting you all, so I wore it." "Cold? I have cold medicine in my backpack. I'll get it for you." No, it's just a small cold. Drinking more hot water will be fine. By the way, thank you for what you did just now." "Huh?" Seeing the man's puzzled expression, Yao smiled and said, "Thank you for agreeing to let those 5 people stay just now. Actually, I was just afraid that you wouldn't agree. I didn't mean anything else," Xiao Ming explained, not wanting to become someone who refuses to help others in Teacher Ye's eyes. "I know Mr. Xiao is warm-hearted. I realized that when you helped Sister Yanhua. No, it's just that when we're out, as you said, if I can help, I will. In my opinion, Teacher Yi does have a bit of the chivalrous spirit of a heroine." Luo Yanhua, watching the two complimenting each other, smiled and summarized, "All right, you two are both good people." Yi Yao awkwardly adjusted her mask. She actually felt a bit unworthy of the label of a good person. But the not yet darkened big devil could indeed wear the label of a good person. However, the atmosphere in a master bedroom was not as harmonious as in the secondary bedroom. After washing up, Yao Jia finally calmed down a bit. Remembering what her brother had said, she suppressed the anger rising in her heart. She coldly snorted at Ning Yaru, preparing to go out to find her elder brother. "Jia, I was trying to grab Wei Sheng. I just fell when I jumped onto the speedboat and couldn't make it in time." Hearing the girl behind her explaining in a teary voice, Yao Jia's suppressed anger surged up again. "Senior Zheng cared so much about you. You were right there. If you had just reached out to him, he wouldn't have fallen. I didn't want to. I'm sorry, I'm sorry. Ning Yaru kept apologizing as tears streamed down her face. What good is saying sorry to me? Why didn't you reach out at that time? Tell me, tell me. Yao Jia looked at Ning Yaru's weak, crying appearance, which made her even angrier, and she directly shoved Ning Yaru's shoulder. I wanted to reach out to grab Wei Sheng. I just didn't have time. You're lying. I saw you step back. The argument between the two girls successfully caught the attention of the three people in the adjacent secondary bedroom. Yi Yao had let Sister Yanhua rest and was following Xiao Ming when the vicious female supporting character Yao Jia looked at the pale-faced female, lead Ning Yaru, lying on the ground with disbelief. Before Yi Yao could ask what had happened, Yao Ji, from the male supporting group, squeezed through the blocked door and, seeing the situation inside, shouted at Yao Jia, "What did you do?" She fell by herself. I didn't push her hard at all. Yao Jia yelled back loudly, clearly having pushed with the most force when she shoved her shoulder, and Ning Yaru had been standing fine. How could she fall just by being poked? Senior Yao, don't blame Jia Jia. I wasn't steady on my feet. Ning Yaru said softly, enduring the pain. Are you okay? Where did you fall? Yao Ji quickly knelt beside Ning Yaru and asked. My head hurts. I feel like vomiting. I'll help you up. After Zhong Bo squeezed into the room, he reached out to help her up. Xiao Ming looked at Ning Yaru's bloodless face and reminded, she should have hit her head. It might be a mild concussion. Let her lie down for now. Concussion? Is it that serious? Yao Ji said angrily. Yao Jia, you are my biological sister. How could you be so malicious? Being scolded as malicious by her doting brother, Yao Jia broke down and cried. I said I didn't. She fell by herself. You are my biological brother. Why do you believe her and not me? Who would purposely give themselves a concussion? It's my excessive pampering that has made you develop such a reckless personality. I said I didn't. Yao Jia shouted again at her brother, who had a disappointed expression. Clearly, it was Ning Yaru who caused Senior Zheng to fall into the water. Life and death unknown, and everyone was helping her. Now, clearly, it was her who fell, and everyone was still blaming her. My love, this vicious female supporting character is not up to par. No wonder she was eliminated after 20 chapters. Yi Yao complained to the Awakening system while watching the scene inside the room from outside the door. At least she has a name and has appeared for nearly 20 chapters in the novel. You only appeared once in Hirome's memory without a name. Only mentioned as an ex-girlfriend. Harming others is not harming faces. Exposing others is not exposing their weaknesses. However, the plot of the instance has been blocked. So I don't know when the key moment for the vicious female supporting character's elimination is. Are you planning to disrupt the plot again? Haven't I always been disrupting the plot? Chapter 37 Nora Town, 18. After Xiao Ming checked that Ning Yaru's head was not bleeding, he asked Yao Ji to carry her to bed to rest. Hearing the girl, pale and drowsy, still holding on to Yao Ji and saying not to blame Yao Jia, made him feel an indescribable awkwardness. He briefly arranged some precaution for the three men standing by the bed and then got up to leave the room. Yi Wei saw that the big show was nearly over and said to Yao Jia, who was standing stubbornly by the wardrobe with red eyes, why don't you come to our room? Thank you, but Jia Jia will come with me later. Yao Ji stared at Yi Wei, who was wearing a mask at the door, with a scrutinizing look. No matter how angry he was, he wouldn't entrust his sister to someone whose face he couldn't see. Yi Wei pouted and planned to return to her room, realizing that the female lead's backup was still not completely dominated by love-struck thoughts. No, I don't want to live with Ning Yaru. I'm going over there. Yao Jia sniffed and directly left the room towards the guest room, thinking about how her brother had just doubted her and even scolded her for being malicious. She didn't want to stay here and take any more grievances. Jia Jia. Yao Ji looked at his sister's departing figure, wanting to chase her back for some proper education, but was stopped by Chu Ba. Let your sister calm down first. The most important thing now is Ning Yaru. Chu Ba coldly observed the farce, feeling that if it weren't for the importance of the spatial props, he wouldn't want to bring these people along at all. Looking at Yi Wei, who was still at the door, he said in a deep voice, I'll trouble you with Jia Jia. We have some things to discuss. Okay, I'll take good care of her. You guys chat. Yi Wei replied with a smile, seeing the man's cold demeanor and losing her interest in watching the drama. She turned around and spoke to the Awakening system. My dear, keep an eye on things for me. She was off to make friends. In the guest room, Luo Yanhua looked at the little girl who ran and crying and sitting by the window and gently asked, Why are you crying, little girl? There was a dispute between friends. It's nothing, Yi Wei explained as she entered. We're not friends at all, Yao Jia said angrily through tears. Even if I die, I won't be friends with Ning Yaru. Huh? I thought you were together, Yi Wei said, feigning surprise. Wipe your face first. Luo Yanhua offered a tissue and comforted her softly. Yao Jia took the tissue and thanked her, saying, I'm just classmates with my brother at the same school. I have nothing to do with her. Then why did you suddenly start arguing? Hearing Sister Yanhua's concerned question, Yi Wei couldn't help but give her a thumbs up in her heart. She was indeed the boss lady. Yao Jia looked at Luo Yanhua, whom she had just met today, and swallowed the words that were on the tip of her tongue. Why should she talk to a game NPC? It's nothing. Sigh. Everything will eventually pass. Don't think too much. You see, when I was injured in my leg during the tornado, I'm sitting here just fine now. The water outside is rising heavily. Let's focus on getting through this disaster first, Yi Wei added in support. Feeling a bit regretful for not being able to extract more information, Yao Jia nodded, looking out at the water surface, and no longer said anything. She would definitely help Senior Zheng get revenge. On the 21st day of the instance, there were 6 days left until the instance was cleared. Since Chu Ba and his group moved in, Yi Wei and Xiao Ming had tacitly stopped their combat training, occasionally just standing in the room for a while. Zhang Mingqi continued to guard the equipment in the living room, recording experimental data and conducting academic analysis, while Yi Wei and Luo Yanhua occasionally came by to help keep watch. The female lead, Ning Yaru, typically took a hotel staff member to a nearby mall to collect supplies in the morning, and the hotel's reputation rose rapidly, contrasting sharply with the indifferent crowd when they first arrived. Luo Yanhua finally lived up to Yi Wei's expectations and learned quite a bit of information from Yao Jia. Due to the instance mechanism issues, what Yanhua heard was completely inconsistent with what Yao Jia said, but surprisingly, the two could still connect their dialogues, leaving Yi Wei in awe of the benefits she gained. The only good news was that the rain had finally stopped, and the flood was slowly receding. Even though it was retreating very slowly, it was still going down, which was a good sign. If it weren't for Zhang Mingqi keeping a daily watch on the situation outside and recording it, the group wouldn't have known as quickly that the flood was receding. The atmosphere in the hotel was no longer so oppressive. Everyone could see that the disaster was about to pass. Even Xiao Ming felt that if the flood receded in the last 6 days, they would be able to clear the instance. My dear, do you think the flood outside has receded by about 1/6? Yes, according to the previous data, the water level has dropped. It's only been a day since the rain stopped. Isn't it a bit strange that the water level has dropped so much? You should ask your brother Qi about that. I asked him. He said he hadn't studied these things before, but he sent an email to his teacher after the sudden signal appeared yesterday. His teacher hasn't replied to his previous emails. The Awakening system complained. Isn't there no one else to inquire? Yi, come over for dinner. Xiao Ming called out to Yi Wei, who was almost always sitting by the living room's floor-to-ceiling window. Okay, coming right away. In the dining room, Ning Yaru was serving the cooked instant noodles. Yi Wei could smell the instant noodles before she even entered the dining room and looked pale. Thinking about the barbecue that hadn't been finished in the space, she felt like she was guarding a fortune while still eating fermented glutinous rice. My dear, let's act separately next time. Why? If I keep eating instant noodles like this, I'm going to turn into one myself. You've only eaten it for 5 days. It's still early to turn into instant noodles. As it saw it, the Awakening instance was already in the later stages, and being able to eat anything was thanks to the plot involving the female lead, Ning Yaru. Xiao Ming looked at Yi Wei, who was wearing a mask. He had previously seen her eyes shine brightly at the sight of food, but after continuously eating instant noodles or ready-to-eat meals, the sparkle in her eyes had gradually faded. After serving his own portion of noodles, he found Yi Wei alone in her room, eating noodles. He placed the noodles on the small table in the room and took out his backpack, remembering that he still had 2 bags of snacks. As Yi Wei was hypnotizing herself while quickly eating the noodles, the 2 bags of snacks that suddenly appeared in front of her made her exclaim, "Wow, it's braised pig's trotters and beef jerky." Chapter 38 Nora Town, 19. Xiao Ming watched as the girl's eyes lit up again and hurriedly said in a low voice, "Don't make a fuss. I only have 2 packets. Mr. Xiao, aren't you going to eat? Only 2 packets? Then I feel a bit embarrassed to take some. I don't really like snacks. I see your appetite hasn't been great lately." so you should eat it, Xiao Ming said gently. E. Seeing the girl hesitating to take it, Xiao Ming directly tore open the packaging and poured the pig's trotters into the girl's bowl. Eat up, it's already opened. It can't be saved. Thank you. Looking at the warm smile in the man's eyes, Yirao quickly lowered her head and started nibbling on the pig's trotters. Meat is so delicious. The awakening system couldn't bear to watch the host burying her face in the bowl and sighed softly, just for the sake of being coy. Now, even eating a piece of meat has to be done secretly. Zhang Mingqi, who had served herself some noodles, was thinking of finding Yirao to chat about the data. Just as she reached the door, she saw that handsome man looking at the girl eating noodles with a pampering expression, and her steps to enter came to an abrupt halt. Luo Yanhua picked up her own food and returned to the living room, only to see Zhang Mingqi frozen at the door. With a helpless sigh, she called out, Mingqi, can you come help me with this? Okay. After giving one last glance at the two sitting at the small table by the window, Zhang Mingqi gritted her teeth and turned to leave. Let's eat over there. Luo Yanhua supported Zhang Mingqi's arm and pointed to the coffee table with a notebook on it. Zhang Mingqi answered absently, her gaze still drifting towards the secondary bedroom. Once they sat down, Luo Yanhua looked at the man whose expression was slightly gloomy and advised. Mingqi, you probably find it very difficult to deal with Mr. Xiao as a competitor. What competitor? He's just Pearl's student. Zhang Mingqi interrupted before Luo Yanhua could finish. Then Pearl is your student? Looking at the increasingly unsightly expression on the man, Luo Yanhua steeled herself and said, your relationship with Pearl is just that of ordinary friends met during a journey, not even as good as their teacher-student relationship. I know Pearl is a good girl. Just as you know Pearl is a good girl, so Dr. Xiao must also know Pearl is a good girl. So don't make things difficult for him. And don't make things difficult for Pearl either. I haven't, Zhang Mingqi argued. How am I making things difficult for others? I've known you for over 3 years. Your thoughts on academics are simple. Everything is written on your face. Does no one else understand? All right, I got it. Quick. Suddenly, the notebook on the coffee table, which had been there for over a week, made a sound indicating an email had been received. Zhang Mingqi, unable to care about her unfinished words, leaned over the laptop to check the email. Seeing the sender's information, she happily told Luo Yanhua, it's from my teacher. My teacher replied to the email. Then hurry up and take a look. Luo Yanhua urged, putting down her bowl and chopsticks. Zhang Mingqi quickly began reading, and Luo Yanhua leaned over to see the densely packed numbers in the email, making her dizzy. She soon gave up reading, picked up her noodles, and started eating again, deciding she'd wait for Mingqi to tell her later. As Zhang Mingqi examined the data sent by her teacher, her expression grew increasingly serious, especially when she opened the attached file in the email, which made her feel slightly panicked. She picked up the notebook and said to Luo Yanhua, boss lady, I have something important to discuss. Let's go back to the room. Huh? We haven't finished eating yet. Is it really okay to go back to the room now? We can eat in there. It's really important. Zhang Mingqi hoisted Luo Yanhua and walked directly to the room, closing the door behind them. Chu Ba was eating noodles in the dining room and noticed the two suddenly return to the room. He raised an eyebrow slightly and said to Zhong Bo, be careful. There should be players among their group. Huh? Who's a player? Zhong Bo asked in surprise, having not sensed any issues with the group. That Mr. Xiao. I had an 80% certainty. Mainly, I'm not sure about that young girl. Chu Ba said. Yao Jiao laughed lightly and said, I've already tested it. Both of those girls are NPCs. How did you test it? Yao Ji asked. What else could I do? I just mentioned some things from reality. The results were that what they heard and what I said were completely different. Yao Jiao rolled her eyes. How can you casually share information from reality with strangers? What if they're players? Yao Ji scolded, suppressing his rising anger. Senior Yao, don't blame Jia. She was just trying to gather information for the team. Ning Yerei spoke up to mediate, feeling frustrated with herself for being too eager and not knowing how much the other party had understood. Yao Jia was initially not that angry, but upon hearing Ning Yerei's hypocritical advice, she pointed at her and shouted at Yao Ji, how are they strangers? You, as an older brother, trust outsiders more than me, and an NPC who's a stranger would still comfort me. We're talking about you casually revealing real-world information. Don't drag Ruirue into this. Yao Ji pushed Yao Jia's hand away. Seeing the siblings about to argue again, Chu Ba closed his eyes and took a deep breath, saying, "All right." Although Yao Jia was reckless this time, being able to confirm the identities of the other party as NPCs is a good thing. Looking at the now quiet dining table, Chu Ba took a deep look at Ning Yerii, who was slightly hunched over and silently crying, and said, "Let's eat." Next time, he would never collaborate with others for spatial items again. In the room, Zhang Mingqi placed a laptop on the bed and said to the two by the window, "My teacher replied to the email, and the situation is not looking good. No, it should be very bad. What happened? Isn't the flood receding, moving in a positive direction?" Luo Yanhua asked, confused, with her bowl of noodles in hand behind Zhang Mingqi. Zhang Mingqi remained silent, opening the email and saying, "My teacher imported the data I provided into the tornado prediction system we've been experimenting with. And the conclusion is that the tornado we experienced before has not completely ended and will strike again soon." Xiao Ming and Yi Rao focused on the content of the email, examining it carefully without speaking. Meanwhile, Luo Yanhua, who had narrowly escaped death from the tornado, exclaimed, "How is that possible? Many people saw the tornado disappear on the horizon to the right. What if it's just brewing a bigger tornado over there?" Zhang Mingqi murmured while looking out at the horizon. The thought of the attached file in the email made him believe in this possibility even more. The attached file was an early black and white newspaper from over 80 years ago, with the headline reading, "Yuan Town's Super Tornado Disaster Triggers Tsunami." Chapter 39 Nora Town, 80 years ago, Yuan Town was a picturesque seaside town where most of the residents, except for the young people working away, made a living from fishing. Every year, tornadoes would appear on the distant horizon, but they had never made landfall. Because tornadoes were often seen wreaking havoc on the distant sea, local fishermen had passed down the ancestral tradition of organizing a worship ceremony for the Dragon King every July to pray for good weather and no maritime disasters in the coming year. However, in July 80 years ago, just before the ceremony was to take place, the tranquility of the town was shattered by a massive tornado. The homes and streets of the local residents were severely destroyed, and the number of injured was countless. After the tornado ravaged the town and returned to the sea, it triggered a catastrophic tsunami that submerged the entire town, leaving almost no survivors. To commemorate that disaster, Yuan Town was renamed Nora Town, after the tornado that caused such a devastating catastrophe. "I never knew that the town's name had actually changed," Luo Yanhua said in disbelief. "The people who lived in the town during that era probably perished in that disaster. And the current appearance of the town has been rebuilt by the young people who left, so it's normal that the boss lady doesn't know," Zhang Mingqi replied. The newspaper states that the tornado immediately triggered a tsunami after reaching the sea, but we haven't triggered a tsunami this time. It's been raining continuously. Xiao Ming said, in confusion. "It's not a tsunami. It's a storm surge." Yi Yao, who had been silent, looked at the black and white newspaper and said in a deep voice, "The energy level of a tsunami can completely destroy the geographical environment of the town. But if you look at the photos, the basic geographical environment of the town hasn't changed." Yes, the meteorological science of that era was not as advanced as it is now, so it's entirely possible that it was mixed up. Zhang Mingqi agreed with Yi Yao's viewpoint, and tornadoes generally occur within strong convective cumulonimbus clouds, often accompanied by thunderstorms, hail, and other severe convective weather, which usually include strong showers. Our current rainfall and the drop in temperature prove that the tornado hasn't moved far away. Since it's not a tsunami, does that mean it's not that serious? Luo Yanhua asked. Yanhua. The disaster level of a storm surge is determined by the degree of overlap between the storm surge and the astronomical tide. If the maximum storm surge coincides exactly with the astronomical high tide, it will result in severe disaster. The rapidly rising sea level in the town, combined with the incoming tornado, makes it difficult not to form storm surge. And it's likely to be even more severe than the disaster 80 years ago, when the town was directly destroyed and rebuilt, Yi Yao said with a serious expression. Astronomical tide? Hearing the unfamiliar term, Xiao Ming asked in response. Astronomical tide is mainly caused by the tidal forces of the moon and sun, and it has a regular pattern. The 1st and 15th days of each month are when the tide rises, which is the astronomical high tide that Jinju just mentioned. Zhang Mingqi explained. So what should we do now? Luo Yanhua asked anxiously. Regardless of whether it will trigger a storm surge again, the tornado has definitely not moved far away. We need to leave here, as we are too close to the coastline, Yi Yao said, looking at the horizon outside the window. Where do we go from here? And how do we leave? Luo Yanhua murmured. Everyone in the room fell silent, losing their appetite for food, and even the air seemed to have solidified. Yes, how would they leave? The map of the instance was so limited. Where could they escape to? Ding-dong, the sound of an email arriving on the notebook broke the silence in the room, and Zhang Mingqi quickly checked. Excitedly, she said, my teacher has contacted the Meteorological Bureau in town. They have helicopters coming to pick people up and bring equipment. The Meteorological Bureau? It's 6 streets away from here. Luo Yanhua recalled the location. Too far. Swimming there isn't realistic. Thinking of the person who didn't jump on the speedboat and was swept away by the undercurrent. Xiao Ming directly dismissed the idea of swimming over. Host, don't you have an airboat in your space? The Awakening system reminded. Yi Yao glared at the small metal ball floating in front of the laptop and said, do you think I don't know I have an airboat? I also have a full set of outdoor survival gear. Then let us hurry to the Meteorological Bureau. If I take out the stuff, wouldn't my identity as a player be exposed to the big boss? Currently, the relationship between Xiao Ming and Ning Yaru is quite normal. There's no behavior indicative of a love-struck mind. I am just guarding against plot corrections, along with the big boss. And it's not yet the time to expose ourselves. Then how do we get to the Meteorological Bureau? My boat is inconvenient to take out. Doesn't someone else have one? Are you talking about the female lead? Ning Yaru? You're not planning to kill her and steal her space item, are you? The Awakening system said incredulously. The memory limitations in the instance are severe, and the host still dares to be so reckless. Who said I was going to steal it? Yi Yao rolled her eyes and ignored the foolish Awakening system. She turned to the 3 who were still in distress and said, the people outside have a speedboat. Why not talk to them? Yes, that Mr. Chu is also a warm-hearted person and will definitely agree, Zhang Mingqi said excitedly. Luo Yanhua thought about the 5 people outside and actually had a different opinion. The man named Chu Ba at the head had a very strong sense of vigilance. Every time the kitchen started cooking, even if he didn't help, he would sit at the island the whole time. Moreover, several times when she went to the living room, that Chu Ba would stop talking to others and coldly say, I think they probably want to find it easy to believe us. I'll go talk to them. I also have some things I need them to confirm. Xiao Ming volunteered. With the hope of the 3, Xiao Ming left the room. Yi Yao said to the Awakening system, follow him out to see the situation. And remember to report any important information in real time. Then why don't you go talk? That man named Chu Ba has been secretly looking at me every time I go to the living room. The female lead, Ning Yaru, also looked at her a few times with curiosity when she first moved in, but this man had his gaze on her the entire time. Even when he just served the noodles. How did I not notice? The keen sense of a martial artist. What are you, a digital being, understand? Hurry up and get to work, Yi Yao urged, giving the Awakening system a glance. The Awakening system, driven out by the host, flew around the living room but didn't see anyone. Just as it was about to go outside to take a look, it saw the female lead, Ning Yaru, eating noodles while her gaze was constantly fixed on the door of the main bedroom. It turned around and flew into the main bedroom, and sure enough, it found the person it was looking for. The 2 sat face to face on the sofa by the window, and Chu Ba directly asked, Mr. Xiao, can we talk now? Is Mr. Chu a player in the instance? Chapter 40 Nora Town, 21. What did Mr. Xiao say? We already mentioned that we came here to do business with our brothers. Noticing the change in the man's expression, though he feigned confusion, his gaze dropped, and he awkwardly crossed his right leg over his left. Xiao Ming's initial 90 certainty about the situation received further validation. Mr. Chu, I came here to discuss cooperation. My sincerity lies in the fact that I am a copy player, and I have key information regarding clearing the copy. The room fell silent for a moment. Chu Ba did not expect the man to voluntarily reveal his player identity after his earlier suspicions. However, considering the key information about clearing the copy that the man mentioned, he still acknowledged his identity and said, Mr. Xiao, since we were talking about cooperation, just admitting your identity is not enough. Observing the man's demeanor, which resembled Jiang Taigong fishing. He no longer concealed anything and directly stated, I have an NPC named Zhang Mingqi, who is a professor of meteorological science. As you can see, he is almost always in the living room, tinkering with his research equipment. After his recent data collection and consulting with his teacher, the conclusion is that a tornado will strike again soon, and it is very likely to trigger a storm surge. Chu Ba suppressed his shock and raised an eyebrow, signaling Xiao Ming to continue. Mr. Chu, we should be able to clear the copy in about 6 days. Do you think that since the main God system has made the real world so difficult, it will allow us to clear the copy as if we were on vacation in the awakened copy? Just say your purpose directly. Upon hearing the man's cryptic words, Chu Ba asked in a low voice, We know there will be helicopters coming to rescue at a certain location. Successfully hooking the man, Xiao Ming stopped wasting words. You want me to take you there? Yes, after all, only Mr. Chu has a boat. Watching Xiao Ming stand up to leave, preparing to fly back to Yi Yao's side, Chu Ba suddenly asked, Mr. Xiao, is that young girl in your team also a player? No, she is an NPC, Professor Zhang's student. After saying this, he left the room. Hearing the answer contrary to his expectations, Chu Ba was slightly surprised. Did he miscalculate? After returning to the room, the awakened system briefly recounted what happened inside. Yao nodded repeatedly, as expected of the big boss, handling things effortlessly. However, when the big boss came out, Chu Ba specifically asked if your identity was a player. Right? What did the big boss say? She should have not revealed any flaws in front of the big boss. Thank me for urging you to find clues earlier. The big boss thinks you came as Zhang Mingqi's student for academic research. The matter is settled, and it also cleared the suspicion of being a player. Truly the big boss knows how to handle things, Yi Yao praised. Upon returning to the room, Xiao Ming looked at Yi Yao, whose expression was clearly different from the other two, and smiled, asking, Teacher Yi, do you have something happy to share? Huh? No, just happy that the deal was made. Yi Yao replied with a smile. Dr. Xiao hasn't mentioned the negotiation results yet, and Pearl already knows? Luo Yinhua had some lingering worries, but looking at Pearl, she seemed to have dispersed quite a bit. I believe in Mr. Xiao. Yi Yao said directly, the awakened system has been reporting everything to her in her consciousness sea. Seeing the girl with sparkling eyes saying she believed in him, Xiao Ming's heart couldn't help but race. He steadied the thoughts that shouldn't appear, but the upward curve of his lips completely revealed his happiness. As expected, they agreed to cooperate over there. So shall we go now? Zhang Mingqi suppressed the dark thoughts welling up in her eyes and hurriedly asked. No, going out now would easily attract the attention of others in the hotel, and Mr. Chu said the diesel on the speedboat is insufficient. Then when do we leave? Luo Yinhua asked. I discussed it with Mr. Chu, and we agreed to go out tomorrow morning as usual with the hotel staff to search for supplies. He will also get some diesel and lighting items back, and we will act at night. Okay, it's best not to disturb others in the hotel. Yi Yao nodded. I thought Teacher Yi wouldn't agree. Xiao Ming looked at the girl. Huh? Why wouldn't I agree? Yi Yao asked, somewhat confused. Because Teacher Yi has always been very enthusiastic. I was a little worried that you wouldn't agree to act secretly, Xiao Ming explained with a smile. I'm very clear about what that boat represents, Yi Yao said, looking at the darkening sky outside the window in a serious tone. Yes, that speedboat, which can accommodate a maximum of 10 people, represents hope for survival. The next day, Xiao Ming accompanied Chu Ba and Ning Yaru to go out in the morning, obtaining diesel and several raincoats. In the afternoon, both teams gathered in the living room to confirm the departure route and time for the night. Then each returned to their rooms to make final preparations for departure. In the room, Yi Yao watched Zhang Mingqi carefully wiping his equipment by the window and walked over to ask softly, Brother Qi, have the data been packaged and sent out? Yes, it was sent out as soon as the signal was connected this morning. That's good. Brother Qi, you will definitely become an excellent meteorological scientist in the future. Seeing the girl's concerned expression, Zhang Mingqi placed the equipment back into the suitcase, relieved, and said, I will. It's about time. Let us go. Yi Yao glanced at her wristwatch and said they had agreed to gather in the living room at 2 a.m. In the living room, Chu Ba was checking the personnel with a flashlight, lowering his voice to sternly ask, Zhongbo, where's Ning Yaru? Huh? She was here earlier. Zhongbo said in surprise. He clearly saw her walk out of the door. How could she suddenly be gone? Do we have to wait for her? Xiaoming looked at Chuba. The speedboat is still in her space. Without her, we are wasting our effort. Yao Jia said sarcastically. If she had been the one with the space item from the beginning, she wouldn't have dropped the ball at such a critical moment. I'll go look for her. Zhongbo glanced at Chu Ba's increasingly unpleasant expression and said hurriedly. Click. The sound of the door opening was particularly noticeable at 2 a.m. The person they were preparing to find stood at the door with a flashlight, looking at the anxious or worried expressions of everyone in the room, and quickly said, I'm sorry, I went out to get something. The delay won't affect the departure time. Suppressing his anger, Chu Ba said in a deep voice, All right, now that everyone is here, let us go quickly. The group stealthily descended the hotel's emergency exit. Yi Yao was watching Ning Yaru, who was walking second behind Chu Ba, and said, My dear, that female lead's expression seemed a bit off when she just came in. Yes, I noticed too. Report any special situations in time. Yi Yao cautiously arranged. Monitoring in real time. Chapter 41 Nora Town. 22. The group advanced in the dark along the safe passage, and even though they controlled their footsteps, the sound was particularly pronounced in the confined space. Yi Yao initially walked in the middle, but consciously slowed her pace to the end of the line, hearing the person beside her breathing a bit hurriedly. My dear, who is next to me? The Great Demon King. Huh? I thought it was someone else. Just going down a few steps, and you're already panting. If Yi Yao had night vision goggles, she would have seen that the man's face was exceptionally pale. Cold sweat beading on his forehead, his chest rapidly rising and falling, and he was gripping the handrail of the stairs with great effort. The heavy clouds made the hotel gloomy even during the day, and at night it was completely dark. Since Chu Ba turned off the flashlight and started moving, Xiaoming felt as if he were drowning, unable to breathe, a tearing pain gradually invading his whole body. If it weren't for the faint sound of footsteps nearby and the jasmine scent lingering at his nose, he probably wouldn't have had the courage to keep moving down. Host, the Great Demon King seems to be in a bad state. He doesn't seem tired. Yi Yao glanced sideways, but could see nothing in the darkness and whispered, Mr. Xiao? Hearing the girl's voice in the dark relaxed Xiaoming's tense nerves a little. Are you feeling unwell? No. Don't say anything. Be careful not to attract them. In the middle, Yao Ji softly reprimanded at the voices behind them. Yi Yao shot a glance at the person in front, but did not speak again. Host, is the Great Demon King afraid of the dark? The Awakening system recalled scenes from the main God galaxy, where some children cried and even fainted in dark environments. Although the Great Demon King did not cry, his pale face and rapid breathing resembled a child afraid of the dark. No way. The Great Demon King has claustrophobia? Thinking of the powerful man who was renowned in his previous life being afraid of the dark made Yi Yao somewhat incredulous. Yet she inexplicably found this man, who was called the Great Demon King in her past life, a bit adorable. Remembering a small toy in her space, Yi Yao placed it into the man's hand. After Xiao Ming recognized that the person beside him was Teacher Yi, although he couldn't speak, the fear in his heart seemed to lessen a bit. His arm was patted by the person next to him, and a small round object was stuffed into his hand. In his palm was a pink luminous pearl. Even though its glow was so weak that the people around him couldn't see it, for Xiao Ming, it was enough to dispel all darkness in his world. Gripping the pearl tightly, from this moment on, the dark and confined stairwell could no longer engulf him. He held his light in his hand. Confirming that the person's breathing next to him was returning to normal, Yi Yao felt a bit more at ease. Claustrophobia could cause someone to faint. At this critical moment, she really didn't want to stir up any trouble. They successfully reached the second floor at the broken window, and Chu Ba directed Ning Yaru to bring out the speedboat. Zhongbo quickly jumped into the driver's seat, and Chu Ba swiftly boarded the boat with Ning Yaru, followed by the Yao siblings. Chu Ba glanced at the 4 people who had not yet boarded and urged in a low voice, Hurry up. Chiga, you go up first and catch Sister Yanhua. Yi Yao instructed. Okay. Zhang Mingqi nimbly boarded the speedboat, and just as she turned to pull someone up, she heard a loud commotion at the restaurant entrance. With someone shouting, They are here. They want to run. Come quickly. Hearing the shout, Luo Yanhua, already moving slowly due to her injured leg, became even more flustered. If Zhang Mingqi hadn't quickly grabbed her, she would have fallen to the ground. Hurry up! Zhang Mingqi pulled her onto the speedboat, looking back in panic at the two behind her. We can't let them escape. The boat. We have to keep the boat. A voice in the pursuing crowd shouted angrily. Yi Yao pushed Xiao Ming, directly knocking him onto the speedboat. Turning around, she threw the man who was grabbing her arm to the ground, splashing water everywhere. Rising, she swept her leg to force back those who wanted to grab the speedboat and quickly jumped onto the boat after glancing at the people pouring in through the restaurant entrance. Almost the moment Yi Yao jumped on, Zhongbo started the engine and quickly sped away from the hotel. Xiao Ming originally wanted to let teacher Yi board first, but before he could say anything, he was pushed down onto the speedboat. Ignoring the curses from the person he was crushing, he turned to help when teacher Yi jumped onto the speedboat. Chu Ba watched the girl's swift movements as she quickly took down two tall men. Feeling a bit wary again. Pearl, you scared me, Luo Yanhua said, her eyes red and still shaken. It's fine. See, I made it up here. Yi Yao smiled and reassured her. Do you really think you can keep me here with just this few people? Do you think my training is just a game? In the darkness, Xiao Ming could only see a blurry silhouette, but he could still imagine the girl's proud expression in her beautiful eyes. Teacher Yi, next time, let me cover the retreat. We'll talk about it when you can beat me. That was just a situation of necessity. You didn't fall, did you? Yi Yao asked as she looked at Xiao Ming squatting by the edge of the speedboat. He fell on me. What injuries could I have? Yao Ji, supported by Ning Yaru, said through gritted teeth. If it weren't for the inflatable speedboat with such a big man on top of me, I would definitely have some injuries. Senior Yao, are you okay? Ning Yaru asked with concern. Seeing the beautiful girl's worried expression, Yao Ji felt a surge of joy. See? The junior is so worried about me. Pressing his chest, he pretended to be in pain. I think my rib might be broken. It wouldn't be a broken rib, would it? Ning Yaru gasped, suppressing the impulse to pull her hand away. Mr. Yao, it's all water around. You should be careful. Yi Yao said, staring at the man. Seeing another beauty express concern for him, Yao Ji felt a bit floaty. Although the beauty was wearing a mask, her peach blossom eyes were exquisite like a doll. Thank you, he stammered. The man's unblinking gaze on her face made Yi Yao uncomfortable, and she rolled her eyes. After all, Mr. Yao was like a paper doll. A slight pressure would make him cry out in pain. You. Yao Ji heard the beauty's mockery and was about to explode in anger when Ning Yaru interrupted him. You're being too much. Ning Yaru complained to Yi Yao. Who is being too much? Why did our actions suddenly get exposed to the hotel? What did you do outside when you left the room just now? Yi Yao retorted coldly. Clearly, we could have left quietly, but you had to make it into this situation. Do you really think I'm Yi Yao with no temper, just here to clean up after the female lead? Chapter 42, Nora Town, 23. Ning Yaru was rendered speechless by the questioning, her face showing panic, the corners of her eyes drooping unnaturally. And she dared not let her gaze fall on Yi Wei's face. This morning, she had been collecting supplies, as usual, and helping the hotel manager distribute them with Yao Jia. Seeing the grateful expressions of the people in the hotel gave her a great sense of accomplishment. While distributing supplies to the last room on the third floor, the cart she was pushing bumped directly into her waist, causing her to stumble and fall to the ground. Behind the hotel's garbage can in the corridor, she saw a familiar silver glimmer. Game props. What, pretending to be weak? No one is watching now. Yao Jia steadied the cart, her face full of sarcasm as she spoke. Why didn't you just knock her down? Calming the anger rising within her, Ning Yaru propped herself up and stood up, glancing at the garbage can. But the silver glimmer was gone. Did she see it wrong? Jia, thank you for holding the cart for me, Ning Yaru said softly. Don't talk to me with that disgusting expression. Jia, I know you're still angry, but I really didn't mean to let Wei Sheng fall. I just lost my balance and fell. I didn't have time to react. Rue, have you guys finished distributing the supplies? Yao Ji came down after distributing supplies on the fourth floor and saw Ning Yaru standing awkwardly, her eyes brimming with tears and a face full of grievances. He questioned his sister, what did you do? Seeing that Yao Ji didn't know what was going on and would get angry at Ning Yaru whenever she cried. Yao Jia sneered, didn't you see? I was using this light cart to knock down your beloved sister Rue. No. It was Jia who helped me hold the cart. Otherwise, I would have been crushed by it. Seeing Yao Ji about to explode again, Ning Yeri quickly explained. Yao Ji recalled how Yao Jia had pushed someone down before and said to Ning Yeri, "Don't speak up for her. It must be your fault." He sternly told Yao Jia, "You apologized to Ning Yeri? Little girl, did you bring the food over?" A lady was standing outside the door of a room 4 doors down, calling out to Yao Jia. Coming right up, Yao Jia shouted, feeling a wave of sadness. Not wanting to see the faces of these two any longer, she grabbed some biscuits from the cart and handed them to the lady before turning back to the top floor room. Yao Ji watched his silent sister leave and felt as if something important had changed. Yao Shui, it really wasn't Jia Jia's fault. I didn't stop the cart properly and bumped into it. You should hurry and apologize to Jia Jia. Ning Yeri said softly again. Yao Ji felt embarrassed. He had known since the lady appeared that he might have blamed the wrong person. Jia Jia just has a childish temper. It flares up quickly and dies down just as fast. I'll talk to her later. Let us get you back upstairs first. Ning Yeri actually wanted to send him away to check if the items behind the garbage were game props. But seeing Yao Ji's concerned expression, she didn't want to persuade him further, fearing it would raise suspicion. Forget it. She would find another opportunity to come down later. This opportunity dragged on until nightfall, as Chu Ba and the others kept a close watch on her because they had space props. Just as she was about to act, Ning Yeri slipped out of the room under the cover of night, just as she placed the gravity capsule behind the 3rd floor garbage can into her space. A child grabbed the corner of her clothes from behind. In the dim hotel corridor, the sudden appearance of a child's shadow nearly scared her to death. After realizing the child was hungry and couldn't sleep, Ning Yeri took out a few bags of chips from her space and handed them to the child. Looking at the child's innocent face, she couldn't help but take out a large bag of snacks from her space and said gently to the little boy, "I'm leaving, so I'm giving these to you." Unexpectedly, the innocent child almost made them unable to leave the hotel. The NPCs were too real, and she just couldn't bear it. Yao Jia looked at Ning Yeri's timid expression and said sharply, "You've been restless since noon. Tell me, what did you do?" I just thought the child was too pitiful and gave him a little food. Facing the scrutinizing gazes of everyone, Ning Yeri couldn't bear the pressure and cried out, "She really just acted on a moment of kindness." "Ha, so while you're pretending to be a good person, we're all the bad guys sneaking away?" Yao Jia sneered. Looking at the girl crying on his chest, Yao Ji explained, "Jia Jia, Rue is just kind-hearted. If I were to say, we should blame that child for speaking out of turn. So it's the toilet's fault if the poop won't come out?" Yue directly retorted. Seeing Yao Ji's face turn ugly with anger, his fierce gaze fell on Yue. Xiaoming quickly pulled Yue behind him and softly advised, "Teacher Yi, let it go." Yao Ji glared at Yue, arguing, "Haven't we already left? Why are you making such a big deal out of it? If it weren't for Pearl taking down those 2 big men by herself, could you have left?" Zhang Mingqi questioned angrily. "Exactly. You managed to get up, but our Pearl was still under the boat at that time. If it were you, would you even be able to successfully board the speedboat?" Luo Yanhua rolled her eyes at Yao Ji. Looking at the furious Yao Ji and the sobbing Ning Yeri, Yue stood behind Xiao Ming and said solemnly, "Kindness is a good thing, but kindness that exceeds one's ability will only harm those around you." Enough. Let us find a place to spend the night first. We'll set out again tomorrow." Chu Ba interrupted Ning Yeri's words and shouted sternly, "Once we reach the place, we'll get rid of these people as soon as possible. After all, the time for the instance to end is only a few days away." The speedboat sailed to the commercial street, where they found a clothing store. Zhongbo took out a tool hammer and broke in through the window. After tidying up the speedboat and changing into a set of clothes, they confirmed that the 5 men would take turns keeping watch while the others went to rest. Yue piled up a lot of clothes on the floor and lay down with Luo Yanhua. Just as she was about to close her eyes, she heard Luo Yanhua say beside her, "Pearl, you know martial arts? My family was afraid I'd be bullied when I went out, so they sent me to learn a bit." "Pearl, did you teach Dr. Xiao martial arts?" Zhang Mingqi asked, pondering why Xiao Ming always called Yue Teacher Yi. "Yeah, I taught combat." "Then, Pearl, teach me some too in the future." Zhang Mingqi said. "Sure, Chigu, your scholarly aura is a bit heavy. Exercising will be good for your health." Yue nodded and said, as long as she could enter this map again in the future, she would definitely teach. Haha, no wonder such a beautiful girl like you dares to travel alone. Thinking back to the first day, she saw Yue looking for part-time work. Luo Yanhua smiled and said, "If it weren't for the assignment, I wouldn't be traveling on a budget." Seeing Ning Yeri's probing gaze beside her, she quickly mentioned the assignment to solidify her identity as a meteorology student. Sigh, after this disaster, I will definitely reopen the Hella BB, Pearl, and Mingqi. Come to visit more. I'll provide you with meals and accommodation for free. We will. Disasters will always pass. Chapter 43 Nora Town, 24. In the morning, Ning Yaru was awakened by the smell of food. She had a light sleep and had only fallen asleep after tossing and turning until around 4 a.m. Glancing at her watch, it was 9:15, and her head felt dizzy. Climbing out from the pile of clothes, she saw the exceptionally delicate-looking man cooking breakfast. The dim light in the store illuminated the man's refined face, adding a sense of warmth. Remembering how Xiao Ming had helped her deal with the aggressive Yi Jinju yesterday, Ning Yaru tidied her hair and wrinkled clothes. Then walked over to the man and said gently, "Mr. Xiao, let me help you." Xiao Ming looked at the girl sitting close to him, shifted uncomfortably, and focused on the pot, saying, "It's almost done. There's nothing to help with." Yao Jia, lying in the pile of clothes, saw that a man could actually refuse Ning Baihua and laughed sarcastically at Ning Yaru. "You've got such a big-eyed booger in the corner of your eye. You must be afraid you'll drop into the pot if you help." Watching Ning Baihua's pretentious, gentle facade being shattered bit by bit, Yao Jia felt a surge of happiness. This was just the beginning. She would help Senior Zheng reclaim everything with interest. Ning Yaru felt embarrassed by the retort and, not daring to linger, hurried to the back of the store to wash up. Yao Jia's brother was too annoying. When Ning Yaru finished washing up and came out, she happened to see Xiao Ming walking towards her with 2 bowls of noodles. A hint of shyness rose in her heart as she was about to reach out to take the noodles he handed over. However, the man walked past her and said gently, "Teacher Yi, breakfast is ready." "Thank you." Yue took the bowl Xiao Ming handed her and immediately noticed Ning Yaru glaring at her with a somewhat fierce look before turning to serve breakfast. Yue was puzzled by the glare she received while eating the fried instant noodles and asked the awakening system, "Why did the female lead glare at me? My identity hasn't been exposed, right? You wear a mask even when you sleep, and you hide in the corner when you eat. She probably hasn't seen your real face. So what is there to expose? Then what was that just now? You were so fixated on her yesterday. Isn't it normal for her to glare at you a few times?" Meanwhile, Yao Jia, who witnessed the entire scene, was laughing so hard she was in pain. That Mr. Xiao was quite a talent. Yao Ji looked at his sister, who was laughing like a madman and not sticking to Ning Yaru's side for once, and placed the noodles he had served in front of Yao Jia. He said softly, "Jia Jia, come eat some noodles." Yao Jia wiped the tears from the corners of her eyes, realizing that laughing was quite exhausting. She looked at the bowl in front of her and pouted. "What's wrong? Not caring about your little sister Rue anymore?" Hearing the girl's sarcastic tone and considering that his sister had been in a bad mood lately due to Zheng Weixing's matter. Plus he had been reckless yesterday and wronged someone. Yao Ji rarely held back his temper and said, "Jia Jia, things are different now. Don't be willful. Get along well with Rue. This food was taken from Rue's space." Hearing her brother's gentle advice, Yao Jia could still bear it for now. But since entering the instance, her brother had said the same thing repeatedly about getting along well with Ning Baihua. However, when it came to the space item, Yao Jia's explosive temper flared up, and she shouted, "What do you mean her space item? I found it first. All right, it was our Jia Jia who found it. Don't be angry, just eat." Yao Ji quickly coaxed, seeing Yao Jia's face turn red with anger. Yao Jia listened to her brother's tone as if he were soothing a child and did not speak again. She shot a fierce glare at Ning Yaru, thinking about settling all scores with her. Zhong Bo glanced at Yao Jia, who had calmed down and was quietly eating the noodles, then looked at Ning Yaru hiding behind him and said, "Listen to me. Keep your distance from that little sister. Jia Jia is just still upset. It's nothing." Ning Yaru said softly. Zhong Bo shook his head and sighed at the girl's stubbornness, not noticing that while she spoke gently, her expression was exceptionally fierce. "Jinju, what was Jia Jia yelling just now?" Luo Yanhua asked in confusion, She yelled quite loudly. How come I didn't hear it clearly? What else could it be? It's just that you NPCs can't hear it. Yue replied after swallowing her food. I don't know. I didn't hear clearly. Mingqi, did you hear it clearly? Luo Yanhua asked Zhang Mingqi, who was eating noodles, wanting to confirm if it was just her. No. What about Dr. Xiao? Yanhua, you should eat quickly. We need to set off soon, and you have to guide us later, Xiao Ming gently urged, avoiding the question. Hearing that everyone was in the same situation as her, Luo Yanhua suppressed her doubts. Maybe they were speaking in their hometown dialect? Not hearing it clearly was normal. After breakfast and packing their belongings, everyone boarded the speedboat again and set off. The rain seemed to be pouring heavily again, and combined with the speed of the boat, it felt like it was stinging their bodies. The temperature was dropping rapidly, even wearing raincoats, which kept their clothes dry. The coldness penetrated through the fabric and into their skin, making them feel extremely cold. Everyone on the speedboat was unusually silent, except for Luo Yanhua, who was directing them at the intersection. Turn right ahead. The speedboat entered an alley that could only accommodate one small car. Seeing the angle of the rainwater, Yue asked in a deep voice, Fei, has the wind picked up? It's not just the wind. The rain is getting heavier, and the temperature is dropping rapidly. The Awakening system replied while checking the data. After receiving confirmation from the Awakening system, a bad premonition surged in Yue's heart. She shouted to Zhongbo, who was driving the speedboat, Hurry up, the weather is changing. As soon as she finished speaking, a lightning bolt seemed to split the gloomy sky that had persisted for half a month, followed by a thunderous roar. The rain, which was already painful, now came down in torrents. The once calm surface of the water was turned into huge waves, and the speedboat could only drift along with the current, causing everyone on board to sway. Ning Yaru tightly grasped a handle on the speedboat, even as it jolted violently, threatening to make her vomit her breakfast. A large wave lifted half of the speedboat, causing her to feel weightless. In that moment, someone kicked the hand she was holding on to, causing her to cry out in pain as the rain made everything slippery, and she desperately grabbed at anything she could reach. Splash! Splash! Ruirue! Jia! Yaoji looked on in horror as the two girls fell into the water, crying out in anguish. Splash! Jinju! Zhang Mingqi, seeing Jinju jump into the water to rescue someone, was pulled back by Zhongbo. Following closely behind was Xiao Ming, and Luo Yanhua was unable to stop him. Watching the man dive into the water without resurfacing, she shouted anxiously, Dr. Xiao. Chapter 44 Nora Town, 25. The moment Ning Yaru entered the water, she summoned the underwater breathing device from her space. The underwater breathing device resembled a white mask, and its usage was simple. It was worn over the mouth and nose, allowing a person to breathe underwater without suffocating for 20 minutes. Although she could breathe, there were many underwater currents, and the heavy rain and strong winds made it impossible to maintain her balance. Remembering Zheng Weisheng, who had disappeared right after falling into the water, Ning Yaru gritted her teeth and was just about to crush the gravity capsule when her arm was grabbed, and she was pulled quickly toward the surface. Yue watched as the supporting character Yao Jia was directly pulled into the water by the main character Ning Yaru. She shouted to the Awakening system to check their location and then jumped into the water. The water was murky, greatly affecting visibility, and with the swift current, Yue struggled to swim toward the supporting character following the Awakening system's commands. Host, the big boss is swimming toward the main character Ning Yaru. The Awakening system observed the big boss, who had initially been swimming toward them, suddenly changed direction toward Ning Yaru. Ignore him. What's important now is Yao Jia, Yue said. Fortunately, she hadn't revealed her identity earlier, as the big boss was clearly the main character's strong backup in the early stages. Splash! Xiao Ming half-embraced someone as he burst out of the water, grabbing a pipe to stabilize himself. Protecting the person in front of him, Xiao Ming reassured the girl. Teacher Yi, it's okay now. Hold on to the pipe. Ning Yaru saw the man who had embarrassed her twice before risking his life to save her, and she felt a rush of joy in her heart. Being tightly protected by the man's broad chest made her heart race, but his calming words made her freeze. Awkwardly saying, Mr. Xiao, I'm Yaru. Wiping the rainwater off her face and looking at the girl's slightly turned face, Xiao Ming was shocked. He had been swimming toward teacher Ye's direction, and their clothing colors were completely different. Ning Yaru wore a goose yellow coat, while teacher Yi wore a black coat. He couldn't possibly be colorblind enough to confuse yellow and black. How had he ended up saving a different person? Chuba, we're here. Xiao Ming shouted seriously toward the direction of the speedboat. He then said to Ning Yaru, "You hold tight, I'll go save the others." After saying that, Xiao Ming plunged back into the water. He had to save teacher Yi while the speedboat was still approaching. Ning Yaru hurriedly stored the still effective breathing device back into her space. Hearing the noise, Chuba directed Zhong Bo to steer the speedboat closer, throwing out a rope to pull Ning Yaru up. Yaoji hugged her gently, whispering, it's okay, Yaru. Did you see Jia in the water? Jia was right next to me at first, but the current was too strong, and we got separated. I'm sorry, Senior Yao. I was too scared in the water. Seeing the girl's fragile expression, Yaoji suppressed his sorrow and said, it's okay. I don't blame you. Jia will definitely be fine. What about Dr. Xiao? He clearly swam up with you. Luo Yinhua asked anxiously. Ning Yaru suppressed the jealousy in her eyes and said in a muffled voice, Mr. Xiao went to save others. What about Jinju? Did you see her underwater? Zhang Mingqi asked repeatedly, only to see the girl shake her head gently. Zhang Mingqi felt like his heart was being crushed. No, he couldn't believe Jinju would die. Yi Wei grabbed Yao Jia, only to be tightly entangled by her. Damn, not drowning, but getting choked by the supporting character. Remembering that to save someone who was drowning, one had to carry them, Yi Wei quickly pried Yao Jia's hands apart and lifted her from under her arms. Host, hurry and find something stable to hold on to. If we keep going down like this, we'll be dragged into the sea. The awakening system urged. I know. If Yao Jia could just cooperate, I would have found a safe spot already. Yi Wei gritted her teeth. There are a few buildings to the left ahead, host. Hurry up, the awakening system directed. Looking up to confirm the location of the small building, Yi Wei controlled the direction and swam with Yao Jia toward it. Bang! The rushing water slammed Yao Jia and Yi Wei against the wall. Yi Wei served as a cushion for Yao Jia. If it hadn't been for her backpack at the back, the speed of the water combined with Yao Jia's weight would surely have caused her some injury. Leaning against the wall, they finally stabilized themselves against the current. Yi Wei turned to Yao Jia and asked, Are you okay? Yao Jia really hadn't expected that it would be NPC Yi Jinju who jumped into the water to save her. The girl's mask was washed away by the current, revealing her beautiful and handsome face completely. Being looked at by those delicate, caring peach blossom eyes made her, as a girl, feel slightly embarrassed. No, I think my hand might have dislocated. Remembering the earlier forceful action of prying her hand open underwater, Yi Wei felt a bit awkward. You were just holding on too tightly. I had no other choice. I can realign it. I'll help you fix it once we get up. I understand. Thank you for saving me. Yao Jia nodded in acknowledgement. Then stay close to me. Let us hide in this small building first, Yi Wei instructed. After confirming that the girl understood, she began to move toward the window of the small building. The second floor of the small building was also severely flooded, with the water level reaching Yi Wei's waist. There were no people inside. They must have evacuated as soon as the water rose, since it was too close to the sea. Come here, I'll help you fix your hand. Yi Wei called to Yao Jia. Huh, will it hurt? Yao Jia hesitated. If it hurt a lot, she would rather leave her hand as it was than have it realigned. Seeing the girl's retreating expression, Yi Wei sighed and walked over to her side, asking, Yao Jia, you're only in your teens, right? 17. How about you? I'm 21. So you're in your second year of high school? You seemed very sad when you mentioned Senior Zheng. Was he someone you liked? Hearing the name of her deceased crush, Yao Jia couldn't help but feel a wave of sorrow. You're still young. As long as you work hard to improve yourself, you'll meet someone even better in the future. Yi Wei comforted softly, thinking that being a stepping stone for the main character was not a good thing. Not even noticing the oddity in Yi Wei's words, Yao Jia nodded, trying to suppress her sadness. Suddenly, Yao Jia realized that her hand had been directly pulled by Yi Wei, and the realignment was completed. Move it around and see. Seeing Yao Jia's dazed expression, Yi Wei smiled and said. Yao Jia moved her arm. Aside from a slight twinge of pain, she could move it freely. It was hard to believe that a girl, just a few years older than her, could have such excellent skills in realigning bones. Yao Jia couldn't help but praise. You're amazing. I've practiced martial arts since I was young, and it's inevitable to get injured. I learned a bit from my grandpa. That is still very impressive. When I was little, I could only play with dolls. Hee hee. I'm just glad you don't blame me for dislocating your hand. Thank you. I wouldn't blame you. If I had to blame anyone, it would be Ning Yaru for dragging me into the water. Looking at the water level around her waist, Yao Jia worriedly asked, what should we do next? Chapter 45 Nora Town, 26. Yi Rao looked around the environment and pointed to the staircase in the stairwell, saying, let's go upstairs first. The temperature is too low, and if we stay in the water like this, we might get hypothermia. Okay, Yao Jia nodded, and the two girls supported each other as they walked towards the stairwell. Host, we've been swept too far away. I can't find a speedboat within a 1-kilometer search radius, the Awakening system said, watching the host take things out of the backpack from space. I didn't plan to go back. Yi Rao handed clean clothes to Yao Jia and said, you should go change in the room first. Not going back. Then how do we avoid the storm surge that is likely to happen next if we don't take the helicopter? The Awakening system followed Yi Rao in shock. All right, I'm going to change clothes now. You stay outside for a bit, Yi Rao said, pushing the small metal ball out of the room. Then she continued to communicate with the Awakening system in her mind. It's stormy outside. You just said we were swept over a kilometer away. How much loyalty do you think the main character Ning Yarui's group has to keep searching for us? The big boss went to save the main character. But Professor Zhang and the boss lady will definitely not ignore you. When you jump down to save Yao Jia, wasn't Professor Zhang held back by that man named Zhongbo? He would have jumped down to save you long ago. Forget it. If Chi Good jumps down, I'm afraid I would have to save not only the supporting character, but also the NPC. Although she knew they meant well, thinking of Zhang Mingqi's scholar-like appearance. Yi Rao felt it was better for Zhang Mingqi to stay on the speedboat. Besides, the speedboat belongs to Chu Ba, and Zhongbo, who is driving the speedboat, is Chu Ba's brother. Staying for a bit in this weather is already quite loyal, Yi Rao commented. She actually thought Chu Ba was a decent person. He looked fierce on the surface, but he acted fairly. So what do we do now? The Awakening system asked. Let's wait for the rain to lessen. With this kind of weather, even if I took out an airboat, it would probably be capsized. Her airboat was significantly smaller than the main characters, and their large one had almost been capsized, so it was better to give up on her small one. Host, hurry up and come out. The Awakening system suddenly shouted urgently from outside. What's wrong? Yi Rao wiped her wet hair and walked over to the Awakening system. My scanning range has picked up the big boss's information. Look at that person lying on the plank. Doesn't he look like the big boss? Following the direction pointed by the Awakening system, she indeed saw a person lying on a plank, bobbing up and down with the water flow. It was too far away to see the person's face clearly, but the color of the clothes was indeed what the big boss was wearing today. Didn't he go to save the main character? How come he didn't bring her up? Yi Rao exclaimed. That shouldn't be the case. The big boss already dragged the main character Ning Yarui up before you even caught Yao Jia. The Awakening system recalled the earlier situation. If he saved her, how come he appears here? Is there a possibility that he jumped down to save you again? What nonsense are you talking about? Yi Rao completely didn't believe it. Jumping down could be fatal, and besides, in the big boss's eyes, she was just an NPC. How could he come to save her? Then how do you explain his appearance here? He lost his grip and fell back down. So are we going to save him or not? Looking at the helpless figure being battered by the waves, remembering how, in the early part of the novel, the big boss's romantic actions often led to himself being swept away while trying to save others, Yi Rao gritted her teeth and resolutely said, not saving. He did take you and your NPC friend in before and cooked for you for several days. Now it looks like he's trying to save you. You're just going to ignore him? I don't want to care. I just change into clean clothes. Besides, the big boss is not that easy to die. Watching Yi Rao turn to leave, the Awakening system quickly asked, you're not angry because he saved the main character first, are you? With so many love-struck people, am I supposed to be love-struck too? The water flow is so strong. I can't even guarantee I can climb back up myself. How can I save someone? Yi Rao shouted angrily at the Awakening system. She was just a cannon fodder. Why should she care about the big villain? How ridiculous. Hey, isn't that Mr. Xiao? Sister Pearl, let's save him. After changing clothes, Yao Jiao walked to Yi Rao's side and saw Xiao Ming floating on the water, pleading with Yi Rao. Yi Rao took a deep breath and sighed, "Damn it. Can't the big boss be swept away to another place? Why is he coming towards me?" Taking out several climbing ropes from her backpack, she secured them to the long sofa, ensuring that even if they were pulled, they would still be wedged by the window. Yi Rao said to Yao Jia, "I'm going down to save him. You wait to assist." "Oh, okay." Yao Jia watched as Yi Rao skillfully jumped into the water with the ropes. Why did it feel like Sister Pearl was angry just now? As soon as Yi Rao entered the water, she shivered from the cold. If she had known she would have to jump back into the water to save someone, she wouldn't have changed clothes so early. Watching Yi Rao swim towards the big boss with all her might, the Awakening system laughed fearlessly and said, "Host, didn't you say you wouldn't save anyone? I'm just helping the supporting character Yao Jia save someone. This damn weather." The water stinging her eyes was unbearable. "Since when did you start listening to the supporting character?" "Shut up. So you don't need me to help report the big boss's location? Besides reporting the location, just keep quiet." Seeing Yi Rao sulking, the Awakening system wisely stopped joking. When Yi Rao was pushed off course by the waves, it informed her in time, "Host, swim a bit to the left. The plank is about to be swept over. Please grab it in time." Estimated arrival in 15 seconds. Yi Rao was exhausted, and as a wave pushed her into the water, she struggled to swim back up and found herself even farther from the target. She shouted to the Awakening system, "No way. The current is too fast, and the waves are too big. Host, we only have one chance. If we miss it, the big boss will be swept straight into the sea." The Awakening system calculated the position in real time and emphasized 10 seconds left. Yi Rao looked at the 2 meters distance from the target position and shouted to the plank that was about to meet her, "Xiao Ming, reach out your hand, and I'll pull you up." "Teacher Yi." Hearing the familiar voice, Xiao Ming finally noticed Yi Rao, who was over 30 meters away from him. His heart, which had been in turmoil, finally settled a bit. He knew Teacher Yi would be all right. Xiao Ming hand. Chapter 46 Noratown, 27. 10 seconds passed in the blink of an eye. Xiao Ming seized the opportunity, using the force of pushing the wooden board to firmly grasp Yi Rao's hand. The moment Yi Rao pulled him in, she felt the man strenuously lifting her up, allowing her rapidly depleting strength to finally ease a little. Ignoring the fact that she was tightly embraced by someone she had only known for just over 20 days, and who was also a major villain in her past life, she hurriedly fumbled in the water to tie another rope around the waist of the Dark Lord. When Xiao Ming felt the girl's slender arms wrap around his waist, his body stiffened, especially when she was tying the knot. Her face pressed directly against his chest, and he could feel his heart racing. He hoped that Teacher Yi didn't notice. After confirming the rope was securely tied, Yi Rao let go and said, "Mr. Xiao, you can let go now and swim back while holding the rope." "Oh, okay." Xiao Ming quickly released his grip on the girl. But before he could grab the rope, a big wave crashed over him, plunging him into the water and making him choke several times. If it weren't for Yi Rao's secure knot, he might have been swept away. Confirming that the man had not been swept away and had surfaced, Yi Rao tightened her grip on the rope and shouted, "Quick, hold onto the rope and swim back." In the small building, Yao Jia, having seen Yi Rao successfully pull Xiao Ming, also helped pull the rope to bring the two back. "Come on, give me your hand." Xiao Ming, who entered the building a step faster than Yi Rao, reached out to pull her in. "Teacher Yi, thank you for saving me. Let's put away the rope and talk later." Yi Rao panted, feeling exhausted. She vowed to act alone next time. On the 3rd floor, Yao Jia had been waiting in the stairwell and called out when she saw the two still soaked. "Mr. Xiao, Sister Pearl, hurry up." "Miss Yao, that's great. Everyone is still alive." Xiao Ming exclaimed in surprise at the person in the stairwell. "I have to thank Sister Pearl for saving me," Yao Jia said gratefully. Yi Rao returned to the 3rd floor, tossed the rope in her bag, and turned to the drenched Xiao Ming, saying, "Mr. Xiao, you really need to change your clothes quickly. You should check the wardrobes in these rooms. There should be clothes you can wear." "Okay, you should hurry and change too," Xiao Ming urged, looking at the girl's lips that were turning blue from the cold. When Yi Rao came out after changing clothes again, Xiao Ming had already changed and was sitting by the fire with Yao Jia. Yao Jia, seeing the door open, quickly called out, "Sister Pearl, come over and warm yourself by the fire." Xiao Ming watched as Yi Rao let her long hair down to her waist, and a hint of amazement flashed in his eyes. It turned out that when Teacher Yi let her hair down, it revealed more of the girl's softness. Teacher Yi, thank you for saving me. Xiao Ming formally expressed his gratitude while looking at the girl sitting across from him by the fire. You're welcome, Mr. Xiao. You have also helped me a lot before, Yi Rao said, gazing at the fire. Thinking about how the girl had called his name in desperation earlier, Xiao Ming continued. Teacher Yi, now that we have such a bond of life and death, can we stop calling me Mr. Xiao? Huh? Yi Rao looked at Xiao Ming in surprise, not understanding why he suddenly brought up the way to address him. From now on, let's just call each other by our names. Seeing the girl's dazed expression was rare, Xiao Ming smiled and said, although he originally wanted Teacher Yi to call him bro like Zhang Professor did. Oh, Yi Rao nodded indifferently, as if agreeing. Can I call you by your name too? Yao Jia asked, looking at Xiao Ming's handsome face. No wonder Ning Baiwa always sneaks glances at him. Mr. Xiao really is too good-looking. Miss Yao, I saw you holding onto the speedboat's handrail. How did you suddenly fall into the water? Xiao Ming directly changed the topic. I was pulled into the water by Ning Yaru, the White Lotus. If it weren't for Sister Pearl, I probably would have died. Yao Jia recalled the suffocating feeling of falling into the water, making her realize for the first time how terrifying death could be and how close it was to her. It's okay. Seeing the girl's expression of lingering fear, Xiao Ming comforted her softly. When he was in the water, he was so worried about others that the fear of not being able to find anyone pressed down on his heart, and he hadn't considered the possibility of drowning. Xiao Xian, Xiao Ming, how did you fall into the water too? Yi Rao asked. I was afraid something would happen to you, so I tried to pull you up, but the water was too murky, and I saved the wrong person. Xiao Ming explained to Yi Rao awkwardly, worried that she might misunderstand him. Mr. Xiao, you didn't confuse Ning Yaru with Sister Pearl and save Ning Yaru, did you? Yao Jia asked incredulously. Yes. After I realized my mistake, I went back into the water to try to save you, but it was Sister Pearl who saved me, Xiao Ming said, feeling a bit uneasy as he poked at the fire. My dear, the Dark Lord actually mixed up yellow and black. He can't be colorblind, can he? Yi Rao was surprised and spoke to the Awakening system. I don't think so. It seems more like a plot correction the Awakening system analyzed. Are you saying that in this scenario, there is an existing plot where the Dark Lord saves the female lead from the water? Yes. It seems the plot correction is in operation. Just as Yi Rao was analyzing the issue of plot correction with the Awakening system, upon hearing that Xiao Ming had saved Ning Yaru, Yao Jia jumped in anger and said, Mr. Xiao, why did you save Ning Yaru? I was trying to save Sister Pearl. I just saved the wrong person, Xiao Ming quickly emphasized, glancing at Yi Rao, who seemed a bit dazed. Huh. Then Ning Yaru really got lucky, Yao Jia complained, then remembered Xiao Ming's player identity and emphasized, Mr. Xiao, Ning Yaru may look gentle and weak, but she's actually the most selfish and cruel. Senior Zheng took care of her, but when Senior Zheng fell into the water, she didn't help him at all and kept retreating, making it impossible for me to save him. Because of this, I've never gotten along with her. And every time that Ning Baiwa cries or looks wronged, my brother lectures me. So you'd better be careful and keep your distance from her next time. Huh? Did all of this happen? I'll be more careful in the future. Thank you. Xiao Ming was a bit surprised, as he previously thought there was only a minor conflict between the two girls, not realizing it had almost cost a life. After seeing the man nod, Yao Jia sat down again, rubbed her stomach, and said to Yi Rao, Sister Pearl, is there anything to eat? I'm really hungry. Looking at Yao Jia's fair face, Yi Rao was a bit uncertain about whether she should reveal her secret stash. She had food. She had previously stocked up on a month's worth of rations for one person, and with 3 days left in the scenario, it was more than enough for the three of them to feast. But the problem was that everything was in her space. Was she really going to use her bag as a cover to take the food out? But the bag was full of wet ropes. How could she explain the capacity issue? Chapter 47 Nora Town, 28. Yi Yao gritted her teeth and got up to walk towards her backpack. The Awakening system watched as she was about to use the backpack as cover to pull things out of her space and asked, Host, do you still plan to wear the NPC disguise from the instance? Unless absolutely necessary, it's better not to expose myself, Yi Yao replied, rummaging through her space and pulling out 2 bags of cookies. If you ask me, There are only 3 days left until the instance ends. After exiting the instance, there's a shielding mechanism, making it hard to recognize those two who have been killing wildly in the instance when they pass by in the real world. Wearing the disguise is unnecessary, right? The Awakening system felt that Yi Yao was being overly cautious. Even without exposure, the plot correction is already in motion. I don't distrust the Demon Lord, I just don't trust the plot correction. Besides, the supporting character Yao Jia, who should have died, is now alive. Are you confident you can completely avoid the upcoming plot corrections? Remembering Xiao Ming's explanation earlier, Yi Yao still felt it was better to be cautious. All right then, the Awakening system conceded. Let's eat some cookies. Yi Yao handed the snacks to the two, and although it wasn't a lot, it could fill their stomachs a little. Wow, I knew Sister Pearl could be relied on, Yao Jia said happily, tearing open a bag and starting to eat. This supporting character is actually quite nice. The Awakening system watched as Yao Jia ate, not forgetting the two beside her, and even share a piece with them. She is just a bit spoiled because she is young. Fortunately, we met you. Otherwise, we would have met our end early. My love, keep a close watch on Yao Jia in the next few days. I'm afraid the plot correction might lead to unexpected events. No problem, but shouldn't we think about what to do next? Just as the Awakening system finished speaking, Xiao Ming said, they probably walked far away and didn't see our distress signal. What distress signal? Yao asked, puzzled. Yao Jia quickly swallowed the cookie in her mouth and said excitedly, I just helped Mr. Xiao make a torch, and after creating a lot of smoke, we hung it by the window on the roof. Now that the wind and rain have gotten stronger, I'm afraid the smoke hasn't even risen before it's been dispersed. Yi Yao directly burst their bubble of hope, saying, besides, the speedboat must have already left. I just wanted to try, Xiao Ming said, feeling a bit deflated. How can they leave without a boat? What do we do now? Yi Yao looked at the two, who were expectantly staring at her, feeling a bit overwhelmed. Let us be clear, I'm currently an NPC in this instance. We're the players to ask how to play the game. At that moment, the speedboat was indeed following the direction of the water, as Yi Yao had predicted. After searching for a while and seeing the wind and rain getting worse, Chuba ordered Zhongbo to turn back. No way. I will definitely not give directions without finding anyone, Luo Yanhua insisted as she watched the speedboat turn around. She couldn't believe that Pearl and Dr. Xiao could just die like that. Maybe if they looked a bit further, they were waiting for their rescue somewhere. If they just left like this, even if this disaster passed, how would she live the rest of her life? Yes. I also absolutely will not take you up to the helicopter, Zhang Mingqi threatened loudly. I can understand your desire to save them, but look at the current weather. Are we really going to risk the lives of everyone on this boat just to save 3 people? Chuba questioned angrily, staring at the two with faces full of fury. Right? Senior Yao's sister fell off too. Doesn't Senior feel sad? Ning Yara shouted, full of sorrow. Do the dead have to drag the living down with them? No, I disagree. The words got stuck in Luo Yanhua's throat. Zhang Mingqi looked terrified at Luo Yanhua, who was being held at gunpoint by Chuba. They actually had guns. Don't move. Chuba barked. Luo Yanhua froze, suppressing her fear to sarcastically say, who knows if it's real or not. Anyway, I want to give directions. Bang! Chuba shot into the sky and quickly pointed the gun at Luo Yanhua, asking, now, can we confirm it's real? Seeing that the two dared not move anymore, Chuba helplessly said, Ms. Luo, Professor Zhang, I don't want to do this either, but the situation is urgent. I hope you can cooperate, okay? All right. Don't be impulsive. Zhang Mingqi quickly replied. My aim is only to successfully board the helicopter for a chance at survival. Can Ms. Luo give directions? Chuba said in a deep voice. F forward, left turn. The rain was pouring harder, and the water waves whipped up by the strong wind crashed against the little building's walls with a loud bang, fearing that if her little one was put down, it would be overturned. Yao shook her head. The rain is too heavy. You all know how it was in the water just now. Let us wait for the water to calm down a bit before making plans. It was really dangerous in the water just now. It's indeed not good to rush without a boat. Xiao Ming nodded in agreement. But didn't you just tell Chu Ba that the tornado would strike again and cause a storm surge? If we don't hurry to the helicopter now, how do we escape? Yao Jia said, somewhat frightened. She still hadn't avenged Ning Yaru. Looking at Yi Yao, who was silent, and Yao Jia, who looked anxious. Xiao Ming comforted. Maybe we'll get lucky? The storm surge won't happen? Is that possible? No one responded, and the atmosphere in the room clearly froze. Yi Yao sighed slightly. My love, let me know when the weather outside improves a little. What for? To escape. How to escape? Are you planning to take out your little one? The awakening system asked in surprise. Aren't you reluctant to take off your disguise? Yi Yao ignored the awakening system, which was making a fuss in her mind, and said to the two, let us all find a room to rest for a bit. Our physical strength was greatly consumed in the water just now. Don't wait until the rain stops and then have no energy to travel. The two nodded obediently and returned to their rooms to rest. Unknowingly, the three began to act with Yi Yao as the backbone. The heavy rain poured, the wind howled, and thunder rumbled. Yi Yao looked at the dark rain clouds in the sky as if they were going to crush the town, and her unease grew. But considering the situation they had to face later, she had no choice but to force herself to rest. Meanwhile, the awakening system, which was constantly monitoring the outside situation, shouted to Yi Yao the moment the rain lessened, Host, get up quickly. Yi Yao immediately jumped out of bed upon hearing the awakening system's voice. If it weren't for the urgent situation, the awakening system would definitely have to praise her. What great core strength. What is wrong? Good news and bad news. Which one do you want to hear? Chapter 48, Nora Town, 29. After holding back several times, Yi Yao still couldn't resist. She directly squeezed the small metal ball in her hand and rubbed it, saying, When are you going to stop keeping me in suspense? Good news. The rain should stop soon. Bad news. I just saw what looked like a tornado on the horizon. The awakened system, which was being violently squeezed by Yi Yao, hurriedly shouted, Forgive it. Next time it will definitely keep a distance from the host when keeping suspense. What? Hearing the news about the tornado, Yi Yao rushed to the window to check. The rain was noticeably decreasing, and the water surface was gradually becoming calm. Now was the time to leave. The extremely thick rain clouds had moved to the horizon, and their formation was even more terrifying than when they were in the town. In just a little while, Yi Yao seemed to have seen a shadow of a tornado under the lightning. Isn't there still 3 days left? It's already early morning. To be precise, there are 2 days left in the instance. Then why is it pulling such a big stunt now? Is it trying to end the instance early? Yi Yao hurriedly tossed her backpack into space and complained to the awakened system. Survival instances in the awakened system have a lot of randomness. It doesn't necessarily mean the big moves will come on the last day. The awakened system quickly followed Yi Yao's pace to explain. Don't sleep. Get up. Yi Yao rushed to the door of the room where the others were and knocked furiously. Xiao Ming had actually woken up when he heard Yi Yao knocking on Yao Jia's door. He hadn't been in a deep sleep and quickly left the room. Sister Pearl, what's wrong? Yao Jia rubbed her sleepy eyes and asked. She was very hungry, and it was more comfortable to sleep. Seeing that the big demon king had also come out of the room, Yi Yao grabbed Yao Jia and headed downstairs. The tornado is coming. We need to leave quickly. What? No way. How are we going to get out? Yao Jia was startled awake by the mention of the tornado. She still vividly remembered the fire tornado that erupted in the town center earlier. Following closely behind, Xiao Ming looked at the sky outside and said, The rain is almost stopping. Let's tie ourselves with ropes and swim over. Pearl, where's your backpack? I tossed my backpack into space. Who would carry a bag while fleeing for their lives? Yi Yao didn't care about her disguise anymore and pulled out an air-cushioned boat from space, saying, Hurry, inflate it. The two were astonished by the suddenly appearing large backpack, especially Yao Jia, whose jaw nearly dropped. It turned out Sister Pearl had special powers as an NPC. Xiao Ming suppressed his shock. This was not the time for questions. Seeing Yi Jinju's urgency, he quickly pitched in to help. The air-cushioned boat was quickly inflated, and with the engine activated, they swiftly left the small building. The rain gradually began to stop, making it easier for Yi Yao to make her way. Meanwhile, the other two on the boat dared not even breathe as they saw the storm clouds gathering on the horizon. Pearl, don't turn. There's no strong wind now. Let's take the small road and catch up with Sister Yanhua and the others as fast as we can, Xiao Ming shouted loudly at Yi Yao, who was about to turn the air-cushioned boat. Okay. Yi Yao nodded in agreement, skillfully maneuvering the air-cushioned boat into a beautiful drift, successfully entering the alley. So cool. Yao Jia looked at Yi Yao, who was operating the engine, with starry eyes. She wanted to learn martial arts like Sister Pearl and one day pressing Baiwa to the ground and rub her face in it. How far are we from the Meteorological Bureau? The air cushion boat was moving too fast, and the wind made Yao Jia squint as she shouted loudly. We're almost there. Just 2 streets away, Xiao Ming replied. But just then, the previously calm water surface started to churn again, and huge funnel clouds began to form around the town. The tornado was coming. The worst news was that just 2 streets away, the Meteorological Bureau's transport helicopter had confirmed that all personnel and equipment needed for evacuation were ready and had taken off into the sky, trying to leave the town quickly before the tornado formed. Host, it's too late. The helicopter has taken off. The Awakened system, which was the first to notice the helicopter taking off, shouted urgently. A big wave surged toward the air cushion boat. Yi Yao remained calm, but the tail of the wave knocked her, making her blood surge. The other 2 on the boat were also thrown down. Xiao Ming looked up and saw the helicopter that had already taken off in the sky, shouting, Pearl, the helicopter has flown away. I know. Yi Yao controlled the speedboat to move quickly and did not stop the boat just because the helicopter had taken off. Yao Jia broke down and cried. What should we do? Are we going to die here? Stop crying. None of us will die. Yi Yao yelled loudly, annoyed by Yao Jia's crying, but successfully stabilized Yao Jia's emotions. Host, the wind is starting to strengthen, and the tornado on the sea surface behind you has successfully connected to the water surface and is quickly moving towards the town. The Awakened system flew high up to monitor the situation in real time. Okay, if you can't hold on, go back to the consciousness sea, Yi Yao quickly instructed. Xiao Ming, who had been flustered by Yao Jia's crying, felt a bit calmer as Yi Yao's command stabilized his thoughts. Looking at the water tornado on the distant sea, Xiao Ming quickly shouted to Yi Yao, Pearl, head towards the mountain. It's always right to go higher. Hold on tight. Yi Yao shouted loudly, pushing the engine to its limit. She took out a rope from space and securely tied her hand to the engine's steering wheel. As Yi Yao's voice fell, the air cushion boat surged forward like a wild horse, speeding across the water surface. Occasionally, a big wave would send the boat and people soaring into the air, but Yi Yao quickly adjusted the direction of the air cushion boat, narrowly avoiding capsizing. Yao Jia felt like she might throw up the little biscuits she had eaten for lunch. The churning in her stomach made her feel suffocated, but she dared not loosen her grip on the handle. Host, turn right. The Awakened system observed that the tornado on the left side of the town had formed and was gradually speeding up. It quickly reminded Yi Yao to change direction. Pearl, there's an alley ahead we can rush through. Xiao Ming steadied himself and helped Yi Yao scout the way. Yi Yao made a sharp turn and steered toward the mountain on the right, but the wind had intensified. The suction in the alley was stronger than that on the main road. The wind caused by the tornado on the left slowed the air cushion boat's speed compared to before. Fortunately, it had just formed and the wind wasn't at its maximum yet. However, the endless waves made Yi Yao even more anxious. Another big wave came crashing in. Yi Yao gritted her teeth and swung the air cushion boat's tail, with most of the splashes hitting her. Thankfully, she had tied her hand to the steering wheel beforehand. With this force, she was afraid she would have lost her grip otherwise. Seeing the girl at the tail of the air cushion boat controlling the direction being engulfed by the big wave, Xiao Ming's eyes widened in horror. Just as he was about to save her, he saw Yi Yao's hand tied to the steering wheel, and she managed to climb back onto the air cushion boat while gripping the steering wheel. Sister Pearl, Yao Jia's terrified shout made Xiao Ming's heart, which had just settled, rise again. About 2 kilometers ahead of them, the water tornado was approaching. Chapter 49, Nora Town, 30. If the last fire tornado that ravaged the right district was like an older brother, then the water tornado appearing in front of Yi Yao and the others could be considered a younger brother. With a diameter estimated to be about half of the previous fire tornado, probably within 100 meters. However, its destructive power was even greater than that of the fire tornado. Buildings in its path were left with only some load-bearing columns, while 2 to 3-story residential buildings and shops simply vanished beneath the water. Other trees, billboards, and cars submerged in the water were also directly swept into the vortex. What was even more deadly was its incredible speed. At this moment, it was charging directly towards the air cushion boat. accompanied by Yao Jia's piercing scream. Yao quickly turned the direction of the air-cushioned boat. The howling wind whipped up huge waves. There was no time left. "Hold on tight," Yao shouted, and the small boat seemed to be swallowed whole, disappearing into the monstrous waves. "Host!" The awakened system hovering in the air cried out in despair. Boom, boom, boom. The engine roared in the water, and the air-cushioned boat surged forth like a warrior breaking through the night, charging rapidly in the opposite direction of the water tornado. Xiaoming gasped for breath. In that moment when he was in the water, he thought the game would really end for him here. Opening his eyes underwater, he saw the girl sitting at the back of the boat, her expression resolute, still firmly controlling the direction, like a warrior who grows stronger in the face of danger. She led them out of the death trap. "Host, quick, quick! Turn left ahead. Don't head into the tornado area on the right." Seeing the air-cushioned boat nearly miss the turn, the awakened system hurriedly followed up with instructions. "I'm not stupid. Get back here quickly," Yao said, wiping the water off her face as she spoke to the awakened system. Just a moment ago, when she was submerged in the water, she had gripped the gravity capsule tightly, ready to crush it and use it if they were swept into the tornado, but the outcome was good. "It's fine. If I can't hold on, I'll definitely return to the sea of consciousness at the first moment. The water level has dropped in many places along the route ahead, and we can't sail through. With my guidance, we can escape much faster. Be careful. Turn left ahead." Yao Jia was so frightened that she forgot to scream and cry. All the strength generated by fear was used to grip the handle tightly. Her eyes were tightly closed, and the howling wind and the crashing waves against the houses filled her with endless dread. Only the roar of the engine kept her from being completely overtaken by fear, the last glimmer of hope in her heart. They could do it. They could escape. "Yao Jia, hurry down." Yao looked at the girl who was still gripping the boat handle tightly and shouted loudly. Yao Jia opened her eyes and saw the boat, docked at the foot of the mountain at the edge of the small town. She tried to stand up to jump off the air-cushioned boat, but stumbled and fell directly from it, her legs weak. Yao quickly stepped forward to help her up and casually stored the air-cushioned boat in her space, looking at the girl's bruised forehead with some concern and asking, "Are you okay?" I'm fine. Let us hurry up." Enduring her dizziness, Yao Jia urged. Yao took out the bandages she had bought from the pharmacy earlier and immediately began to wrap them. The girl touched the air-cushioned boat, and it vanished. Now, the bandages appeared out of thin air. Xiaoming's eyes flickered slightly as he suppressed his growing doubts and took over the bandaging work from Yao. After confirming the wound was simply stopped from bleeding, Yao took out a rope and tied the three of them together. "Let us go. Hurry up and climb." Looking at the three tornadoes behind them creating monstrous waves, the water level had already risen to the foot of the mountain in just a short while. The three of them dared not delay any longer and quickly climbed up the mountain. The strong wind blew the trees on the mountain sideways. Some small trees even snapped in half. The three of them struggled against the hurricane, making their way up the mountain. "Host, crush the gravity capsule." Just as the awakened system's terrified voice fell, the trees and rocks around the three were directly swept away. A stone the size of a basketball came hurtling towards Yao. Her pupils contracted. Such a large stone could take her life. Xiaoming, who was in the middle, did not notice the pressure around him lighten. He rushed in front of the girl, wanting to shield her with his body. Clang! The stone fell to the ground, just half a meter away from the two, and sank deeply into the earth. Yao calmed her racing heart. She was also a bit shaken. Although she knew the reliability of the game props was quite good, she still felt some lingering fear. "Host, are you okay? The path of this tornado is a bit strange. I didn't anticipate it. I'm sorry." The awakened system quickly asked. "Strange?" Yao wondered, "What do you mean strange?" That was the fourth tornado formed. It was obviously still several kilometers away from us, heading towards the water tornado on the right side of the small town. I didn't expect it to suddenly speed towards us. The speed was too abnormal. I only had time to shout a warning. Turning to look at the tornado behind them and the supporting character Yao Jia, Yao speculated, "Another plot correction? Very likely. Natural disasters must also conform to corresponding natural laws. The speed of that one, just now, was too unusual." Standing in front of Yao, Xiaoming hadn't had time to wonder why he didn't feel any pain from behind when he saw the girl turn around and stare wide-eyed at the scene before her. This was the first time he had been so close to a tornado. The deafening howling proved he was indeed standing less than 5 meters away from it. He could vaguely see various building debris and small cars inside, and it seemed he even spotted people. How were they so close to the tornado and yet not get sucked in? Seeing the usually composed and mature Mr. Xiao display such a terrified expression for the first time, Yao Jia also curiously turned around to look, only to be so frightened that her legs went weak and she collapsed to the ground. Yi Yao quickly helped her up again, dragging her along with a rope as they hurriedly climbed up the mountain. In just 20 minutes, if they didn't hurry, they would probably end up uprooted like the trees around them. The three managed to reach the top of the mountain with no time to rest. Yi Yao pointed to a small path up the mountain on the left and said, "Let us go that way. Sister Pearl, I can't move anymore. Now that we're at the top of the mountain, we should be fine, right?" Yao Jia sat on the ground, gasping for breath and waving her hand. "Did you forget the tornado just now?" Yi Yao retorted. Yao Jia gasped in shock, her eyes wide as she looked down at the tornado. 1, 2, 3, 4. Wasn't there only 3? How come another one appeared while we were climbing the mountain? Let us go, let us go. Hurry up. After taking a few steps, she felt that the man behind her hadn't followed, and she turned to shout, "Mr. Xiao?" "Okay, coming." Xiao Ming retracted his gaze from looking down the mountain and quickly caught up with the two girls. "Host, where are we going?" The awakened system asked Yi Yao, who was hastily on the move. "This is the edge of the map. If we go any further, we will be erased." Chapter 50 Noratown, 31. Yi Yao struggled to recall the route and said, "Let's go to the place where I found the game item. As long as our assumption is correct, the storm surge isn't strong enough to completely destroy the mountain." "Sister Pearl, how much longer do we have to walk?" Yao Jia asked the girl ahead, who was shining a flashlight. Although they were safe from the waves at the mountaintop, her clothes were soaked and clinging to her body, and the wind made her shiver. "We're almost there, just hang in there a bit longer." Yi Yao turned around and handed the flashlight to Xiao Ming, supporting the now unsteady Yao Jia as they continued. After passing another hill, Yi Yao spotted a familiar large rock. Fortunately, this big guy hadn't been blown away by the tornado. She called out to the man who was still moving forward. "Xiao Ming, stop, we're here." "Huh, we're here?" Yao Jia looked around at the few bare trees and a large rock, surprised. "Where are we?" "I previously explored and found a cave beneath this cliff that can fit 3 or 4 people. We can hide inside." Xiao Ming shone the flashlight down the cliff and heard the warning of being erased at the edge of the map, quickly pulling back. He shook his head and said, "No, the main god system warns that we're exceeding the map boundaries, and we will be erased." What do we do then?" Yao Jia hurriedly asked, feeling scared by the thought of the main god system that caused the corpse-like beings to roam the real world and drag the remaining living people into such a terrifying dungeon. "It's not just us two. It should be us 3. Pearl, you're a dungeon player too, right?" Xiao Ming asked the girl who had been leading them in their escape. Hearing the man's question, Yi Yao saw his expression was full of certainty and sighed. "I'm sorry. I kept it from you for some reasons before." "It's okay." Seeing the girl lower her head, Xiao Ming suppressed a trace of anger in his heart and chose to forgive her concealment. Yao Jia looked at the beautiful girl beside her in shock, unable to believe. "Huh? I always thought Sister Pearl was a powerful hidden NPC in the dungeon. How foolish was she to think Sister Pearl was an NPC when she revealed her spatial abilities. She would never admit she was the one misled by a game item." Xiao Ming said with a bitter smile, "I thought so at first too. But back at the halfway point, Pearl used the game item, the gravity capsule, right?" "Yes." Yi Yao nodded in acknowledgement, thinking it didn't matter now since her cover was blown. "There's another game item?" Yao Jia was completely bewildered, feeling like her script was entirely different from the two of them. Clearly, Mr. Xiao was the later one. Yi Yao ignored the confused Yao Jia, staring anxiously at the man, and said seriously, "We can hide in the cave below. I found a previous game item inside." Seeing the man's silence, the awakening system chimed in. "See? You insisted on wearing a disguise, and now the big boss doesn't believe us." "Shut up. Xiao Ming isn't that kind of person." Yi Yao glanced at the situation below and spoke again. "Here's the plan. I'll go down first. If I'm still alive after 60 seconds, I'll call you down." "No, I'll go down first." Xiao Ming noticed the frustration in the girl's eyes and, without thinking, blurted out that he would take on the danger himself. Rubbing his forehead, he smiled self-deprecatingly and thought, well, just consider it a thank you for the light she had brought him earlier. He took the rope from Yi Yao, confirmed its security tied to the rock, and looked down into the pitch-black abyss, his face turning pale. When Yi Yao saw the man preparing to go down, she suddenly froze, her breath quickening as she remembered his claustrophobia and fear of the dark. She slapped her forehead, realizing she had forgotten. Pulling him back from the cliff's edge, she said, Xiao Ming, wait a moment. Yi Yao took out a rope from her space, tied the flashlight to a branch, and said to Yao Jia, Jia Jia, when Xiao Ming goes down, you're in charge of lighting. Hold this here, and we 1T exceed the map. Okay. Yao Jia took the branch and nodded seriously, determined to complete her task. Xiao Ming, where this headlamp? It's very dark below. Be careful. You can go down a bit slower. 60 seconds is enough to get into the cave. She found the outdoor gear she needed from her space. Grateful for Xiao Ming's generosity with the class fees that allowed her to equip everything, Xiao Ming looked at the girl, who was like Doraemon, always managing to dispel his inner fears. The last trace of resentment born from her concealment dissipated. I'm going down. He said his goodbye, ignoring the erasure warnings in his ears, and steadily made his way down, successfully reaching the cave. Confirming that the cave was indeed as Pearl had said. The countdown of the erasure warning stopped once he entered. He shouted up, it's safe down here. You can come down. Hearing the man's voice, Yi Yao's tense heart relaxed a bit. She looked at Yao Jia and said, Jia Jia, you go down first. Sister Pearl, I am scared. Yao Jia said with a face of fear, looking at the dark abyss below, which seemed like a monster wanting to swallow her whole, especially with the sudden erasure warnings and countdown in her ears, making her legs weak. Jia Jia, don't you want to take revenge on Ning Yaru for dragging you into the water before? Yi Yao glanced at the increasingly fierce waves stirred up by the tornado in the distance, the pitch-black night, and the heavy thunderclouds flashing with lightning, clearly seeing the water level rising. I want to, but I'm still scared, Yao Jia said with a mournful face. Yao directly pulled her up, pointing at the tornado rampaging through the small town. Look, we're struggling to survive here, while Ning Yaru is safely avoiding disaster in a helicopter. It's because you're too weak that you have a different outcome in the dungeon than Ning Yaru. If you can't even go down a 15-meter-high cave, how will you seek revenge on Ning Yaru? Well, I'm not weak. Yao Jia broke down and cried. Often pretending to be fragile is Ning Yaru, not her, Yao Jia. Then prove it to me, starting from going down to the cave. Yi Yao tied the rope she pulled up onto Yao Jia and directly brought her to the edge of the cliff. Host, behind you. The Awakening system, which had been silent for a while, suddenly shouted in terror. A towering wave with a destructive force was rushing towards the mountaintop behind Yi Yao. She shoved the rope into Yao Jia's hands, gave her a push down the cliff, and the next second, the incoming wave completely engulfed Yi Yao. No. Chapter 51 Nora Town, 32. Yao Jia fell rapidly down the rope until she reached the safety buckle, stopping her descent. The howling wind outside and the crashing waves made Xiao Ming faintly hear Jinzhu's scolding voice. He had initially planned to climb back up to bring Yao Jia down, but then he heard a loud crash of waves and saw a black shadow falling quickly. In a panic, he grabbed the rope and pulled the person up quickly. Looking at Yao Jia, who was sitting on the ground with tear-streaked cheeks, Xiao Ming could hardly believe the worst thoughts that had crossed his mind. Grabbing the girl's shoulders, he shouted sternly, "Where is Zhenju?" Yao Jia looked at her hands, her eyes wide, tears falling silently and rapidly, her breathing quickening, her body trembling uncontrollably. Why didn't she grab Sister Zhenju? She had clearly touched her clothes. Why didn't she hold on? Seeing the girl silent, Xiao Ming questioned loudly, "Why didn't you come down immediately? What were you doing up there?" Looking at the man who had always been gentle and reasonable with her, now with red eyes and twitching lips, Yao Jia broke down and cried, I'm sorry. I clearly touched Sister Zhenju's clothes. I didn't hold on to her." Xiao Ming felt a pang in his heart, a vague pain. That girl who brought him light, the one as brave as a warrior. How could she just? He staggered back to the cave entrance, grabbing the rope. He had to go up, He wouldn't believe it. That girl who could lead them out of the waves would be taken away by them. Xiaoming? A familiar voice sounded at the cave entrance. In such a dark and windy environment, both of them were startled, looking incredulously at the person hanging at the entrance with one hand holding the rope. Yi Zhenju. Sister Zhenju. Yue looked at the two, their expressions of sorrow quickly turning to shock as if they had seen a ghost, and asked in confusion, "What's wrong? Did you see a ghost?" Yao Jia, scared, stopped crying and nodded blankly. Wasn't like seeing a ghost. Yue rolled her eyes, thinking how she had kindly let Yao Jia, who should have been out of the picture, come down first, and now she was being called a ghost. Next time, she wouldn't bother. Turning to the man who was also stunned at the cave entrance, she said, "Move aside, the countdown is almost up." Huh? Oh, hurry and come in. Xiaoming quickly stepped back into the cave, watching the girl land gracefully, but her right arm hadn't moved at all during the whole process. He hurriedly asked, "Did you get hurt?" "My shoulder got hit," Yue replied, just as the waves crashed. She had pushed Yao Jia and then pulled the rope to hide under the rocks. But her right shoulder had still been hit painfully, rendering her entire right arm useless. If it had hit a person directly, it would have turned into a meat pie on the spot without needing to be dragged back into the water. Xiaoming quickly stepped forward and said, "Let me take a look. Here are the medical supplies I prepared earlier. See if there's anything useful." Yue turned her right side towards the man, and then suddenly a pair of hands wrapped around her waist. Yao Jia, overwhelmed with joy, cried, "Sister Zhenju, you scared me to death. I thought I was dead." Yue completed the girl's sentence, pulling her out of the embrace and wiping her tears. This was the first person, besides her family, who had worried about her crying so uncontrollably. Thinking of her own intentions every time she acted, she self-mockingly said, "Jia Jia, if I didn't have confidence in surviving, I wouldn't care about you. So stop crying. I'm not a good person. Everything I do has a purpose. I don't care what purpose Sister Zhenju has. You saved me, that's a fact. So Sister Zhenju is a good person, a really good person." Yao Jia said indulgently. Yue chuckled lightly. "Even if I'm using you, is that okay?" "That's fine. I'm very happy to be useful to Sister Zhenju." Yao Jia shook her head and said, looking into the girl's sincere eyes. Yue felt a rare moment of being at a loss. "Let's take care of your wounds first. You need to treat the injury on your head too." "Zhenju, your injury is more serious. Let me help you first," Xiaoming said as he found what he needed. Yes, Mr. Xiao. Hurry and treat Sister Zhenju's wound." Yao Jia quickly moved aside for Xiaoming. Yue watched the man cut open the fabric of her right shoulder with scissors, gently pressing and asking, "Does it hurt? Is your entire right arm useless?" "Yeah, my right shoulder is numb. I can't use my hand." Yi nodded. "It should be a fractured collarbone. I'm afraid it's comminuted. I can only help you stabilize it simply. You need to seek medical attention after we leave this instance." After Xiaoming finished speaking, he wrapped the bandage around Yi Wei's shoulders, going under her armpit and forming a figure eight on her back, securing the end with tape. "I found some painkillers and anti-inflammatory medicine. You can take these." "Thank you," Yi Wei said as she took the medicine, watching the man turn to rebandage Yao Jia's wounds. Yi Wei took out clothes, a blanket, a sleeping bag, a lighter, a gas stove, and various food items from her space. "Beloved, what's going on over there?" Yi Wei asked, looking at the small metallic ball that hadn't returned to the cave yet. Two waterspouts have merged, forming a super large waterspout, and the other two tornadoes haven't dissipated. "Okay, come back first. I remember there are several trees near the cave. Help me confirm their locations." Yi Wei said. They were all soaked through, and if they didn't start a fire soon, they would catch a cold. How could she forget about firewood? Next time, she would prepare some no matter what. After Xiaoming cleaned and bandaged Yao Jia's wound, he saw Yi Wei pulling on the rope with her left hand. Straining to pull something, he quickly called out to stop her, "Zhenju, do you still want your shoulder?" "Huh?" Seeing the man who had always been gentle, suddenly serious. Yi Wei was a bit startled. "I just want to get some firewood." "Let me do it. You go rest." Xiaoming snatched the rope from the girl's hand. "Oh, okay." Yi Wei, seeing the low pressure around the man, obediently returned to sit beside Yao Jia. Yao Jia looked at Yi Wei, who seemed a bit obedient, and said with concern, "Sister Zhenju, you have to rest well since you're injured. If there's anything, just tell me and Mr. Xiao to do it. I just wanted to get some firewood. I don't have any in my space." Yue wiped her nose and said, "And this injury is nothing. As long as I'm not dead, all injuries will heal after we leave the instance." "Really?" Yao Jia asked in surprise, as she had been worried that the injury on her forehead would ruin her appearance. "Yes." Yue nodded firmly, and a deep voice from behind her spoke. "How do you know?" Chapter 52 Nora Town, 33. Yi Yao looked at the man holding a broken tree branch with a cold expression. The corners of her mouth, which had previously been smiling, were now pressed tightly together, making her feel like there was a fish bone stuck in her throat. How could she not know? She had completed so many instances in her previous life, and she always came out without a scratch, even though the instance mechanism had blocked her memories of what happened inside. She knew her own abilities well enough to realize that it was impossible to come out without any injuries. The only explanation was that once a player completed an instance, the main god system would restore all their injuries. But that was something her past self knew. In this life, she hadn't completed a single instance yet. Seeing the female supporting character, Yao Jia, looking over with a puzzled expression, Yao quickly came up with a story, saying that she had encountered someone who had cleared an instance before and inferred this from their current situation. "Someone has already cleared it?" Xiao Ming said, slightly surprised. "It's from the military." Yao directly shifted the blame to Guiyangwei. Yao Jia suddenly realized, if it's from the military, then someone must have cleared the instance. "Miss Yao seems to know a lot?" Xiao Ming asked. "Well, my uncle is in the special forces, and I often go to the military base to play. My brother is frequently dragged there for training, but he always slacks off," Yao Jia replied. "After you clear this instance, you can ask your uncle to train you more," Yi Yao suggested. "Definitely. I want to be a strong heroine like Sister Jinju." Yao Jia nodded vigorously, and she still wanted to rub Ning Yaru's face in the dirt. Watching the two girls chat enthusiastically, Xiao Ming moved to the other side to set up the branches and start a fire. Suddenly, he heard Yao Jia ask, "By the way, Sister Jinju, which city are you in reality? I want to find you." Xiao Ming's attention was fully on her. Straining to hear the answer, he also wanted to know. Yi Yao looked at the excited girl and shook her head, saying, "You won't be able to find me." "Huh? Why not?" The instance mechanism means that the person from the military who cleared it not only has no injuries, but also doesn't remember what happened in the instance. Yi Yao explained it. "So after clearing the instance, we wouldn't recognize each other?" Yao Jia exclaimed in shock. "Yes, that's right. It's usually very difficult for people to break the instance mechanism and recall memories from it." A sharp intake of breath from Xiao Ming drew the attention of the two girls to him as he was tending to the fire. Yi Yao asked with concern, "Did you burn yourself?" "I'm fine. Just need to put on some medicine." Xiao Ming quickly waved his hand and got up to grab the medicine. "I'll help you." Yi Yao stood up to assist, holding iodine and a cotton swab, looking at the man's reddened hand and saying, "How could you be so careless? This is going to blister. You said all injuries would be restored after clearing the instance." "It's fine," Xiao Ming gently reassured her. "But it still hurts." Yi Yao disagreed. "Don't you feel pain?" Following his gaze to her right shoulder, she realized that she was also injured. Gritting her teeth, she argued, "My injury is different. I exchanged it for Jia Jia's life." "Uh-huh. Jinju is a remarkable girl," Xiao Ming said with a smile at the slightly ruffled girl. "All right, at least you're smiling now." "Xiao Ming, you should smile more. You were too serious just now," Yi Yao said, putting the medicine away with a smile. I'm just angry that you don't take care of your body." Looking at the girl's beautiful peach blossom eyes sparkling with starlight, Xiao Ming swallowed his words and simply nodded. The three settled into the small cave, and with Yao taking out living supplies and necessities from her space, they were doing quite well. The only inconvenience was going to the bathroom. Yi Yao looked at Yao Jia, who was hiding in the innermost part of the cave, playing dead, thinking that no matter what, she had to hold it in. "My dear, how much longer until the instance ends?" Yi Yao asked with a pale face. 2 hours and 13 minutes left. You have a mechanical watch, don't you?" "Yeah, I just wanted to talk to you to distract myself." "What's the big deal?" "It's just going to the bathroom." "Didn't you pull the curtain up?" The awakening system said, in confusion. Clearly, the big boss couldn't see anything, and the curtain was pulled tightly. The howling wind and crashing waves outside made it impossible to hear any sounds from the bathroom. What was there to be embarrassed about? "You don't understand." Can you not mention the word bathroom?" Yi Yao gritted her teeth, wanting to shift her focus away from needing to go. Jinju, is your space also a game item? Xiao Ming asked the girl who was sitting dazed at the cave entrance. No. Oh, remembering that the girl hadn't revealed her real city before, Xiao Ming continued to ask, is it convenient to say which city you're in reality? Huh? It won't help if I say it. She had already made it very clear before. How come the big boss didn't hear? I just want to know. Even knowing it at this moment in the instance would be good. Seeing the man suddenly looking at her seriously, she almost wanted to refuse, but ended up saying, H City. I'm also in H City. Hearing the girl's answer, Xiao Ming looked surprised. He didn't expect to be so close to Jinju. Really? It's a pity that after clearing the instance, we would become strangers again. You said it's usually difficult for people to break the instance mechanism. So it proves that it's still possible to break this blocking mechanism. What? You want to know me in reality? Yao was a bit surprised. In her previous life, as far as she knew, there were fewer than 10 people who remembered clearing instances. Of course, there might be some who kept it hidden. But why would the big boss want to know her in reality? Wouldn't it be enough to know the female lead? Yeah, I also want to learn combat from Jinju. Looking at the big boss's sincere expression, Yao felt a bit uncomfortable, recalling the precautions for instances from her previous life. She hoped the big boss wouldn't be so naive and cute that before he even started to torment the male and female leads, he would end up getting himself killed in the next instance. Sighing deeply, she said seriously, Xiao Ming, clearing an awakening instance is not easy. Jia, you should listen too. First, don't easily reveal your player identity in the instance. Some players are much more ruthless than you think. Second, the first few days in the instance are usually the easiest time, so don't forget to look for clues to clear it, because the last few days always have big surprises. Third, game items always emit a faint silver light. Fourth, the favorability of key NPCs in the instance can be increased. It can provide crucial information for clearing the instance. Fifth, there are safe houses in the instance. Chapter 53 Nora Town, 34. Congratulations to Citizen No. 199-10222 for clearing this round of Survival Awakening instance. Nora Town, earning 50 points as a reward. The points mall has been open for citizens to redeem on their own. The moment Yao was pulled into the pure white environment, the injury on her right shoulder disappeared, and most importantly, the discomfort from holding in her need to use the restroom also vanished. Yao touched her slightly damp hair. It seemed she had directly reverted to her state before entering the instance. Looking at the floating screen beside her hand, Yao opened the points mall, and a dazzling array of various items flashed before her eyes, along with the points required for redemption displayed beneath each item. A space item with a capacity of 1 cubic meter costs 300,000 points, while a Desert Eagle pistol costs 500 points without any bullets, with the accompanying bullets available for 20 points each. Compared to the 2 points for 1 steamed bun, this seemed relatively cheap. Very good. After all her hard work to clear the instance, she could only exchange for 25 steamed buns. Yao raised her hand to close the redemption interface, not wanting to look anymore as it only made her angrier. Main God System, are you there? Hello, citizen number 199-10222. Please confirm the items you wish to redeem, and you may redeem them yourself. Yao rolled her eyes. What was this? Just a few points, and they were already eager to collect? Yao bluntly replied, the items are too expensive. I can't afford them. Please, citizen number 199-10222, strive to improve your personal strength to clear instances and earn points. Listening to the mechanical voice that sounded as cold as ice, Yao directly asked, why are you dragging us into these zombie-infested instances? What is your purpose? This is classified as an SSS-level top-secret document. Citizen number 199-10222 has not yet reached the level to access it. Please strive to improve your personal strength. You keep saying to improve personal strength, but the reality of survival has already become very difficult because of you. And the difficulty of the instances is so high that if I don't improve my strength, I'll just be killed by you. In a white space, there was a moment of silence. The main God System looked at the girl who was still asking questions and not redeeming items, suppressing the urge to get frustrated, and said directly, please, citizen number 199-10222, strive to improve your personal strength to clear instances. As soon as the words fell, Yao was kicked out of the main God System space. On the other side, in the white space, Ning Yaru heard the information about clearing the instance and immediately burst into tears when her tense spirit relaxed. She was scared to death. The helicopter's warning about the extermination caught her off guard as it flew over the mountain. Fortunately, Chuba reacted quickly, took over the cockpit, and suppressed them with a gun, while Zhong Bo piloted the helicopter to turn back, returning to the edge of the town in the last 2 seconds. She looked out the window and saw that aside from some tall buildings, everything else was completely submerged by the sea. The wind was howling, and there were 4 tornadoes wreaking havoc, raising towering waves. Even sitting in the helicopter, she could hear the loud crashes against the mountains. As if that wasn't enough, heavy rain poured down, making the helicopter shake and rattle. She swayed along with the helicopter, unable to steady herself. Suddenly, she heard Chuba's urgent voice, Ning Yaru. Use the item quickly. Their helicopter was being pulled towards the center of the tornado. She had worked hard to get that item, and she wanted to keep it. But the thin air, the approaching tornado, and the sounds of fear around her made her realize for the first time that death could be so close. Chuba looked at the enormous tornado behind the helicopter and resignedly closed his eyes. He had misjudged the situation. Suddenly, the pressure from the wind around them lightened, and the helicopter shot out of the tornado's pressure zone like an arrow, flying toward the sea where there were no tornadoes. They carefully piloted the helicopter, trying to stay as far away from the tornado as possible, but due to the fuel running out, they were forced to stay on a mountaintop in the last 2 hours of the instance. What Ning Yaru saw at the end of the instance was the deformed helicopter cabin battered by the waves, while the town below had long since disappeared. All buildings destroyed and submerged in a vast ocean. The main god system patiently waited for the girl to calm down, gently saying, "Citizen number 19913888. You haven't used game items. Would you like to redeem points? Based on the remaining usable time of the items, you can redeem 60 points. Ning Yaru wiped her tears, sniffed, and asked what are points useful for. Citizens can use points in the Points Mall to redeem various supplies or game items. If I keep it, can I use this game item next time? Yes, you can use it. Citizens can decide whether to redeem it or not. Then, I'll hold off on redeeming for now. Thank you. You're welcome. Congratulations again on clearing the instance." Yi Yao, who had been kicked out of the white space, said to the Awakening system, "Hey, this main god system is too stingy. I only said a couple of sentences, and it kicked me out. In her previous life, this kind of situation had never happened, right? Oh, that's right. In her last life, she always obediently exchanged the items and left without chatting with the main god system. My dear, why do you think the main god system is so unwilling to chat?" Yi Yao looked at the room that still resembled her state before entering the instance, jumped off the bed, and stretched her body. The Awakening system, which had watched the live broadcast of Yi Yao's consciousness, bluntly said, "Was that chatting? You were just a step away from slapping the label of the bad person ruining your beautiful life right on the main god system's face. What's wrong with that? Isn't the current situation caused by it?" Yi Yao felt there was nothing wrong with what she said. "Ancestor, they're stronger than us. We should be more humble. If you confront them like this now, what will we do if they come after us later?" Looking at the host, who still had no sense of contrition, the Awakening system directly tapped her on the head twice. "Ouch, that hurts. If they come after us, they come after us. You said before that there's a rule about not harming citizens, right? I'm not afraid." Shoving the irritable little metal ball away, Yi Yao rubbed her cheeks. The deer's strikes were too harsh. She probably had a red mark now. If they can't come at us directly, they can still come at us indirectly. Do you think the Awakening instance operates without ulterior motives? Isn't it starting the cleansing plan and Awakening instance for some hidden purposes? The cleansing plan doesn't count. Only the initiation of the Awakening instance has the suspicion of violating the intelligent brain regulations. How doesn't the cleansing plan count? Thinking of the increasingly powerful zombifiers and mutated plants and animals, and the exhausting reality of survival, how could it not count? Chapter 54. The female protagonist has arrived. Seeing the indignant host, the Awakening system explained in a deep voice, "Previously, this galaxy belonged to the unconnected interstellar galaxy, and you were not considered citizens. At most, you could be classified as undocumented individuals who are not covered under citizen protection regulations. Now that the main god system has taken over the galaxy, Regarding the situation of planet destruction, you can only be considered as awaiting punishment citizens. Issuing a cleansing plan is completely reasonable. It's just that the opening of the Awakening instance is a bit excessive. Why are we considered awaiting punishment when we haven't done anything? This planet has severe water resource pollution, a weak ozone layer, rising global temperatures, and species extinction happening every day, among many other issues. All of these have been caused by you humans. How can you say you haven't done anything? Even without the cleansing plan issued by the main god system, you would eventually destroy yourselves along with this planet. The Awakening system bluntly retorted. So, even after you took over the galaxy, you would still issue a cleansing plan? Yes, but not in this way. What other ways are there? There are many. For example, shutting down your polluting factories, increasing your income taxes, implementing environmental labor reform, increasing criminal liability under the flora and fauna protection laws, etc. That sounds much better than directly entering a corpse world. The Awakening system just smiled and remained silent. In fact, aside from not posing any life-threatening danger, the above measures would still make life difficult. Wait, that's not right. I exited the instance, and I can still remember what happened in it. Yao looked at the Awakening system in horror. I did it. When exiting the instance, you would pass through a white memory-blocking light. I made a small adjustment to help you avoid it, the Awakening system said proudly. Hearing that she wasn't secretly schemed against by the main god system, Yao was so excited that her hands and feet trembled a bit, happily saying, "That's great. I'll go find my brother first." Click. Bang. The Awakening system looked at the host, who opened and closed the door with a confused expression and asked, "What happened? Are there monsters outside?" No monsters. It's just that why is the female protagonist Ning Eerie at my house? Yao looked at the Awakening system in confusion. As soon as she opened the door, she saw her brother bringing the female protagonist Ning Eerie over, which scared her so much that she quickly closed the door. Why are you panicking? The female protagonist Ning Eerie's memory of you is still at the point where you helped cut down the corpse transformers and save Guyangwei. The Awakening system rolled its eyes and said, "It felt great to retort in the instance, but why hide when meeting people in the real world? All right, I was so happy that I got a bit silly. But what is Ning Eerie doing at my house? Just go out and ask to find out." In the corridor, Yizhan was leading Ning Eerie toward the guest room. Hearing the sound of his sister's door, he was about to be happy that his sister had safely exited the instance, but was a little worried when Yao suddenly slammed the door shut. What is Xiao Yao doing? Ning Eerie, looking at the elegant girl beside her with a slight smile in the corner of her eyes, gently said, "Miss Ning, I apologize. My little sister is a bit impatient. I hope I didn't scare you." "No, not at all." Ning Eerie felt a warmth rushing to her cheeks. She knew she was blushing without needing to look in a mirror. Yizhan quickened his pace, completely unaware of the girl's unusual behavior. Opened the guest room diagonally opposite Yi Yao's and said to the girl, "Thank you, Miss Ning. The person needing treatment is in here." Ning Eerie entered the room, which was simply decorated. A man lay unconscious on the bed, his eyes tightly shut, but with a high nose and a face with no excess fat. It was hard to imagine how handsome he would look when he opened his eyes. After Yizhan explained the man's injuries, he noticed that the girl invited to treat him was staring intently at the man's face. Okay, he admitted that the man brought back by his sister looked good, but even if the guy was unconscious, it wasn't good to stare at him like that. He raised his voice and called out, "Miss Ning?" Ning Eerie came back to her senses, cleared her throat to ease her embarrassment, and said, "Mr. Yi, my ability hasn't upgraded, so I can only do simple treatment for some wounds." "Ma'am, I know." "Thank you, Miss Ning." Yizhan nodded. He had previously inquired with Guyangwei and understood the situation well. Seeing that Yizhan insisted on treating, Ning Eerie could only pull down the blanket covering the man. Cutting the gauze wrapped around his waist, the exposed wound wasn't as serious as described. Thinking of the man's persistence, Ning Eerie sighed, gathered her ability in her hands, and a milky white light glowed, gently covering the man's wound. Yizhan watched the girl's ability, visibly seeing the wound healing. How amazing! Thinking about his sister's strange behavior earlier, he still said to Ning Eerie, "Thank you, Miss Ning. I have something to attend to. You can return to the living room later to meet with Gu Dui." Seeing the girl nodding to indicate she understood, Yizhan turned and left the guest room. Just as he closed the door, He was startled by Yi Yao behind him. Xiao Yao, what are you doing? Why are you acting so strange today? Yi Yao pointed her chin toward the guest room and asked, what's going on in there? I'm here to have your savior treated. Yi Zhan glanced at Yi Yao and said, saving Tang's meat? That man has special healing abilities and still needs someone to save him? Yi Yao said incredulously to the Awakening system. You didn't tell your brother about the abilities of Tang Seng meat? Oh, that's right. I was so shocked by the man's healing ability that I didn't mention it to Big Brother. Yi Zhan, looking puzzled at Yi Yao's strange expression, asked, what's with that expression? You cleared the instance. Hurry and let Mom and Dad know you're safe. Also, someone is looking for you in the living room. Looking for me? Yi Yao looked confused, then suddenly thought of the female protagonist Ning Yerei in the guest room and realized who it was. None of this is urgent. What's important is the instance. I know who it is. Let's not worry about that for now. Big Brother, did you get a prompt about entering the instance? No. Why? Can you still interfere with me entering the instance? Yi Zhan smiled and joked as he looked at his sister, who had a mysterious look. Hee. While I can't interfere with you entering the instance, I can influence the outcome of your instance. So come to my room, Yi Yao said mysteriously, pulling Yi Zhan back to her room. After confirming that the door was closed, Yi Yao began to briefly recount the key clues in the instance and where she finally hid to clear the instance. Yi Zhan listened in shock. Wait. You previously said the memory blocking mechanism in the instance would make players forget the memories in the instance after exiting. How come you still remember? Is it harmful to your body? By chance, in short, Big Brother, don't worry about that. Just remember to hide in the cave before the water rises in the instance of Nora Town. Seeing her sister with a serious expression, Yi Zhan nodded. Outside the door, the voice of their mother called out, Xiao Zhan. Sorry, Miss Ning, you continue. I just came to find Xiao Zhan. Chapter 55 Cooperation. Yi Zhan quickly opened Yi Yao's room door and shouted to his mom at the door of the guest room diagonally across. I'm here. Seeing her eldest son in her daughter's room, Zishu complained, what are you doing in your sister's room? Before she could finish her sentence, Zishu noticed Yi Yao behind Yi Zhan. Mom, I want to eat your braised ribs, Yi Yao said with a smile, looking at her mom's stunned expression. Zishu rushed into the room, grabbed Yi Yao's hand, and then thought of how this brat had made her worry for 5 whole days. She slapped Yi Yao on the back. You little brat. If you dare to act alone again, next time, I'll lock you up at home. Ow, Mom. I promise I'll let you know in advance next time I go out, Yi Yao cried out, realizing her mom's strength had clearly increased. What's going on? Yi Xiong, attracted by the noise, looked at Yi Yao, who was jumping up and down. The worry he had felt for days finally eased. It was rare that he didn't defend his daughter, saying, good, honey, hit her harder so this little brat remembers. Zishu shot a glare at her husband, thinking, why does the bad guy always have to be her? She wasn't stupid. Wiping the tears from the corners of her eyes, she said to Yi Yao, there are people looking for you downstairs. We thought you weren't here. Now that you're back, hurry down to meet the guests. Okay, Yi Yao replied obediently. Looking at her daughter's visibly thinner face, Zishu felt another pang of heartache. After the meeting, come to the dining room for dinner. Mom will make you braised ribs. Good. This time, her response was clearly more energetic. Yi Zhan shook his head with a smile, watching his family. Little sister, this food lover, just hope she doesn't get distracted by a bowl of braised meat later. He patted Yi Yao on the back of her head. Go on. Little food lover, hurry to meet the guests. You get excited when it comes to food. People are iron, and meals are steel. If you don't eat for one meal, you'll feel anxious. Brother, don't you understand? Yi Yao said, catching up with Yi Zhan. Are you anxious if you don't eat for one meal? You're anxious if you don't eat even a bite, right? Yi Zhan bluntly pointed out. Not really. Watching the two siblings bickering all the way downstairs, Zishu and Yi Xiong exchanged glances, both feeling gratified. Being together as a family really is great. Downstairs, Guiyangwei looked at the boy sitting across from him on the sofa. Besides the face shape resembling Yi Yao's, he didn't look much like her. His almond-shaped eyes were currently fixed on him, making him feel a bit uneasy. Yihui, look, your sister is not here. Can you help me call my teammates? We'll take our leave first. Guidadai, wait a moment. My brother should be down soon, Yihui advised, feeling a wave of complaints in his heart. He vowed never to join the fun again, which made him have to entertain guests. When Yi Yao and her brother arrived in the living room, They noticed that the two people in the living room were sitting quietly and awkwardly. Very good, little brother, as long as I'm not awkward. It's others who feel awkward. Guadadai. Sorry to keep you waiting, Yi Yao said, breaking the heavy atmosphere in the living room. Yi Yao, you're back? Gui Yonghui exclaimed in surprise upon seeing her. Second sister. Yi Hui turned around and also shouted in surprise upon seeing someone he hadn't seen for 5 days. Guadadai, please sit, don't be polite. Is there something you need from me? Yi Yao quickly walked to the sofa, pulling Yi Hui to sit down, and said to the man on the opposite sofa, it's just a thank you for saving me before and for telling me such important information about the upgraded crystal core, Gui Yonghui said, scratching his head. Aren't you the one who sent me that 6-star level 1 upgraded crystal core as thanks? That was what you were supposed to get. How can that count as thanks? After glancing at the tall man sitting next to Yi Yao, Gui Yonghui continued, also, I want to hire your Tianju Mercenary Corps to explore the mine in the west of the city. I've already discussed cooperation with your brother, but he said you weren't back yet and wanted to wait for you. Seeing the look in Yi Yao's eyes, Yi Zhan continued, I've already received the payment. I originally planned to wait for you, but we agreed to set off in a week. Since you're back with Dadai, we can move it up, right? Second sister, this time, Big Brother decided that everyone would set off together. Yi Hui said happily. He had never gone on a mission with the whole family before. This time it would definitely be lively. He was tired of cleaning up the corpse-turned creatures nearby. What? Yi Yao exclaimed, what about over here? There's still someone upstairs. Guadadai said he would send someone to guard the house for me. Yi Hui explained. Yes, Yi Yao, don't worry about that. I will also send someone to take care of the person upstairs. So, Brother Yi Zhan, can we set off in 3 days? Gui Yonghui originally just wanted to express his thanks, but didn't he expect to be able to act sooner? It was indeed a pleasant surprise. Sure, here's to a happy cooperation, Yi Zhan said, standing up to shake hands with Gui Yonghui. Happy cooperation. Gui Yonghui also stood up. Just as they were confirming the departure time, they heard a call from the staircase. Brother Yonghui. Her flushed cheeks making her look even more like a shy flower, her gaze constantly glancing towards the staircase. Dear, why does the female lead have that kind of expression? Yi Yao looked at Ning Yaru, who was shyly standing behind Gui Yonghui, with a puzzled expression. I don't know. I've been right next to you. And the stored energy can't release the nanobots at all, the awakening system said. Suspicious, too suspicious. Yi Yao frowned slightly. No, I need to get some crystal cores right away to bring out the little nanobots. Otherwise, I'll miss so many opportunities to watch the show. Gui Yonghui smiled at Yi Zhan and said, Brother Yi Zhan, Yi Yao, we'll take our leave now. If you have time, come visit me. We're resting in the small building next door, 2 houses away from you. Sure, we'll find a chance, Yi Zhan said with a smile, seeing them off. After the two left, Yi Yao hurriedly asked, Brother, what payment did you receive? That person upstairs is your lifesaver, right? When Guo Dadai came to discuss cooperation, he said they have healing ability users, which can increase the success rate of eliminating the corpse-turned creatures in the mining area. Big Brother got a bit of payment in advance to ask their healing ability user to help the person upstairs recover. Before Yi Zhan could respond, Yi Hui rattled on. Oh, so that's the payment. But what does the monk's meat need to be healed for? He can slowly recover from death wounds and revive. Isn't that wasting the payment? It would be better to take some crystal cores. Otherwise, what do you think the payment is for? Yi Zhan shot a glance at his little sister and said, Let us go. We're going to the gym to eat. Why did the kitchen move to the back? Yi Yao followed up with a question. Second sister, who told you to disappear? A lot has changed at home these days, Yi Hui said with a grin. Chapter 56, Black Pearl? Holding a bowl full of braised pork ribs over rice, Yi Yao complained to the awakening system. My love, I've realized this is the first time my brother is making a loss in business. Isn't it because you didn't tell your brother about the special abilities of Tang Seng meat? Your brother is just eager to repay you for the favor. The awakening system replied bluntly. With the perverse healing properties of Tang Seng meat, if it gets discovered, the consequences would be unimaginable. Yi Yao thought of how, in her previous life, cannibalism was just a minor issue compared to the knowledge of flesh and blood that could grant eternal life. With just you alone, it's probably impossible to keep it safe. I'll do my best. How would I know if I don't try? What if he wakes up and wants to leave? Maybe others wouldn't even want their help in guarding it. I respect his choice. Ning Yaru followed Guiyanghui back to the small building, holding the food brought by the little soldier, quietly eating alone in her room, thinking of what had just happened during the treatment. The blush that had finally faded crept back onto her cheeks. After Hizishu closed the door and left, Ning Yaru maintained her ability output. The wounds began to heal gradually until she reached a limit with her ability output, at which point she stopped to rest. Supporting herself on the edge of the bed, she slowly regained her rapid breathing. She was exhausted. It was the first time she had drained her abilities so much. Her body felt as if it had been completely drained, and she was sore all over. Suddenly, a hand grasped her wrist, startling her into sitting on the floor. She then realized it was the handsome man on the bed. "Sir?" Ning Yaru tentatively called out. She discovered that the man had not fully awakened. He had just regained some awareness and was mumbling something. Leaning closer to listen, she finally understood that he was mumbling the words Black Pearl. How could he be thinking about jewelry when he was injured? Seeing the man sweating profusely, Ning Yaru tried to pull her hand away, only to find that he was holding on quite tightly, making it difficult to extract it. The more she struggled, the tighter he held on. Thinking about the man's injury, Ning Yaru softly reassured him, "Sir, you are safe now, it's okay." After a moment, she successfully pulled her hand out. She found a towel in the bathroom and wiped the cold sweat from the man's forehead, covering him with a blanket and offering a few more words of comfort. Watching the man no longer show signs of painful struggle in his sleep, Ning Yaru reluctantly returned to the living room, glancing back 3 times. Knock, knock, knock. The sound of knocking brought Ning Yaru back to her thoughts, and she steadied herself. Quickly getting up to open the door, she saw the man at the door and asked, "Brother Yonghui, is there something wrong?" After you finish eating, come to the study," Guiyanghui said, trying not to glance into the girl's room. "I've finished eating, and I actually have something to discuss with you," Ning Yaru hurriedly replied. "All right, let us go." In the study, Guiyanghui took out a 5-star level-up crystal core from his pocket and said to the girl sitting across from him, "Yaru, this level-up crystal core is allocated to you by the army." "Really? I thought I would have to wait another 2 days," Ning Yaru exclaimed in surprise, looking at the crystal core in Guiyanghui's hand. Seeing the girl's excited face, Guiyanghui felt a bit more cheerful. "You reported a full ability value right after exiting the instance. Considering your contributions to the army and the upcoming mining area operation in 3 days, you are essential. After a meeting in the organization department, it was decided to grant you this crystal core. Thank you. I will work even harder in the future." "Yes, we will all work hard together." "All right, then I'll head back to my room first," Ning Yaru said, cradling the crystal core and turning to leave the study. "Wait, Yaru, you don't have to rush the upgrade. Besides, today Brother Yizhan said that someone has to guard during the upgrade. I will guard you while you upgrade." "You mentioned earlier that you had something to discuss with me?" Guiyanghui quickly asked, stopping her from leaving. "Oh, right. It's about the person I treated for the Tianju Mercenary Corps today. Can you bring him here?" Ning Yaru suddenly remembered her earlier plan, having gotten too carried away with the upgrade crystal core. "Why do you want to bring him here?" Guiyanghui asked in confusion, as he had not expected Ning Yaru would bring this up. "That person is quite seriously injured, and I thought after I recover some abilities, I can treat him again. If he is here with us, it would be easier for me," Ning Yaru said, still feeling nervous under the sudden serious expression of the captain. "Moreover, if I can treat him sooner, the Tianju Mercenary Corps will be more at ease in their operations at the mining area." "That makes sense." After I finished explaining the situation at the mining area, Yizhan was willing to reduce his fee to have you help treat him, which shows that this person is quite important to them. Helping them treat him as soon as possible will also ease their minds. Yonghui nodded. "All right. I will guard you during your upgrade, and then I will go talk to them." "Brother Yonghui, does the upgrade really need to be guarded?" Ning Yaru asked, watching Guiyanghui get up from his office chair, feeling puzzled. "Yes, and in the future, others will also need someone to guard them during upgrades." "Huh? Brother Yizhan just told me that his younger sister nearly turned into a corpse during her upgrade, so it's better to be guarded." "Yao is already level 1? Ning Yaru exclaimed in surprise. Even with the global population reduced by 2/3, with 3 billion people still decreasing, the instance platform showed that there were only 95 level 1 ability users, not even breaking into the hundreds. And that girl who had made her feel slightly uncomfortable before had actually reached level 1. Yes, that's why Yi Zhan said to wait for Yi Yao to go to the mine together. Yi Yao is really impressive, Ning Yaru praised, lowering her eyes. Completely oblivious to the girl's unusual expression, Gui Yonghui smiled and said, Yi Yao is indeed impressive. This time the operation at the mine will surely succeed. So, Yaru, are you planning to upgrade now? Sorry to trouble you, brother Yonghui. Ning Yaru nodded earnestly, feeling that if she didn't upgrade soon, she would be left behind. All right, then let us do it in the study. I'll go call Xiao Wei to bring 2 ropes. In the study, Ning Yaru was tied to a chair, holding the upgrade crystal core tightly as she began to absorb the energy from the crystal core with her abilities. When the energy flowed into her own core, she did not experience the mental shock that Gui Yonghui had mentioned. Aside from feeling a slight pain, as if her body was swelling from the energy, the entire process of absorbing energy went exceptionally smoothly. If Yao were here at that moment, she would definitely jump up and curse. The 8-star crystal core she used had caused a mental shock, yet her own daughter in the storyline was using a 5-star one and had no issues at all, as if she had just eaten too much. Chapter 57. The transfer of Tang Seng's flesh at this moment. Yi Yao was unaware of the situation, so she wasn't jumping up and down, but she was still surprised by the changes at home over the past 3 days. After finishing lunch, Yi Hui took Yao for a tour around the martial arts hall at home. The front house and the martial arts hall were surrounded by earthen walls, indicating that their dad had been busy these past few days. Even the back mountain had been fenced off, with all the trees cut down and piled up in the yard. The rest had been set ablaze by Yi Hui, leaving the enclosed back mountain a dark, charred expanse. Mom said burning it would make fertilizer, and that SY set the mountain on fire. It nearly exhausted me. Looking at the newly cleared land in the back mountain, Yi Hui complained, though his expression was one of pride. Not bad. What has Mom planted? Yi Yao squatted down and asked, looking at the land divided into several plots. I don't know. You know, Mom used to just plant flowers and plants. This is her first time planting vegetables, and we didn't dare to ask. We just helped plant all the seeds. Yi Hui recalled how he had received a scolding from Mom for asking too many questions when they buried the seeds, and he never dared to speak up again. I think Mom's wood-type ability is quite impressive. Some of the seeds have sprouted in just 2 days, Yi Yao said, observing some green shoots poking through the soil. Yeah, that patch over there. I can't tell if it's green onions or leeks. It has already grown quite a bit. Yi Hui pointed to the green area at the top. That's leeks. Let us ask Mom to make some leek pie for us later. Yi Yao looked up and patted her little brother, who was still squatting there staring at the seedlings. Let us go. We'll check out the back mountain. At the Yi family home, Gui Yonghui made another visit. After Yi Xiongrong opened the door, he called for Yi Zhan, who was training in the martial arts hall, and hurried off to the back mountain to help his wife check on the vegetable garden. Brother Yi Zhan, sorry to disturb you again, Gui Yonghui said with a smile. Not at all. What brings the Gui team here this time? Yi Zhan asked. Well, I was thinking that every time I bring Yahweh over to treat the brother upstairs, the progress is too slow. So, with Yahweh's consent, I thought it would be better to help treat him sooner. I wanted to ask if it would be possible for the brother upstairs to come over to my place for treatment. Gui Yonghui asked, looking at Yi Zhan, who was lost in thought. He continued, You see, we're departing for the mine in 3 days, and I heard from Yahweh that the brother upstairs seems to be quite seriously injured. Yahweh's ability has now reached level 1, and she can output full treatment 3 times a day, so we should be able to treat the brother upstairs before we leave. Miss Ning's ability has reached level 1. Congratulations to the Gui team. Yi Zhan did not directly agree to let them take the person, but he looked up and congratulated. This is also thanks to you 2 siblings. Without your guidance, I might still be unaware of the dangers, Gui Yonghui said. Not at all. It's the Gui team's good management and talented subordinates, Yi Zhan replied. Brother Yi Zhan, you're too polite. About transferring the brother upstairs. What do you think? Gui Yonghui asked again. The Gui team comes from a regular army background and has saved so many survivors. Besides, in 3 days, I'll be troubling the Gui team to help guard our place. I have great trust in the Gui team, Yi Zhan said with a smile. Hearing Yi Zhan's willingness, Gui Yonghui happily slapped his thigh and said, Brother Yi Zhan, I truly appreciate your trust. Rest assured, I will take good care of the brother upstairs. Sorry to trouble the Gui team, but he is still unconscious. How do we get him over there? Yizhan asked. We have a stretcher. I'll call someone to bring it in, Guiyanghui said as he went out to call for help. Yizhan watched as 2 soldiers brought the stretcher from the vehicle. Realizing that the Gui team had anticipated that they would not refuse and had brought the equipment from the start. However, recalling the shock he felt when cleaning the wounds of the brother upstairs, along with the fact that his little sister was the lifesaver, he thought that being able to treat 3 times a day was much better than the previous once a day. After accompanying Guiyanghui to transfer the person, Yizhan headed home and walked towards the vegetable garden in the back mountain. Yi Xiongrong was up there harvesting leeks, while He Zishu was using her ability on a baby bok choy seedling, visibly causing it to grow rapidly until a bok choy the size of a toddler's hand emerged. Mom. Yizhan rushed over to help the panting He Zishu up. What brings you here? I heard your dad say the Gui team is here again? He Zishu asked, catching her breath. Yeah, once I finish my business, I can take a look. The Gui team is just trying to help. I sent the brother upstairs to the Gui team for treatment, which is more convenient for their ability users. After all, even though our houses are close, we still worry about the precious healing abilities being transported back and forth. Can we trust them? He Zishu asked with some concern, remembering the previous group from the south. They're reliable. Although we asked for their help in treatment, they're also hoping we can help eliminate high-star crystal cores. So we have mutual interests, Yizhan replied, taking the farming tool from He Zishu. Don't worry, dear. I've seen their survivors before. They all wore clean clothes and looked well. When they were organizing the camp, it was orderly, without any panic, proving they are indeed a regular army. Yizhan reassured her. Xiaozhan, you should learn well from the Gui team. Once our squad starts recruiting members, you will need to manage them properly. But we're just a mercenary group. We want TB setting up camps like the Gui team does with their large-scale recruitment. Yizhan chuckled. Who knows what might happen next in this world? Yi Xiongrong glanced at his eldest son and carried the basket of leeks toward the martial arts hall. Dad, have you seen my little sister? After all, she brought the person back, and I should say something before they take him away. But my little sister hasn't even asked about him since coming back from the instance. She really doesn't worry at all. She want to play in the back mountain with Xiao Hui, Yi Xiongrong replied loudly. Mom, I'm going to find her in the back mountain. You all stay safe at home, Yizhan said as he handed over what he was carrying and headed straight for the back mountain. At this moment, Yi Yao and Yi Hui were back to back, stopping halfway up the back mountain. Yi Yao's right, I was fully mechanized, and she was seriously examining the images captured by the nanorobots, while the Awakening system was also beginning to conduct extensive data analysis. If she knew that because she hadn't inquired about Tang Seng's flesh, her elder brother would say she wasn't worried, she would definitely cry out in injustice. With such a bizarre attribute as Tang Seng's flesh, what was there to worry about? How is it, second sister? Is there a problem? Yui asked, alertly scanning the surroundings as he spoke to Yi Yao behind him. Chapter 58. The blacksmith Yi Hui looked at the surrounding tall trees, sunlight filtering through the leaves, and the chirping of insects and flying birds indicating that everything was normal here. However, Yi Yao suddenly pulled him back, her expression making him instinctively wary. We've passed this place about 3 times now, Yi Yao said, pointing at a triangular stone by the roadside. Yi Hui looked at the stone in front of him. After Yi Yao mentioned it, he also found the stone familiar, along with the broken tree, and nervously asked, Sister, are we encountering a ghost wall? Host, we should have entered an area with illusionary mutated plants. The Awakening system analyzed the data and said, Can you locate the mutated plants? Yi Yao asked, looking at the holographic screen in front of her. No, it can't be detected, and there are hidden functions, the system replied. This is troublesome. Yi Yao closed the screen in frustration. What if we wait here? It's only a level 1 mutated plant, and so far it hasn't attacked us. We can leave after its abilities are exhausted. I just got scolded by Mom, and now I'm not going home, plus I brought my little brother along. I'm afraid I'll be locked at home and won't be able to go anywhere. Yi Yao rolled her eyes and said, What a dumb idea, my dear sister. Sister? Yi Hui hadn't heard the person behind him speak for a while, so he elbowed Yi Yao and called out again. Nothing's wrong. We just entered a domain with illusionary abilities from mutated plants. Yi Yao said in a low voice as she walked to the triangular stone and carved a mark on it. Is that really nothing? Didn't they say before that the danger of mutated flora and fauna is no less than that of corpse-like creatures? Yi Hui exclaimed in fear. Yi Yao tested the sturdiness of the tree next to the stone and quickly climbed up. Seeing Yi Yao climbing like a monkey, Yi Hui shouted again in panic. Wild girl, come down quickly. I told you it's mutated plants. Why are you climbing trees? Yi Yao explored from above and confirmed that there was indeed no abnormal situation on the mountain, and the small path leading to the summit was the one they had taken. The back mountain had been used for cross-country runs with students every day, so the path was well-trodden. In the distance, someone was approaching along the path. Someone's coming up. It should be Big Brother looking for us. Yi Yao jumped down from the tree and said to Yi Hui, "Don't be nervous. We have been here for so long, and that mutated plant hasn't attacked us. It's just making us go in circles, and there's no life-threatening danger. Why didn't you say that earlier? You scare me to death." Yi Hui plopped down on the ground, exhausted from walking for so long. "Sister, pass me a drink." Yi Yao tossed a bottle of cola to him, and, watching Yi Hui completely relax, asked, "When you were running wild on the mountain every day, did you notice anything unusual? After I entered high school, I stopped going on cross-country runs with Big Brother in them. I haven't come to the back mountain much. Big Brother is about to enter this area. If we get stuck here, I'm afraid our parents will worry. So what do? We can't find our way out, and we can't find the target plants. Why don't you set the mountain on fire?" Yi Yao looked at the trees and flowers around. Set the mountain on fire. Yi Hui was almost choked on his drink by Yi Yao's suggestion. Yes, just be careful not to set it too fiercely. Focus on burning the low shrubs. Control the fire on those big trees so it doesn't get too intense. Yi Yao nodded. Since we can't find it, let's just set it on fire. Seeing Yi Yao's determined expression, which didn't seem like a joke, Yi Hui could only resign himself and start working. He didn't expect that after burning the area within the circle, he'd have to burn outside the circle too, and with so many requirements. Yi Hui began to gather his abilities in his hands, and a small fireball reappeared, but this time the fireball was obviously hotter than before. Even 6 steps away, Yi Yao, who was scanning the area with her sword, could feel the rising temperature behind her. "Oh, Little Hui has made great progress. Just praise me. Don't call me Little Hui." Yi Hui shot Yi Yao a look. Little Hui sounded like Little Eunuch. He was Yi Hui, a man who controlled fire. He released the fireball, and the shrubs in front of him were immediately ignited, thick smoke billowing upwards. "Don't burn towards me. Burn in that patch of shrubs to the right." Yi Yao shouted loudly, worried as the fire was approaching her. "This side is mostly big trees. What's there to burn?" "I said to burn the shrubs." Yi Hui rolled his eyes and began to control his abilities to direct the fire towards the shrubs. Just as Zhan, who had just ascended the mountain, noticed the thick smoke halfway up, he was startled and quickened his pace. What were those two doing on the mountain? At this moment, Yi Yao was standing next to the shrubs that Yi Hui had just burned down a mere deadwood, seemingly discovering something shiny. She used her sword to clear away the ashes and found a green crystal core about the size of a soybean. "Host, it's a level 0 wood-type crystal core, and it has been refined. It has an illusionary effect, with a range of about 2 square meters." Yi Yao picked up the crystal core and indeed felt that it had been refined, becoming a forging tool. Its specific effect was similar to the illusionary effect they had experienced while wandering in circles, only with a smaller range. "Why does this orb's effect resemble the hidden disc from my previous life?" "Host, have you seen something similar in your past life?" Yi Yao nodded. In her previous life, there was a similar item called the hidden disc, which could shield a 20 square meter area when placed on the ground, making it excellent for outdoor camping. Of course, there were larger hidden discs that could shield bigger areas, but Yi Yao couldn't afford them. Back then, to buy a 20 square meter one, they used up most of their team's finances. Looking at the area that Yi Hui had burned, several spots were glowing brightly, making Yi Yao's eyes sparkle with excitement. "Wait, this thing wasn't refined by that brat Yi Hui, was it?" Yi Yao looked at Yi Hui, who was still controlling the fire, in disbelief. "Fire-type abilities have forging capabilities. Isn't that normal?" The Awakening system responded. Previously, in the main God-Star system, most fire-type ability users knew some forging or alchemy skills. There was nothing strange about that. However, only a handful could excel at it. Where is it normal? In my previous life, there were very few blacksmiths, and even a mediocre forging tool cost thousands of crystal cores. Moreover, some particularly useful forging tools were practically money grabbers. Now, looking at Yi Hui standing on the stone, dramatically controlling the fire. Yao felt as if she were gazing at a pile of sparkling crystal cores. In the era of Awakening, he was a well-known, wealthy person. A blacksmith. Chapter 59 Hidden Do Xiaowei. Xiaowei. Yizhan walked to the middle of the mountain and used his abilities to create a thin ice wall to prevent the wildfire from spreading down the mountain. The thick smoke rolling up was surely visible to his parents below. What were these two kids up to? One was diligently setting the bushes on fire, while the other was carefully digging through the ash to find green crystal cores. When Yi Hui felt that his abilities were almost depleted, he absorbed the fire back in with his powers. Great. He felt that his control over the fire this time was more adept than when he helped his mom with the garden last time. Next time, you should find a place to practice setting fires more often. How about it? Can we try going down the mountain now? Yi Hui put his hands on his hips and turned to Yi Wei. He saw Yi Wei squatting down, carefully sifting through the ash, her body, face, and even hair covered in dirt. Sister, what are you doing? Yi Hui asked as he leaned over next to Yi Wei. Oh, why are you getting so close? Yi Wei exclaimed, startled. Ha ha, sister, your face. When Yi Wei looked up, Yi Hui couldn't help but laugh until his stomach hurt. All right, are you done burning? Yi Wei brushed the ash off her clothes and pulled out a towel from her space to wipe her face. It's just a bit of ash. What's so funny about it? Compared to the forging tools she found, this was nothing. She never dreamed that one day she would have so many forging tools. She had picked up a full 20 or more. Each had a 2 square meter illusion range, adding up to over 50 square meters. In her previous life, any illusion disc over 50 square meters went straight to the auction house. This meant that by just picking up a few, her assets had directly exceeded 10,000. Yi Hui straightened up and rolled his eyes at Yi Wei, saying, Sister, are you kidding? The mountain is so big. How could you possibly burn all the bushes? I burned the patch of bushes you mentioned earlier. Did you find anything? No, but what were you looking for just now that you didn't mind getting dirty? Here. Yi Wei took out a green crystal core and placed it in Yi Hui's hand. Looking at the yellow, bean-sized green crystal core in his hand, Yi Hui said somewhat dismissively, Sister, you went through all that trouble for this level 0 crystal core? You don't want it? Don't come to me later if you need it. Seeing her brother's expression, Yi Wei reached out to take it back. Wait, this is different from a crystal core, right? Yi Hui quickly grabbed it, feeling the energy inside couldn't be absorbed. Plus, it seemed to have other functions. This isn't a crystal core. This is a forging tool, Yi Wei said, somewhat regretful, wondering why her brother's reaction speed had improved. Forging tool? Yi Hui repeated the new term in confusion. Wait. Yi Wei moved a stone onto the ground, placed a core on it, activated it with her abilities, and shouted to Yi Hui, who was 2 steps away, Come over. All right. Seeing the obvious look of excitement in Yi Wei's eyes, Yi Hui cautiously approached her. But despite walking in a straight line, he somehow ended up going around it. After several attempts, he still couldn't get close to the stone. What's going on? Yi Hui looked at Yi Wei, who was standing next to the stone. In shock. There is something even more fun. As soon as Yi Wei finished speaking, Yi Hui saw her and the stone disappear. Sister, stop playing. Hearing her brother's somewhat terrified voice, Yi Wei felt it was about time to stop. She sent another wave of abilities to halt the tool's effects. Holding the little bead that Yi Hui had previously dismissed, she asked, So what do you think? Do you still want this? Yes. Sister, this is the forging tool? Yi Hui asked, his face filled with surprise as he saw Yi Wei reappear. Yes, this is a forging tool with stealth properties, but it doesn't affect the noses of corpse heirs. Yi Wei said as she put the item away. So, amazing? Is this what you call a forging tool? No, that is just the general term for these types of tools. Let us give a name. Let us call it Hidden Do. Yi Hui looked at the green bead in his hand, feeling that the name he came up with was fitting and nice. How clever he was. Host, I've discovered that everyone in your family is a master at naming things. Thank you for the compliment. Whatever. Yehi Akardi nodded, knowing she would never tell anyone that her brother was the one who forged the Hidden Do. Sai, who made this the work of Yi Hui. He had absolute naming rights, even if he didn't know it yet. Sister, let us keep looking. There might be more over there. Yi Hui quickly stuffed the bead into his pocket, as it was a good find. He pointed to the bushes he had just burned. Okay, let us hurry and look for things, and be thorough Don't miss anything. Yue then squatted down in the previous spot to start looking for beads. All right. When Yizhan arrived, he saw the two kids searching for something in the ash, especially that little rascal Yi Hui, who was lying flat on the ground, covered in black except for the whites of his eyes. Feeling his blood pressure rising, he shouted, Yi Hui, here, here. Yue and Yi Hui stiffened and immediately stood at attention. Seeing his furious older brother, Yi Hui quickly shifted the blame, shouting, It was my sister who told me to set the mountain on fire. Yue shot Yi Hui a fierce glare. Very good. Just wait until she got back at him. Understanding the meaning in Yue's eyes, Yi Hui pleaded, Sister, he was wrong. Yue explained. Seeing the two sisters exchanging glances, Yizhan directly slapped Yi Hui on the head and shouted at Yue. Poor Yi Hui was too afraid to cry out in pain, enduring it silently. He had said it was his sister who made him burn it. So why was he the one getting punished? We encountered an aberrant plant with illusion abilities and got lost here. So I had Yi Hui set the mountain on fire. I didn't notice anything unusual when I came up. That's the power of the aberrant plant. My sea of consciousness is strong, and I only noticed something off after going around in circles 3 times. You guys were too reckless to set the mountain on fire. If I hadn't come, the fire would have spread. No way. I clearly controlled the fire to only burn that patch of bushes, and after I finished, I absorbed the fire with my abilities. How could it still spread down the mountain? Yi Hui said confidently, remembering very clearly that he hadn't let the fire burn anywhere else. It must be the illusion abilities of the aberrant plant causing it. We couldn't see the way out, and we also couldn't see the fire spreading. Yue said solemnly, looking at Yizhan, I'm sorry, big brother. I didn't think it through. Seeing his younger sister bow her head in apology, Yizhan sighed and said, Be more careful next time. What were you two looking for in the ash? Did you find any aberrant plants? Chapter 60, Level 1 Mutated Plant. Mountain Lotus Flower seeing his brother ask what they were doing. Yi Hui excitedly took out the hidden bean and began to replicate Yi Yao's demonstration. The team lying in the wood ash added one more person. Meanwhile, Yi Xiongyong and He Zishu, who were watching the thick smoke on the mountain, were also hurrying up the mountain. After finding the 3 siblings, Yi Hui demonstrated the usage and effects of the hidden bean again. Finally, the team lying in the wood ash grew directly to 5 people. Host, we found the target mutated plant. It's the level 1 mutated mountain lotus flower. The Awakening system said, looking at a white flower at the edge of the wood ash. Yi Yao quickly stepped forward to check. It was a plant that didn't reach her waist, covered in white flowers. Is this the level 1 mutated plant? It doesn't seem special at all. Yes, if it weren't for Yi Hui's fire, which evaporated all the surrounding moisture, I wouldn't have noticed it. The Awakening system hovered above the plant and said, That's true. Yi Hui's fire pretty much burned away the low shrubs around, leaving this one intact. It seems like its mutation has conditions to trigger. Yes, the mountain has a lot of moisture. When a mountain lotus flower encounters water, its flowers become transparent. Coupled with sunlight refraction, it creates an unusually large area of illusion. This flower can also turn transparent? Yi Yao exclaimed, pouring some water from a bottle onto the flower. Let me try. Wait. The Awakening system's warning came too late, and they watched helplessly as the few people behind Yi Yao disappeared into the forest. Great. The host has once again acted recklessly, triggering the mountain lotus flower's abilities. Yi Yao looked at the transparent flower, her eyes flashing with amazement, and asked, What happened? You've triggered the illusion ability of the mountain lotus flower again. Now we have to wait for the moisture on its petals to disappear, the Awakening system said in frustration. Why didn't you remind me that pouring water would trigger its abilities? I was going to, but by the time I wanted to say it, you had already poured the water. Sister, why are you just standing here? Yi Hui asked, looking curiously at Yi Yao, who was standing next to a plant. How did you find me? Yi Yao exclaimed in surprise at Yi Hui's sudden appearance. My dear, what's going on? I don't know. The Awakening system replied in confusion. What do you mean find you? You're standing less than 5 steps away from me. Yi Hui said, puzzled. What kind of expression is this from my sister? At this moment, the 3 who noticed something unusual realized that the people clearly beside them had completely vanished. In a panic, they began to shout their family members' names. Strangely, although the 3 were only a few steps apart, They could neither see nor hear each other. "Sister, are we playing hide and seek?" Yihui said, astonished at the scene before him. While Yi Yao could not see what Yihui could see, the only things visible to her were a camellia flower and Yihui. "Host, quickly take out the hidden bean." Yihui is not affected by the mountain lotus flower. It's the effect of the hidden bean. The awakening system finished scanning Yi Hui's entire body and discovered the hidden bean emitting energy in his pocket. After Yi Yao took out the hidden bean and held it in her hand, she saw the three people who were frantically looking for someone. She took out several hidden beans and stuffed them into Yi Hui's hand, shouting, "Quickly give each person one." After receiving the hidden beans, the three looked at their family members reappearing before them. Yi Zhan frowned and asked, "What just happened?" "I found a level 1 mutated plant. It's this camellia flower." Yi Yao said a bit sheepishly. "Found it? Let me see." Zishu walked over to Yi Yao, looking at the transparent flower and marveling. "It's so beautiful. If you hadn't said anything, I wouldn't have known this was a level 1 mutated plant." "Wife, don't get too close." Yi Xiangyong anxiously pulled Zishu, who was about to reach out to touch it. "Xiao Yao has been standing here for a long time without any issues. What are you worried about?" Zishu rolled her eyes at Yi Xiangyong, but ultimately refrained from reaching out again. Yi Zhan reminded Mom, "That's a level 1 mutated plant. It's better to be cautious." "I know. What's wrong?" Seeing Zishu suddenly jump, Yi Xiangyong nervously pulled her into his arms, asking repeatedly. Zishu was startled by the sudden wet sensation, pointing at the mountain lotus flower beside Yi Yao in fear. It moved. "It just touched my arm." "No way. I've been standing here for a long time and didn't see it move," Yao said, looking down at the mountain lotus flower. "Host, your mother is not lying. The mountain lotus flower actively touched her just now." The awakening system replayed the monitoring footage for Yi Yao. "Why hasn't it moved while I've been here for so long?" "Perhaps it's because your mother is a wood element ability user. Mutated plants tend to be particularly friendly towards wood element users." "Oh right, in my previous life, there was a wood element powerhouse who had several mutated plants around them. Do you think my mom can take this mountain lotus flower back?" Yi Yao said excitedly. "We can try, but your mom's ability hasn't reached level 1 yet. I don't know if this mountain lotus flower will be willing. We'll know if we try." Determined to give it a shot, Yi Yao expressed her thoughts. "Xiao Yao, are you sure this mutated plant can be tamed?" Yi Zhan asked in a deep voice. When it comes to family safety, he always had to be extra cautious. "Brother, this level 1 mutated plant only has a general skill that misleads people. It doesn't directly harm lives. I don't think it's a big deal." "Sister, this is still a level 1 mutated plant. My fire can't hurt it at all. Isn't it too reckless to let Mom go up and tame it?" Yihui expressed his disagreement. "Aren't we all living recklessly every day?" Yi Yao said with a bitter smile. "In this era, everyone is living recklessly every day." Looking seriously into Zishu's eyes, "Mom, are you willing to take a risk this time? Or will you always just stay in the back mountain and grow vegetables?" Zishu looked at her daughter, who usually teased and acted spoiled around her, now looking at her so seriously and solemnly. She never expected that one day her beloved daughter would ask her such a question. Indeed, before the Awakening Era started, the family, except for the youngest son, was preparing for the dark times ahead. She could only help collect supplies. After the Awakening Era began, she always hesitated to confront the corpse changers, unable to get past that mental barrier. During the 3 days of rain, Xiao Zhan didn't come home on time. Xiao Yao got infected, and the youngest son fell into a life-and-death crisis. Even when their household supplies were robbed, she could only watch helplessly, adding burden to others and waiting for the help of other family members. No, she doesn't want to be stuck in the back mountain growing vegetables in the future. She has awakened her abilities too, and she can become powerful. I want to tame it. Chapter 61 New Member, Crystal Wife. Mom, Yi Xiangyong and Yi Hui shouted loudly. Yi Xiangyong had a disapproving look on his face. That's a level 1 mutated plant. Wife, we could try other mutated plants that haven't evolved yet. Yeah, Mom, don't listen to my second sister's nonsense. Yi Hui glared at Yi Wei fiercely. What are you babbling about? After glancing at his determined mother, Yi Hui hurriedly pushed Yi Zhan's arm. Big brother, say something. Are you really going to let the two women in the house do something so crazy? Yi Zhan looked at his anxious younger brother and father, and his little sister who looked pleased, but what surprised him the most was the belief in his mother's eyes that she wanted to become stronger. I respect Mom's choice. Xiaozhan. Yi Xiong was so angry that his eyes were turning red. He really didn't expect his usually steady eldest son to make such a decision. Enough. Step aside. It's just a mountain lotus flower. I've grown so many begonia flowers before. Yi pushed Yi Xiong away impatiently. Wife, can we discuss this further? This is a level 1 mutated plant, not just an ordinary plant like the begonia flowers at home. Watching He Zishu walk towards Yi Xiong hurriedly followed to dissuade him. Yi looked at her dad and younger brother's tense expressions and pointed at the morning glory growing around the big tree. Dad, do you want Mom to live her whole life like this morning glory, only able to stand up at the power of others? This is just an attempt to tame a mutated plant that only confuses people with its attack methods, and you're trying to stop it at every turn. What about facing the flesh-eating corpse monsters? Seeing everyone fall silent, Yi questioned again. Dad, can you guarantee to be with Mom 24/7? All right, even if you can you guarantee to defeat all attackers? Hearing his daughter's relentless questioning, Yi Xiong had no courage to argue back. He thought back to 3 days ago when their home was ambushed. So what if he had powers? He was still knocked down by a steel flower directly. The painful expression on Zishu's face before he lost consciousness was still vivid in his mind. I will guarantee with my life that if the mental link is established and there's even the slightest abnormality, I will cut off the link at the first moment. Yi promised again. Her mental strength was entirely capable of easily severing the mental connection between both parties. Yi Xiong closed his eyes and took a deep breath. Looking at his wife and daughter standing by the mountain lotus flower, he compromised. Dad, are you really going to let Mom tame a level 1 mutated plant? Seeing Yi Xiong sitting silently on the stone, sulking, Yi quickly asked. All right, come with me. Yi Zhan pulled Yi Hui away a few steps. Seeing all 3 men in the family leave the scene, He Zishu nervously asked, Xiao Wei, how do we establish a mental link? Mom, the mental contract can only be established at level 1 of the powers. What should we do? Looking at her eager mother, Yi felt a bit of a headache. Let me think. Host, how about I directly absorb the energy of this level 1 mutated plant? The awakening system circled around the mountain lotus flower, like a small dog fiercely guarding a bone. You're not picky at all. You want such a weak one? After all, it's all level 1 energy cores. A mosquito's leg is still meat. Wait. Although this one has no attack methods, it has a strong ability to confuse. Even I didn't notice at first. Yi squatted down to look at the slightly trembling mountain lotus flower. There's no wind. Why is it trembling? Step back a bit. You scared the flower. Xiao Wei, it's crying. Yi Zishu exclaimed in surprise. Huh? Seeing her daughter's dazed expression, Yi Zishu continued to relay the message she received. It says it's scared. What does it have to be scared of? Our whole family is stuck in this area. Yi was astonished. Mom, can you hear it talking? He Zishu raised her right hand, her pinky being gently hooked by a soft branch of the mountain lotus flower. Feeling that the mountain lotus flower was inching closer to her, like a child bullied, seeking help from an adult. He Zishu nodded, looking at the mountain lotus flower with loving eyes, who made its voice sound like a soft little girl. The voice in her mind was still crying and saying it was scared. He Zishu gently said, Don't be afraid. We want to hurt you. Mom, ask it if it's willing to come back with us. It says there's something on you watching it, so it doesn't dare to move. He Zishu glared at Yi. Hurry up. Put away your strange things. You're already so big, still bullying a child. Yi was directly silenced by her mother's scolding, forcibly pulling the awakening system back in her consciousness. It's all your fault. I told you it scared the flower, yet you kept getting closer. Hey, isn't the energy too tempting? The awakening system explained with a smile. It's already great that I didn't directly drain the energy of this mountain lotus flower. He Zishu no longer heard the crying in her mind. Squatting down, gently looking at the mountain lotus flower in front of her, You see, you've been all alone on the mountain. Do you want to come back with me? Host, why does it feel like your mom is luring a child? What nonsense are you talking about? Be honest. Don't go out and cause trouble. See, Fina. The awakening system sighed. It seemed like it wouldn't be able to get energy after all. All right. Crystal says she will come back home with me. He Zishu stood up happily. Mom, have you even named it? Yes, Crystal is still a child. Don't scare her. Oh, got it. Yue replied obediently. The three men who had been paying attention to the situation all gathered around. Yue looked at the two and asked, "Did it work?" "No." Yue shook her head. "See, I told you it wouldn't be so easy to tame. Don't be discouraged, wife. I'll go kill some corpse monsters later. You can also become stronger." Yi Xiaoyong finally breathed a sigh of relief and hurriedly comforted his Yishu. "Although there's no contract, Mom said Crystal is coming home with us." "Crystal? Who is that?" Yue looked at Yue and asked. "There's no one else here." Yue pointed to the mountain lotus flower beside her. "This level 1 mental mutated plant. Mom named it Crystal." "What?" the three men exclaimed in unison, looking at Yue, who had thrown out such a heavy bombshell. Yizhan asked in a deep voice, "Xiao Wei, what is going on?" "Mom's power level hasn't reached level 1, so she can't establish a mental contract. We can only take it back first and wait for Mom to level up before we contract it. But that is a level 1 mental mutated plant." Yue jumped up. "Isn't this bringing a big killing weapon home? Although it only confuses people for now, it will evolve." "I know, don't emphasize so loudly." Yue rubbed her ears, which had been slightly irritated by the noise, rolling her eyes at Yi Hui. "Level 1 mental mutated plants and animals have intelligence. It's possible it's smarter than you." "How is that possible?" "That's a plant. I'm a person." Yi Hui didn't believe it. "All right. I've already promised Crystal. I'm taking it home. If you're scared, you don't have to follow." His Yishu declared firmly, looking at the three big guys who were still struggling to hinder her. Chapter 62. The Awakening of Tang Seng's flesh. Guiyang Hui finished handling the documents in the military unit for the day and folded a report he had prepared on the precautions for upgrading the crystal core. He shouted to the guard at the door, "Xiao Lu, take this to the letter officer." "Okay. Also, help me call over Sergeant Ning Yaru." "Sure." Watching Xiao Lu take a few steps with the letter and then turn back, Guiyang Hui looked puzzled. "What's wrong?" "The report. That Sergeant Ning is currently in the medical room treating the wounded. Interrupting her ability output might not be good, right? Then wait for her to finish treating them before she comes over." "Yes." As he watched Xiao Lu run off, Guiyang Hui chuckled and scolded, "Little brat." Ning Yaru had been in particularly good spirits these past few days, although she couldn't remember anything from the instance. The points displayed in an underwater breathing apparatus item showed that she had successfully cleared the instance. Moreover, after coming out from the instance, her ability had unexpectedly hit a bottleneck, and her application for priority upgrading of the crystal core quickly received a response. Even more smoothly, her ability upgrade caused her no pain at all. She directly reached level 1. Since her upgrade, the discussions and praises for her in the unit had increased, and no one had compared her to Yi Yao, who had saved Guiyang Hui's team anymore. What a beautiful and joyful day. "Good morning, Sergeant Ning." The medic greeted Ning Yaru as she came on duty. "Good morning. Was there anything unusual last night?" Ning Yaru asked softly. The medic looked at the gentle-looking Sergeant Ning, feeling a flutter in his heart. Sergeant Ning is truly beautiful. Ning Yaru didn't notice the medic's infatuated gaze and called out again after he fell silent. "Sergeant Zhang? Huh? No, nothing unusual." Sergeant Zhang snapped back to reality and then remembered the person who had been sent over, saying, "The person from last night woke up but was a bit agitated, so I gave him some tranquilizers." "Really? Thank you for your hard work, Sergeant Zhang." No. It's part of my responsibilities. This is the handover report from last night's shift. You can sign it after checking the beds, right? Ning Yaru put on her white coat, took the documents, and smiled. "Then let's get started." After checking the beds, Ning Yaru reviewed the medical records in her hands. The person sent over had nearly been treated for his external injuries. He had woken up at 3:11 a.m. yesterday due to emotional agitation and was given 20 milligrams of diazepam to help him fall back asleep. Glancing at her mechanical watch, it was already 9 a.m., and he still hadn't woken up. Closing the medical records, Ning Yaru said a word to the nurse before entering the man's medical tent. The man was bound with bandages, lying quietly on the bed, and a large bruise on his arm made Ning Yaru feel particularly distressed. "Sergeant Zhang, you were too heavy-handed." Ning Yaru opened the tent curtains and began to unwrap the bandages on the man. She gently wiped his brow and murmured, "I don't even know your name, but I hope you recover well and don't get hurt so badly again. I'm called Xiaoming." Ning Yaru was startled by the sudden male voice and realized the man lying on the bed had opened his eyes. The man, who had been handsome even while unconscious, looked even more captivating now, making Ning Yaru's heart skip a beat. Xiaoming struggled to sit up on the bed, cursing, "Damn it! The effect of that tranquilizer is still lingering." Looking at the girl 2 steps away from the bed and recalling her earlier monologue, he smiled gently. "My name is Xiaoming. Thank you for saving me. And no, you're welcome. Just rest well, and if you need anything, you can call the nurse." After saying this, Ning Yaru turned to leave the tent, her pink ears seemingly revealing a hint of youthful shyness. The head nurse, who had come to check on the beds, looked at the hurriedly leaving Sergeant Ning, puzzled what happened. Seeing the man sitting up on the bed, the head nurse exclaimed, "Oh, you're awake." No wonder Sergeant Ning ran off. If it weren't for my age, I might have blushed and run away from this handsome young man on the bed. Xiaoming cautiously spoke to the incoming person. "Hello, may I ask where this is?" "We are the 2nd Armed Brigade of H City. Don't worry, we are regular troops," the head nurse reassured him softly, then smiled, recalling Sergeant Ning's earlier rush. "You should thank Sergeant Ning well for waking up. She has been healing you since her ability recovered, and it has worn her out." "Yes, thank you for saving me." Xiaoming suppressed the strange emotions in his eyes. He had just come out of dark, confined space filled with the stench of corpses, where the only sounds are the chewing and swallowing of flesh. "You're welcome. Here's your breakfast for today. Since you just woke up, eat something light." The head nurse placed a bowl of white congee on the bed. "After eating, make sure to rest well." "That Sergeant Ning you mentioned is?" "Just the little girl who just ran out. Don't be fooled by her youth. She is already a level 1 healing ability user." "That's impressive." Xiaoming nodded lightly, praising her. "Well, eat your breakfast first. Do you need any help?" "No, I can handle it myself." Xiaoming picked up a spoon, and the warm congee made him feel the warmth of being alive once more. "Then make sure to rest well after you finish eating. I'll go check on the other tents." Seeing the man start to eat breakfast, the head nurse felt relieved and headed to the next tent. After half a bowl of white congee, Xiaoming's stomach, which had been completely unaware of hunger, began to churn again. The congee he had just consumed was quickly rejected, and the acidic bile from his stomach followed suit. It was indeed too long without food. "Are you okay?" Ning Yaru steadied her emotions outside, remembering that the man had woken up but hadn't been checked yet. She went back to the office tent to grab the medical records and a stethoscope before returning to the tent. As she helped the man sit up and prepare to wipe him down with a towel, he took it from her, saying, "Thank you. I could do it myself." Ning Yaru withdrew her hand and called for the nurse to help clean up the vomit. "Mr. Xiao, I need to do a simple check on your previous wounds," Ning Yaru said softly, and if the redness in her ears could fade away, she would probably look more like a professional doctor. "Thank you, Sergeant Ning, for saving me. My body is fine. I'm a surgeon myself," Xiaoming said gently, looking at the girl. "Thank you for bringing me out of that black hell." "So you're a surgeon. That's wonderful. The unit really lacks talents like you, Mr. Xiao," Ning Yaru exclaimed with excitement. "Is that so? It seems I can still be of some use and repay your life-saving grace," Xiaoming thought as he looked at the girl's smiling face. Chapter 63. The Tang monks' meat has escaped 50 kilometers outside the west of H City. In the mountainous area, there is a large iron mine. The armed team led by Guiyang Hui has a main task this time, in addition to rescuing survivors, which is to clear out the corpses in the mine. The construction of the base in B City requires a large amount of building materials, and iron ore is an important resource for forging steel, so it must be secured. Yi Hui from the Yi family was rarely sitting upright, his youthful face trying to display a dignified and composed expression, which made it look particularly awkward. Since returning from the back mountain, Yi Wei had explained the abilities of the forger after taking out the 89 hidden beans she found. After wasting 10 hidden beans, she successfully guided Yi Hui to forge 2 20-square-meter and 1 30-square-meter hidden plates, leaving him with 3 hidden beans. Yi Hui was completely serious now. Yi Wei raised her eyebrows at her pretentious little brother and tossed him a level 0 psychic crystal core. "Master Yi, could you please make a psychic forging tool? When a master takes action, there must be some cost, right?" Yi Hui took the crystal core and sat steadily, taking a sip of the drink from his kung fu tea. and said, "This time, the crystal cores for the mine raid are all yours." "Deal." Yi Hui jumped up excitedly, breaking his composure in an instant. "I haven't finished speaking yet. What's wrong? Do you want to back out?" Yi Hui tightened his grip on the crystal core, nervous. "No, it's just that since I've already invested so much, if you fail. Is it too much to lose a crystal core? I will definitely succeed. Don't forget that both the hidden beans and the hidden plates were forged by me." "Yes. Yes, Master Yi is amazing, but you need to understand your second sister. She has practically got poor written on her face," Yi Wei said with a bitter smile, thinking that the little brat would fall for it. "All right, if I don't succeed and ruin your crystal core, I'll just give you my share from this mine raid." "Deal." Successfully hooked, Yi Wei took out the prepared paperwork from her space and handed the pen to Yi Hui. "Come on, please sign your name, Master Yi, second sister." "Is that really necessary?" Yi Hui looked at the document in front of him and felt it was strange, hesitating to sign. Yi Wei raised an eyebrow to provoke him. "What? Master Yi lacks confidence in himself? How could that be? I'll sign it." Yi Wei put away the document, feeling pleased. She had secured the energy promised to her beloved concubine. "Master Yi, let us get started." Yi Hui hesitated, glancing at Yi Wei, feeling that something was off, but unable to pinpoint it. The crystal core in his hand was fine, just an ordinary level 0 crystal core. Different in attributes from the cores he forged before. Activating his ability, he tossed the crystal core into the ability Fire, controlling the forging process to remove impurities and purify the energy, reshaping it. Watching the crystal core successfully transform in the ability Fire, Yi Hui's eyes lit up with excitement. He succeeded. Boom! A muffled explosion sounded in the living room, waving his hand to disperse the rising black dust. Yi Wei looked at her little brother, standing dazed like a black man at the center of the explosion, and softly said, "Master Yi, don't forget the crystal core for the mine raid is mine. Let us go." I'm going to burst out laughing. Seeing Yi Wei walking happily, Yi Hui finally understood. He had been tricked. "Yi Wei, I want tea, let this go." Yi Wei walked to the martial arts hall, said hello to her parents and older brother, and stored her packed luggage in her space. Yi Zhan looked at his little sister, who looked like a mouse that had fallen into a rice jar, and recalled hearing his little brother's angry shout earlier, puzzled. "What trouble did you cause again?" "It's nothing." Yi Wei shook her head. She just dug a small pit and took her little brother to jump in. Remembering her little brother's last angry shout, Yi Wei took out Yi Hui's document and said, "Big brother, I have a written agreement with Yi Hui. If he fails in his forging, please give me the crystal core from this raid." "Xiao Wei, are you teasing your brother again?" Yizishu looked at the document in Yi Wei's hand and smiled. "I just saw that his Master Yi act was getting more and more inflated lately, so I wanted him to face the facts." Yi Wei would never admit that she was going for the crystal core. Yi Xiangyong nodded repeatedly. "That's right. That little brat even used my kung fu tea set to hold drinks. Xiao Wei taught him a good lesson. It's good for Xiao Hui to calm down and be clear-headed, so he doesn't get fooled outside in the future. But just this once, it won't happen again." Yi Zhan cast a glance at Yi Wei, but ultimately spoke up for his little sister. "He got it." Yi Wei nodded. "Host, are you really willing to part with that Tang monk meat's abnormal attributes? That is a person. I can't just drink human blood when they're injured, right? I'm not a corpse. Improving my own strength is the way to go. But that Tang monk meat saved your whole family's lives. You're just treating his injuries, which could be treated or not, and you think that's enough repayment? He wants to leave. Can I force him to stay? That would just anger my brother. Helping Tang monk meat keep his ability a secret is also a form of gratitude." Chapter 64. Chun Yuan Jian successfully settled next to the crystal by the begonia flower at home, living a very comfortable life every day. Yi Xiong was unable to withstand the torment from his wife and daughter, so he used his abilities to dig a small pool next to the crystal. The crystal could slightly bend down to touch the water, activating its mesmerizing abilities. Although the coverage area wasn't as large as the lotus flower area in the back mountain, it still successfully covered the yard at home. This time, there was no need to trouble outsiders to guard the house. With the crystal guarding the home, it was perfect. Yi Zhan confirmed the supplies and equipment again. He instructed the crystal to guard the house well. The family set off easily, driving to the garrison point of the national team. "Yi Zhan, brother." Guo Yongwei greeted warmly as he saw the people getting out of the car. Yi Zhan nodded and asked, looking at another group of people standing outside the camp, the national team, those over there? Oh, they were also invited to join us in encircling the mining area. I know there was some misunderstanding between you and them before, but this time they're only responsible for clearing the periphery, Guiyanghui explained, implying that the high-level crystal cores in the mining area would still follow the previous agreement. Yizan nodded. Anyway, the supplies had already been brought back by his sister. As long as that group didn't provoke them, he could put aside previous grievances for now. National team, can we set off? Yes. Are you taking our vehicle or... We'll drive ourselves. Okay. Guiyanghui nodded and shouted to the officer behind him. Set off. As Yizhan got into the car, he saw his little brother giving the group the middle finger and shouting, "What are you doing? They provoked us first." Yihui shouted. Yue looked at the group. The leader should be the psychic ability user her brother mentioned. He was around 40 years old, holding a young woman in his arms, his murky eyes leering at her. Seeing the leader stick out his tongue and lick his lips at his sister, Yihui immediately activated his abilities and then started the car. Chun Yuanjian was suddenly hit by a gust of cold air, causing him to shiver, while the woman in his arms had a layer of frost forming on her eyebrows. Although this sudden chill didn't cause any harm in the hot weather, it was extremely unpleasant. "Brother, let me teach them a lesson," the little brother standing next to Chun Yuanjian said angrily. "Wait a minute. The supplies we stole are missing, and I haven't seen that woman before." Chun Yuanjian pushed the woman away, got into the car first, and thought that there would be plenty of opportunities to teach them a lesson once they arrived at the mine. Okay, a group of mercenaries jumped into the car, following the troops that set off ahead. Guiyanghui brought only the elite class from Team 2 this time, and also dispatched a small team of 3 squads. They invited many ability users determined to take the mining area. Ning Yaru asked the man sitting in the passenger seat, who was studying the map, "Brother Yanghui, you clearly know there's a conflict between the two groups. Why bring them together? There's no choice. Psychic ability users are too rare. Look at our team. There's only you as a healing ability user, and so far, no one has awakened a psychic ability," Guiyanghui said, looking at the corpse that the car had just run over, speaking in a deep voice. "Is there no one in the main force who has awakened a psychic ability?" Ning Yaru asked, confused. Guiyanghui shook his head. "Not for now." "Ah," Ning Yaru exclaimed, surprised that psychic ability users were even rarer than healing ability users. Looking at Xiao Ming, who had been staring out the window in the rearview mirror, Guiyanghui continued, "Xiao Ming, I'm really sorry this time. Your body just recovered, and I had to bring you on mission." "It's okay. It's understandable for Sergeant Zhang to join the mission," Xiao Ming replied, looking back at Guiyanghui in the front seat. "There's still some distance to the mining area. You should rest more in the car." "Okay, Xiao Ming, you can lean on my shoulder. It's fine," Ning Yaru said softly. Xiao Ming gently shook his head and replied, "You'll have a sore shoulder later. I'll just lean against the window and take a nap. If you feel uncomfortable, you must tell me." "Thank you, Sergeant Ning." Seeing the man's gentle and understanding demeanor, Guiyanghui felt a bit guilty as he recalled that he had poached this person from Yizhan's side. There was no choice. They desperately needed people. Moreover, he was a professional surgeon, so he certainly couldn't let him go. He could only apologize to Brother Yizhan. Yizhan followed the main force at the back, while the group behind them had already rushed ahead, with someone paving the way, crashing through, or running over the corpses. It saved him quite a bit of effort. Yue opened the back door of the car and picked up several level 0 crystal cores. As the Awakening system said, even Mosquito's leg is meat. After a slow but steady journey, they finally arrived at a small grove 5 kilometers outside the mining area just around noon. After easily dealing with a few wandering corpses, Guiyanghui began to give orders to set up camp, using Guiyanghui's team as the dividing line. Yue and her group set up camp on the left, while Chen Yunjin's group set up on the right, trying to avoid conflict between the two teams. However, conflict sometimes cannot be avoided. Guiyanghui sent tents and supplies to both sides, and after setting up the tents, Yizhan was about to call his family into the tent to discuss some precautions when he noticed that he couldn't see his younger siblings. Looking at Yixiong, who was preparing to enter the tent, Yizhan asked, "Dad, where are Xiao Hui and Xiao Wei?" "Your mom sent them to the nearby creek to fetch water," Yixiong shouted from inside the tent. Yizhan looked at the creek not far from the camp and confirmed that his siblings were indeed fetching water by the river. Wait, Xiao Wei has drawn her sword. Yi Hui glared fiercely at the two men washing their feet upstream and shouted, "Are you trying to cause trouble? We're just washing our feet. We don't mean any trouble." The two men said with playful smiles, looking at Yi Wei, "Why does a little sister come wash feet with her brothers for some fun? You're asking for death." Yi Hui was about to activate his abilities when Yi Wei directly stopped him, looking at Yi Wei with a serious face and saying, "Sister, why are you stopping him? You should burn these two to ashes. We're just here to fetch water. We're going upstream." Yi Wei coldly stared at the two men, ignoring their provocations, and pulled Yi Hui to walk upstream. Just as they passed by the two men, Yi Wei got splashed all over with water. A whistle sounded, and one of the men leered, "This little girl has a nice figure." Yi Hui hurriedly took off his short t-shirt and draped it over Yi Wei. A fireball was thrown directly at the man who had just spoken, but the man dodged to the side, retaliating with a water column. Whoosh! A silver light flashed as Yi Wei's sword was drawn, slicing the water column in half. Chapter 65. Conflict when Yi Zhan arrived. He saw his bare-chested younger brother and his younger sister, soaked in his brother's clothes. Without further ado, he directly froze the two in the water. "Are you okay?" Yi Yao shook her head while looking at the two big ice blocks and sheathed her knife at her waist, feeling a bit regretful that she hadn't had the chance to teach them a lesson herself. Yi Hui pointed at the two who had been frozen and said, "We're getting water," and they splashed second sister with water upstream. "All right, let's go back and change clothes," Yi Zhan said as he took the water bucket, filled it with water, and pulled Yi Yao towards the tent. Before they had walked a few steps, the two who were frozen broke free from the ice, and one of them launched a blade of wind towards Yi Yao and the others. "Host, be careful," the awakening system urgently reminded as it saw the greenish wind blade flying toward them. Yi Yao pulled her older brother and younger brother down to the ground as the wind blade flew past their heads, striking a large tree ahead and successfully attracting nearby people. Yi Hui looked at the tree trunk that had been split open, realizing that if the wind blade had hit the three of them, they would have been seriously injured if not dead. "You are looking for death." Yi Hui got up and controlled a fireball to throw at the two. The first to arrive at the scene was Guiyanghui. Seeing the fireball about to hit the two in the water, he used his ability to pull them away. Looking at the furious Yi Hui and the silent Yi Zhan, "Yao." Guiyanghui felt a headache but still forced himself to mediate. "Brother Yi Zhan, what happened? Why are you so angry? They are too much," Yi Hui shouted, pointing at the two being pulled ashore by Guiyanghui. "Gui, you saw it too. They ambushed us from behind. If I have to cooperate with people like this, I think we should just end our partnership," Yi Zhan said, pointing at the tree trunk that had a big hole from the wind blade. "Don't, brother Yi Zhan. I will definitely give you an explanation. How about that?" Guiyanghui quickly reassured. Seeing Chun Yuanjian walking over slowly, he suppressed his anger and said, "Brother Chun, could you let your people apologize to Brother Yi? This ambush from behind. Gui, let's not talk about that. Just about the cooperation. You're being too biased. Our cooperation is to clear the perimeter, and they're the ones who can go into the mine to hunt level 1 zombie heirs. Isn't that unfair?" Chun Yuanjian directly interrupted Guiyanghui's words with complaints. "Brother Chun, I'm not biased. I'm trying to minimize casualties. Brother Yi and his family not only have awakened abilities, but also practice martial arts for a long time. They are more capable of dealing with level 1 zombie heirs. But we also have 3 ability users here, and I control the mental system. We have a better grasp of dealing with level 1 zombie heirs than those martial artists," Chun Yuanjian said dismissively, as he had previously tried it and found that level 0 zombie heirs with a bottleneck had difficulty moving under his abilities. And even if the effect was reduced on level 1, it wouldn't be too bad. Therefore, he insisted on getting a piece of the level 1 crystal core. Seeing that Chun Yuanjian was unyielding, Guiyanghui regretted his previous decision a bit. "Gui, if you have no objections, I agree to let them go into the mine." Yi Yao, who had been silent, finally spoke up. Yi Zhan and Yi Hui were surprised by their younger sister's, second sister's, decision, but did not speak to stop her. "Really? Sister Yi Yao, it's great that you all can agree," Guiyanghui said happily, "as long as it's not internal strife." Yi Yao stepped out from behind Yi Zhan, gesturing to her wet clothes, and said, "But I demand an apology from those two. Is that too much to ask?" "Not too much, not too much," Guiyanghui quickly said, Brother Chun, look, the young lady is already making concessions. Can't you just apologize for soaking her? Seeing that he had achieved his goal. Chen Yuanjian smiled at Yi Yao. Little beauty, my brother was being rude. I'll apologize to you. I have plenty of clothes here. Why don't you come back with me? I'll give you all of them. You. Yi Hui wanted to jump up and scold him, but was pulled back by Yi Yao again, thinking, what kind of apology is this? It's more like harassment. All right, let's go. Yi Yao ignored Chen Yuanjian and Guiyang Hui, pulling Yi Hui and Yi Zhan towards the camp. Brother Yi, I'll have Vice Officer he bring you food. Let's meet at my tent at 2. Guiyang Hui shouted at the departing trio. Seeing Yi Zhan wave his hand to indicate he had heard, Guiyang Hui ignored Chen Yuanjian and his group, dispersing the crowd that had come to watch the excitement, and headed towards the camp. Xiao Ming watched the 3 siblings from the Yi family leave first and felt that their voices were somewhat familiar, especially the figure of that girl that lingered in his mind. Xiao Ming, let's go back, Ning Yaru said after watching the excitement. Seeing the man beside her silent and staring blankly in the direction of the camp, she tugged at Xiao Ming's arm. What's wrong? Huh? Nothing, let us go. I'll help you get food. You go back to the tent and wait for me. Xiao Ming came back to his senses and said softly, Okay. Ning Yaru nodded, and the two walked towards the camp together. Ning Yaru glanced at the man's tall figure, always half a step behind her, protecting her on the small path. With a handsome face and a gentle and caring personality, the only flaw was that he had no abilities. Yi Hui angrily opened the tent and sat down on the mat, ignoring everyone. Seeing Yi Zhan's dark face and Yi Yao, who was soaked, Yi Xiong quickly asked, What happened? Yi Zishu pulled Yi Yao's hand, also looking worried. How did you get soaked just getting water? Xiao Yao, go change clothes in the tent next door. We'll have a brief meeting, Yi Zhan said in a deep voice. Okay. When Yi Yao changed her clothes and entered the tent, she found her parents also with angry expressions, indicating that her younger brother had already told them everything. Now that everyone is here, let's begin. Yi Zhan signaled Yi Yao to sit down and started the meeting. When Guo came to visit earlier, he said that Xiao Yao, your ability is speed-based, so we will try our best not to expose your spatial ability while in a mine. Looking at Yi Hui, who was a bit restless even while sitting, Yi Zhan pointedly said, especially you, Xiao Hui. Why only mention me? Yi Hui complained, Am I that unreliable? In a recent conflict, you couldn't help but act several times. Don't let yourself be provoked. Yi Zhan said directly, It's clearly them who are too much, and we still gave them a portion of the level 1 crystal core. I don't understand what you all are thinking, Yi Hui said angrily. To get a level 1 crystal core, you need to have the ability to do so, Yi Yao said softly, hearing the implication in her second sister's words. Yi Hui exclaimed in surprise, Second sister, are you saying that after we go into the mine? He then made a gesture across his neck. Yi Yao looked at her younger brother, who was both angry and happy, and smiled. What are you talking about? Once we enter the mine, stay close to your older brother. Yes, we're still outside now, so it's better to be cautious, Yi Xiong said in a deep voice. Brother Yi Zhan, I brought you food. Vice Officer, he shouted while holding several boxes of food, standing outside the Yi family's tent. Chapter 66. The periphery of the mining area. 1. Deputy, he handed over the food in his hands and reminded them again about the meeting time. He noticed Yi Zhan's body stiffen visibly, his expression serious, as he asked, Captain Yi, is there something difficult? There are some matters I will discuss with your team later. Okay, then you all eat first. As deputy, he walked away. Yi Zhan double-checked the information on the dungeon platform, thinking how coincidental it was. After finishing their meal, Yi Xiong helped He Zishu clean up the dishes, preparing to take them back when he was stopped by his eldest son. Mom and Dad, I have something to say. I'll take the things over with Xiao Wei later. What is it? Yi Xiong put down the items and sat down with He Zishu. I received the notification to enter the dungeon. It's in 24 hours. Ah, so sudden? Hearing the dungeon news, He Zishu became nervous and worried. While organizing the camp earlier, she overheard some soldiers discussing the dungeon and realized that people could die inside. Thinking about how Xiao Wei, who returned from the dungeon, didn't say anything, she understood the children's concerns and could only pretend not to know with her husband. It's okay, I have a strategy guide. Yi Zhan comforted his mother, looking at his father and younger brother. He thought of the Chun family and felt a bit anxious, saying, I'm just worried about you all seeking revenge on them. I was thinking maybe I should withdraw from the encirclement operation. Don't. I haven't avenged that Qin yet. I haven't forgotten about the Iron Flower incident. Yi Hui directly rejected the idea of withdrawing. Though the second sister had managed to get a special medicine last time that helped him recover, he had never forgotten the pain of being shot and the fear of falling into darkness. I'm worried that you seeking revenge will lead to danger, which is why I suggested withdrawing. Seeing his younger brother's stubbornness, Yi Zhan reprimanded, in this encirclement of the mining area, there are a lot of level 0 corpse-like beings outside the cave. The terrain inside the cave is complicated, besides the danger posed by the corpse-like beings. There's also the possibility of landslides at any time. If you act according to your temper, aren't you afraid of endangering Mom, Dad, and your second sister? Eldest brother, you focus on the dungeon. Remember the precautions I mentioned earlier. As for us, don't worry, I'm here. Yevi firmly sighed, Huling Yehu, who was still trying to argue. Xiaowei doesn't T agree with withdrawing either? Yi Zhan asked Yi Wei. Eldest brother, I can't keep retreating from that Chen family. But with you going into the dungeon, we will be down a person. Your mom and I. Yi Xiangyong looked at his daughter hesitantly. Yi Wei stared at He Zishu and asked, Mom, do you want to become stronger? Seeing her daughter's serious expression, He Zishu nodded heavily. Okay, after I finish the meeting with eldest brother, let us go try it out. Yi Wei stood up and looked at Yi Zhan, saying, let us go. Eldest brother, we need to head to the meeting. Xiaowei, what exactly are you thinking? Yi Zhan asked in a low voice, following Yi Wei out. Eldest brother, we can't live forever within the boundaries you set. Yi Zhan's heart jolted. He realized that he had not only confined his family, but also himself within this limited space. Suddenly, the previously dormant ability within him began to stir. Feeling the fluctuation of abilities behind her, Yi Wei turned and smiled. Eldest brother, I'll just go to the meeting. Remember to have Xiao Hui keep an eye on you. Be careful. Yi Zhan exchanged a smile with her, and after giving his instructions, he returned to the tent. Inside the tent, Guiyang Hui was looking at the map of the mining area when he heard the guard's report and quickly welcomed Yi Wei in. Why is sister Yi Wei visiting all of a sudden? Good DUI, I didn't expect that after I went to the dungeon, we would start collaborating. Your Tianju mercenary group's strength is beyond doubt. I haven't congratulated sister Yi Wei on successfully upgrading her ability yet. Here, this is a congratulatory gift from your self-proclaimed elder brother. Guiyang Hui took out a pistol and handed it over. Thank you. A 1T refused this. Yi Wei accepted the gift, pleasantly surprised by this unexpected reward, thinking she should have come over earlier. You've helped me a lot too. We're starting to enter the periphery of the mining area this afternoon, and I hope you don't mind what happened this morning. It's fine. I actually have something to discuss with you. Oh, Guiyang Hui asked, puzzled. Yi Wei briefly explained why her elder brother Yi Zhan couldn't participate in the encirclement, and Guiyang Hui expressed his understanding. Just as they finished speaking, the guard reported that Chun Yuanjian had arrived. Oh, the little beauty is here too. Does my brother need to send over some clothes? Chun Yuanjian's eyes lit up when he saw the people standing in the tent. Yi Wei found a stool to sit on, ignoring him. Guiyang Hui quickly interrupted Chun Yuanjian, saying, now that everyone is here, let us briefly discuss our upcoming arrangements. He placed a map of the mining area on the center table, signaling both sides to gather around. Pointing at the map, he said, this is an iron or area. All the people were in this region before the Awakening Era. He pointed to a half-circle area surrounded by mountains and continued, according to reliable sources. There are over 500 miners and management personnel, but no one knows the situation inside the mine. What is the plan with DUI? Chun Yuanjian asked. This area was previously surrounded by walls, and aside from a 2-story office building, there are no other structures. Once we go in, we could easily get trapped. Produce. The firearms and ammunition reported by the deputy cannot be wasted. Therefore, my plan is to have Earth-type ability users build platforms in these 3 areas, and we will clear the perimeter with our abilities first. I have no objections. Yi Wei looked at the 3 points Guiyang Hui pointed out and said, I want the leftmost point. Then I'll take the middle. Chun Yuanjian quickly said, throwing a greasy wink at Yi Wei. Being next to the little beauty gives me more motivation. Brother Chun, it's not that I don't want to. It's just that once the platforms are built, someone must always guard them. The number of ability users in your and sister Yi Wei's teams isn't enough. and I'll need to send people for support at any time. So you and Sister Yue should take one on the left and one on the right. Chen Yuanjian didn't press the issue too much and agreed to Gui Yonghui's arrangement. Once the plan was finalized, Gui Yonghui gathered the troops to set off. Yue looked at her eldest brother, who was tightly bound, and reminded Yi Hui to be careful before following her parents to join Gui Yonghui's team. When they arrived, Yi Xiongyong helped out and built the leftmost platform. Mom, the wall isn't high, just 2 meters, so when we get on the platform later, stand a bit back. Yi Wei instructed from below the platform. Xiao Wei, aren't you coming up with me? Yi Shu asked nervously. I'll accompany you up to the platform first. Dad, you wait for me down here and call out if there's any special situation. Okay, be careful with your mom. Yi Xiongyong said, his expression tense as he arranged, knowing that the platform was too small for only 2 people. So he still needed to build another landing nearby. Chapter 67. The Periphery of the Mind, 2. Hizishu stood on the platform and was startled by the large number of zombified beings rushing over from below. The Awakening Era had only recently begun, and the Level 0 zombified beings, lacking the attraction of fresh flesh, merely appeared paler and more ashen than ordinary people, moving a bit sluggishly under the bright sun. However, once fresh blood and flesh appeared, the zombified beings would charge forward like beasts seeing their prey, reckless and ferocious. Yue steadied Hizishu and said, Mom, let's start. Hizishu calmed her emotions, scattered some seeds from an unknown plant, and began to stimulate growth. Watching her mother produce red and green flowers, Yue felt a bit exasperated. Forget it, she's family, don't get angry. Drawing her saber from her waist, she slashed at the clawing zombified beings below, forcing them back a couple steps, but they quickly regrouped. Hizishu, seeing the bloodshed, weakened again, closed her eyes, and unleashed a chaotic output of her powers. Yue saw a loofah vine growing at an extraordinary speed, reaching over 10 meters in no time. Very good. Besides sprouting 2 small loofahs, it successfully tripped 5 zombified beings. Looking at her panting mother, Yue instructed, Mom, wood-type abilities can not only stimulate plant growth, but also control plants. Using it this way is not very effective and a waste. Isn't it just for stimulating plant growth? She could only blame the plants she had just grown for lacking any offensive power. If only I had some crystal seeds. After returning this time, she planned to discuss it with the crystal merchant. Try controlling the wild grass below to trap the zombified beings. I can't. Use your powers. Watching her father beside her condensing powers to create stones to smash the zombified beings, Yue felt a headache coming on. Dad, you should also try using your powers to control the ground beneath the zombified beings. What? Hearing his daughter's request, Xiongyong looked bewildered. How would he know how to do that? There were too many zombified beings surrounding them. I'll go down and clear some out. Mom and Dad, be careful and do as I say. After instructing, Yue stepped directly onto the heads of the zombified beings, entering the enclosure and successfully drawing most of them away. Completely surrounded, Yue was unafraid, wielding a knife in one hand and a gun in the other, leaving a trail of blood in her wake. Not far from their platform, Guiyanghui, watching Yue dancing with her weapons, felt a surge of excitement. He shouted to Vice Officer, I'm going down to warm up. You coordinate the personnel. Captain, it's better for you to stay here. Vice Officer, he looked troubled. Guiyanghui waved his hand, drawing his steel knife. You need to exercise too. Saying that, he activated his powers and swiftly entered the enclosure. Although his knife skills lacked the elegance of Yue's, he was also taking down quite a few zombified beings with his bold moves. Ning Yaru, watching Yue steal the spotlight inside, pouted. Why is she so reckless? Now Yanghui has gone down too. With so many zombified beings, if something goes wrong, we won't be able to rescue them in time. Hearing Ning Yaru's worried yet slightly complaining words, Xiao Ming retracted his gaze from the knife-wielding girl and suppressed the slight displeasure rising in his heart, gently saying, with so many zombified beings surrounding us, if we don't draw some away, they might overwhelm the walls. The walls have been reinforced with earth-type powers. They won't collapse so easily. Ning Yaru dismissed. It's clearly that Yue loves to show off. Xiao Ming chose not to argue in defense of the girl, though his strange feelings grew stronger. After Yi Wei repelled a wave of zombified beings, she noticed her parents stopping their attacks on the platform and waving for her to come up quickly. Bang! A gunshot deflected the arm of a zombified being that was about to grab her mother. Yi Wei shouted, "Use your powers. Control. Control." Seeing their daughter being attacked by zombified beings while also needing to worry about their safety, Zishu and Xionyang's eyes turned red with anxiety. "Honey, let us give it a try." Zishu gritted her teeth. "All right, we'll do our best. If we can't help, we want to hold the kids back." Xionyang nodded. The two of them stopped rushing to pull Yi Wei up and began trying various ways to control their powers. Zishu recalled what her daughter had said about using powers, recongealing a green energy ball. Previously, she had just thrown the energy ball onto the seeds like Xiao Hui throwing fireballs and left it at that. This time, she threw the energy ball towards the loofah vine but did not sever the connection. Instead, she tried to have the loofah vine bind the feet of the nearby zombified beings. Watching a zombified being fall to the ground, albeit still crawling towards Yi Wei, she was indeed controlling the plant as her daughter had said. Excitedly, she patted Xionyang on the back and exclaimed, "Hey, I did it." Xionyang was nearly knocked over by his wife's sudden slap, wondering why her strength seemed to be increasing. "Honey, teach me too. Stop making stones. Try throwing the energy ball under the zombified being's feet, and don't cut the energy. Then try controlling the land." "Okay." Yi Wei jumped up and slashed at the head of a zombified being, trying to cleave it in two, but the zombified being suddenly vanished, and her strike missed. The zombified being had fallen into a large pit. "Host, there's a fluctuation of Earth-type powers," the Awakening system reported. "Let the little nano come out to help monitor my parents' situation." Understood. As Yi Wei confirmed that her parents were using their powers, she began to move closer to the platform. Although the zombified beings drawn away began to surround her again. The ones that had fallen into various pits or were trapped by plants made it easier for Yi Wei to deal with them than at the beginning. Occasionally, she even had time to extract the crystal cores from the zombified beings she had killed. "Yi Wei successfully joined her and shouted happily. Yi Wei casually slashed at a zombified being behind Wei, lifting the crystal core and pocketing it. Watching the girl's cool and skilled moves, Wei praised. "Yi Wei, you should teach me how to handle a knife sometime." Before Yi Wei could reply, a cry for help erupted from the right platform. It was Chen Yuanjian being dragged off the platform by the surrounding zombified beings. Wei, seeing Chen Yuanjian's desperate escape, cursed fool under his breath and activated his powers to swiftly pass through the crowd of zombified beings, helping Chen Yuanjian flee. With the right platform about to be breached by the zombified beings, Wei shouted loudly to Vice Officer He on the central platform, "Go support the right side. If so many zombified beings break through the wall, the rear camp will surely be." Chapter 68. The Periphery of the Mine Cave. 3. Deputy He was initially nervously watching the team and did not notice the situation on the platforms on either side. By the time a cry for help arose from the right, several corpse-like beings had already climbed over the wall. "There's no time. Hurry up and climb." Wei brought Chen Yuanjian to the platform below the center and shouted at the still-shocked Chen Yuanjian. Without caring whether anyone had climbed up, Wei quickly moved towards the right platform. "Mom and Dad, be careful. If you can't hold on, shout for Deputy He to support you, or Dad. You could take down the platform." Yi Wei urged as she watched the commotion on the right platform. "Xiao Wei, what are you going to do?" Yi Xionyang quickly asked, seeing that his daughter was already under the platform and not coming back up. "I'm going to help over there. We can't let the horde of corpses break out. It could lead to a tide of corpses. My older brother and younger brother are still at the camp." Yi shouted. "Honey, I'll hold the corpses back. You keep throwing stones," Zishu said, looking at her daughter who was rushing out. Her eldest son was still at the camp upgrading his abilities. Although she couldn't help on the right side, she would do everything to prevent the corpses from breaking through the wall on the left. "All right, we'll do it together." Ye Vyong nodded, gearing up to kill the corpse-like beings in front of him. Yi Wei fought her way to the center of the horde and found Wei. "Gua, you go outside to intercept them. I'll hold them back inside." "No way, there are too many. You can't handle it alone inside." Wei gasped, pushing back a lunging corpse-like being with his steel knife. Deputy He's reinforcements were late. Quite a few got out. You're the speed ability user. Only Guiyangwei can catch up with the escaped corpse-like beings. Understanding the implication of Yi Wei's words and realizing it was the best arrangement, Guiyangwei gritted his teeth and said, "Fine, be careful. If you can't hold on, retreat." "Understood. I'll 1T let myself fall here." Yi Wei executed a hip toss, slamming a tall male corpse-like being to the ground, stabbing directly through its head with her knife. Guiyangwei also didn't linger, activating his ability and quickly charging out of the wall, started to intercept the escaping corpse-like beings. Chen Yuanjian was scared to death. If it weren't for the last shred of survival instinct holding him up, he would have collapsed and been torn to pieces by the corpse-like beings. Being pulled, he climbed up to the platform using hands and feet. Ning Yaru looked at Chen Yuanjian, who was weakly lying on the ground, panting heavily, and softly comforted him. "It's okay, you're safe." Looking at the girl's fair and beautiful face, Chen Yuanjian steadied his emotions, losing his previous arrogance. "It seems like you have a scratch on your back. Let me call a colleague to check it," Ning Yaru said, noticing the bloodstains on the man's back. Thank you." Chen Yuanjian only then realized the scratch on his back. "Damn it. I want to be infected, will I?" Ning Yaru shouted down to Xiao Ming. "We have an injured person. Come up and help." "Okay." Xiao Ming picked up a medical kit and climbed back up to the platform. Cutting open the man's shirt revealed some wounds deep enough to see bone. Without enhanced abilities, an ordinary person would have fainted from blood loss with such wounds. After bandaging the wounds, Xiao Ming said to Ning Yaru, "The wounds are deep. I can only do a simple treatment. There's a possibility of infection. Yaru, you should take him back to the base. Then let us hurry. Beautiful. You must save me. I'm a psychic ability user. I can be very useful for you all in the mine." Chen Yuanjian, hearing about the possibility of infection, grabbed Ning Yaru's hand and insisted on going back to the base first. "Mr. Chen, don't rush." Ning Yaru suppressed her irritation, pulling her hand back and saying, "Xiao Ming, let us go back together." "No way, Sergeant Ning. After you return to the base, the only one left to treat the wounded is Dr. Xiao." Deputy Zhang quickly said upon hearing that both doctors were going back to the base. "Yaru, don't worry. We have so many elites from the second squad here. Once the area below is cleared up, we'll return. The wounded are a priority. Let us go back first," Xiao Ming softly advised. Yes, Ning Yaru. Let us hurry back. My injury is serious," Chen Yuanjian urged. "Well, all right." Looking at Deputy, he's still busy directing the cleanup. Xiao Ming staring at the situation inside the wall, and the team members alternating with their abilities to kill. Ning Yaru could only withdraw with Chen Yuanjian back to the camp. Guiyangwei chased down a few escaping corpse-like beings and saw Ning Yaru leading Chen Yuanjian and a few small soldiers retreating to the camp. He quickly shouted, "Watch out for the escaped corpse-like beings ahead." "Received." The squad leader, escorting Ning Yaru, shouted loudly, "Please keep close to our pace." Guiyangwei observed Chen Yuanjian, wrapped in bandages and constantly trying to hide behind Ning Yaru. His eyes narrowed slightly, but he still helped to clear a path forward. The squad sent to support the right side arrived. The corpse-like beings below were being held back by Yi Wei, and the escaped ones are being chased down by Guiyangwei. A wave of firepower cleared the corpse-like beings standing on the platform. The squad quickly climbed up the platform and shouted to Yi Wei, who was surrounded below. "The third squad of the 2nd Armed Brigade is here to support. Can we start firing?" "My beloved, open the predictive bullet path." After confirming the split-screen display in her right eye, Yi Wei shouted to the soldiers on the platform, "Yes. Comrade, please be careful and find cover nearby to avoid friendly fire." "All right." As soon as Yi Wei's voice fell, the sound of gunfire erupted, and the soldiers saw the girl and the horde skillfully dodging the bullets. Occasionally, they thought they had fired empty shots, only to hit the corpse-like beings kicked by the girl. So amazing. So cool. Host, the corpse-like beings on the other sides are being attracted over. Hurry and retreat. The Awakening system shouted as it watched the corpse-like beings gradually being drawn in by the gunfire. Okay. Dodging a bullet, Yi Wei turned and shot a corpse-like being in the head. Repelling a wave with her knife, she sheathed the blade, stepping on a corpse-like being's shoulder to jump onto the wall. Retreat. Have the Earth-type ability user raise the wall. Yue shouted loudly to Deputy He. Okay. Seeing the situation below the wall, Deputy He agreed to the retreat proposal. He then arranged for the Earth-type ability user to raise the wall at the platform and remove the platform. Standing on the wall, Yue confirmed that the corpse-like beings could not climb over before jumping down to join a main force. Xiao Wei, He Zishu, and Yi Xionyong looked at their daughter running over and quickly pulled her in to check for injuries. Yi Xionyong looked at the scrape on his daughter's beautiful face and complained, "How did you get hurt on your face? Are there any other injuries on your body?" "No, don't worry. I'm fine." Yue shook her head, reassuring him. "This little scrape on my face is nothing. It'll be fine in a couple of days, and there won't even be a scar. This is also a benefit of the body enhancement after awakening. Light injuries rarely leave scars on those mutated." Deputy He looked at the scrape on the girl's face, still swollen, and said, "A girl's face needs to be protected well. Dr. Xiao, please come over." Yue was about to refuse when she saw the big boss, Xiao Ming, stepping out from the crowd. "My beloved, how did this person get here?" Chapter 69, Periphery of the Mining Area, 4. The Awakening system looked at the host, who had a face like she had seen a ghost, rolled its eyes, and said, "Isn't it normal for the Demon Lord to be a powerful backup for the female lead? Ning Yaru? He appears next to her, right?" "Oh, right." Yi Yao slapped her forehead. In the instance, Xiao Ming was always following her, which made her momentarily forget. Watching the Demon Lord open the medical kit and take out an iodine cotton swab to help her clean her wound, Yi Yao felt a bit uneasy. No need. It's just a small injury." "No way. You can't be so casual with a girl's face." Izishu looked at Yi Yao, who had a face full of rejection, snatched the iodine from Xiao Ming's hand, and said, "Honey, let me take care of this for Xiao Yao." "Okay." Yi Xionyong held on to Yi Yao and glared at her. "Be good." "All right." With the words of the Emperor and Empress, there was no escaping the medicine application. Xiao Ming watched the girl being surrounded by her parents and obediently applying the medicine. The earlier odd feeling in his heart slowly disappeared. After Hizishu finished applying the medicine, she handed it back and smiled at the handsome young man in front of her. "So you're a doctor? Thank you for the medicine." "You're welcome." Xiao Ming put away the medicine and wanted to ask if she knew him, but was interrupted by someone arriving. "Mom, Dad, second sister." Yi Hui rushed over with a dagger. Looking at the man standing next to them, who seemed to be the one his second sister picked up before and had gone to Guiyang Hui's team, he pulled his parents and Yi Yao over. "Zombies have charged into the camp. I was worried about you and came over." "What about your older brother?" Hizishu asked upon seeing only her youngest son. "Big brother successfully leveled up and is helping the remaining troops kill the zombies." "That's good." Hizishu felt relieved. "Then let's hurry back. Dr. Xiao, thank you," Yi Xionyong quickly said, pulling his daughter and wife toward the camp. Xiao Ming watched the boy who came running and rolled his eyes. Even though he had already controlled his expression, he could still clearly feel the boy's dislike for him. Did he offend him before? "Sis, why did that man come over to our side again?" Yui asked while hurrying along. "Did you not see the wound on your sister's face?" Dr. Xiao came to deliver medicine. Izishu shot a glare at her youngest son. "He's actually a doctor?" Yui was a bit surprised, then dissatisfied. He was clearly saved by second sister. Why did he go to someone else's team? Different paths, no collaboration. Which team he wants to join is his own choice. Yi Yao said in a deep voice. Right now, the Demon Lord was completely enchanted by the female lead Ning Yaru. If he really wanted to join her team, she wouldn't feel at ease. After all, she was going against the female lead. What if he stabbed her in the back later? Anyway, I don't like him. Second sister, don't mind him. Yi Hui said. All right, we're almost at the camp. Hurry up and help your brother. Yi Xionyong looked at the camp that had been damaged by the zombies not far away and said, the retreat of the superpower team relieved some pressure from Guiyang Hui and Yi Zhan, and soon they cleared the zombies that had charged into the camp. Deputy, he commanded the personnel to reorganize the camp, and Guiyang Hui also went to the medical tent to check on the injured personnel. As soon as he entered, he heard Chen Yuanjian scolding his subordinates. Look at you two, you've grown some skills. When I fell, I didn't see you helping, you just ran away. Brother Jian, don't you know how capable we are? One of them said with a fawning expression. Yeah, Brother Jian, we want to find someone to rescue you, look. Didn't the national team come to the rescue immediately? The other chimed in. When we get back this time, I'll deal with you too. Seeing Guiyang Hui enter the tent, Chen Yuanjian could only suppress his anger and glared at his two subordinates, waving his hand to shoo them away. Brother Jian, are you okay? Guiyang Hui stood by the bed and asked the prone Chen Yuanjian. Thanks to your Ning beauty helping out, Chen Yuanjian said politely. Remembering how he fell inside the walls today, he felt troubled, but that clearing the periphery work. It's fine, we just cleared most of it. We'll regroup and head out again soon. Brother Jian, rest well. Guiyang Hui continued, but then added, but Brother Jian, we're going to mine tomorrow, are you? I'll be almost recovered by tomorrow. I can go into the mine. Hearing that he might be kicked out of the mine operation, Chen Yuanjian immediately said. He was determined to get his hands on the level 1 crystal core, no matter what. That's great, Brother Jian. It's good that you can go into the mine. Having a mental type ability user makes me feel more at ease. Take care of your injuries. I'll head out with the team first. After giving his instructions, Guiyang Hui got up to leave. After the guard followed Guiyang Hui away, he couldn't help but say, Captain, that Shin guy clearly doesn't want to contribute to the periphery cleanup. Why do we still need to bring him into the mine? A mental type ability user can still play a role in a mine, as long as we can ensure the safety of our people. Sharing some with him is fine. But just now, all right, the camp is organized. Go notify Deputy He that after dinner, we will organize the team to clear the periphery again. And we must complete the cleanup task today. Yes. After reorganizing the team, this time with the level 1 ice user Yi Zhan and the fire user Yi Hui participating. The clearing of zombies in the left area was noticeably faster than in the middle and right areas. Adhering to the principle of killing more and gaining more, the Yi family worked together and came down from the left platform, killing their way through. Yi Zhan successfully leveled up among the first 500, and the reward was that he could use the ice blade in the instance, which was the one he had in hand now. Although Grandpa had passed on the horizontal sword technique to his little sister Yi Yao, he still learned some from her. The two siblings were fighting ahead while their parents were responsible for trapping the zombies. Yi Hui, who was originally the main force for firepower output, had fallen to collecting crystal cores or taking care of a few fish that slipped through the net. Our team has a damage-taking MT, a crowd control AP. We just lack a healing support. Yi Hui looked at the middle team of Guiyang Hui that had also come down, and saw Ning Yaru behind them throwing white light balls to heal the team members, and sighed. Mom, do you think we could send Big Brother to scout out their healing ability user? Is there a chance to recruit her? Yi Hui said, while putting the crystal cores he collected into his pocket. That could work. Honey, weren't you always urging Xiao Zhan to find a girlfriend? That healing girl is pretty, and I heard her ability is already level 1. Yi Xiaoyang's eyes lit up as he spoke to He Zishu. Forget it. He Zishu glanced at Ning Yaru, not far away. She had seen that girl glare at Xiao Yao several times for no reason. She definitely didn't want such a daughter-in-law. Chapter 70. The Mine 1. The cleanup of the outer area from the corpse transformation took until around 10 o'clock in the evening. But it took quite a bit of time to collect the crystal cores, thanks to the clear division of labor among the team. Most of the corpse transformations killed on the left side had their crystal cores seized on the spot. Just from the outer cleanup, Yi Wei's 5-person team obtained crystal cores that were only 1/5 less in number compared to Guiyang Hui's large team. Looking at the crystal cores they worked hard to obtain all day, Yi Hui's eyes squinted with joy. Finally, it was worth the effort he put into thinking. After a simple wash-up, Yi Wei allocated a portion of the crystal cores to Yi Zhan, and once again meticulously explained the matters to pay attention to in the dungeon before letting him go to rest. Host, we're going into the mine tomorrow, so you should rest well, the Awakening system advised as it watched Yi Wei still preparing to absorb energy. It was mentioned in the novel that during this trip to the mine, Ning Yaru obtained a dual-person dungeon prop. It's vaguely written in the book that the prop directly appeared in the female lead's backpack. We need to think of a way to get Ning Yaru's backpack when we exit the mine. In a novel, it's all about the dog blood misunderstandings and sweet moments between the female lead Ning Yaru and the male lead. It's unlikely everything will be clearly stated. Anyway, we're not leaving until afternoon tomorrow, so it's fine to rest in the morning. Improving strength is always correct. Yi Wei lay in her sleeping bag pretending to sleep, but in reality, she was cultivating, successfully avoiding He Zishu's nagging. She slept until lunchtime before waking up. He Zishu looked at her daughter, who was yawning while holding a bowl of rice. A bit worried, did Xiao Wei not rest well? No, she thought to herself. I just accidentally cultivated until dawn last night, and am a bit sleepy. This was something Yi wouldn't dare to tell her mother, even if she had 10 times the courage. Yizhan glanced at his little sister, who looked a bit unenergetic. After finishing their meal, he took Yi to return the trays and reminded her to be careful. The two went out together, but only Yi returned alone, and the atmosphere in the tent became particularly tense. Everyone packed their equipment, strapped on their backpacks, and gathered at the meeting point. After counting personnel, considering the venue, there were 4 from Yi's group, 3 from Qinyuanjin's group. And Guiyanghui brought only 8 supernatural beings from the second team into the mine, making a total of 15. Deputy He will rely on you if there are any abnormalities at the cave entrance. Guiyanghui patted Deputy He on the shoulder and instructed, ensure the mission is completed. Team, keep the walkie-talkies clear at all times. Understood. We'll be back. Guiyanghui nodded and was the first to enter the mine. The mine was pitch black. This time, in order to encircle the corpses, everyone was equipped with night vision goggles. Even the walkie-talkies were distributed among Guiyanghui, Ning Yaru, Yi, Chen Yuanjian, and Deputy He at the mine entrance. Sis, it's so quiet here. Could there be no corpse transformations? Yi Hui remained vigilant since entering the mine. Apart from everyone's breathing and footsteps, there was hardly any sound. We haven't officially entered the mine yet. What's the rush? Yi responded in a low voice while looking at the feedback from the small nano device. Oh. Yi Hui obediently fell silent and continued to follow the team. In front, Guiyanghui waved for the team to stop Xiao Lu. Here, a soldier with a buzz-cut stepped forward. Rope. Yes. After the soldier replied, a rope appeared out of thin air in his hand. He was actually a spatial ability user. Host, the other side also has a spatial ability. What's so strange about that? Although spatial abilities aren't as common as elemental abilities in the Awakening Era, they can still be found. Especially a year after the Awakening Era began, practically any slightly capable team would have a spatial ability user. Oh, I just don't know if their space is as large as yours. Don't inquire about others' abilities unless you want to become enemies. Yi glared at the Awakening system. In the Awakening Era, it was very taboo to inquire about others' abilities. Before the Awakening system could say anything further, Guiyanghui's voice rang out in the dark cave. Yi, Brother Chun, shall we 3 go down first to check the situation? With team, my injuries have just healed. Chen Yuanjian rubbed his arm and said, the situation below is unclear. Both Yi and I are speed types, but having a control type would be more stable. Yi checked the images sent by the small nano device and confirmed that the area below was currently safe, but there could be unexpected events. Guiyanghui's arrangement was very prudent, but controlling the situation wasn't solely the responsibility of a psychic ability user. Team, my father has earth abilities and can control the area. Hearing Yi's suggestion, Guiyanghui's eyes lit up as he recalled the middle-aged man behind Yi from last night, who helped restrain many corpse transformations by controlling the land in conjunction with his children. Great, then we'll count on the 2 of you. Not a problem. Just a win-win cooperation, Yi replied politely. She walked to Yi Hui's side and whispered, take care of Mom. Don't act impulsively. Got it. You and Dad be careful. Reunited. The 3 of them held onto the rope and slowly slid down. The deeper they went, the stronger the unique, rancid, and bloody smells of the corpse transformations became. Both Guiyanghui and Yi Xiong were feeling nauseous, while Yi remained calm and steady. After descending about 10 meters, as soon as they landed, Guiyanghui felt the stickiness underfoot. No wonder it smelled so bad. The ground was covered in blackish-red blood and quite a bit of human tissue. Ugh! Yi Xiong couldn't hold back and vomited, and even Guiyanghui's face turned pale. Once the 2 gradually adapted, Guiyanghui used the walkie-talkie to notify the personnel above to come down. Yi, let us check ahead. Should we have your father wait here? Guiyanghui suggested, looking at the dark cave entrance ahead. Okay, Dad, you wait here for Mom and little brother. We'll meet up ahead. Be careful, and if anything seems off, retreat first. Yi nodded and was the first to head deeper into the cave. Along the way, aside from the increasing stickiness on the ground, the rancid and bloody smell in the air also intensified, with corpses that appeared to have been gnawed by beasts scattered everywhere. Host, we can't go any further. The Awakening system warned. Yi stopped and pulled Guiyanghui back. Thinking Yi Wei had discovered something, Guiyanghui cautiously scanned the surroundings but found nothing unusual and gently asked, "What is wrong?" "Shoo." Yi Wei placed her finger on her lips to signal for silence. Crouching down with Guiyanghui and pointing to her ears, Guiyanghui watched Yi Wei's actions and focused, carefully listening to the sound around them. Something was running towards them, along with the sounds of chewing and swallowing. Before he could listen more closely, Yi Wei suddenly pulled him back and retreated rapidly. Behind them were swarms of rats. Chapter 71. The mind too. If someone had a fear of clusters, they would probably faint right now. Pairs of glowing red eyes were fixated on the two people retreating ahead, and the corpses that had been scattered along the way were completely submerged in the mass of rats. Not even bones remained. If we get caught, there will be nothing left but bones. Yao looked back at the swarm of rats in terror. Run faster. This is a level 1 corpse rat leading the horde. The Awakening system monitored the data on the rat swarm and had already spotted several level 1 corpse rats. I marked the positions of the level 1 corpse rats for you. Yao ran frantically, glancing at the red dots displayed on the screen over her right eye, feeling a chill run down her spine. Too many. Gua, you go back and prepare for battle. Yao drew her saber and slashed at the approaching swarm of rats behind her, then continued to run back. Seeing Yao being held back by the rats, Guiyanghui suppressed his urge to save her and shouted loudly, "Yao, hold on. I'll be there with people soon." After saying that, he darted out of Yao's line of sight. Once he confirmed no one was around, Yao activated her ability. The silver spatial blades in the dark mine moved like shooting stars, twisting the space around them and taking many rat lives. She controlled the spatial blades to circle around her, preventing the corpse rats from jumping onto her. Extending her left hand towards the area with the most rats, she clenched her fist, and a large portion of the rat swarm vanished from sight. The Awakening system observed that the smallest of the corpse rats in Yi Yao's space was as big as a cat, dying the moment it entered the space. Successfully exposing a level 1 corpse rat, it turned out to be the size of a large dog, with cold red eyes staring at Yi Yao. Yi Yao kicked away another corpse rat that lunged at her and saw the level 1 corpse rat suddenly rear up on its hind legs, preparing to attack. "Be careful." The Awakening system shouted urgently. Swish! The silver spatial blade sliced through and directly penetrated the mouth of the level 1 corpse rat, successfully taking one down. The Awakening system watched as Yi Yao made a fist, and the corpse of the level 1 corpse rat successfully entered the space, cheerfully saying, "Well done. This is not the time for compliments." Yi Yao slashed through another corpse rat that lunged at her, and the surrounding swarm instantly devoured the corpse, leaving not even a trace of a crystal core. "Zizi Yi Yao." The intercom crackled with Guiyanghui's voice. Not daring to pause her killing action, Yi Yao shouted, "Here. Fall back. Fall back. Acknowledge receipt. Received. Expected to arrive in 2 minutes. Received. Stay safe." After using her ability to take down another wave of corpse rats, Yi Yao quickly ran back without looking back. When Guiyanghui returned, he instructed everyone to prepare for battle. He told Ning Yaru to climb the rope again, ensuring to attend to the injured, and then notified Yi Yao to fall back. "Everyone, pay attention. The enemy will arrive in 2 minutes. Hit them hard." Guiyanghui encouraged loudly. Influenced by the military personnel, Yi Xiong and He Zishu also felt a surge of adrenaline. He Zishu scattered some seeds in front of the earthen wall and saw his daughter's figure appear around the corner. Just 2 meters behind her was a dense mass of rats. "Concentrate fire. Attack!" Guiyanghui commanded, and wind blades, fireballs, and lightning strikes launched simultaneously. Yi Yao twisted her body, successfully dodging a wind blade, jumping into the earthen wall, and coldly observing the wind elemental lackey from Chen Yuanjin's team. "Host, the wind blade that just slashed was him. There will be plenty of chances to deal with him." "Xiao Yao." Izishu pulled his daughter over, shielding her behind him. "Why are you bleeding?" "It's nothing. We'll talk later." Yao shook her head, casually wiping her nose, and pulled her mother back to the earthen wall. "Mom, help here. I need to catch my breath." "Yaru, treat Yao." Guiyanghui shouted at Ning Yaru on the rope while still killing corpse rats. "Received." Ning Yaru looked at Yi Yao resting against the mine wall. Even though she felt a bit displeased, she still gathered an energy ball and threw it towards Yi Yao. As the energy ball entered Yi Yao's body, the injuries from the mental attack noticeably improved, and her buzzing head felt much lighter. My dear, I suddenly have some regrets. Yi Yao said to the Awakening system. Regrets about what? Letting Tang Seng's meat go to Gui Yanghui's team. Didn't you respect their choice? Sigh. After we go back this time, I need to find a healing ability user to join our team quickly. Once you recover, hurry up and help. The Awakening system watched the crystal core that had been devoured by the corpse rats with pain. Yes. Yi Yao brandished her knife and resumed the killing. The earth elemental users not only reinforced the earthen wall, but also extended numerous earth spikes from it. The area in front of the wall gradually piled up with many corpses of corpse rats, allowing the ones behind to jump into the wall. Yi Yao collaborated with several soldiers inside the wall, killing the corpse rats that charged in. Help! Ning Yaru suddenly cried out from the rope as a corpse rat was climbing up along it. Hearing the beauty's cry for help, Chun Yuanjian immediately abandoned the control of the rats in front and directly immobilized the corpse rats beneath Ning Yaru's rope, leaping up to deliver a finishing blow. With a self-satisfied expression, he pretended to care and asked, Lieutenant Ning, are you all right? Thank you, Ning Yaru said, still shaken after the crisis was averted. Guiyanghui had just killed a level 1 corpse rat and was extracting the crystal core when the corpse was overwhelmed by the swarm of rats. If he wasn't a speed type, he might not have even gotten that crystal core. Suddenly, chaos erupted from the back as a large number of rats were about to climb over the earthen wall. Damn it, we're the people guarding here. Swish! A knife brushed past Chen Yunjin's head, causing him to freeze in fear, cold sweat breaking out on his back. He thought that knife was going to stab directly into his head, and looking at Yi Yao, who followed closely behind it, he cursed, Are you crazy? Yi Yao withdrew the saber lodged in the corpse rat's head and jumped onto the earthen wall, snorting coldly, Idiot! You! Chun Yuanjian looked at Yi Yao's disdainful gaze, just about to retort, when he was frightened by the rushing swarm of rats, and dashed up the rope. Dad! Yi Yao shouted loudly, holding back the swarm of rats, her saber dancing in a flash of light. Got it! Yi Vyongan. Raising the earthen wall again behind Yi Yao. Other earth elemental users also helped, and apart from 1 or 2 that got in, they were all held back outside. The 2 that did get in hadn't even had a chance to bite before their crystal cores were extracted. Chapter 72. The Mind 3, Guiyanghui, who had come back to provide support, rushed in with a steel knife, alleviating some of Yi Wei's pressure. Sister Yi Wei, this isn't a solution. Guiyanghui shouted while kicking aside a corpse-like rat. DUI? I know the position of the level 1 corpse-like rat. Are you brave enough to follow? Yi Wei said, looking at the little red dot on the screen. What is there to be afraid of? Guiyanghui laughed boldly. Meanwhile, Vice Officer He, who had been listening to the sounds coming from the intercom, heard that the team was about to venture deep into enemy territory and quickly shouted into the intercom. Team? No. Vice Officer He, wait for my good news. Guiyanghui shouted back and took the lead into the depths of the rat swarm. Little brother, take good care of Mom and Dad. Yi Wei stuffed 2 hidden beans into Yi Hui's hands, and after giving her instructions, she followed Guiyanghui's figure. Yi Hui pulled his parents to his left and right, then activated the hidden beans in his hands, wary of the wind blades that had come rushing at him when his second sister charged over. After Yi Wei caught up with Guiyanghui, she pointed out the position of the level 1 corpse-like rats, and the 2 cooperated to kill 8 in a row. Being splattered with a lot of the level 1 corpse-like rats' filthy blood made the nearby rat swarm somewhat fearful and unwilling to approach them. Pushed forward by the swarm behind them, they could only charge ahead. But the visibly panicked rat swarm gave Guiyanghui and Yi Wei another opportunity to reap a wave of kills. Sister, where to next? Guiyanghui asked, shaking his injured hand. 5 meters ahead, 11 o'clock direction. Got it. Receiving the information, Guiyanghui advanced with his knife. He was blocked by a corpse-like rat with a claw. Looking at the huge rat that was slowly standing on its hind legs, almost at Guiyanghui's chest, Yi Wei shouted loudly, Power system, DUI, watch out for a treat. As soon as her words fell, this power-type corpse-like rat charged directly at Guiyanghui, sending the surrounding rat swarm flying. Bang! The mine seemed to shake twice from the impact. Host, we can't let this rat hit the wall again. It could cause a collapse. Understood. Just as the rat was about to charge at Guiyanghui again, Yue quickly shouted, "Don't dodge. Hitting the wall will cause a collapse." What? Guiyanghui instinctively stopped dodging and braced himself with his steel knife, taking the impact head-on. Blood surged in his throat, and he spat a mouthful directly onto the corpse-like rat's face, which further enraged the rat, making it bare its fangs, wanting to break through the steel knife's obstruction and tear the person in front of it apart. Guiyanghui felt he was about to collapse when he saw a grenade stuffed into the corpse-like rat's mouth and was dragged away. Bang! An explosion sounded, and Guiyanghui was firmly pressed down by someone. The surrounding area was filled with the filthy blood and remains of level 1 corpse-like rats, causing the nearby rat swarm to hesitate to approach for the time being. Yue flipped over to sit up and spat out a mouthful of blood. Guiyanghui helped her up. "Can you still fight?" Yue waved her hand and looked at the suddenly panicked rat swarm, saying, "The last level 1 corpse-like rat has been killed. Let us retreat." She felt that her back was definitely injured by shrapnel and needed to quickly go back to replenish her healing potion. "All right, hold on." Guiyanghui helped her up. Just as he was about to wrap his arms around the girl and run back, he was shocked by the wetness in his hands. At the moment he activated his special ability, he shouted into the intercom, "Vice Officer," he arranged for medical personnel to come down into the mine. "We urgently need medical staff here." Received. Arranging immediately. Vice Officer he stationed at the mine entrance quickly counted the personnel and sent a team of 5 elite members to escort Dr. Xiao Ming down into the mine. Looking at the dark entrance where not a glimmer of light could be seen, Xiao Ming felt a wave of dizziness. Dr. Xiao, a nearby soldier, seeing the man's pale face, called out with concern. "Huh?" Xiao Ming came back to his senses, his gaze landing on the worried face of the soldier. "Thank you, Mr. Xiao. Once you go down, just focus on treating Guidui and Comrade Yue. We will definitely protect you with our lives. Be careful yourself." The soldier nodded solemnly at Xiao Ming, and the whole team prepared to set off. Guiyanghui picked up a crystal core from the ground and, with Yue, sprinted back to the earthen wall. As soon as they landed, they noticed the heavy atmosphere in the team. Chun Yuanjian, his team member, a wind ability user, had fainted and was tied up. "What happened?" Guiyanghui asked in a deep voice. "Team." Little Lu saw Guiyanghui pointing at the 3 tied-up individuals and angrily said, "Their wind user, Ma Ziyu, took the chance to ambush us while the corpse-like rats retreated. When how's he? Get out of the way." Guiyanghui pushed little Lu aside and saw Ning Yaru and Hizishu kneeling on the ground, treating Jing Wenchang's deep, bone-visible wound on his back. Hizishu was trying to treat the wound, thinking that since he could stimulate plants, he could help somehow. He didn't expect it to actually heal the wound, but the effect was nowhere near even 1/10 of a healing type's ability. Ning Yaru, the main healer, was exhausting her ability, but the wound that was supposed to stop bleeding kept reopening. It was too deep. Looking at Guiyanghui's furious face, Ning Yaru anxiously said, "Team, the wound won't stop bleeding. Think of a way." Yi Hui had brought Yi Wei in as soon as she was inside the earthen wall, killing a corpse-like rat that had fled to the wall's edge, and looked at Jing Wenchang lying in a pool of blood, saying, "Sister, luckily we activated the refraction function of the hidden beings." What happened? The rat swarm suddenly went berserk, and we seized the opportunity to kill a wave. Several corpse-like rats charged into the earthen wall, and that Ma Ziyu's wind blade directly hit that unfortunate guy. I heard Ma Ziyu argue that it was aimed at the corpse-like rats, but I don't know why it hit Jing Wenchang. I just realized that Jing Wenchang's position was exactly opposite to mine, and the refraction function of the hidden beings made it seem to outsiders that our positions were swapped. After hearing Yi Hui's explanation, Yi Wei's eyes turned cold. Luckily, she had left a hand before leaving. Otherwise, it would have been her little brother lying in a pool of blood. Guiyanghui watched Jing Wenchang spit out another mouthful of blood, picked up his steel knife, and angrily said, "I'm going to kill you." Guidui. Chun Yuanjian activated his ability in an attempt to control Guiyanghui. But the level 1 speed type was not that easy to control. His head felt like it had been punched, and blood instantly flowed from his nose. But at least he managed to hold him back for a few seconds before Guiyanghui was pulled back by his teammates. "Team, the rat swarm is still out there. The priority now is to save people." Little Lu hugged Guiyanghui's waist and loudly advised. The second team of the 5th squad is bringing Dr. Xiao Ming to support. Seeing the newcomers, Ning Yaru's tears, which she had been holding back, flowed down as she cried, "Xiao Ming, please save Wenchang." Chapter 73. The Mind 4. After Xiao Ming arrived, he briefly checked Jing Wenchang's injuries and said to Ning Yaru and He Zishu, "I'll clean the wound and then stitch it up. You two focus on using your abilities to control the blood loss." Ning Yaru and He Zishu nodded and began to assist Xiao Ming in treating the injuries. Gu Yonghui glared fiercely at Chen Yuanjian and instructed Xiao Lu, "Keep an eye on them." He picked up a steel knife and, as if venting his anger, began to slaughter the swarming mutated rats. The other team members also worked with Gu Yonghui to trap or kill the mutated rats. Seeing Yi Hui still watching the scene, Yao squeaked a reminder. "What are you standing there for? Hurry up and kill the rats. Otherwise, there won't be any soup to drink." "Then why don't you kill them?" Yi Hui complained, but still obediently controlled a fireball to kill a mutated rat. "I'm injured. I need a rest for a bit." Yao sat down next to Yi Hui and opened a small nanovision screen, trying to pull out the shrapnel from her back. Hearing his daughter say she was injured, Yi Xiongyong, who had been diligently killing the mutated rats, quickly squatted down and asked Yi Yao, "Were you hurt?" With Yi Xiongyong's withdrawal, the pressure on Yi Hui's side suddenly increased. However, he could clearly see the bloodstains on Yi Yao's back through the night vision goggles, and he could only grit his teeth and endure. Yi Xiongyong helped Yi Yao remove the shrapnel from her back. Just as he wanted to call his wife over to treat their daughter, Yi Yao stopped him, saying, "Dad, what are you doing?" "I'm calling your mom over to help with your injuries." "No need, a little medicine will do. Just come over and give me a hand." "But, Dad, lives are at stake over there." Looking at his daughter's determined expression, Yi Xiongyong ultimately did not call He Zishu over, resignedly picking up the medicine and bandages to treat his daughter. Xiao Ming finished the last stitch, tied the knot, and handed the best treatment position to Ning Yaru. Looking at Jing Wenchang, who was barely breathing, he hesitated for a moment. Seeing Yi Yao, who had originally come down to help, using a long knife to kill the mutated rats that were climbing up, blood was seeping out from the bandage on her back again. He walked over to her and said, "Comrade Yi Yao, your wound is opened up. Let me check it. It's fine, step back a bit. Be careful not to get scratched." She had been keeping a close watch on everyone in the earthen wall, and when she saw Xiao Ming finishing up with Jing Wenchang and coming straight toward her, her back muscles tensed, ready to strike back at any moment. But he was just fulfilling his duty as a doctor. "Host, you are too tense. You should pay more attention to that Shen Yuanjian." The awakening system rolled its eyes and said, "I'm going to find a place to deal with Chen Yuanjian after I go out. He's the big bad guy, and he's right next to the female lead, Ning Yaru. Who knows what kind of tricks he has up his sleeve? It's still early. The big bad guy hasn't turned dark yet. Besides, even when he does, it will only target the male and female leads, affecting only those around them. You don't even have a name for a cannon fodder, so it's fine. If you don't mention this, you're still my beloved concubine." Yi Yao gritted her teeth and said, "Why does it always remind her that she is a cannon fodder without even a name? Hee, beloved concubine? It still thinks its original code name sounds better. Forget about it." Seeing that the girl had no intention of stopping, Xiao Ming intercepted her as she swung her knife again. If it weren't for Yi Hui's quick reaction, splitting the mutated rat that was climbing up, that rat would have likely rushed into the earthen wall. Yi Hui angrily said to the man in front of him, "What are you doing? Since you joined Gu Yanghui's team, just stay put and don't cause us any more trouble." "Cause trouble?" Xiao Ming looked at the boy in front of him, confused. It seemed this boy was quite angry about him joining Gu Yanghui's team. "Isn't it? My sister rescued you, and my older brother kindly sent you to get treated. But look at you. Not only did you join someone else's team, but you didn't even say thank you. You almost let the mutated rat rush in just now. Aren't you causing trouble? What are you doing?" Yi Hui, seeing the man's innocent expression, became even angrier and directly started scolding him. Did he really think the Yi family had no one? At that moment, Yi Yao and Xiao Ming had similarly surprised expressions. Though Yi Yao's face could be described as terrified, the Tang Seng meat she had picked up from the second hospital turned out to be the big bad guy, Xiao Ming, in front of her. This was more unbelievable than being told the sun would rise from the west tomorrow. "My beloved, Xiao Hui didn't say anything wrong, right? Yi Yao asked dazedly to the awakening system floating beside her. Looking at the replay, your brother means that this person is indeed the Tang Seng meat you picked up from the second hospital. How is that possible? In the last life, the big bad guy controlled the mental system. How could he be healing type? Yi Yao couldn't believe it at all. She had planned to go back and ask the Gu team which team they had put the Tang Seng meat in to see if they could come to her mercenary group. But it turned out to be the big bad guy. Great, even if she had 2 more guts. She wouldn't dare to call the big bad guy to her team. A plot repair was enough for her to drink a pot, adding a love brain to it. She wouldn't be able to change her cannon fodder fate. It would be better to just vim ouer. Hearing Yi Hui's scolding, Yi Xiangyong hurriedly turned around and gave Yi Hui a light flick on the back of his head. He smiled at Xiao Ming, saying, Dr. Xiao, the kid doesn't he understand? Please don't mind him. Xiao Ming looked at the smiling man in front of him, the surprised girl, and the angry boy, wondering if he had mistaken his life-saving benefactor. Shaking his head, he said, It's okay, that comrade Yi Yao's injury. Mr. Xiao, you should first treat Jing Wenchang. I'm fine for now. Yi Yao quickly spoke up to send him away. Sis, don't mind him. As Xiao Ming returned to the back, Yi Hui said softly, He's a doctor. Maybe one day he'll need help. You better stop making a fuss. Yi Xiangyong suppressed the urge to flick him again and gritted his teeth. After we go back this time, I'll find a healing type ability user to join the team. I won't ask that ungrateful wolf for help. Yi Hui said dismissively. Yi Yao touched her nose and remained silent. If it weren't for guarding the big bad guys, Tang Seng meat attribute secret, she would have loved to tell her little brother that their family's lives were all brought back by him. After killing the last mutated rat, having gone through a full 4 hours of hunting, especially with the need to divide manpower at the end, everyone looked exhausted. Guiyang Wei could only command the team to withdraw first and continue exploring the mine tomorrow. Just as Xiao Ming was preparing to pull the rope to evacuate, a red marker suddenly appeared on Yi Yao's right eye screen. Host, a level 2 mutated being is approaching. Please evacuate quickly. Chapter 74, The Mine 5, It's Too Late. Let little Nano help. Yi Wei drew her saber from her waist again and said to Guiyang Wei, Gu team, a level 2 corpseified being is approaching. Prepare to engage. What? Guiyang Wei exclaimed, seeing that Yi Wei's expression did not seem fake. He quickly shouted to the people above, Hurry and pull everyone up. Withdraw quickly. No one is allowed to enter the mine without my orders. Hearing about the level 2 corpseified being, Ning Yaru was so frightened that she collapsed to the ground. Why don't you just try to be a good person and give her chance to that boy, Yi Hui? Ning Yaru looked tearfully at Xiao Ming, who was being pulled up, feeling bad that she, as an ordinary person, was taking his chance to go up. Xiao Ming looked at the girl below with her ponytail, standing straight with a saber in hand. Despite her small stature, he felt she was exceptionally tall, protecting her family and teammates well. He wanted to fight alongside her. He jumped down from the rope and shoved it into Ning Yaru's hand. Yaru, you go up first. But you. Ning Yaru hesitated, but her grip on the rope was tight. Xiao Ming directly tied the rope around Ning Yaru's waist. Go up first. Yi Wei, glancing at the Demon King's love-struck actions, sighed to the Awakening system. Love-struck brains are really scary. The Awakening system, staring at the rapidly approaching red dot on the screen, asked, Is it scarier than a level 2 corpseified being? Yes. Yi nodded heavily. All right, even watching a show requires staying alive. The Demon King has the Tang Seng meat attribute, but host, you only have one little life. Has little Nano scanned what type of level 2 corpseified being it is? Warning, the enemy is approaching. Before Yi Wei could see the shadow of the level 2 corpseified being, a massive iron chain came crashing towards her. She barely managed to dodge to the side, and the chain smashed into the wall of the mine behind her. It's a level 2 mental type, corpseified being. The Awakening system analyzed the data scanned by little Nano. Are you kidding me? Holding such a thick iron chain, smashing it creates a hole. Isn't that a strength type, corpseified being? Yi Wei looked in horror at the thick iron chain that had just violently embedded itself into the mine wall. Luckily, she dodged in time. Otherwise, it would have pierced her through, creating a huge hole. We're not wrong. It's a dual type. The Awakening system flew to the other end of the iron chain, revealing a giant corpseified being over 2 meters tall, with bulging muscles, pale blue skin. and beast-like vertical pupils coldly staring at the three people in front of it. Then it might as well be a mental type. Yue stood up and complained. Level 2 beings were already hard to deal with, and now there was a dual type? Yue. Gu Yonghui shouted towards Yue's direction, confirming if everyone was safe. Gu team, it's a dual type level 2 corpsified being. Don't engage the iron chain head-on. Yi varnid. Okay. Gu Yonghui activated his abilities and slashed at the head of the level 2 corpsified being with a knife, not daring to linger and quickly dodging back. The chain grazed his back as he steadied himself on the ground, a layer of cold sweat covering him. Seeing the chain swinging up again, Gu Yonghui moved like a spring, quickly slashing around the corpsified being, retreating and slashing again. Seeing that the level 2 corpsified being was being held back by Gu Yonghui, Yue pulled Xiao Ming towards the direction of the rope. You find a place to hide. Wait until the rope comes down, and then go up. I can do it too, you clearly know. The latter part of his words was directly covered by Yue's hand. The girl glared fiercely, coldly saying, Shut up. Do you want everyone to know about your special abilities? Just go up obediently. You can't help here. After saying that, Yue shoved him into a nearby corner and went up to help. Xiao Ming touched his lips, although the girl's palm, accustomed to martial arts, couldn't be called soft. Her body was so close that even amidst the nauseating stench of blood and decay, he could clearly smell the familiar jasmine fragrance on her. It was her. It was Yue who had helped him escape from that dark, stinking hell. Yue dodged another iron chain and struck the back of the level 2 corpsified being with her saber. Watching Gu Yonghui still leaping around, Yue reminded again, Be careful of its mental attack. What? Gu Yonghui landed steadily on a beam in the mine and asked, Be careful. Gu Yonghui froze as he saw the massive iron chain right in front of his face. Was he still alive? Yue's left hand formed a palm. Using her abilities to tightly wrap around the iron chain, trying to pull it into her space, but clearly a tug of war with a level 2 corpsified being was not easy. Blood began to drip from her nose, but at least it stopped the chain's attack. Seeing Gu Yonghui still looking a bit dazed, Yue gritted her teeth and said, Hurry up and act. Gu Yonghui snapped back to reality, not having time to think about how the chain had stopped, and thrust his steel knife at the corpsified being's eyes. Team, thank you. Gu Yonghui looked at the little soldier in front of him, his face full of disbelief. Wasn't he fighting a level 2 corpsified being in a mine? Why was he at the new recruit site? The steel knife in his hand had turned into a big red flower. Just as Gu Yonghui was about to deliver a killing blow, he suddenly collapsed at the feet of the level 2 corpsified being. Yue cursed under her breath, quickly rolling Gu Yonghui away from the area where the corpsified being could stop. Host, its mental attack is an illusion. Seeing the Demon King running out from the corner, the Awakening system quickly said, The Demon King is trapped too. Damn it. Saving one was already tough, and now she had to deal with another. Fortunately, after launching the mental attack, the level 2 corpsified being slowed down considerably in its movements with the iron chain. Yue lifted Gu Yonghui and ran toward Xiao Ming, retracting her saber into her space, carrying one on her shoulder and tucking one under her arm as she quickly fled deeper into the mine. Yue felt she was using all her strength to dodge another iron chain whip. Looking at the Awakening system floating above her right, she said, If I keep running like this, I'll be dead from exhaustion before the iron chain behind me kills me. What should we do? The Awakening system asked, having just checked the situation above the mine. Due to Gu Yonghui's orders, everyone was being forcibly evacuated by the troops. However, it could understand that if they went up, it would definitely be one dead for everyone that came down. Yue glanced at the person tucked under her arm, not Tang Seng, but Xiao Ming, and raised her eyebrows at the Awakening system. What are you thinking? The Awakening system read the meaning in Yue's eyes and firmly refused. No matter what. It has to happen, otherwise we'll just die here. Yue threw off some distance from the level 2 corpsified being, set down the people on her shoulder and under her arm. She took out a dagger and lightly cut Xiao Ming's palm, collecting about 10 milliliters of blood, and the wound healed instantly. This perverse self-healing ability really made Yue envious. My dear, my life is in your hands now. Looking at the little blood ball floating in her space, Yi Wei said solemnly. No. Chapter 75. The Mind 6. The Awakening System watched as Yi Wei, with blood streaming from her 7 orifices after uttering a single word, frantically absorbed the crystal cores of space in her consciousness, C, to repair her broken body. She shouted loudly, "Host, we can't continue like this." If this went on, she feared, we can't let the second-level corpsified beings out of the mine. My parents and little brother. Don't. Watching the corpsified beings rushing towards her being firmly held in place. Their struggles still caused the domain space locked by Yi Wei to tremble. Time couldn't be delayed any longer. She could only hope that after her death, the Demon King would look after her family for having saved him. The Demon King was merely trapped by the male and female protagonists in the fallen galaxy at the end of the novel and had not died. Yi Wei's eyes turned red, her face twisted in agony as she struggled to raise her hands. The second-level corpsified being's body was torn apart as if by a pair of giant hands. Previously, even with all her strength, she could only cut through the corpsified being's skin, not even damaging the bones. Now, the corpsified being was split in half from its right shoulder all the way to above its abdomen. Warning, warning, warning. Host is overloading their abilities. Energy is insufficient. Self-protection mechanism is about to activate. The Awakening System completely ignored this, extracting all the crystal cores and blood cells within Yi Wei's space. However, the speed of repair was far from keeping up with the damage to her body. Last time, after overusing her abilities, the consciousness C had vibrated twice. This time, it quietly sank into darkness. Seeing the last glimmer of light from the silver crystal core disappear, the Awakening System cursed. Yi Wei, you big idiot. You promised to take me back to the main God galaxy. Warning, warning, warning. Forced activation of sleep mode. Everything returned to calm. Xiao Ming held up his clean hands, and the nurse helped him put on surgical gloves. After listening to the nurse report the patient's condition, he calmly said, "Let's begin, scalpel." Looking at the little boy on the operating table, the patient's condition was normal, and the medical staff around the operating table were also fine. The sounds of the machines in his ears. Why was there no sound? Xiao Ming looked up at the machine beside him, puzzled. Zhang Hu. Before he could finish his sentence, a nearby doctor pushed him to the ground. Before he could call for help, the doctor who had pushed him downbit into his neck, tearing away a large chunk of flesh. A terrified scream erupted, and the people nearby fled in a frenzy. Xiao Ming got up to fight back, stabbing the scalpel directly into the back of the attacker, kicking him away, and clutching his neck as he ran towards the operating room door. After just 2 steps, his ankle was grabbed, and he fell hard to the ground. In just 2 seconds, the door was slammed shut. The lights above the operating table flickered twice and then plunged into darkness. His injured throat couldn't form complete sentences, but a desperate scream had already exhausted all of Xiao Ming's strength. Save him, he's still alive. Don't leave him in hell. Familiar darkness, familiar stench, familiar tearing, familiar pain. And still a hint of jasmine. No, he had long since left hell. Yi Wei watched the second-level corpsified being fall to the ground, completely devoid of strength, as her consciousness plunged directly into darkness. It turned out that after the plot deviated, her life wouldn't last even 4 more years. Xiao Ming opened his eyes and saw Yi Wei, blood-soaked, collapsing onto the ground. He hurriedly caught her in his arms. The girl's eyes, nose, and the corner of her mouth were all bleeding, a horrifying sight on her paper-white face. Xiao Ming's eyes were filled with terror as he quickly picked up the horizontal knife beside the girl and made a deep cut on his palm. Blood, filled with a vast amount of life force, gushed out and dripped onto the girl's lips. Yi Wei, drink this, it won't hurt anymore. The girl, completely unconscious, showed no signs of swallowing. The wound on his palm healed quickly, and he cut it open again, continuously feeding her. When he was trapped in the operating room with the corpsified beings, Xiao Ming had never hated his healing abilities so much, but now, for the first time, he despised how fast the wound healed. Yi Wei, I haven't had the chance to thank you yet. I haven't expressed my gratitude for bringing me out of hell. Don't leave me. Please, please drink it. His heart-wrenching cries echoed in the depths of the cave, and Xiao Ming was already in tears. The blood he fed her dripped along the girl's mouth and fell to the ground. feeling the girl's body temperature beginning to drop. Xiao Ming made a quick cut on his wrist, and blood gushed out. He held a mouthful of blood, pried open the girl's mouth, and directly passed it to her. Only releasing her once, he confirmed she had swallowed. After passing 2 large mouthfuls, her previously faint breaths finally steadied a bit. Originally planning to pick Yue up and leave, excessive blood loss caused Xiao Ming to feel dizzy. He pushed Guiyang, who was still unconscious but received no response. However, a look of relief appeared on Guiyang's face. Was that a look someone in a coma would have? Whoosh! Xiao Ming hastily picked up Yue, staggering and kneeling on the ground, protecting Yue as he sought shelter to the side. Bang! A massive iron chain crashed down where he had just been. The second-level corpseified being, with half of its body torn apart by Yue, stood up again, swinging the iron chain whip to kill. The second-level corpseified being missed its first strike and swung the iron chain again, aiming at Xiao Ming and Yue. There was no time to dodge. Xiao Ming shielded Yue with his body, and the chain pierced through his right shoulder, leaving a clear blood mark on Yue's left shoulder. Puffed. Blood spewed from Xiao Ming's throat, falling onto Yue's wound, instantly restoring her. The second-level corpseified being tried to retract the iron chain, but failed several times. It roared at Xiao Ming, swinging with all its might, sending the chain and both of them crashing against the wall. Bang! 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 The mine trembled, small stones fell, and the person continuously struck was drenched in blood. Sensing the food hanging on the iron chain was exceptionally fragrant, the second-level corpseified being attempted to pull the chain back, but it remained unmoving. Xiao Ming tightly gripped the iron chain, glaring fiercely at the corpseified being before him, slowly standing up. This iron chain had harmed Yao Yao. A white energy surgical knife floated beside him, rushing towards the head of the second-level corpseified being. The second-level corpseified being abandoned the iron chain, raising its hand to block. Xiao Ming once again concentrated the white energy into the surgical knife and thrust it forward. As one surgical knife after another pierced through, the second-level corpseified being struggled helplessly, while Xiao Ming's flesh was gradually disappearing. The second-level corpseified being sensed a more dangerous aura from this food than before. Its beast-like vertical pupils gathered silver-gray powers again, but they were deflected by a surgical knife, heading straight for Yue. Xiao Ming dashed forward to shield her, witnessing the illusion of Yue dying before him, and roared, "You die!" Countless white surgical knives, like meteors, had already struck the second-level corpseified being. Half of Xiao Ming's flesh had completely vanished, leaving only half a person. Half a skeleton. Chapter 76. Demon King form. If Yi Yao were awake at this moment, she would realize that the current Xiao Ming was the half-human, half-bone Demon King form she had seen in her previous life. What was even more horrifying was that on the human side, his eyes had no black pupils, only white sclera, while on the bone side, his eyes glowed with a cold red light. A white scalpel, controlled by his mental abilities, always hovered around the great Demon King, leaving a trail of blood in its wake. Bang! The decapitated level 2 corpse turned fell straight to the ground, a silver-gray crystal core rolling out and landing beside it. Xiao Ming manipulated the scalpel to pick it up and fly back into his hand. Great! It's a level 2 upgrade crystal core of the 7 stars. He finally got his hands on the crystal core for Yao Yao's level 2 ability upgrade. After giving Yi Yao 2 mouthfuls of fresh blood again, Xiao Ming looked at the bony side of his body and thought no. He couldn't let Yao Yao see him like this. Gently wiping the blood off the girl's face, he wanted to engrave her image deeply in his heart. Noticing that Guiyang was waking up behind him, Xiao Ming took a ring from the dungeon platform and steadily slipped it onto Yi Yao's right pinky finger. Yao Yao, wait for me. Guiyang shook his groggy head, suppressing the overwhelming urge to vomit. Looking at the mine ahead, he realized he had fallen into the illusion of the corpse turned. Seeing Yi Yao, who was unconscious not far away, he rushed over to support her and check for her breath. Thankfully, she was still alive. The level 2 corpse turned lying on the ground startled Guiyang, who hurriedly drew his handgun. After confirming that the level 2 corpse turned was definitely dead, he slowly relaxed. Looking around, he saw that besides Yi Yao, there was no one else. He thought about the doctor, Xiao Ming, who was supposed to help them escape, but since Yi Yao was unconscious and urgently needed treatment, he decided to take her away first. After leaving the dungeon, Yi Zhan assisted Gu Yonghui in searching the mine once more. But aside from discovering some previously overlooked corpse mice, they found nothing else. After clearing the last corpse mouse nest, Yi Zhan took a share of the reward and set off home with the unconscious Yi Yao and his family. Ning Yaru watched the car drive away and complained. Why did the team distribute so many crystal cores to them? And they clearly have the level 2 crystal cores on them, yet they still won't admit it. There were a total of 10 level 1 crystal cores, 9 of which were high-star level 1 upgrade crystal cores. Besides the treatment costs paid to Ning Yaru, the Tianju Mercenary Corps received a quarter of the level 0 crystal cores, 4 high-star level 1 upgrade crystal cores, and 1 low-star level 1 crystal core that Gu Yonghui gave to Tianju. Enough. Gu Yonghui scolded, seeing the girl's complaining face, and ignored her further protests as he turned back to the tent to discuss the next actions with his adjutant. They had already held a team meeting earlier, and he had explained the situation in the cave in detail. He had fallen into an illusion, leaving only Yi Yao, the ability user, to turn the tide. If it weren't for his considerations for his own troops, he would have thought the crystal cores were distributed too sparingly. However, after returning to the main force, he decided to hold back Ning Yaru's promotion report for now. Chun Yuanjian sat in the tent, staring at a 6-star level 1 upgrade crystal core in his hand, laughing foolishly. Although the distribution of level 0 crystal cores was lost because of that fool Ma Ziyu, he was still somewhat satisfied with having 1 upgrade crystal core. Wei Lu looked greedily at the crystal core in Chun Yuanjian's hand. His ability, glancing at his elder brother, he flatteringly said, "Congratulations, big brother. You got the level 1 upgrade crystal core. You'll be able to upgrade your ability soon." Has Ma Ziyu returned? Chun Yuanjian noticed Wei Lu's previous expression and put the crystal core close to his body. It seemed he needed to find a safe place to upgrade his ability before any unexpected events occurred. She's back. She got beaten up pretty badly over there. She'll probably need to rest for a couple of days. Wei Lu said with a darkened face, "Big brother, should we find an opportunity to visit the Yi family again after we return?" Slap. Chun Yuanjian slapped Wei Lu on the head. That Yi Yao could probably crush you with a finger. Wei Lu suppressed the anger in his eyes and muttered, "But Yi Yao is unconscious. And there's also the level 1 ice ability user Yi Zhan." Chun Yuanjian felt annoyed looking at the fool in front of him and waved his hand, shooing him out of the tent. "Go, go, go. Tell our people to set off back." "Huh? Aren't we waiting for Ma Ziyu to recover a bit?" Wei Lu asked. "We're leaving in 30 minutes. Hurry up," Chun Yuanjian said before returning to the tent to pack up. If they didn't leave soon, what if Gu Yonghui changed his mind and wanted to take back the level 1 upgrade crystal core? 2 off-road vehicles crushed the wandering corpse turned by the roadside. Just as they were about to enter the city, several cars completely blocked the entrance to the bridge. Wei Lu slammed the brakes, nearly throwing Chun Yuanjian out of the passenger seat. "What are you doing?" Chun Yuanjian yelled at Wei Lu, having almost lost the level 1 upgrade crystal core. "Big brother, the road is blocked," Wei Lu replied meekly. Chun Yuanjian looked at the situation outside the car window, his expression serious. "Let our people get down and push it open. Who dares to block the road?" Wei Lu called for the people in the second vehicle to get down and prepare to lift the cars aside, only to see a man in a black hoodie leaning against the railing of the bridge. Looking closer, it was Xiao Ming, whom Gu Yonghui had been searching for in the mine for 2 days. Chun Yuanjian exchanged glances with Wei Lu, who could only step forward and say, "Dr. Xiao, you're Xiao Ming, right?" Xiao Ming had been waiting on the bridge for a whole day. He had just seen Yi Zhan drive past and was planning to follow to check on Yao Yao's situation. But the roaring sound of the cars behind made him change his mind. As expected, it was the person he had been waiting for. Seeing Wei Lu turn around to look at him, half human and half bone, especially with those red eyes staring at him, scared him so much that he threw a water balloon at Xiao Ming. "Are you human or a ghost?" After emerging from a mine, Xiao Ming had been lurking near the camp, fully aware of the previous conflicts between Tianju and Chun Yuanjian. Knowing they were so close to Yao Yao's home made him uneasy. Since that was the case, why not settle it once and for all? "I've come to take your lives, King of Hell." With a whoosh, the white scalpel flew out. Chun Yuanjian and Wei Lu were no match for Xiao Ming at all. Xiao Ming's mental abilities, boosted by healing abilities, had directly reached level 1. Chen Yuanjian's level 0 mental abilities had no effect on Xiao Ming whatsoever. Wei Lu watched as the so-called ordinary doctor Xiao Ming reached out with his bony hand, making a grasping motion, wondering why he was flying. Who was that decapitated body? It turned out it was his own. Chen Yuanjian watched as a flash of white light appeared on Wei Lu's neck, and in an instant, Wei Lu's body was severed, prompting him to hurry and run back. The others screamed in terror, cries for help rising and falling as they fled in panic. Xiao Ming looked at Chen Yuanjian, who was trying to escape with the crowd, and chuckled, thinking of running. With a flash of white light, Chen Yuanjian fell to the ground, clutching the level 1 crystal core tightly until his death. Ma Ziyu, sitting in the car, watched the half-human, half-bone figure resembling a demon king and covered her mouth tightly, daring not to make a sound. But those red eyes spotted her. Bang! After controlling the scalpel to explode the 2 off-road vehicles and confirming that no one had come down, Xiao Ming picked up the crystal core from Chen Yuanjian's hand and no longer pursued the others, leaping away from the scene. Chapter 77. Little Flower Yiyao looked at the familiar ceiling above her, lying on the soft bed sheets. She was actually still alive, supporting herself. She sat up and looked around. It was her bedroom. The familiar little metal ball was nowhere to be seen, and in her consciousness, there was only a silver crystal core. Standing up from a bed, she felt a wave of dizziness and fell back onto the bed. How long had she been in a deep sleep? The awakening system had played with Little Flower for a while before returning to check on Yi Yao's status as usual. It had restarted its program a week ago and, upon waking, found that they had already left the mine and returned home. Checking the time, it realized that both it and Yi Yao had been in a deep coma for more than half a month. Watching the increasingly close timer on Yi Yao's copy platform, the awakening system felt anxious. What if Yi Yao didn't wake up in time and entered the copy while still unconscious? Flying in through the window, it saw Yi Yao, who had been asleep for nearly a month, tumble back onto the bed. Host, great, you finally woke up. Yi Yao steadied her still dizzy head and looked at the flying awakening system in surprise. My dear, you didn't? The awakening system rolled its eyes at Yi Yao and jumped on her head. If you dare to mess around again, I really won't take care of you. All right, just don't hit me. My head is spinning, Yi Yao pleaded. Click. A light sound came from the door as it opened. A cheerful voice of a little girl came through. Little Q, play with me for a while. Yi Yao looked at the little girl in a floral dress at the doorway, shocked. What is going on? Why is there suddenly a child at home? And she could see my dear? It was brought back by your older brother. You even gave something to her before. Have you forgotten? When did I give something? The retort she wanted to make halted as she looked at the girl's familiar little braids. Hey, isn't this the little girl named Little Flower from the neighborhood? But what is up with her eyes? Originally dark and shiny, they had turned grayish-white and unfocused. She raised an eyebrow and asked, is she blind? Yes, but she can see energy bodies, the awakening system explained. Sister Yao woke up? Little Flower looked at the silver little ball floating in the air, and the previously dim silver figure began to emit flickering light, asking excitedly, hello, Little Flower. Yi Yao greeted awkwardly, knowing the little girl couldn't see, but still smiled at her. Sister Yao, wait, I'm going to call Grandma Yi. Little Flower shouted happily and quickly bounced off to find an adult. Wait, Yi Yao wanted to stop her. The child couldn't see, and going up and down the stairs made her worry she might fall. But unfortunately, she had just awakened and felt weak, and the child had already run off. Don't worry, the little one has the crystal to guide her. It will be fine, the awakening system reassured her. What type of ability user is she? Yi Yao asked in confusion, wondering how she could see energy bodies and communicate with crystals. She is a mental type. She can also communicate with a mutated little black cat in our backyard. The two will once play crazily in the backyard every day. If it weren't for her mother's worry, Little Flower would have brought that mutated black cat home long ago. We have mutated beasts behind our house. Yes, not only are there mutated beasts behind the house, but there are also quite a few people at home now. What? How long have I been asleep? You, Xiaoying. Yishu's urgent voice could be heard from downstairs, accompanied by hurried footsteps Before the awakening system could finish speaking, Yi Yao was directly swept into a warm embrace. Mom. Yi Yao gently wrapped her arms around He Zishu's back and softly called out, "It's good that you're awake. It's good that you're awake." He Zishu wiped her tears and looked at her awakened daughter, choking back her emotions. She had just been in the backyard, helping Little Flower's mother harvest a fresh batch of vegetables. Before she could enter the door, she saw Little Flower rushing out in a hurry. Usually, she would run straight into her mother's arms, but this time she ran directly towards her, shouting loudly, "Grandma Yi, Sister Yao, is awake." The vegetables in He Zishu's arms fell to the ground as she hurriedly ran towards Yi Yao's room. After worrying for a whole month, the daughter was finally sitting up in bed and awake. Hearing footsteps behind her, He Zishu turned to Little Flower's mother and said, "Xiao Song, come help check on Little Yao." "Mom, who is this?" Yi Yao looked at the woman in a blue coat, with her long hair tied up and beautiful apricot eyes that looked just like Little Flower's. "This is Little Flower's mother, Song Xiantong. She used to be a nurse. You've been in a coma for a month. Let her check you," He Zishu explained. "Oh." Yi Yao was stunned to hear that she had been in a coma for a whole month, dumbfoundedly responding. Song Xiantong set Little Flower down and said to her obedient daughter, "Little Flower, go play outside. Mommy will accompany you later." "I want to stay here," Little Flower said softly. There was only little Q to play with her at home, and since her mother and Grandma Yi were here, she didn't dare to go to the backyard to find the little black cat. Moreover, Sister Yao's energy figure was so beautiful. She hadn't seen enough of it yet. Song Xiantong wanted to persuade her further, but heard Yi Yao, who was sitting at the head of the bed, say, "It's okay. Little Flower is very good. And she even helped me call Grandma Yi over, right?" "Yes." Little Flower nodded happily. "Xiao Song, it's fine. I just couldn't relax, so I wanted you to help check on Little Yao," He Zishu said. Of course, Song Xiantong nodded in understanding. Picking up her daughter and placing her on a chair, gently saying, "Little Flower, sit nicely on the little stool, okay?" Little Flower nodded and promised Song Xiantong, "I will be good and won't disturb Mommy while she checks on Sister Yao." Looking at her sweet and obedient daughter, Song Xiantong's heart softened. She took out a soft candy from her pocket, unwrapped it, and fed it to her daughter, ruffling her daughter's soft hair. She came to the bedside and began to perform some simple checks on Yi Yao. "Aunt Zishu, Little Yao is fine. She just slept for a long time and has a bit of low blood sugar. She might still feel a bit weak," Song Xiantong said to the concerned Yi Zishu. "Then I'll hurry to cook. Little Yao, what do you want to eat?" Hearing about the low blood sugar, Yi Zishu immediately headed to the kitchen of the martial arts hall to prepare food for her child. "I want to eat. Braised pork?" "Aunt Zishu, make something easy to digest," Song Xiantong quickly said. Looking at her daughter's pitiful expression, Yi Zishu obediently followed the medical advice and said to Yi Yao, "I'll go make you a bowl of noodles. You can rest in bed for now." Watching her mother rush out, Yi Yao resigned herself, realizing that the braised pork was likely out of the question. "Little Yao, take a good rest. I'll head out first," Song Xiantong said to Yi Yao, carrying her child out. Once everyone left, Yi Yao raised an eyebrow and said to the awakening system, "My dear, tell me what is going on at home right now." Chapter 78. The twin rings Yi Rao was eating the meat noodles in her bowl, still a bit dazed. From the awakening system, she learned that her prolonged unconsciousness had led to a shortage of supplies. Her older brother and younger brother had gone out to gather resources and had recruited a group of people using the crystal cores obtained from the mine. The Tianju Mercenary Corps had grown from a team of 5 to a scale of 36 over the course of a month, even excluding some people with bad intentions. Otherwise, there would be even more people at home now. Looking at Yi Zishu sitting across from her, Yi Rao swallowed the noodles in her mouth and asked, "Mom, where are the others? I've been awake for a while now, but haven't seen anyone. There are more people at home now." The three of them each took a team out to gather supplies and will be back before dark. "Oh, who rescued us after I passed out?" She thought about the second-level corpse she had killed and wondered if her brother had obtained the second-level crystal core. "It was a national team that brought you out. Both of you were covered in blood, and it almost scared me to death. If you rush in alone again next time, I will definitely not spare you." "What about the second-level crystal core? Did the national team get it?" Yi Rao hurriedly asked. "I don't know. Your brother didn't have any second-level crystal cores among the ones he collected." "Ah." Seeing her daughter looking dumbfounded, Yi Zishu quickly added, "You can ask your brother when he gets back." He went down to the mines a few more times after you both came up. Oh, okay. Finish eating and make sure to rest well. Don't think too much. As long as you're alive, there will always be crystal cores. I can't sleep. I've been asleep for a month. I'm going to go out for a walk later. You can walk, but only within the range of the crystal abilities. Okay. Watching her daughter nod obediently, Hizishu finished tidying up the bowls and went downstairs to get busy. The back mountain was overwhelmed, and help was needed for the granary under construction. Plus, it was almost time for dinner. Hizishu sighed, so many things to do, but thinking about her daughter waking up safely and the men working hard outside filled her with energy. After Yi Rao finished eating, she sat for a while to relax, then got up to wash up in the bathroom. She changed into a comfortable sports shirt and noticed a ring on her right pinky. Confused, she thought, why do I have an extra ring on my hand? And I can't take it off. I only activated it a week ago. This twin side quest item is already on your hand, the Awakening system explained. This is a twin side quest item? Yi Rao looked in surprise at the small black ring on her pinky. The same twin item from the male and female leads? Yes, but the activation conditions have not been met yet. Yi Rao hurriedly opened the side quest platform and indeed found an additional item listed as the twin ring. Game item, twin ring, bound, not activated. Function, 95 chance for wearers to enter the side quest together, excluding upgraded quests. The remaining 4 functions were all question marks. And the small print at the bottom displayed the activation condition. Both wearers must have the same level of abilities. That's not right. I clearly remember that this item in the novel had no such restrictions, Yi Rao said while looking at the conditions. I compared the degree of plot compliance. After coming out of the mine, the degree of plot compliance dropped sharply. I don't even know how the plot will unfold now. And I can't confirm if the item belongs to the female lead, Ning Yayi. Then have I already? Yi Rao asked in surprise. Has she escaped her fate as a cannon fodder? You're thinking too much. Did you forget about plot corrections? The Awakening system rolled its eyes at Yi Rao. Even if the plot has changed drastically, plot corrections still apply. Oh, okay. So who is the other person for this ring? I don't know, but it doesn't matter. Since this person has given you the item, even if they don't appear in reality, you will definitely meet them in the side quest. That's true. Yi Rao nodded. But it says the levels must be the same to activate it. So the other person is probably just a level 0 rookie. Not necessarily. Look at your ability level. Hearing the Awakening system's different opinion, Yi Rao quickly checked the side quest platform to see her level display. ID 1991022 name. Yi Rao ability. Space ability level 2 skills. Storage. What you dare to place, I dare to store. Space Blade X2 can grow. Domain, pseudo, 1 cubic meter space domain. Side quest skills. Ability level -1 item. Twin ring bound, not activated. Wow, I actually broke through to level 2 on my own. Yi Rao looked at the panel in surprise, not expecting that one day she would also join the ranks of geniuses, breaking through levels on her own. But why does her signature skill still have a tail? My beloved, why is my domain skill considered fake? And it's only 1 cubic meter. That's too small. Be grateful. Domain skills only have a chance to be comprehended after reaching level 5. Many people don't even have domain skills, the Awakening system explained. It must be that your level isn't sufficient, and the prematurely activated domain skill has greatly reduced effectiveness. It should change once your level increases. Hee. As long as it can upgrade, that's good. Looking at Yi Rao, who was feeling pleased with herself, the Awakening system was afraid of another life and death gamble. Don't celebrate too early. You recklessly used your abilities before, and your physical fitness has significantly declined. We still don't know when you can recover. It's fine. I've saved my life this time. My ability has broken through and upgraded on its own, and I even activated the domain skill early. It's all a gain, Yi Rao said nonchalantly. When you experience the pain of declining fitness, you'll understand how serious it is. Yi Rao waved her hand, opened the door, and prepared to go out for a walk, only to see the little girl who had just been carried out by Song Xiangtong sitting obediently on the stairs at her door. Xiaohua, hearing the footsteps behind her, sweetly called out, Sister Rao, Grandma Yi asked me to take you out for a walk. Looking at Xiaohua, who only reached her thigh, Yi Rao smiled and took the girl's little hand. Then I'll trouble you, Xiaohua. It's no trouble at all. I'm very happy to help, Xiaohua said cheerfully. Sister Rao, right now Grandma Yi and my mom are picking vegetables on the back mountain, and Uncle Li is repairing the granary. So I'll take you for a walk on the back mountain. Okay. Xiao Hua led Yi Rao around the back mountain, introducing her to many people along the way. At the foot of the mountain, next to the martial arts school, there was a man whom Xiao Hua called Uncle Li, directing several men to build a wall at the granary. 3 or 4 women were up on the mountain picking various vegetables and fruits with Yi Rao's mom. Surprisingly, the granary even had a refrigeration effect. After studying it for a while, they found out it was a double-layered wall, with the middle part frozen by her brother using his abilities. The original office in the martial arts school had been converted into bedrooms, and the kitchen had been significantly expanded, with only the training room and the arena remaining unchanged. Meanwhile, the living room at home had been converted into a meeting room, and the kitchen and basement had been completely turned into storage rooms for supplies. Chapter 79. Level 2 Crystal Core. As dusk approached, Yi Zhan and his team returned to the base, dusty and exhausted. Each vehicle was packed to the brim with supplies, leaving only a little space in the driver's cabin. Even the people sitting in the vehicles were holding on to numerous items, utilizing every available space. Xiao Hua had learned early on from the crystal that her favorite Uncle Yi was back, and she pulled Yi Yin towards the gate. The front door of their home had been relocated between the martial arts hall and the house, and it was much larger than before. They had no idea where their older brother found such a large iron door. Yi Hui was carrying a huge pile of seeds, with a blanket pressed down on his head. Compared to Lin Hong behind him, who was nearly squashed flat, he seemed much more relaxed. When will second sister wake up? Without space abilities, collecting supplies is just too inconvenient. Hearing the rumble of cars, 3 large off-road vehicles and a small van drove through the gate. Xiao Hua happily rushed up to hug Yi Zhan as he stepped out of the driver's seat, exclaiming, "Uncle Yi." Picking up the little girl, Yi Zhan smiled and asked, "Did Xiao Hua behave today?" "I did." "Did Uncle Yi fight any monsters today?" Hearing the child's innocent words, everyone who got out of the car burst into laughter. Only when they returned here did their tense emotions finally relax. Yi Hui, jumping out from behind Yi Zhan, cheerfully said, "Yes, we fought many monsters and even brought back a lot of candy for you." "Xiao Hua, do you want some?" "Yes." Looking at Yi Hui as he placed a piece of candy into her small hand, Xiao Hua sweetly replied, "Thank you, Brother Yi." "Hey, how many times do I have to say it? You should call me uncle." Yi Hui called out loudly, watching the little girl run off with her short legs. "Sister Yin here." Yi Yin watched as Xiao Hua stood on tiptoe, holding the candy high above her head in an adorable manner, and her heart melted. She patted Xiao Hua's soft hair and took out a chocolate from her space, placing it into the little girl's hand, saying, "You can eat this yourself. I have more here." "Thank you, Sister Yin." "Second sister." "Little sister." Yi Hui and Yi Zhan quickly spotted Yi Yin in the crowd and rushed over excitedly. "Second sister, you finally woke up. If you hadn't been breathing, Mom and Dad would have been really worried. When did you wake up? Are you feeling okay?" "Did Mom ask Tongxiang to check on you?" As Yi Yin was trying to think of a response, their father rushed over. "Xiao Yin, are you okay? Do you feel unwell?" Yi Xiong, seeing his 2 sons crowding around the girl, immediately recognized that it was his precious daughter and forgot about the supplies. Pulling her up and down for an inspection. I'm fine. Yi Yin was spun around by Yi Xiong until she felt dizzy, quickly steadying herself and replying. Seeing that her daughter's face had turned pale from being spun around, Yi Zishu intervened, pulling Yi Xiong away and angrily said, "Enough. She just woke up today. Don't make her dizzy again." Right, hurry and rest. What are you standing around for? I'll have your mom bring food to your room. Go rest." Yi Xiong hurriedly said, pulling Yi Yin towards the house. Wait, Dad, I need to discuss something with my older brother." Yi Yin stopped Yi Xiong and called to her older brother behind her. "We're having a meeting at 8 tonight. Remember to come to the conference hall." "Xiao Yin, you should go back to your room and rest for now," Yi Zhan called out loudly, noticing his sister's pleading eyes. Once Yi Yin and Yi Xiong walked away, Yi Zhan quickly directed everyone to unload the supplies, and after registering them, they moved them inside. Yi Yin lay on her bed, sighing. However, she was soon pulled back to her room to rest. Fortunately, it didn't take long before Yi Hui brought dinner up. "Second sister, come eat." Looking at the bowl of plain rice porridge in front of her, Yi Yin frowned and said, "Is there no meat at home? This was made by Sister Tongxiang for you. She said you've been in a deep sleep for too long and can only eat something easy to digest for now." Hurry up and eat. We have a meeting later. Okay. Watching her little brother devour his meal, which had a mix of meat and vegetables, Yi sighed. Second sister, you slept for so long this time. What happened? I overused my abilities. What else could it be? Yi took a sip of porridge and replied irritably. Did you really take the level 2 crystal core? Yi asked in surprise. What do you mean I took it? I was going to ask if it was Gu Yonghui who took it. Then that doesn't make sense. Yi expressed confusion. What's not right? If you say you didn't take the level 2 crystal core and Gu Yonghui also said he didn't take it, then who did? What about Xiaoming? Did you see him? Hearing that Gu Yonghui didn't take the level 2 crystal core either, Yi quickly asked about the third person in the mine. No. After my brother came out of the instance, he accompanied Gu Yonghui down to the mine several times and didn't see him. He must have taken it. Impossible. I actually think he died in the mine. Died? Yi was startled by this statement. Her eyes widened. The Demon King died? So that's why the concubine said the plot after the mine started to deviate severely? At that time, we were under pressure from Gu Yonghui's team and couldn't go down to support, but we stayed at the entrance of the mine. We only saw Gu Yonghui carry you out. We didn't see Xiaoming at all. Impossible. How could he die so easily? Yi completely disbelieved it. In novels, the big villain usually doesn't get killed by the main characters so easily. How could he die so quickly? He is just an ordinary person. How could he not die? After my brother came out of the instance, he collaborated with Gu Yonghui and dealt with a lot of corpse rats inside. He probably has been buried in their bellies for a long time. Yi said dismissively, seeing her little brother's confident expression. Yi felt uncertain and quickly asked in her consciousness, Concubine, how did you say Tang Seng's flesh could die? Only by destroying the crystal core in the head can the healing ability be cut off, preventing the body from being repaired. And at that time, the corpse rats in the mine tore their prey apart, leaving no bones behind, let alone the crystal core. Yi recalled how the Demon King had taken good care of her in the previous instance, and found it hard to believe he had gone offline so easily. Little brother, did you have someone guarding the entrance the whole time? Are you sure you didn't see Xiaoming come out of the mine? Sure. We had people taking turns guarding, and even now, some are going into the mine to mine. Why? Nothing, just thinking about where the level 2 crystal core might be. It's probably been taken away and eaten by some corpse rat. Seeing Yi's serious expression, Yi comforted her. Don't worry, second sister. There are plenty of crystal cores left. We hunted a lot today. From the looks of you, it seems you've grown a lot. I'm about to reach the 0 level ability bottleneck, and there are many level 1 upgrade crystal cores stored with brother. Remembering how they were squeezed by supplies in the car today, he quickly asked, Second sister, are you going out with us to find supplies tomorrow? Looking at her little brother's hopeful expression, Yi shook her head and said, No, I have to go into the instance at 10 a.m. tomorrow. Chapter 80. Blade Team After Dinner. Yi Hui went to return the bowls. Yi Zhan, who had finished eating with the team members, knocked on Yi Wang's door. Xiao Wang, can we chat? Big brother, come in. Yi Wang said excitedly, as she had wanted to find him, but he arrived instead. Yi Zhan sat down in a chair by the window and looked at Yi Wang, whose face was still a bit pale, and asked with concern, Xiao Hui just said you're about to enter the dungeon? Can your body handle it? I'm fine, just slept too much, and my body is a bit sore. Yi Wang shook her head and then remembered what her little brother said about the mine situation, quickly confirming with Yi Zhan, Big brother, did Gu Yonghui really not take the level 2 crystal core? Based on my judgment of Gu Yonghui's character, he is not lying. That's strange, Yi Wang thought, her mind filled with questions. Could it really be like my little brother said, that the rat swarm got to it? But even a level 2 corpse could still exert pressure after death, and the rat swarm wouldn't dare approach it for a short time. It seemed the only way to find out the answer was to locate the missing Xiaoming. You've already brought back a little life this time, which is great. I guarantee a level 2 crystal core will be hunted for you before you level up, Yi Zhan comforted her. I don't need a level 2 crystal core. I'm mainly considering your future upgrades, Yi Wang said. Could it be that you? Yi Zhan's face was filled with surprise. Yi Wang smiled and said, Having survived a great disaster, I have independently broken through to level 2 with my abilities. Good, that's wonderful. Yi Zhan said happily. I was thinking that after you wake up, we could establish a blade team led by you, specifically to hunt high-level corpses. In this past month, level 1 corpses have become less common, but the high-star upgrade crystal cores are still scarce. Currently, our team's storage of level 1 crystal cores is sufficient, but we need to stock up more for future recruitment of team members. That's fine, but I want to choose my own team members. All right, I'll announce it at the meeting later. I'll also briefly update you on the team situation. The Tianju Mercenary Corps, including the Yi family, consists of a total of 12 households and 36 people. There are 19 ordinary people, but they all possess some skill sets, such as Xiao Hua's mother, Song Xiaotong, who is a nurse. Li Gua, who is in charge of warehouse repairs, is a construction engineer. Tian Yongyan, who is busy in the fields, is a farmer. Guoling Yu is a teacher, etc. There are 12 level 0 ability users for level 1 altered beings and 1 level 2 altered being. The team is currently divided into 3 squads. 2 squads are out collecting supplies and hunting for crystal cores, while 1 squad is at home responsible for infrastructure and logistics. Except for the 4-year-old Xiao Hua, who has no assigned tasks, everyone else attends a meeting every evening to arrange the next day's work. This arrangement is quite good. Big brother, ordinary people shouldn't be kept in the base, Yi Wang affirmed. I just thought that even if these people are no longer in our team in the future, they can still ensure their own safety. Well, how many support-type ability users do we currently have? Currently, besides you in the space system, there is also Tian Shu's youngest daughter, Tian Shulan, but her space is very small, only the size of a single wardrobe. In terms of healing, although there are no healing-type ability users, with Mom, there are 3 wood-type ability users, so minor injuries and bleeding can still be managed. The fire system has 3 from my little brother, the earth system has 2 from Dad, there are 2 in the strength system, 1 in the speed system, 1 in the ice system, 1 in the mental system, and 2 in the water system. That's quite comprehensive. Has Dad's ability upgraded as well? Yeah. He broke through the day before yesterday. Yi Zhan nodded in acknowledgement. Who else is a level 1 ability user? Our dad, Lin Zhenghui, in the strength system, and Li Guo's nephew, Li Zhixing, in the fire system. Dad actually upgraded. Yevang Iklamet, surpriset. She never expected that her dad would be the first to level up after her big brother. She thought it would be Yi Hui. It was the day before yesterday, and Mom was keeping watch at the time. Then Mom isn't. She has to know eventually. Looking at the silent Yi Wang, Yi Zhan smiled calmly. Let's go to the meeting room. While you haven't entered the dungeon yet, I'll introduce you to some people. Okay, in the meeting room, Yi Zhan pulled Yi Wang to sit directly in the seat to his right, which originally belonged to Li Zhixing. Yi Zhan did not miss the subtle change in Li Zhixing's expression, but directly introduced to everyone. This is my little sister, a level 2 space ability user, Yi Wang. She will also be the captain of the Blade team in the Tianju Mercenary Corps. Upon hearing Yi Zhan's introduction, Li Zhixing quickly opened the dungeon platform. The data showed that there were only 3 level 2 altered beings, and the pale, sickly beauty sitting next to him was one of them. Captain Li Gua, who had seen everyone before dinner, quickly greeted with a smile. Others also gradually greeted her. Hello, everyone. Yi Wang quickly stood up to greet them. After glancing at the expressions of the crowd following the announcement, Yi Zhan noted everything in his mind and said in a deep voice, the Blade team is separate from the main team and is primarily responsible for hunting high-star upgrade crystal cores and collecting important supplies. The relevant welfare benefits will be double the basic treatment. Captain, what are the standards for joining the team? Tian Shulan asked softly. There are no standards. The captain will select the personnel, Yi Zhan replied. But with double the benefits and no standards, isn't that too? Li Zhixing's expression showed difficulty. Even though he didn't finish his sentence, it drew frowns from the others. Seeing some people whispering and others showing dissatisfaction, Yi Wang smiled directly. How about this? I will enter the dungeon tomorrow, and after I exit, I'll set a 1-month period. If within that month, the crystal cores and supplies I personally collect exceed yours, I will have the final say on the selection and elimination of Blade team members. Captain, we mean no offense. Don't take it to heart. Your level 2 ability proves your internship is unquestionable. It's just that all the crystal cores and supplies were obtained through everyone's joint efforts. For the development of the team, the captain's proposal is good. We just need to discuss it further, okay? Tian Yongyan quickly spoke up to ease the tense atmosphere. Uncle Tian, you're right. The supplies collected later were indeed gathered through everyone's hard work. But the level 1 high-star crystal cores you all used were obtained by my second sister previously. Why can't she choose who to bring into the blade team? Yi Hui jumped up angrily, looking at the false faces of the crowd. Yi Zhan only reprimanded after his little brother Yi Hui finished speaking, looking at the flushed Tian Yongyan and saying, "Uncle Tian, don't mind it. Xiao Hui has a child's temper. It's just that our team has indeed discovered that Yi Wang has contributed greatly to the current situation, and Xiao Hui is just concerned for his sister." Tian Yongyan, looking at the two brothers playing the roles of the bad cop and good cop, could only awkwardly say he didn't mind. Could he really say he minded? Making the real brothers create conflict over an outsider? Chapter 81, Bihua Town. 1. Li Zhixing looked at the silent Tian Yongyan and cursed him as useless. He had previously known that Yi Zhan always had the idea of forming a sharp blade squad, and he had thought that he would be the captain. Unexpectedly, the sick beauty who had been dozing on the second floor intercepted the captain's position halfway through, which was irritating. Looking at the quiet Yi Wei, Li Zhixing asked with a stern face, "Is the bet that Ye's team mentioned serious? I haven't finished speaking. Besides the personnel, I have the final say, and the treatment will be increased from double to 5 times. Yi Wei provocatively glanced at Li Zhixing and asked, "Do you want to bet? What if you lose?" Lin Jinghui, who had been mostly silent, asked. Yi Wei looked at the young man sitting diagonally across from her, who had no more than 2 pounds of flesh on him and was actually level 1 in strength, and boldly said, "If I lose, the choice for the captain of the Sharp Blade Squad is up to you." Impossible. Yi Zhan glared at Yi Wei, thinking she was just playing house. Even if the team members hadn't been confirmed yet, leading the Sharp Blade Squad wasn't that easy. Zhixing, Jinghui, I understand you, but the responsibilities of the Sharp Blade Squad are destined to be the most dangerous. If you enjoy high treatment, then the price you pay will also be the highest. Listening to Yi Zhan's explanation, Li Zhixing still felt unwilling and glanced at Lin Jinghui across from him, who nodded slightly at him. Li Zhixing looked at Yi Wei and said, "I bet." "Nonsense," Yi Zhan reprimanded, but it was completely futile. "All right." Yi Wei stood up and said to the others, "We will sign a platform betting contract. The crystal cores are fine, but the standard for measuring supplies is hard to say. Everything will be based on the points mall of the." "Okay." Li Zhixing nodded in agreement. Seeing the two preparing to sign the betting agreement in the platform, Yi Xiangyong hurriedly said from behind Yi Wei, "I stand with my daughter." "Me too." He Zishu quickly followed. Yi Hui also stood up, glared at Li Zhixing, and said, "What are you looking at?" "I'm also standing with my second sister. I want to help you collect supplies." "Mom, I like Sister Wei. I want to help Sister Wei too," Xiaohua said softly while hugging Song Xiantong's neck. Li Zhixing watched as several people expressed their support for the Yi family, while many others gave up. His face gradually became awkward until Lin Jinghui stood behind him, which eased his expression a bit. Looking at the people standing behind Yi Wei, Li Zhixing asked, "Is Captain Yi planning to bet with 2 teams?" "No, I'll loan him enough." Yi Wei shook her head in denial. With just these 10 or so people, the supplies she currently had in her space were enough for them. Good. After Li Zhixing confirmed that only Yi Wei's name was on the platform, he signed the betting agreement with his hand, and Lin Jinghui and others also signed their names. Unable to stop it, Yi Zhan looked at the situation before him and couldn't help but let out a bitter smile, comforting himself that perhaps it wasn't a bad thing to let his younger sister establish her authority this time. "Sign," he said seriously. "The results of the Sharp Blade Squad's bet will be notified after a month. Now let's start today's meeting." As usual, he announced today's gains, the issues in team cooperation, and the task arrangements for the next day. After confirming that the team members had no other supplementary questions, Yi Zhan announced the meeting was adjourned. "Best wishes to Captain Yi. May you return safely from the..." Lin Jinghui said to the visibly tired Yi Wei before turning to leave the meeting room, leaving just a few members of the Yi family. He Zishu looked at Yi Wei with concern on her weary face and said, "You're going into the soon. Your body hasn't recovered yet, and you made a bet with others. Why don't you let us help you?" "Mom, if you help me, I won't be able to establish my own footing." Yi Wei explained, "Don't worry, I forgot to mention before heading to the mine, the supplies at home." "Second sister, so you were laying a trap here, waiting for others to jump in?" "Y suddenly réalised. But someone has to take the bait," Yi Wei said with a mischievous smile. "All right, let your sister rest early." Yi Xiangyong felt relieved hearing his daughter's plan and began to urge everyone to rest. "Little sister, take the crystal cores. Yizhan handed her a small bag of crystal cores, which he had prepared after knowing Yi Wei was going into the... What is this? Yi Wei hesitated. It's nothing. According to team regulations, anyone who receives news of entering can come to me to collect 20 level 0 crystal cores. Yizhan explained. Okay, thank you, big brother. Yi Wei accepted it. She had originally planned to sneak out to hunt a few after the meeting, but now she could rest assured. Be careful in the... Yizhan advisit. I will. The next day, Yi Wei got up, had breakfast, and changed into a new set of clothes. Looking at the broadsword in her space, she felt a bit nostalgic for her silver broadsword. The one forged during her level 4 ability, she wondered when she would see it again. Sitting on the edge of her bed, the familiar dizziness hit her. When Yi Wei opened her eyes again, she found herself in a dense forest with dim streetlights illuminating the path through the woods. The temperature seemed to be around 20 degrees, cool and pleasant, unlike the last time when she had to rush to buy clothes. The familiar, cold, mechanical voice of the main god system sounded in her ears. Citizen of Blue Star 19910-222, hello. This round of is a survival. Successfully surviving for 27 days in this round will allow you to pass, with a reward of 50 points. Death is considered a failure to clear the... and your consciousness will be erased in reality. Name, Biwa Town. This round has 300,000 NPCs and 50 players playing together. Note, this round includes 1 space item and 3 defense capsules. Yi Wei took out the mobile phone provided for the... and was surprised to see it was already 8 in the evening. Following the path, she walked into a tea house and looked at the menu. A regular cup of lemon water cost 30 yuan, which nearly shocked her. Your Highness, this shop is robbing people. Didn't your brother give you crystal cores? Are you still worried about money? I just think it's expensive. Last time in Nora Town, a cup of hand-ground coffee was only 28 yuan. Every map has different price standards. 30 yuan is not too bad. The Awakening system said dismissively, as the host had never seen a cup of plain water priced in the hundreds or thousands. Yi Wei sighed, ordered the cheapest lemon water, and then exchanged 10,000 yuan in cash from the platform. Check out. She handed over a 100 yuan bill and was surprised to receive only 64 yuan in change. Looking at the money in her hand, Yi Wei quickly asked, Boss, I only ordered a cup of lemon water for 30 yuan. Why did you charge me 36? The shopkeeper, seeing the girl standing at the cash register, smiled and said, You're from out of town, right? Yi Wei slightly raised her head to look at the handsome shopkeeper, who was about 1.8 meters tall, and hesitantly nodded. What did being an outsider have to do with them overcharging her? That explains it, the shopkeeper explained. Although we're located in the forest, water resources are scarce here. So all water usage is subject to a 20% water resource tax. Water resource tax? Chapter 82. Binghua Town 2. After chatting briefly with the shopkeeper, Yi Rao learned that this small town is located in the Sahara Car Basin. Although it is in the middle of a forest, there are no rivers. And since the water supply system has not been connected to the town, the water used in the town comes from 3 wells and is also transported from outside. The government even imposes a water resource tax to increase revenue and to transport more water sources to the town. Knowing the preciousness of water resources, Yi Rao asked in confusion, If I want to buy a batch of bottled water, is it not available in the store? That depends on how much you want to buy, the shopkeeper replied with a smile. 60 liters. Looking at the silent shopkeeper, Yi Rao skillfully handed over a large bill. Could you please help me, boss? The shopkeeper raised an eyebrow, looking at the girl's youthful face, which seemed quite naive yet experienced in her actions. After taking the money, he said softly, You're lucky. I just received a batch of goods, and I can give you a better price. Follow me. Okay. The shopkeeper led Yi Rao to the back kitchen, through a small alley, and arrived at a dilapidated iron door. Upon opening it, a sour and foul smell wafted out. Host, there are 4 levels below, the Awakening system reported after scanning the results. Now you can scan the underground situation? Yi Rao asked in surprise. Although the restrictions in the instance are severe and the nanobots cannot be activated, the scanning function has had some restrictions lifted. It can't just absorb energy for free, the Awakening system said proudly. Is there any other information? This hasn't been scanned. Do you want to go down? The shopkeeper sensed no one was following and turned to see the girl hesitating. He asked, Little girl, are you still buying? Seeing the shopkeeper's demeanor in the dim, deserted alley, the Awakening system suggested, "Host, let's check out the shop first before making any plans. It feels like what's below isn't that simple. Water is taxed at 20%. This shows how strictly water resources are controlled here. If I miss this chance, I might not know where to get a month's worth of water all at once." "But, bye," Yirao said firmly, not waiting for the Awakening system to finish, and followed the shopkeeper's footsteps again. Glancing at the small metal sphere hovering closely beside her, Yirao reassured herself. "I've been in the Awakening era for over 4 years. I still have some basic judgment of people's good and evil. This shopkeeper probably has hot goods in hand and is eager to clear them out, so he won't do anything to me." "How do you know?" "Women's sixth sense." Yirao followed the shopkeeper down 2 levels. This place used to be a slaughterhouse, and there were still many abandoned slaughtering tools on site. As she passed by a workbench, she discreetly pocketed 2 long knives that weren't completely rusted and stored them in her space. Even though she had basic judgment, it was still wise to be cautious. The shopkeeper stopped at a broken wooden door, knocking rhythmically. The door was opened by a hunched old man, who made hand gestures that Yirao couldn't understand. "Delivery," the shopkeeper said, and after the old man glanced at Yirao, he let the 2 of them in. It was the old man's bedroom. Although it was underground, it was relatively clean, and the previous hour smell had diminished significantly. After passing through 2 iron doors, the sounds of bustling voices reached Yirao's ears. She saw a stage surrounded by people, where 2 shirtless men were fighting. I wondered why it was hidden so deep. Turns out there's illegal boxing here. Yirao frowned as she watched the bloodthirsty crowd around the stage. "The man in the yellow pants is about to lose," the Awakening system said. Sure enough, within a few steps, she saw the man in black pants punch the man in yellow in the head, causing him to fall to the ground. The referee came over, counted to 10, and raised the hand of the man in black, announcing Black Panther wins. Prize, 20 liters of drinkable water. Seeing the man in yellow barely conscious, Yirao withdrew her gaze and honestly followed behind the shopkeeper, saying to the Awakening system, "Half a life for just 2 liters of water. Is water really the key here?" "Maybe." The Awakening system replied uncertainly. "What's your name, little girl?" The shopkeeper suddenly turned around and asked Yirao at the door of a private room. "Yi Zhenju." Yirao quickly used the name from her last instance, knowing that her benefactor would help modify the documents in the instance, so she wasn't too worried about the man checking. "What is your surname, boss?" "Just call me Wang." Boss Wang looked at the girl before him, who remained unfazed even in such a bloody and dark place, and couldn't help but praise his own judgment. He opened the private room door and waved to Yirao. "Sister Pearl, come in. The goods are all here." Stepping into the room, there was no one else inside. Just 4 large barrels of bottled water. "Host, there's no problem with the water. There are 80 liters here." Boss Wang skillfully poured 2 small cups of water and handed one to her. "Want to check the goods?" Knowing the water was fine, Yirao didn't hesitate and drank it all. "Boss Wang, what is the price?" "You're quite straightforward. I'll just cover my costs and make back the transportation fees." "It's $200 a liter." "ISNT that." Yirao looked troubled. If she bought the water, she would have to live frugally again. "Sister, the outside market doesn't sell this much water to you. Even if they do, it's not at this price." "Boss Wang, I'm new here and didn't expect the town to be like this. I don't have much money." Seeing the girl's beautiful peach blossom eyes showing distress, Boss Wang surprisingly softened a bit. 180. Can't go lower. "Boss, can you lower it a bit more?" "Sister Pearl, I'm selling this at a loss. Just think about it. A cup of lemonade I sell in my shop costs more than this." Seeing that Boss Wang was no longer wavering, Yirao calculated the price and gritted her teeth. "Deal." After exchanging 10,000 yuan in cash on the platform, Boss Wang called someone to move 3 large barrels onto a cart and sealed them all with cardboard. Once they reached the entrance of the alley, Yirao settled the payment and pushed the cart away. Not long after leaving the alley, the Awakening system quickly said, "Host, there's a tail." "Yeah, I noticed. It should be from the underground boxing den." "That Boss Wang is too much. He still wants to have both wealth and goods." "It's not necessarily someone sent by Boss Wang. When we left the boxing den, the cart had to pass by the stage. There were too many people. It's understandable if others noticed. A little girl pushing precious water resources is definitely a good target for robbery." Using the glass of shop along the road, Yirao observed the person following her, and said, "Find a quiet place to drop off the goods and get rid of the tail." Chapter 83. Binghua Town 3. Following the guidance of the Awakening system, the path became increasingly off track. After crossing a street, Yue turned left into a deserted alley and quickly slipped inside. "Big brother, the person is gone," Jiang Jing, who had been following the closest, said to the big man behind him, his face full of stubble, after not seeing anyone upon turning left. Pai Pengshi looked at the dead end in front of him and said in a deep voice, "With so much water, can she still fly? Find her. Are you looking for me?" A sudden female voice startled everyone, and Pai Pengshi realized that Yi Wei was hidden behind a large tree. "Host, be careful," the Awakening system reminded her as she looked at the 5 tall and strong men. "Just help me keep an eye out. Don't attract other people," she thought. Not wanting to end up in the police station on the first day of the mission. "Little girl, be sensible and hand over the stuff," Jiang Jing said with a grim face. "What stuff? I don't remember having anything of yours." Pai Pengshi looked at the girl's beautiful peach blossom eyes, feeling a tickle in his heart, completely unaware that so many big men were surrounding a girl who was not flustered at all, but instead looked calm. He scolded Jiang Jing, "How can you talk to a beauty like that?" Then he smiled at Yue and said, "Beauty, we mean no harm. We just want to invite you to our place to sit, and we can help you move your things over with good food and drinks to entertain you." "What if I don't want to?" A beauty needs to suffer a bit to listen. After Pai Pengshi finished speaking, Jiang Jing and the other 3 men surrounded her. "Beauty, our big brother invites you. Don't refuse the wine and then face punishment." As Jiang Jing spoke, he reached out to grab the slender girl in front of him. Yue sneered, Your little master, never drink." She swiftly grabbed the man's arm, pushed Jiang Jing's head down, and slammed him against the wall, causing him to faint instantly. The other 3 men immediately attacked. Dodging a punch, she swept her leg, and the man immediately fell to the ground. The man behind pulled out a steel rod, but Yue seemed to have eyes at the back of her head and didn't wait for the Awakening system to remind her. She turned around and delivered a quick punch directly to the man's face, blood splattering as he fell unconscious. Seeing the girl, who only reached her chest, take down 2 men in an instant, the man who had just gotten up and his accomplice hesitated to attack again. Pai Pengshi shouted angrily, Go, kill her." The 2 younger brothers looked at their furious big brother and could only pull out their steel rods and charge forward. The rods swung through the air towards Yue's head. Clang! The steel rod that Yue picked up blocked it perfectly. "Too slow," Yue said, following up with a whip kick that sent the 2 big men crashing against the wall, unable to get back up. Pai Pengshi watched as his men were taken down, pointing at Yue while retreating, shouting, "Yue, I want to let you go." Whoosh! A steel rod shot out quickly, striking Pai Pengshi on the head, and he fell to the ground. "Done." Yue dusted off her hands and took a breath. "Hurry up and leave. Don't wait for others to come," the Awakening system reminded her. "Okay." Climbing over the dead-end alley's wall and back onto the main road, Yue found a bench and sat down. So tired. It wasn't too bad during the fight, just a bit breathless. Now, after climbing the wall and walking for only half an hour, Yue felt sore all over. "Let's find a place to stay. Let me rest for a while. I've never felt this tired, even after running cross-country for a whole morning." "I told you your physical fitness has declined. How can you compare to before?" the Awakening system said unkindly. "Is this what you mean by physical fitness decline? That's not all. Besides your endurance decreasing, you'll catch colds and get sick more easily than other ability users, and have breathing difficulties. There are countless other reactions." "Sounds terrible," Yue said with a bitter smile. "I told you not to overdraw your abilities. You didn't listen, and now you're suffering." "Sigh. I'm just trying to survive. If you can't win, why not run?" The Awakening system rolled its eyes, saying, "Some things just can't be endured. But you want to be able to overdraw your abilities in the future without me lifting the restrictions. What strange abilities have you unlocked this time?" "What strange abilities?" "This is for our future together. In any case, if you can't win, be smart and find a chance to run. Don't just hold on." Yes. My dear concubine is right. I agree." After resting a bit, once her soreness eased, Yue took out the phone provided by the system to check for nearby hotels. She found the closest one with an acceptable price, booked a room, and checked in. From the floor-to-ceiling window, she could clearly see the sky, which looked like a black cloth. Yue thought she had slept for a long time and would have trouble falling asleep. But after lying on the bed for a bit, she dozed off. She slept until after 10 in the morning, with sunlight streaming through the floor-to-ceiling window, directly shining on the hotel bed. Yue felt like she had a dream where she was thrown into the alchemical furnace of Taishang Laojun, feeling hot and suffocated. Upon opening her eyes, the sunlight blinded her, and she quickly shut them again. "I thought you had fallen asleep again," the awakening system said as Yue sat up in bed. Yue shook her still groggy head and asked, "How long did I sleep?" "You slept straight from 10 last night until now, a full 12 hours. She took off her outer jacket and walked towards the bathroom. "It's too hot." "What is the temperature now?" 34 degrees Celsius. "So high. It was only about 20 degrees yesterday. I went out for a walk this morning." The map shows it's autumn now, so a big temperature difference between morning and evening is normal. "Oh, how do you use this thing?" Yue asked, looking at the small green leaf on the sink, puzzled. "Just put it in your mouth and chew. The fine sand over there is for washing your face." "How do you know?" "I saw it while I was out." "You were peeking at others washing up?" Yue said with a mischievous smile. "What peeking? I was legitimately gathering intelligence. Without me, you and T know how to use these things," the awakening system said unkindly. "Thanks for your hard work, my dear concubine." Yue smiled and followed the awakening system's instructions to complete her washing routine. After checking out, as soon as she stepped out of the hotel, the heat of the autumn sun hit her. After walking only 200 meters to the taxi stand, Yue felt her clothes were drenched in sweat and turned to the awakening system again, asking, "It's so hot. Are you sure it's only 34 degrees? Chapter 84. Binghua Town 4. It's 34 degrees, but the vegetation around the town is dense, and the humidity in the air makes it feel especially hot. The whole town felt like it was in a steamer. It wasn't until she got in the car and turned on the air conditioning that Yi Rao felt alive again. "Hello, please take me to Huachi Trading Company." "Sure." The taxi driver glanced at Yi Rao in the back seat and asked with a smile, "Young lady, you're from out of town, right?" Not hearing Yi Rao respond, the taxi driver continued on his own. "We rarely get outsiders here because of the lack of water resources. Many young people don't want to come back after going out. Especially in the past 2 years, the water level of the town's wells has been slowly declining. Life is going to get tougher in the future." "The water level of the wells is dropping?" Yi Rao quickly asked. "Yes, especially in the past few days, the water level has dropped by more than a meter. I guess the government is going to increase taxes again," the taxi driver sighed. "Host, it seems that water is indeed the key. Luckily, we secured the water source on the first day of entering the instance," the awakening system said. "Binghua Town has scarce water resources, and the water level of the wells is dropping. Could it mean drought in the future?" "It must be so," the awakening system simulated a nod. Yi Rao looked at the honest-looking middle-aged driver in the rearview mirror and asked, "Sir, could you tell me the locations of the 3 wells? What's inconvenient about that? Any kid in town would know." "The 3 wells are located in the southeast, southwest, and directly north of the town, forming a tripod effect. The northern well is the largest and deepest, mainly serving businesses, while the other 2 mainly serve the common people." "Is that so?" "Yes. Every morning, the government's water truck delivers water to every household. You should see the long line of water trucks when you have the chance." "I will definitely." Yi Rao nodded. The taxi driver smiled and focused on driving. After passing through an intersection, he said, "Miss, we're here." "Okay, thank you." Yi Rao paid the fare and got out of the car. "Hey, miss, remember to buy a bottle of insect repellent." Seeing the abrupt red spot behind her ear, the taxi driver hurriedly reminded her. Watching the taxi drive away, Yi Rao was puzzled, wondering why she suddenly needed to buy insect repellent. "Host, your neck." The awakening system was also confused until it circled around to Yi Rao's back. There were several red spots on her neck and behind her ear from mosquito bites. "What's wrong with my neck?" Yi Rao asked, and when she touched it, it felt very itchy. "There are too many mosquitoes. Hurry and buy insect repellent," the awakening system urged. "Okay." Scratching her neck, she hurried to the trading company. Huachi Trading Company was a 2-story supermarket of about 200 square meters, completely incomparable to the Seaside Mall in Noratown. First, she bought a bottle of insect repellent and sprayed it on. After that, Yi Rao pushed a cart and skillfully selected the supplies she needed. She went in and out of the trading company 3 times, buying everything except water, including clothes. After all that hustle, it was already afternoon, and Yi Rao had casually eaten some biscuits for lunch at the trading company. The originally humid and hot weather began to cool down gradually. Yi Rao sneezed several times in a row and quickly put on a jacket tied around her waist. As the previous owner, Boss Wang, had indeed not lied to her, water purchases at the trading company were calculated per person. Each person was allowed to buy only 3 liters a day. Looking at the ropes, tents, outdoor utensils, and 2 long knives she had casually brought back from the underground boxing arena in her space, Yi Rao sighed. Sigh, it's really hard to find a suitable weapon. But you have 2 sharp knives for self-defense, right? I didn't use those yesterday. They just don't feel right to me. Why does it need to feel right? There are no aberrants to kill here. You can never be too careful. Didn't you say you were acting alone this time? Since you know the key to this instance, let's find a safe place and just wait out the remaining 25 days. Before we hide, we still need to look for props. Yi Rao glanced at the awakening system and said, Okay, let's look for props. After all, the first few days should be relatively safe. After another round in the trading company, confirming there was nothing else she needed to supplement, Yi Rao turned to leave. At a nearby restaurant, she ordered 2 small dishes and a lot of takeout. In the face of the difficult situation in the later stages of the instance, it was better to eat well while she could. Moreover, her physical condition had declined, and her beloved concubine said she needed to take care of herself more, so she couldn't neglect herself any further. After all, food kept in her space wouldn't spoil. It would look the same when she took it out as when she put it in. Looking at the less than 4,000 yuan in cash left, Yi Rao sighed. Money is really not enough. You also need to look at how much stuff you piled up in your space. But here, aside from water, other things that require water are relatively expensive. The rest are really cheap. I'm glad you retained some reason and left money for accommodation. What's there to be afraid of? If worst comes to worst, I can always get a part-time job. There are no big sponsors like the Demon King here to hire you as a coach. Who says you have to be a coach to make money? Underground boxing can make money too, and you can earn even more. No way your physical condition now, without using abilities, can only deal with ordinary people. Can you stop making it so hard on yourself? I was just saying, fully exercising and implementing the clean plate policy. Yi Rao also packed up the unfinished small dishes. Carrying 2 large bags of takeout boxes, Yi Rao was still the center of attention. Sigh. Next time I should buy a mask before stocking up on supplies to avoid drawing attention. As usual, she found a corner without anyone or cameras and threw everything into her space. Yi Rao returned to the street and headed towards the inn she had booked. Just turn left ahead, and you'll be there, the awakening system said, and flew ahead. After a while, without seeing Yi Rao following behind, it flew back to ask, What's wrong? Yi Rao was staring at the corner to the left of the intersection, looking serious. I think I saw someone I know. Who is it? Not sure. I didn't see clearly. Should I fly over to take a look? Forget it. You can only move within a kilometer of me in this instance. And the car probably left long ago. Let's go to the inn first. Oh, after checking in and returning to her room, Yi Rao used fine sand to clean her body. She always felt uncomfortable all over, so she took out some water from her space and wiped herself down. After changing into a cool set of pajamas, Yi Rao thought about the figure she had caught a glimpse of earlier, almost crushing the green leaf in her hand. It didn't matter, since she had encountered someone once, in such a small instance. She was bound to encounter them again. Beloved concubine, let's go check out the well water tomorrow. Don't forget to scan in real time. Okay, host. But who exactly did you see just now? Your emotional fluctuations were quite significant. I ran into someone I owe an account to. Chapter 85, Binghua Town 5. The next day, as Yuan woke up, she noticed her throat felt slightly itchy, and she needed to clear it to feel comfortable. Host, why don't you take a day off today? The well water is just there, it won't run away. The awakening system couldn't help but say after hearing Yuan cough. No need, it's just a little itch in my throat. It's cough. Nothing. Yuan waved her hand and walked towards the bathroom. But my scanning system says you're not fine, you have a cold. Yeah, I'll obediently take medicine after breakfast. Spitting out the chewed leaves, feeling the itch in her throat lessen, Yuan continued, Don't worry. I'll take a look in the morning while the weather isn't too hot. In the afternoon, I promise to stay in the inn and rest. All right, the temperature difference here is significant in the morning and evening. I've already reminded you, and you caught a cold on just the 3rd day. Yuang looked at the nagging awakening system and smiled helplessly, speeding up her morning routine. Taking a taxi to the direction of the Zhongbei well that the driver mentioned. She expected the area to be bustling. However, the further she walked, the fewer houses there were, until eventually she couldn't even see a soul. If it weren't for the mobile navigation provided by the game, Yuan would have thought the driver was taking a detour. The area of the small town was quite small. After about 20 minutes, the car stopped in front of a large wooden gate. Miss Weevee arrived. After paying the fare, Yuan looked at the scene before her with a troubled expression. She didn't see the huge well the taxi driver mentioned. Instead, there were tall wooden fences covered in numerous surveillance cameras and several watchtowers with armed soldiers on duty. Above the gate hung the words Zhongbei. So the well water's name was actually Zhongbei. You can't get in here, the awakening system said, looking at the heavily guarded gate. Go in and take a look. Record the situation inside, Yuang said. Okay, wait for me. Yuang found a shady spot to sit down and saw the gate open, revealing the first water delivery truck. The driver showed a credential, and only then did the soldiers guarding the gate allow the truck to pass. Following the water truck was a black pickup with 8 armed soldiers on board. Each water delivery vehicle was followed by guarding soldiers. What a large operation. While Yuang was still watching the commotion, she spotted a familiar man in the passenger seat of the last water delivery truck. That slightly curly crew cut. She had definitely seen him somewhere before. Before Yuang could think it through, the awakening system's voice came from her consciousness. Host, walk around the fence. There are still many areas that haven't been recorded. Okay, I'll walk clockwise. After saying that, Yuang began to walk slowly along a small path in the woods. The humidity was heavier in the woods, and the smell of decaying leaves was strong. Bird calls and insect chirps occasionally sounded in her ears, and she could even see some small animals in the forest. Host, why aren't you moving? The awakening system asked curiously when it was once again restricted from flying forward. Yuang looked at the barbed wire and the infrared sensors above it, cleared her throat again, and said, You come back first. I can't get through here. Okay. After standing and waiting for 2 or 3 minutes, during which Yuang killed 4 large mosquitoes, she wondered, why is this blocked? How about we go in and find out? The awakening system suggested. Sure, wait for me. What is the situation inside? Floating high in the air and observing the open area before it, the awakening system replied, It's a training ground. Let's head back. There are too many mosquitoes here. After swatting another mosquito that was sucking her blood, Yuang frowned. Damn, she was definitely getting bitten by mosquitoes on her back. It itched. When the awakening system returned, it saw Yuang scratching herself as if she had fleas and asked in confusion, What's wrong? It itches. Let us hurry and leave. After saying that, Yuang quickly walked away. The awakening system opened a light screen and introduced to the rushing Yuang, Host. The half-person high cylinder in the center is the water well. Due to distance issues, we can't get close. It's at least 5 meters in diameter. The 6-story building on the left is for offices on the first floor, and the upper floors are dormitories. The warehouse next to the building is also tightly controlled and appears to store military supplies. Military supplies? Yeah, I saw 2 small teams of armed personnel enter. And those who came out were not armed. I wonder if there's a way to get some. Yvank pointed it. Stop thinking about it. It's better to find a way to get more water. That's more reliable. We definitely need to stock up on water, but it's not urgent. There's a high possibility of drought later. With your current physical condition, it will still be difficult to safely last the remaining 24 days. Aren't you worried? Aye. Bang, bang, bang. Gunfire. Before she could retort, Yuang quickly said, Let us go take a look. The awakening system darted forward, and Yuang quickly followed. Finding a large tree, Yuang climbed up a few branches and hid under the dense leaves, observing the situation ahead. They were robbing the water delivery truck. The number of robbers was estimated to be 13, blocking the road with 3 cars. The driver of the water truck was slumped over in his seat, covered in blood. The man in the passenger seat was curled up under the dashboard, holding his head. Both sides were consciously avoiding the water truck. As long as the man in the passenger seat didn't pop his head out recklessly, his life was temporarily safe. Host, should we go help? Help who? Of course. Help the side of justice. Bang. A bullet pierced the water tank of the delivery truck, and clear water gushed out from the bullet hole, intensifying the firefight on both sides. Watching as both sides had casualties, Yuang shook her head. They have firearms. I only have 2 knives that aren't even sharp enough for slaughtering pigs. It's better to keep a low profile. But you can use the space blade. Bring the criminals to justice. And they'll thank us with a truckload of water. Hearing the Awakening System's naive suggestion, Yuang laughed. The water is right there. While they fight each other, I could just sit back and reap the benefits. Why should I ask for it from them? But, Nobu, my little love, how do you know that the manager of this map is necessarily on the side of justice? After fiddling with the small metal ball, Yuang continued. And you said I have a cold. Sick people need a rest. I'll do whatever is easiest. Seeing Yuang squatting behind the branches and watching the show, utterly unfazed, the Awakening System could only relent. All right. Chapter 86. Binghua Town 6. The 2 sides continued to exchange fire. And even though the 8-man team consisted of regular soldiers, the robbers gradually gained the upper hand due to their overwhelming firepower. Another person fell to the ground, and the squad leader, holding an assault rifle, shouted loudly, "Retreat. I'll cover you." Like a battle god, the man fired his rifle while quickly hiding behind a large tree by the roadside, successfully taking out 2 of the enemy. Watching his teammates retreat while firing, he unleashed another burst of fire to attract attention, kicking up a spray of mud and wood chips. There are 9 robbers left. If you want to pick up something cheap, it's probably not going to be easy, the Awakening System said, observing the robbers sneaking towards the water delivery truck. Let us wait and see. No need to rush, Yao said, clearing her throat again. The man hiding behind the tree took out another robber, while the retreating team member hit a robber who was trying to climb onto the water truck. Seeing their numbers dwindling to 7, the man in the green t-shirt, with red eyes, shouted angrily, "Kill them." The enraged group unleashed a barrage of gunfire, forcing the 4 soldiers to accelerate their retreat. The man hiding behind the tree vanished into the jungle. Yao enviously looked at the submachine gun in the robber's hands and said, "My dear, shall we go down and pick up a gun to play with?" "Forget it. The robber leader is already sending his men to collect it," came the reply. It seemed they wouldn't get a chance to pick anything up. Well, it looked like the robber leader was quite frugal. At that moment, the man who had been cowering under the car, covering his head, boldly got out from the passenger seat. He shook hands with the robber leader in the green t-shirt and shouted, "Brother Xiong. Brother He. Xionggu, get in the car. We need to leave here. The guard will probably reinforce quickly," He Gang said as he pulled down the body in the driver's seat and jumped into the car. "All right, don't bother picking up anything. Just get in the car," the robber leader called out. "My dear, you follow them. I'll be there soon." Yi Yao instructed the Awakening System as she watched the water delivery truck and 3 cars speed away. "Okay." She jumped down from the tree, casually stashing 2 submachine guns into her space before directly jumping into a pickup truck abandoned by the military. Great, just like in real life, she thought, finding the ignition wires and quickly starting the engine. Thanks to the real-time navigation of the Awakening System, Yi Yao successfully followed them. "Host, don't drive over. It's easy for them to spot you. Get out of the car and walk southwest into the left woods for about 600 meters, and you'll see the target group," the Awakening System said as it followed the water delivery truck into a small thicket. "Got it." Following the route indicated by the Awakening System, Yi Yao successfully found the water delivery truck and hid in the bushes it had pointed out. "Host, it seems they are having an internal conflict." "Huh, really?" Yi Yao peeked out, stretching her ears in hopes of catching snippets of conversation. "You seem quite happy. If they're not chaotic, how can I take advantage of the situation?" "The more chaotic, the better," Yi Yao said excitedly. It seemed that after the plot deviated dramatically, her luck was getting better, and whatever she thought of came true. She suddenly remembered the familiar man and quickly asked, "Is it a 1-on-7 or a 4-on-4? 1-on-7. So fierce?" Yizhan exclaimed, glancing over. He Gang had just used cloth strips to block the leaking bullet holes, and, looking at the 3 barrels of water that Ruan Xiong's underlings had brought over, said solemnly, "Brother Xiong, this isn't what we agreed upon." Ruan Xiong glared at the pretty boy in front of him and angrily replied, "I haven't even blamed you for the loss of so many brothers. And you're getting cocky? If you don't want the goods, you're a bastard. Brother, I trusted you, which is why I cooperated with you. After this incident, I lost my job as a water delivery driver. You can't just brush me off with this little bit." "Is this guy an NPC?" Yi Yao asked the little curly-haired one, Why is there still a water delivery driver job? I don't know. Hey, I thought so. This guy is a player. Yao said with a smile as the lightning struck suddenly. Did that person just use lightning powers? The awakening system asked in surprise. Yeah, no wonder he dared to confront the robbers directly. Ruan Xiong spat at Heat Gang and signaled his underlings to get ready to leave in the water delivery truck. He really didn't believe that this delicate pretty boy would dare to fight him. Just then, as one of the underlings reached for the truck door, he suddenly collapsed, spewing black smoke and frothing at the mouth. Ruan Xiong immediately raised his rifle and pointed it at He Gang, angrily asking, "What did you do?" He Gang innocently waved his hands. "I didn't do anything." He had just released a lightning strike. The NPCs in the game couldn't see it, so he couldn't be blamed. Ruan Xiong instructed another person to drive, but that one also fell to the ground, convulsing and frothing. This time, he noticed that He Gang's gaze fell on the downed underling. "You're asking for death," Ruan Xiong said, pulling the trigger and shooting the pretty boy in front of him, who made him furious. Bang! He Gang grabbed the rifle and pushed it aside, hitting Ruan Xiong's underling instead. Ruan Xiong's eyes turned red with rage as he inexplicably lost 3 men, only wanting to kill the man in front of him. However, looking at the frail He Gang, he was surprisingly strong. With a twist, He Gang had him in a hold, pressing the rifle to his neck. "Don't move." He Gang successfully subdued Ruan Xiong and shouted at the 3 restless underlings, "Throw your guns over here." With a rifle pressed to his neck, Ruan Xiong saw his underlings hesitating to drop their weapons, feeling both shocked and angry. "Listen to him. Give him the guns. Did you hear me? Give them to him." Under their boss's reprimand, thinking of his usual intimidation, the 3 still threw their guns over. He Gang saw that the 3 NPCs were unwilling to strike again, and the bright red blood from the driver's death reminded him that these NPCs were too much like real people with emotions and thoughts, rather than the usual NPCs in online games that only issued fixed tasks. "You guys can leave. No driving, just walk away." Once the 3 were far enough, Ruan Xiong flatteringly said, "Brother, look at all this water. It's all yours. Just let me go." Not 3 barrels, but a whole truck? Did Brother Xiong make a mistake? He Gang pressed the rifle hard against Ruan Xiong's neck. No, it's all Brother He-S. Brother Xiong, won't he go back on his word again? Will he? No, I wouldn't he dare. Thud. Ruan Xiong rolled his eyes and fainted on the ground. He Gang looked at Ruan Xiong, who had been knocked out by his rifle, and said with a smile, "You wouldn't he dare? I don't believe you." Bang! A gunshot rang out in the thicket. "Be careful." Yao, always alert to the situation, jumped out of the bushes and tackled He Gang to the ground. He Gang looked at the girl rushing towards him, blushing and surprised. Xiaoyao. Chapter 87, Firetown 7. Yao finally remembered who this person was, He Gang, the special police officer who captured the robber with her during her second year first semester. At that time, He Gang had helped her block a steel rod, and his right shoulder had been directly struck, turning red and swollen. They exchanged phone numbers, and she intended to invite him to dinner as a thank you. But every time she called, it was busy. Over time, Yao forgot about wanting to treat him to a meal. Unexpectedly, she ran into him in the instance. Rolling to the side with him, they hid behind the water delivery truck. He Gang quickly pulled Yao up, crouching beside the truck, and opened fire with his rifle at 3 small thugs, hitting 2 while 1 escaped into the dense forest. He Gang jumped into the driver's seat and shouted to Yao, "Hurry, get in the car." The water truck sped into the woods, heading in the opposite direction of the thugs, crashing into several small saplings along the way. They drove until they reached an area with low bushes, where He Gang finally stopped the vehicle. "Xiaoyao, long time no see." He Gang smiled at the girl sitting in the passenger seat, whom he hadn't seen for over half a year. "Yeah, long time no see." Seeing the man's bright smile, Yao nodded in greeting. "I didn't expect to run into you in the instance." Cough, cough. How's your shoulder since that time? "It's fine. Speaking of which, I got a mission right after I returned. I didn't contact you." He asked, "Are you still in school?" "No, I went home." "Really?" "I was going to bring you into the team after the instance. The survivor base in City B is developing rapidly." "So, are you at the base?" "Yeah. The special police force is now the patrol team at the base." "Xiaoyao, are you bringing your family over? I can look after you a bit." "Have you forgotten about the instance mechanism?" Yao said helplessly, "If I agree to you now, I'll forget it once we exit the instance." I'm just happy to see you, He Gang said somewhat awkwardly, then recalled the message he received from the guard army and quickly added, by the way, the water resources in this instance are crucial. Let me check the water barrels on the truck. We should fill some water and hide it in this bush. Okay. Yao got out of the car and helped He Gang fill water using the truck's water barrels. Each barrel estimated to hold 50 liters and weigh 100 pounds, which He Gang easily moved aside. They filled 6 barrels, and just as He Gang was about to move them aside, Yao stopped him. He go, I have space. Space item? Xiao Yao, you got it? He Gang exclaimed in surprise. Sort of. How big is the space? Can all this fit in? This truck can fit in. Then why are we still filling water barrels? Xiao Yao, just put the whole truck into the space. Host, hurry and store the truck. Let us solve the water source issue at once. So much water can be used for drinking and bathing. The Awakening system excitedly circled around the water truck. Yao ignored the small metal ball spinning around and firmly disagreed, saying to He Gang, Higa, we can't just take all the water from this truck. We need to return it. Why? He Gang completely didn't understand. From the information he received, it seemed that water would only become harder to get. Xiao Yao, when I entered the instance, I was with the guard army at the north. The water level in the well has dropped much more severely than the outside civilians know. By how much? Today, the number of water delivery trucks dispatched is only half of yesterday's. That's serious? Yao asked in surprise. Yes. Then He go. You need to return this water delivery truck that still has most of its water. Seeing He Gang still looking unconvinced, Yao analyzed. It's only the 3rd day of the instance. They haven't found you or seen your body. What do you think the guard army will do after losing such a precious water source? They'll issue a city-wide manhunt. He Gang sighed. I've already thought it through. Once I get the water, I'll hide in the forest and not come out. He had observed that there were many small animals in the forest, and with his fire seed, he could easily survive the remaining time of the instance there. Yao coughed a couple of times to ease her throat's itch, then asked, He go, how many times have you entered the instance? Is this your 2nd time? 2nd time. Did you manage to survive until exiting the last instance? Looking at the girl's clear, bright eyes, He Gang recalled the massive tsunami he had seen from the rooftop during the last instance. If it hadn't been for the helicopter on the hotel's top floor, he might not have made it. Seeing the man's increasingly awkward expression, Yao continued to persuade, Higa, we've collected enough water with these barrels for our use later. You can drive the truck back to the earlier location and wait for the guard army to come. This doesn't make sense. They will definitely still suspect me. He Gang understood the girl's good intentions, but since he decided to collaborate with Ruan Xiong, he had no plans to go back. I'll knock you out, and when you wake up, just say you know nothing. But, no buts. Take advantage of the time. Besides, Higa, you have your abilities to protect you. If things go wrong, it won't be a big deal to retreat into the surrounding forest. Okay, then get in the car. We'll head back. The two returned to the earlier forest, but Ruan Xiong, who had been knocked out by He Gang, was nowhere to be seen. That was good. It saved Yao from having to carry him away. Yao instructed He Gang to crouch under the passenger seat as before and then arranged, when you wake up, you must say you don't know anything, that the robber hit his head and passed out while driving. Okay, He Gang nodded. I'm staying at the Sunflower Hostel in the south of the town. If you don't come within 3 days, we'll meet in the earlier bushes. He Gang looked at the girl's rosy face with some worry and said, Okay, Xiao Yao, be careful. Yao nodded and then directly bumped He Gang's head against the car body. Bang! He Gang rolled his eyes and passed out. Host, did you hit him too hard? Cough, cough. With He G's physique as a special police officer, if I didn't hit harder, he wouldn't pass out. And should we leave now? Let us wait a bit. We'll see what the guard army does when they arrive. It was too late before they could wait for the guard army. He Gang was taken away by a large animal in the forest. Yao found a lush tree to climb up, took out some biscuits from her space. And just as she was about to eat, the Awakening system stopped her, saying, What are you doing? You've been coughing nonstop, and you're still eating biscuits? Lunchtime? That doesn't mean you can eat biscuits. Didn't you pack a lot of meals in your space? The smell is too strong. The guard army could come at any time. I'm scanning constantly. Just pick 2 light meals. You can't eat biscuits. Okay. Your temperature has also risen a bit. After confirming that He Gang was taken away, hurry back to the hotel to rest. Yes. Yao glanced at the small metal ball that was closely watching her, sighed, and complied. Chapter 88. Binghua Town. 8. After finishing her lunch in the tree, Yi Yao waited for about 30 minutes before the guards finally arrived. The awakening system monitored Yi Yao's body temperature, which had risen by another 0.2 degrees, and angrily remarked, "This group of people is really slow. By the time they arrive, the food will be cold. Let's go." Looking at Yi Gang, who was being carried onto an ambulance, Yi Yao disappeared into the dense forest. After taking a long detour, Yi Yao finally returned to the main road. She looked up at the bright red sun in the sky, which made her squint. It's too hot. The temperature has risen, and with the humidity from the jungle vegetation, it's the hottest time now. I can't walk anymore. I'll just wait for a passing car by the roadside. You should find a shady place to rest. What shady place? This is it. I don't want to move an inch. Yi Yao plopped down on a stone next to a big tree, adjusted her t-shirt that was sticking to her, and took out a small fan provided by the merchant during her shopping. After sitting for about 20 minutes, the sound of car horns echoed. Beep beep. A red sports car stopped beside Yi Yao, and a man with yellow hair leaned out of the window, grinning as he called out, "Hey, beautiful. Need a ride?" Looking at the man's sharp features and squinty eyes, the awakening system quickly warned, "He doesn't look like a good person. Host, it's better to wait for a taxi. With that little muscle, he isn't even a match for me." Yi Yao softly asked, "Are you going to town?" "Wherever the beautiful lady goes, I go," the man flirted, surprised that she responded. Seeing her move to the passenger seat, he hurriedly unlocked the car. Yi Yao settled into the passenger seat, fastened her seatbelt, and softly said, "Could you please take me to the Huachi Trading Company?" "Sure." The man stepped on the gas and started driving towards the Huachi Trading Company in town. Glancing at the girl who was coughing occasionally, he asked, "Are you feeling unwell? My throat is a bit itchy." Seeing her weak appearance, the man showed concern. "Then let me take you to the hospital. You shouldn't delay when you're sick." "Thank you. I just need to buy some medicine over there. I see your face is flushed. You must have a fever. The Sunshine Hospital in town is run by my uncle. I can take you there. It's no trouble." "Cough no need. I just need to rest a bit. I'm sorry to trouble you." Hearing Yi Yao refuse to go to the hospital, the awakening system quickly said, "Host, your temperature is slowly rising. It's already a low fever. You should go check it out. Let's go back to the inn to take medicine and rest. We can't leave just when Gang Gu is looking for us." "All right." After Yi Yao refused, the man silently sat. Her beautiful, fair face was even more stunning than the so-called beauties he had seen before. No, it was 10 times more beautiful. He hurriedly said, "It's no trouble. Serving a beautiful lady is my honor. How about we exchange phone numbers? If you feel unwell, just call me." "Sure." Successfully getting the beautiful lady's number, the man finally stopped talking. They soon arrived at the Huachi Trading Company, and Yi Yao thanked him again before turning to leave. The man looked at the contact on his phone, Yi Jinju, and excitedly kissed his phone. As expected, she was as beautiful and dazzling as her name suggested. Yi Yao bought quite a few medicines at the pharmacy, especially since her immune system had weakened and she easily caught a cold, so she stocked up on fever and cold medications. After returning to the hotel, she cleaned herself with fine sand, wiped down with water, and changed into a cool short-sleeve shirt. Looking at Yi Yao's increasingly flushed cheeks, the awakening system said, "Should we go to the hospital? That guy named Liao Junkai is a relation, right? It's fine. A good sleep will do." Reading the instructions, she swallowed the medicine and reminded the awakening system to alert her when Yi Gang arrived. Yi Yao covered herself with a thin blanket and fell asleep within minutes. After a long day of exhaustion, she was too tired. This sleep lasted until the next morning, skipping both dinner and breakfast. Yi Yao opened her eyes, rubbed her somewhat swollen head, and asked, "My dear, what time is it?" "There's still 2 hours until lunch. You slept too long." "I slept that long?" "Yes. If it weren't for your stable body temperature, I would have jumped on you to wake you up. It seems Gang Gu hasn't come looking yet." Yi Yao cleared her throat and got up to head to the bathroom. "Is your throat still itchy?" "Much better, don't worry." Thus, Yi Yao spent 2 days eating, taking medicine, sleeping, and resting at the inn without seeing Yi Gang. Sitting at a window-side table in the restaurant, she had a clear view of the entrance to the Sunflower Inn. The awakening system hovered above her head, looking outside, and said, "What if you get discovered? They might just grab you." "That won't happen. The news 2 days ago portrayed Gang Gu as a hero, so he definitely hasn't been found. But today is the 3rd day. Why hasn't he come?" The water is with me. He will definitely come looking for me. Just be patient. That makes sense. Seeing Yi Yao getting bored to the point of almost mangling a plate of spaghetti, the awakening system asked, "Why aren't you eating?" "I have no appetite." "You, with your huge appetite, can also lose your appetite?" The awakening system exclaimed in surprise. It still remembered Yi Yao's extraordinary eating capacity. She could devour a bowl of instant noodles, convincing herself it was braised pork. Coupled with her ingrained value of cherishing food, it had never seen her leave leftovers. Now, facing a bowl of delicious creamy spaghetti and saying she had no appetite was strange. Too strange. "I'm human. It's normal to occasionally have no appetite. You had a dish, soup, and a bowl of rice even with a low fever. Let's go back. I'm tired." Yi Yao tossed her fork onto the plate and stood up. The awakening system watched Yi Yao walk ahead, completely unable to understand what she was tired from. It observed her daily routine, which had been normal, and even her sleeping time had extended. Every day at 9, she would finish washing up, have breakfast at the inn, and for lunch and dinner, she either ate takeout or dined at the Western restaurant across the street. In the previous instance, she had trained with the big boss, but in this instance, the awakening system had not seen her train at all. Where was the fatigue? Yi Yao felt the scenery spinning in front of her, shook her head, and found the dizziness worsening. Wait, the sun. A middle-aged man who had just completed checkout at the inn was struck by the suddenly fainting girl as he exited the door. "Host, Yi Yao." The awakening system hurriedly shouted twice, but Yi Yao showed no reaction. As the man pushed the girl off him, he was about to curse when he realized she was completely unconscious. Looking at the crowd gathering around, he hastily explained, "She lost her balance and fell onto me. It has nothing to do with me." Brushing off the dust from his clothes, the man considered himself unlucky and quickly left. A man with slightly curly short hair squeezed through the crowd and helped the fainted girl up. "Xiao Yao, wake up." Chapter 89, Binghua Town 9. He gang woke up in the hospital that day. After several rounds of questioning, since most of the water in the tank was still there, and the troops were under recent public pressure, he was not punished. Instead, he received a bonus and a notice that was ostensibly for injury recovery, but was actually a suspension of his duties. Today, he had just completed the relevant procedures before leaving the army to find Yi Yao. Upon arriving at the agreed Sunflower Inn, he found that the girl who had fainted in the crowd at the entrance was Yi Yao. The girl in his arms was breathing rapidly, had a high fever, and her cheeks were abnormally flushed, with a hint of swelling visible at the back of her fair neck. He quickly picked her up and rushed to the hospital. An elderly doctor examined the test report in his hand, then looked at the large area of swelling on the back of the girl's neck, and said to the man in front of the bed, "Why did it take so long to come to the hospital?" "Doctor, why is her fever still high?" He gang asked anxiously, looking at Yi Yao, who was still unconscious. As soon as they entered the hospital, the nurse had helped administer fever-reducing medicine. An hour had passed after the round of examinations, yet her temperature had not decreased and was still rising. "This is an acute high fever caused by mosquito bites. It won't go down quickly." "What is your relationship with the patient?" the doctor asked. "I am her cousin. The young girl must have been in the jungle for too long, and her constitution is weak, especially with the viruses carried by mosquitoes," the old doctor said seriously, waving his hand to shoo He gang out of the ward. "Go out. I'll have a nurse check her and apply medication." "Okay." He gang glanced at Yi Yao's flushed face and left the ward with the old doctor waiting at the door. Inside the ward, the young nurse laid the girl on the bed, gently lifted her back's clothing, revealing large areas of swelling, with a few bite marks having turned into red blisters, making her otherwise fair and smooth back look a mess. She punctured the blisters, disinfected them, and applied medicine. There were not just on her back, but also considerable swelling on her neck, thighs, and calves, although they were much better compared to her back. After applying the medicine, the young nurse said, "Apply medicine every 2 hours. Remember to ring the bell when it's time. Right now, she's on an antiviral drip." "Okay, thank you." In addition, if conditions allow, make sure she stays hydrated. There is drinking water available for purchase at the nurse's station. "Got it." He gang nodded and entered the ward to confirm that Yi Yao had received her medication. His tightly furrowed brows finally relaxed a little, and a refreshing scent of herbal medicine lingered in the air. His worried expression eased a bit. Thinking about the examination report he had just seen from the doctor, he couldn't believe that the girl who had fought alongside him half a year ago, capable of disarming robbers with her bare hands, had become so weak. Was it the zombie virus from the real world that caused this? Seeing the girl's dry lips, he ganged it up again and went to the nurse's station to buy 2 small bottles of water. The price was 10% higher than when he first entered the instance, indicating that water would only become scarcer in the future. Yao felt someone lifting her clothing and applying something cool to her back. She opened her eyes to see the blue curtains of the hospital, with a young nurse standing beside her. If she weren't feeling so weak, she would have gotten up immediately. "Host, I'm sorry for not reminding you to seek medical attention in time." The awakening system, which first detected Yao waking up, flew to the bedside and said apologetically. It had stopped monitoring her temperature after the first day when it was normal. It seemed that in the future, Yao's health needed real-time monitoring. Her physical condition had declined too harshly. "It's okay. It must have been sudden. I felt fine before lunch," Yao reassured her. However, she had learned firsthand the various discomforts that came with her declining health. "Fortunately, it's early in the instance. If this had happened later, we would have been finished. You still need to exercise appropriately and maintain a proper diet and routine. Your health can gradually recover," the system advised. "Okay, you're awake. Your brother is very worried about you," the young nurse said happily, noticing that the girl in the bed had regained consciousness. "My brother? Where did he come from in the instance?" "It's he gang." Not minding that Yao didn't respond, the young nurse continued. "You have an acute high fever caused by mosquito bites. It just broke. Did you have a slight cold before?" "Yes," Yao replied softly. Then Dr. Lee's deduction was correct. "When I asked your brother, he didn't know anything either," the nurse said, pouting a bit. "He was in the army and just got out today," Yao explained. "That makes sense." The nurse took off her gloves and covered Yao with the lifted clothing. "All right, the medicine is applied. You should lie on your stomach and rest for 10 minutes. Once the medicine is absorbed a bit, you can lie down or rest." "When can I be discharged?" "At least 3 days. You can ask Dr. Lee about this later," the nurse replied uncertainly. "Okay, please call my brother for me." "All right, he just came in. Your fever has just broken, so make sure to rest well," the nurse said before leaving with a medical tray. Seeing Yao awake, He Gang quickly walked to the bedside, feeling regretful. "Xiao Yao, it's all my fault for taking you into the dense forest." Brother, it's fine. I insisted on catching a little squirrel. Getting sick has nothing to do with you." She subtly gestured towards a young nurse who hadn't gone far and quickly interrupted He Gang. He Gang understood and followed her lead, saying, "Next time, I'll buy you one at the pet store. You're never going into the jungle again. I also want a little rabbit." "Okay, I'll buy you one." He Gang smiled. After the nurse walked away, Yao quietly asked, "Brother, you weren't discovered when you returned to the army, were you?" "I was given some money, but suspended without pay. I was hoping you could report on the water level drop," Yao said, feeling a bit down. If she had known, she wouldn't have returned the water. "I can still go back to the army every day. My dormitory hasn't been taken down, and I can still inquire with the others in the team," He Gang replied. "That's great, but I'm worried about your current situation." Looking at the small face of the girl, He Gang felt that Yao had lost more weight and expressed his concern. "It's fine. I just got bitten by mosquitoes in the jungle. I'm in good health," Yao hurriedly explained. "I think we still need to figure out a way for me to remember to find you after I exit the instance, or for you to come find me." He Gang pondered. "Brother, you know that's impossible." Yao turned her somewhat stiff neck, avoiding the man's gaze. "Forget it." She remembered that she didn't want to go to City B during this time. The mercenary group at home had just started, and wasn't it better to stay on her own turf? Chapter 90, Binghua Town, 10. Just as He Gang was about to say something else, the door of the ward opened, and Dr. Lee, with a head full of white hair, walked in. "I heard from the nurse that you woke up, so I came to check on you. Is the little girl doing well?" Seeing the kind-looking elderly man in front of her, Yao obediently nodded and said, "Thank you. I'm much better. The nurse has told you about your condition, right?" Dr. Lee asked. "Yes, she said it was acute high fever caused by mosquito bites." Dr. Lee took out his stethoscope and asked, "Can you sit up?" "Yes." Yao tried to prop herself up to sit, but her body was still a bit weak. If He Gang hadn't quickly supported her, she might have embarrassed herself. Once Yao was seated, Dr. Lee began his examination, saying, "Your brother was really worried. You're delicate, so you shouldn't go into the jungle again next time." "I won't." My brother said he would buy me a little squirrel. That's good. You should rest well. There's no problem for now, Dr. Lee said as he put away the stethoscope. As he prepared to leave, Yao hurriedly asked, I want to know if I can be discharged today. Little Yao, you need to listen. The doctor will naturally let you leave once you're better, He Gang replied, looking at Yao, who still looked ill and had nearly fallen when she just sat up. Although your fever has subsided, the area of mosquito bites on your back is quite large. The medicine I applied needs to be reapplied every 2 hours, and it will take at least until tomorrow for the redness and swelling to go down. But I have something urgent. All right, little Yao, you need to listen to the doctor, Yi Gang interrupted, turning to the elderly doctor and asking, sorry, doctor, is there anything else we need to pay attention to? Don't scratch the swollen areas, avoid greasy and heavy foods, and for now, you can't eat eggs or milk, Dr. Lee instructed, then told Yi Yao first. Take care of your health. No important matter is more important than your health. Watching Dr. Lee leave, Yi Yao ultimately refrained from insisting on being discharged today. Host, what urgent matter do you have? The item, have you forgotten? I've been waiting for Gangu for the past few days, and I haven't explored this instance map. But the doctor's words are also correct. If your body isn't well, even if you find the item, you might still end up in trouble. So I didn't mention wanting to be discharged again. Yi Yao lay back down on the hospital bed, feeling dejected. Seeing Yi Yao deflated, He Gang comforted her. All right, just focus on getting better. I'll go out and get you dinner. Gangu, please help me cancel the room at the inn. Is there anything in there? No. All my stuff is in my space. Okay, you rest for now. After He Gang finished speaking, he left the ward. He still had to return to the army to explain that he wouldn't be back tonight. Yi Yao was once again awakened by the cool sensation on her back. When she opened her eyes, she saw that it was already dark outside. However, Yi Gang had not returned, and she wondered if something had happened. You're awake? The little nurse, seeing the girl move her body, quickly said, Yes, could you please apply the medicine for me? It's my duty, and I'll be as gentle as possible so as not to disturb your rest. You've been very gentle. It's just that the medicine is a bit cold. This medicine has a bit of mint in it, which can repel mosquitoes. It feels nice and cool. All right, you lie down and rest well. The little nurse took off her gloves, but didn't leave immediately. Yi Yao looked at the young girl beside her, whose big eyes were filled with desire, staring at the 2 small bottles of water on her bedside table. Suddenly, Yi Yao realized, do you want some water? Is that okay? Water is very expensive now. It's fine, go ahead and drink. Yi Yao got up, took a bottle of water, and handed it to the little nurse. The little nurse looked at the water in her hand, swallowed hard. She was really thirsty. After taking 2 big gulps from the bottle, she still returned the half-full bottle, saying, Thank you. You can keep it. Seeing the little nurse's chapped lips, Yi Yao pushed the bottle back to her. But a small bottle of water is very expensive now. How expensive? From the little nurse. Yi Yao learned that a 200 milliliters bottle of drinkable water was now 5 times its original price, and that was the price half an hour ago. It was likely still rising now. When did the price start to increase? The hospital received a notice that water prices would increase by 10% not long after you were admitted, and basically every half hour. We get a notice about price adjustments. Why such a steep increase? That's just a rumor, the little nurse said mysteriously in a low voice. The well in the southeast has dried up. How do you know? Our head nurse's husband is a guard at the southeast well, and I accidentally overheard them talking on the phone in the corridor. By the time the head nurse returned, the water prices had already risen twice, and she bought a lot. Seeing Yi Yao silent, the little nurse hurriedly said, It's true. You should have your family stock up on water quickly. I'll tell my brother later. If there's any other news, please let me know. Yi Yao nodded. Okay, thank you for the water. The little nurse put the water bottle into the pocket of her nurse uniform. With this half bottle of water, she could last at least 2 days without needing to rely on her family supply. She then pointed to another bottle of water on Yi Yao's bedside table and said, You should keep that bottle with you. The locks on hospital ward doors are mostly broken. Okay, thank you for the reminder. You're welcome. You still owe me a bottle of water, the little nurse said with a smile as she left with the medicine tray. Host, drinkable water is really expensive now. When Yi Gang bought those 2 bottles, they were only 120. Now, they're almost 100 each. The Awakening system felt a bit sorry for that small bottle of water. It's just inconvenient for me, so I had to ask the little nurse to help me gather some information. Yao took a sip from the water on her bedside table, grabbed the remote control, and turned on the TV in the ward, tuning into the local news channel. Watching the images on the TV showing the 3 wells operating normally, with large pumping equipment in operation and water delivery trucks functioning as usual, there was no news about the water level dropping at all. Instead, they were reporting on humidity, high temperatures, and mosquito bites. The TV is showing everything is fine. There's no other situation, the Awakening system commented. Yao looked serious. The more they act like this, the more I fear that the Southeast, well, really is run dry. Huh? The Awakening system didn't understand it all. There are many dark operations by the management, and it's easy to create fake news to fool the public. No way, the Awakening system couldn't believe it. In the main God galaxy, even the worst outcomes had no concealment in news reporting. Click. The ward door opened, and He Gang walked in, one hand holding a convenience box, and the other carrying a small rabbit's pet cage, his face heavy with concern. Chapter 91. Binghua, Town, 11. He Gang closed the hospital room door and placed the food and pet cage on the bedside table. Yao looked at the pure white bunny and smiled. Gidge, you really want to buy a rabbit? Yeah, my sister said she wanted one, so, as an older brother, I had to buy it. He then recalled the news he heard in the army and said softly, Xiao Yao, the Southeast water wells have dried up, and some citizens are rioting. The Awakening system looked at the normal images of the Southeast water wells being broadcast on TV, and then at He Gang, who was frowning. Well, the news from this map is completely different from the main God galaxy. I already know. I'm afraid the other 2 wells will run dry soon. Yao opened the food box, looked at the white porridge, and hesitated to pick up the spoon. Gidge, do you have any side dishes for the porridge? The doctor just said you should eat less oily and meat dishes. You need to avoid certain foods for 2 days. Once your health improves, Gidge will take you out for delicious food. The 2 palm-sized bunnies in the pet cage trembled slightly under Yi Yao's gaze. She said with a hint of grievance, I want to eat roasted rabbit. I thought you girls liked these little pets. I bought them for you to raise. I like bunnies, but I like roasted rabbit even more. All right. Once you recover, Gidge will roast a rabbit for you, He Gang promised with a smile, watching the girl's innocent desire for meat. Gidge, are you not going back to the army tonight? Yao asked, noticing that He Gang had no intention of leaving after delivering the food. Yeah, I'll be on night watch. For me? You need someone to watch over you since your medicine needs to be changed every 2 hours. Oh, okay. I'm really sorry to trouble you, Gidge. Yao felt a bit embarrassed, recalling their brief interaction just half a year ago, feeling quite awkward about causing him trouble in this instance. What trouble? If it weren't for you, I would still be hiding in the dense forest right now. No way, without me, Gidge could also clear the instance smoothly. Stop flattering me. Just stay in a hospital and rest for the next couple of days, He Gang said with a smile in his eyes. I still need your space to make things easier in the instance. Speaking of which, Gidge, I didn't plan to collaborate with anyone before, so I only prepared 1 portion of food. You need to go out and buy some tomorrow. I considered that. The reason I came so late is that I spent some time in the army, mainly renting a house and a vehicle. After you're discharged, you'll go to the villa at number 301, Foxian Village in the west of the city. Wow, Gidge, you have so many crystal cores. You can rent a villa and a car? Yao said enviously, looking at the man before her. The army's bonuses. Anyway, I can't take them out into the instance. If I can improve my conditions a bit, I will. The real world is already bad enough. Yeah, that makes sense, Yao nodded. That night, Yao woke up from the heat for the 3rd time and couldn't sleep anymore, just as she sat up from the hospital bed. He Gang's voice echoed in the dim room. Hot? Yeah, the air conditioning isn't very effective. I'll go ask at the nurse's station if we can adjust to another room. He Gang got up from the bed, tugged at his clothes stuck to his body, and went out to find the nurse. After He Gang left, Yao walked to the window. Just as she was about to open it to see if it had cooled down outside, she was pushed back by the Awakening system. What's wrong? Yao whispered, feeling irritated from the heat, and with her sickness, she was even more uncomfortable. The outside temperature is still 36 degrees Celsius, which is 3 degrees higher than indoors. It's 2 o'clock in the morning, and it's still 36? Yao retorted. Yes, and the temperature is slowly rising by 0.01 degrees every hour. Yao picked up the water bottle from the bedside, which had already turned into warm water. She put it back and took out a small bottle of water from her space to drink. It seems this time it's just a drought, likely with high temperatures added. Based on the current situation, that should be about right. I miss my brother. In this instance, my brother is probably very comfortable holding his ice blade. As soon as Yi Yao finished speaking, a young nurse with a medicine tray pushed the door open. Hurry up and lie down. A large group of people just came in with heat stroke. The head nurse asked me to help quickly. The young nurse hurriedly put on gloves and pulled Yi Yao down onto the bed, quickly starting to administer the medicine. Seeing the young nurse in such a rush, Yi Yao curiously asked, "How many people have heat stroke?" "I don't know, but there are a lot of people in the emergency room, and they're all being transferred to our department." The young nurse recalled the noisy scene in the emergency room and couldn't help but frown. "Oh, it's mainly because of the hot weather." "Yeah, it's really hot." The young nurse finished applying the medicine and said, "You should rest well, and I'll come back in 2 hours." After saying that, the young nurse tidied up the medicine tray and left. He Gang watched the young nurse leave before entering the hospital room with the air conditioning remote. Worried about what he had seen in the corridor, he said, "I can't believe there are so many cases of heat stroke at this late hour." The young nurse just finished applying my medicine and rushed off to help. I'll look for the on-duty doctor to prescribe some medicine for heat stroke. I'll take this small bottle of water for him. Gidge, also prescribe some fever-reducing patches. Okay, I set the air conditioning to the lowest temperature. You're still sick, so remember to cover yourself with a blanket. After lowering the temperature, the air conditioning finally started to work. Aside from the young nurse coming to change the medicine, Yi Yao basically fell asleep. The next day, on the 8th day of the instance, He Gang bought breakfast for Yi Yao in the morning and then returned to the army with a box of purchased medicines, which he actually stored in Yi Yao's space. Meanwhile, Yi Yao honestly stayed in the hospital for intravenous therapy and medicine, having the Awakening system monitor the outdoor temperature every half hour, while also keeping an eye on the news on TV. At this time, an outdoor reporter was standing in a community, reporting on a large number of people suffering from heat stroke the previous night. Seeing the reporter who was sweating profusely and had flushed cheeks, Yi Yao felt like she had forgotten something, but she just couldn't recall what it was. At noon, Yi Yao's lunch was bought by He Gang through the head nurse. Looking at the long-awaited savory skin and lean meat porridge, Yi Yao finally felt like she wasn't being punished for not eating. That evening, He Gang returned from the army and brought 2 light side dishes for Yi Yao. After she finished eating, he revealed his next plan. "Xiao Yao, I need to go to the southwest shortly." "Is there?" Seeing He Gang nod, Yi Yao no longer pressed the issue. "Be careful. The guards there are probably strict." "Yeah, I found someone in the army to help. I need to get 5 bottles of 200 milliliters of water. I'll put them in your bag later." "Do you need anything else?" "No. I also brought a few military daggers over. You should keep them safe." "Okay." This inquiry continued until the next morning when He Gang finally returned to the hospital. Chapter 92, Binghua Town, 12. He Gang came out of the hospital with a backpack on his back and got into a military jeep. The driver was a young man with a buzz cut like He Gang's, his skin dark. "Did you get the stuff?" the man asked, looking at He Gang and the backpack tightly held in his arms. "Yeah, let us go," He Gang replied. As the car started, the man kept glancing at the black backpack, puzzled. "I really don't understand why you're willing to part with something so important for your reinstatement. If you can't let go of this little thing, how are you going to get more later?" He Gang shot a glance at the driver. This man was the first person he encountered on his first day in the copy, his squad leader, named Qian Ziyuan. He learned from others in the team that this young man became a squad leader because his brother-in-law was the second in command in the southwest Wellwater area. A few times before, he had hinted that gifts could help with promotions, but he had remained tight-lipped until He Gang was suspended. Yesterday, the news of the southeast well running dry spread through the team, which finally prompted him to take He Gang to meet his brother-in-law in the southwest Wellwater area to see if he could help restore his position. The two remained silent as they quickly drove to the southwest well control area. Compared to the due north direction, the dense forest area outside the walls was entirely controlled. He guessed that it would be very difficult to even get close, let alone enter, without Qian Ziyuan's connections. Once inside the walled area, there were soldiers stationed every 10 steps, and several patrols were on duty. The control was even stricter, and it seemed that even a fly would have a hard time getting in. Guided by the guard of Qian Yuan's brother-in-law, they were allowed to enter. However, they only saw Qian Yuan's brother-in-law communicating with several officers from a distance, and before they could approach, they were stopped by the guard. "Give me the stuff," Qian Yuan said, looking at He Gang, who showed no intention of putting down the backpack. Let Wei Gu take it to my brother-in-law. After saying that, he reached for He Gang's backpack. He Gang took a step back, frowning. Wait, I haven't seen the person yet, and this thing isn't cheap. Huh? Even though our well here isn't as big as the one in the north, do you think we're going to covet your little thing? The guard sneered. Don't you want to restore your position? Qian Ziyuan quietly advised He Gang. Once the stuff is handed over, my brother-in-law will definitely help you. Hurry and give it to Wei Gu. But He Gang hesitated, glancing at the man in his 40s in the distance. After a nod from Qian Ziyuan, he reluctantly handed over the backpack. All right, I'll escort you out. You should get news within 3 days. The guard's expression softened a bit, but there was still a hint of disdain. He Gang glanced at the wellhead, surrounded by large pumps from several dozen meters away, and quickly said, I need to use the restroom. Go to the guard booth at the entrance, the guard said with a hint of disgust. I can't hold it anymore. The layout here is similar to the one in the north. I'll just use the restroom in the office building and come right out. Without waiting for a response, He Gang quickly headed toward the office building's restroom. Qian Zuan and Yang Wei watched He Gang run away, unable to stop him, and had no choice but to wait at the entrance of the office building. Once inside the restroom, He Gang chose a stall with a window and took out a small telescope from his pocket, looking toward the well. The security here in the southwest seemed unusually tight. The wellhead was surrounded with even more guards. Several large pumps were not operational. Perhaps they had come too early, and it wasn't yet time for water extraction in the evening. After scanning the area, He Gang noticed a transparent water tank on the far right and felt 90% sure that the southwest well, even if it wasn't completely dry, was not far from it. After leaving, He Gang went back to the mall to buy supplies, spending all his rewards, then transported everything to the villa. He planned to return to the hospital for a night watch, but the inpatient department was already closed, so he returned to the villa he had rented to rest. In the morning, He Gang noticed many families were relocating, with a surge of small vans and trucks on the road, and crowds of people with backpacks and luggage rushing by. He went to the small shop where he had bought rice porridge for Yi Yao before, only to find a notice of business transfer on the door. He then went to another bun shop and bought 2 vegetarian buns for Yi Yao. Upon entering, he saw Yi Yao sitting at the head of her bed, looking a bit pale. He placed the breakfast on the bedside and gently asked, Why do you look so unwell? Yi Yao sighed deeply. I hardly slept last night. 2 patients suffering from heat stroke were brought to the bed next to mine, but they died quickly and were taken away. It was quite a night. Brother Gang, can you help me with the discharge procedures later? I asked, and I don't need to apply any more medicine to my back. The fever hasn't recurred. I can just rest and take my medicine at home. He Gang glanced at the constantly busy ward door, nodded, and agreed, I'll go take care of it. You eat your breakfast first. Okay. After Yi Yao finished her breakfast and packed her change of clothes, He Gang returned to the ward with the medicine. Are you ready? Don't lose anything. Yeah. There's nothing much, just a change of clothes. Then let us go. He took all the belongings and was the first to step out. He found a rented SUV in the parking lot and drove straight to the rented villa. Looking at the moving crowds, Yi Yao smiled and said, Brother Gang, you rented your house too early. Why do you say that? Look, the NPCs have all left. Later, we could just find an unoccupied house in a remote area to settle down. It's fine. Anyway, everything is almost prepared, and that house has a 3-story basement. He Gang replied with a smile. A 3-story basement? Yi Yao exclaimed. Yeah, the temperature on the map has been rising from day 1 until now. So it's always good to have a cool place underground. Brother Gang, you really think ahead. Impressive. Yi Yao pides. Seeing Yi Yao relax, the Awakening system coolly remarked. You seem to trust him a lot. Of course. If someone could arrange everything each time and share copy information with me, why would I need to struggle? Isn't it uncomfortable to lie down? Then when will you start training? I just got discharged. Then you can only rest today at most. The Awakening system looked at Yi Yao as still pale face and compromised. But Yi Yao was about to say something when the car suddenly slammed to a stop. What is wrong? Yi Yao quickly asked. I think I saw my cousin. He Gang said, looking toward the right turn ahead, uncertain. Where? A red sports car just passed by. Let us chase after it and confirm. Okay. He Gang nodded and made a right turn. Chapter 93. Binghua Town, 13. After the car made a right turn, fortunately, it was a straight road with not many vehicles. He Gang continued to speed up until they reached the suburban area, where there were few people. The red sports car reappeared in their view. It seemed like someone was also chasing the red sports car. Yao gripped the car handle tightly and said, looking at the black Buick closely following the sports car, "Let us see what is going on first." Gang said, just as the person in the passenger seat of the black Buick aimed a gun and fired at the red sports car. "Damn it!" Gang exclaimed angrily. "Hold on." The car suddenly accelerated, and the force pushed Yao back. Fortunately, she was gripping the handle. When Gang crashed into the car, she barely stabilized herself. Host, the two people in the black car ahead are players. They said the man in the red sports car has space items and stole their water. The Awakening system reported back from the black car. No wonder they're chasing so persistently, Yao realized. Host, that red. The Awakening system was cut off as 2 gunshots rang out. The passenger in the black Buick fired directly at Yao's car. A bullet hit the side mirror closest to Yao. If Gang hadn't been swerving the steering wheel, it would have hit her directly. "Are you kidding me? Do they think no one has a gun?" Yao shouted angrily, pulling out the rifle she had swiped from the big boss, Xiongge, and began shooting at the black Buick ahead. "Do you have any more guns?" Gang asked, looking at the driver of the opposing car who was still shooting at the red sports car. "Here." Yao handed him a submachine gun, equipped for the guard army. Gang held the steering wheel with one hand and shot at the driver's seat with the other. "Host, the man in the red sports car is your ex-boyfriend." The Awakening system shouted as Yao, who was frantically firing and relieving some pressure from the red sports car, was taken aback. "Reborn?" Yao froze just as she stopped shooting. Gang shot the fuel tank of the car ahead, and boom. The car exploded, and Yao ducked down, protecting her head under the passenger seat. The red and black vehicles quickly left the scene. They sped away until they heard a warning of annihilation beyond the map range, and then the car finally stopped. Looking at the man who got out of the red sports car, Yao almost bit her gums in frustration. She actually saved that scumbag, Reborn, and the one who helped her withstand the steel rod's attack, giving her a sense of security, was actually the scumbag's brother. Reborn. How did she not realize that the two names were so similar? When Reborn entered the game instance, he was assigned to the Southeastern Guard Army. Although he knew that water was scarce, being stationed next to the well, he would never lack his share of water. There were 2 other players assigned to the same squad as him, since they entered the instance at the same time and stayed in the same dormitory. All 3 were tense and quickly established a cooperative relationship. The personnel management in the Southeastern Department was particularly strict. Leave requests could be submitted 3 days in advance. But by the 4th day, even leave requests were no longer approved. The 3 could only follow the squad leader's instructions daily, drawing water and loading it onto trucks, escorting the water trucks with other squad members, and almost received no clues. Until the 7th day, when the squad leader announced that all personnel were to remain on standby in the dormitory. Reborn, under the cover of the other 2 players and an NPC, was able to sneak away to gather information. While drawing water earlier, he had thoroughly scouted all the routes around the well. Hiding under the patrol car, near the well, he quickly concealed himself behind a large water pump, finding a previously scouted blind spot in the surveillance. He descended the steps of the early water well and came across a huge dark green stone. After going down a few more steps, he discovered water. Taking a few sips with his hands, he pulled out several water bottles he had brought to fill with water, only to find the water was only at elbow depth. It seemed the strict control was precisely because of this. Reborn quickened his pace, filling the water bottles with well water. The voices of the patrolling soldiers came from above, being particularly meticulous, not allowing even a mosquito through. Yes. Reborn quickly dodged into a crevice of stones by the well as the beam of a flashlight shone down. If it weren't for the squad leader saying this little water is for us few people to share, besides the district chief, I wouldn't be guarding this day and night. A soldier complained after guarding for 4 consecutive nights. All right, get to work. There's still a few areas left to patrol. Today's water delivery mission is paused. The troops have detected something unusual and need to go check it out. Why doesn't the district chief let anyone move the big stone under the well? It might bring up water again. Decisions made above are not for us little soldiers to consider. I got the water. I'm going to take my wife and kids to my father-in-law's place. What about you? I plan to go to my older brother's place. The water situation over there is also quite tight. Better than here. Their voices gradually faded away, disappearing. Reborn slowly emerged from the stone crevice. looking at the dark green stone in front of him, wondering if it was really blocking the water. The water wasn't deep. He scanned around the stone. Just as he was about to ascend, the moon hid behind the clouds. The previously shimmering water surface turned completely dark, and a shallow silver light suddenly stood out. Hirong suppressed his gasp, took a deep breath, and hurried over to pick it up. It was a pebble the size of a marble. As soon as he held it, the main god system's notification sounded. Congratulations, player 199104141. You have obtained a space item 1. Please keep it safe. The space item will automatically bind upon pickup, and players cannot leave while in a non-death state. A space item, although it was only the size of a single wardrobe, it was more than enough for him. Looking at the dark well, he never expected the space item in this round of the game would be hidden so deeply. If he hadn't gone out to fetch water, it might have gone undiscovered until the game ended. He initially wanted to fill some water in the space, but without a container, he had to give up. Taking advantage of the night, he returned to the dormitory before the inspection. After the inspectors left, Hirong handed over the water bottles he had promised to the NPC. Seeing the two fellow players, Hirong concealed the space item. The well over there had indeed run dry. If it weren't for him taking advantage of the night to fetch some, the rest would probably have gone straight into the district chief's pockets. Hirong lowered his voice and said, "Now that leave requests are not allowed, how can we escape?" A man with a big nose quietly asked. Chapter 94, Binghua, Town, 14. We need to create chaos here to get out. Another squinty-eyed man stood up and walked over to the man who was locking a water bottle in his personal locker, saying, "Nilu, isn't your wife at the hospital? Tell her the news that the well water here has dried up." But Nilu hesitated, not wanting to raise any suspicions in the army just to get out a couple of days earlier. What if the well refilled and he lost his job? Seeing Nilu's hesitation, the squinty-eyed man whispered, "Stop with the buts. Hirong has already gone down to check. The water is so deep. How could it possibly fill back up?" "Yes, and there's a big rock pressing down below that the district chief won't allow us to move. Once the well is dry, it means the underground water has been drained." Hirong chimed in. "You're talking about that dark green stone?" Nilu asked in surprise. How do you know?" Hirong looked at Nilu's suddenly fearful expression with confusion. "So my grandfather wasn't lying to me," Nilu murmured softly, as if recalling something, and the squinty-eyed man caught a hint of it. Before he could ask further, Nilu nodded affirmatively. "I'll make the call, but you have to take me with you when you make your move. What about the water? We can't just run away with all this water, can we?" The squinty-eyed man said, looking at the fully packed water bottles. "Once the news gets out, it will take at least a day to have any effect. We can figure out how to pack some water tomorrow and dump it in the dense forest outside the dormitory wall first," Nilu replied. "Okay." The other three agreed. After discussing, Nilu called his wife, spreading the news about the southeast well running dry. Sure enough, by the afternoon of the next day, a large crowd of citizens arrived at the gate of the southeast well, demanding to see the situation. By the morning of the third day, the crowd had grown larger, and to maintain order and prevent citizens from breaching the line to enter the well, the higher-ups sent them out to guard. Dabi and Hirong were paired together, stationed under a relatively remote section of the wall, but close to the well. Watching a young man climb over the wall, Dabi and Hirong led him through, while Nilu and the squinty-eyed man also let a few citizens who climbed over the wall pass. By the time those citizens rushed in, it was too late for the guards to intercept them. "No photos," shouted a soldier chasing after a young man filming the area under the well, but it was futile. Bang! A gunshot rang out, and the young man by the well fell directly in. Someone shouted, "The guards killed someone." The crowd surrounding the gate was completely enraged, rushing in without regard. Hirong and the others took the opportunity to escape and regroup at Nilu's house. Nilu's house was next to the hospital in town. He had bought it considering he was in the army and wanted to be near his wife's workplace. Dabi and the squinty-eyed man waited for Hirong at Nilu's house for half an hour, but didn't see him. Dabi recalled that when they were called out to suppress the citizens, only Hirong had turned back once. He didn't know what he had gone to do. The next evening, the number of water bottles collected was double that of the previous day, completely different from the attitude of disdain for the burden on the first day. Especially during the withdrawal, people in front of him seemed to vanish after passing through two crowds. Now, he was certain that Hirong had deliberately shaken them off. Dabi's face darkened as he said to the squinty-eyed man, Hurry back and check if the water left on the outskirts has all been taken by that pretty boy. Okay. The two didn't wait for Nulu and, wearing masks, randomly found a car on the roadside, broke the window, started it with wires, and sped toward the southeast well. Sure enough, they turned the dense forest outside the dormitory wall inside out, but found no sign of a single water bottle. Damn it! The squinty-eyed man angrily punched a tree that required two people to hug, causing a lot of leaves to shake down. How could he move so much water in such a short time by himself? Dobby wondered. The water they brought back over the 2 nights was about 60 to 70 liters, all in small bottles. It wouldn't be that easy to take it all away. Spatial items. The squinty-eyed man glanced at the dungeon platform and said solemnly. The previous dungeon information indicated that the spatial item was unbound, but now is marked as bound. We've been played. Dobby fumed. Even if he has spatial items while we're guarding them all in town, he still has to come out to buy food. I don't believe I can't find him. The squinty-eyed man said coldly. Due to the well running dry, the crowd rioted. There were demonstrations, families moving, and looting stores everywhere. The two searched the city for people in a black car, and in this small town, they indeed managed to spot Hirong. This led to the car chase scene witnessed by Yi Yao and He Gang. When Hirong got out of the car, his legs felt a bit weak. If He Gang hadn't helped him, he would have likely fallen to the ground. Why are you being chased? He Gang asked worriedly. Hirong waved his hand, sitting down on the ground to catch his breath. He then noticed Yao behind He Gang, her face dark with surprise. Xiao Yao. It's great that you're still alive. Watching Hirong approach her with excitement, Yao glared and said through gritted teeth, Get lost. Xiao Yao, I'm not blaming you for injuring my arm. You don't need to avoid me. I called you many times and sent you a lot of messages, but you never replied. Hirong explained without noticing the hatred in her eyes. Are you still back in your hometown? Do you want to come to the base in City B? I've awakened wind abilities, and I can take good care of you. He took out a rifle from his spatial item, the dark barrel pressing against Hirong's advancing steps as Yi Yao shouted angrily. I said, Get lost. Xiao Yao, what's going on? He Gang quickly pulled his brother away, standing between Yi Yao and Hirong. Bro, Xiao Yao is my girlfriend. She's just mad that I didn't take care of her. It's fine, Hirong said softly, suppressing his sudden displeasure upon hearing his brother refer to Yi Yao. Girlfriend? He Gang was surprised. Previously, when they were in the team, his brother had messaged saying he had pursued his goddess, and it turned out to be Yi Yao. We've already broken up, Yi Yao said, her face dark. Xiao Yao, this isn't the same as before. Don't be angry. I've awakened my powers, and I'm about to reach level 1. I can take good care of you, Hirong said, looking at her with a loving gaze, as if no matter how much Yi Yao fussed, he would always be tolerant. Chapter 95, Bingwood Town, 15. Level up one more time? She's already at level 2. Crushing him would be like stepping on an ant. Host, you just recovered from serious illness, so try to control your emotions, the awakening system quickly reminded, observing Yi Yao's physical data on the monitor. The murderer is right in front of me. I'm already trying hard to control myself. Yi Yao just wanted to shoot this dog of a man in the head right now, without waiting for him to stab her in the back later. She wanted to finish him off now. No, Xiao Yao, let's talk things over. The awakening system and He Gang's voices of obstruction rang out simultaneously. He Gang looked at Yi Yao, who was holding a gun and filled with rage, and kindly advised Xiao Yao. Did Xiao Rong do something to hurt you? Tell Brother Gang, and I'll teach him a lesson. Brother, I didn't. Hirong quickly protested. Shut up. He Gang yelled at Hirong, who was about to get the rifle pointed at his face again. If you haven't done anything wrong to her, how could she point a gun at you? Watching Hirong shrink back in fear, He Gang's warning made the awakening system quickly explain, Host, don't act impulsively. If you kill him now, who will we have to guard against 4 years later when someone tries to assassinate you? Really can't kill him? You might feel good now, but He Gang can't just stand there and watch you kill his brother, right? How about you kill them both? No way, He Gang, right? If you openly kill Hirong now, you'll directly become enemies with He Gang. Not to mention that for the next 18 days, you'll have to hide from him. Who will we guard against in the 4-year mission correction? With the enemy right in front of her, but unable to take revenge directly, Yi Yao felt a surge of anger rush to her head, making her dizzy. He Gang scolded for a long time, seeing that Yi Yao still held her gun unmoved. He gently tried to shift the gun away from her, smiling ingratiatingly. Xiao Yao, why don't we go back first? Once we're back, Brother Gang will give this little punk a good beating. Looking at Erong, who was huddled behind Gang and still wanted to say something, Yao emphasized, I broke up with him. I didn't agree. Hearing the breakup news again made Erong jump out from behind Gang. Then you should just die today. Yao shot directly at Erong. Bang! Erong looked at the small hole in the ground where the bullet had hit, still smoking, and was so scared that his legs went weak and he sat on the ground. He never thought Yao would actually shoot at him. It had only been a week since he confessed successfully. During their first weekend date to watch a movie, he sensed Yao's distance and maintained the social distance he had in the student council. He hadn't even touched her hand. How could he have done anything wrong? Gang was also shocked, his back covered in cold sweat. If he had been even a fraction of a second slower to push Yao's rifle away, would his brother have bled out right there? Taking a few deep breaths to steady himself, Gang looked at Yao, who was furious and flushed, and tried again to persuade her. Xiao Yao, Brother Gang knows you must have been wronged, but he wrong is. Puffed. Before Gang could finish, Yao felt a sweetness in her throat and spat out a mouthful of blood. Before Gang could rush over to support her, Yao leaned on the gun to keep herself from collapsing completely. Xiao Yao. Gang was so frightened by the blood that drained from Yao's face that he quickly carried her to the passenger seat. Let's go back first. We'll talk about everything when you're better. I don't want to. Yao only wanted to leave alone. Gang fastened her seatbelt, saying firmly, Listen to brother. Be good. After quickly getting into the car, he honked twice at Erong, who was still weakly standing on the ground. You drive your sports car and follow us. Okay. Erong snapped back to reality and hurriedly ran to his sports car to follow Gang's vehicle. Host, don't be stubborn. Your physical data is extremely poor. How will you hold up for the next 18 days? The Awakening system urged, seeing that Yao was still a bit dazed. But watching Erong flaunt in front of me and not being able to kill him, I'm afraid next time I won't just spit blood. What do you mean? I might just drop dead. How about this? I'll initiate a one-click format. I'll change Erong's face for you. There's such a function. It doesn't consume much energy, and it's only one person's face. Fine. The journey was silent. Gang wanted to ask Yao what kind of grievance could drive her to shoot someone, but seeing the girl's face, which had just regained some color, turned pale after spitting blood, he had to hold back. Let's wait until Xiao Yao recovers. Erong watched as Gang carried Yao into the room. Just as he had the idea of carrying Yao himself, he was scared by that gunshot and didn't dare to approach. Gang fed Yao some medicine and assured her that Erong wouldn't enter the room. Only then did the girl fall into a deep sleep, but her tightly furrowed brows revealed that she wasn't sleeping soundly. After glancing at the girl's sleeping face, Gang recalled the jealous look his brother had when he carried Yao up and sighed resignedly, gently closing the door. Back in the living room, Gang saw Erong sitting on the couch in a daze and directly sat down on a single sofa, stating seriously, Speak. What's going on between you and Xiao Yao? We have nothing going on. Erong shouted loudly. Lower your voice. Gang reprimanded quietly. Xiao Yao just took medicine and fell asleep. Seeing Erong still looking like he had done nothing wrong, Gang continued, You didn't do anything wrong? But how could a girl get so upset that she spat blood? But she almost killed me just now. Erong recalled the scene and felt a wave of fear. That was because you did something wrong to her first. Brother, I just started dating Yao a week ago. I haven't even held her hand. And she unilaterally said she wanted to break up. Then she asked for leave to go home, and we haven't seen each other until now, except in the mission. How did I do anything wrong? But she was upset because of you. Gang was also puzzled after hearing this. But it was clear that Yao had spat blood out of anger. Noticing Gang's hesitation, Erong added, Brother, do you trust your brother or a stranger you just met? Xiao Yao is not a stranger. Hearing Gang's quick rebuttal, Erong questioned, Have you known her for a long time? Do you like her? No wonder his usually upright brother was so concerned about a girl carrying Yao around. He seemed more anxious about her spitting blood than her real boyfriend. Chapter 96. Bingwa Town 16. I didn't. Gang directly denied it. I met Yao 6 months ago, so I can't say we're strangers. Erong, who was familiar with every little action of Gang, completely did not believe his words and sarcastically said, Don't forget, if it weren't for me, you would have been sent to the welfare home a long time ago. How can you, as an elder brother, like your younger brother's girlfriend? Where's your face? Gang looked at Erong, whose eyes were completely blinded by jealousy. And emphasized again, I said I didn't. Besides, you don't need to emphasize things from childhood. I haven't forgotten our parents' kindness. Oomph. Hirong snorted coldly, completely unconvinced by He-gang. Forget it, believe it or not. Even if that's the case, you two have broken up now. I said I didn't agree. Divorce can still be unilaterally filed. You two are just dating. If the girl no longer likes you, are you going to cling to her? He-gang looked at Hirong's disappointed face. Was this still the sunny boy he used to know? This person now was just a jealous husband blinded by envy. It's you. You like Yi Yao, so you can't wait to separate us. I won't agree to that. I'm going to find Yi Yao to clarify things. After saying that, Hirong walked upstairs. Then when Xiao Yao points a gun at you later, I won't help you again. Upon hearing He-gang's words, Hirong's footsteps upstairs stopped. The fear returned, but he still held his head high and said, I still didn't agree to break up. Yi Yao is my girlfriend. Seeing Hirong's retreat, He-gang rubbed his forehead, feeling a headache. Pointing to the door on the first floor, he said, All right, your room is here. Don't get too close to Xiao Yao when there's nothing going on. If I can't rescue you in time, don't blame me. Watching Hirong calm down and not rush upstairs anymore, He-gang breathed a sigh of relief. Hirong looked at He-gang, who was about to turn and walk towards the staircase, and nervously asked, What about your room? Mine is also on the first floor. I'm going to the kitchen. After a busy morning, aren't you hungry? He-gang glanced at Hirong and didn't dwell on his little thoughts. Hearing a satisfactory answer, Hirong no longer said anything and turned back to his room to rest, not even telling He-gang about his own spatial tool. He-gang took out the supplies he had bought earlier from the storage room, preparing to make a simple porridge for Yi Yao. He and Hirong would just eat instant meals, making do with it. His cooking skills were completely unworthy of the large kitchen in the villa he rented. And he didn't know how good Yi Yao's cooking was. Anyway, both of them were kitchen novices. At noon, after watching Yi Yao finish her white rice porridge and take her medicine, He-gang prepared to take the bowls and chopsticks outside when Yi Yao called him. Go. Didn't you ask your brother why he was being hunted down? I haven't had the chance. Reminded by Yi Yao, He-gang realized he had indeed forgotten to ask, and he had been led astray by Hirong's jealousy. Remember to ask. Also, I need a trouble good to go out and gather some information. There's still a lack of information now. Yi Yao thought about how she hadn't even realized what key clues she had missed, and could only trouble He-gang to help inquire further. Okay, the weather is getting hotter. Remember to drink more water. Your body is already weak. Don't get heat stroke. He-gang promised. I will. You use this water first. If it's not enough, I'll take more out. All right. Watching He-gang carrying water and going out while closing the door, the Awakening system said impatiently, You're quite skilled at directing people. Didn't you disagree with me acting alone? If I got looking like this, I bet you would disagree even more. Looking at Yi Yao's pale face and rapid breathing, the Awakening system compromised fine. You can direct. He-gang came down from upstairs, took the bowls and water bucket to the kitchen. After Hirong in the living room finished eating, he asked, How did you get hunted down this morning? I don't mind me. Hirong stammered, unable to think of how to respond, and didn't want to expose his spatial tools. Don't care about you? Are you sure? Seeing He-gang's cold expression, Hirong couldn't help but feel a bit scared. Although Hirong was his uncle's son and had been fostered in his home, he had actually been quite afraid of his older brother's cold face since childhood. I took some water. Where's the water? I drank it. Just because you drank some water, they hunted you down like this? They even used guns on the suburban road? Uh-huh. Facing He-gang's skeptical expression, Hirong gritted his teeth and nodded. Anyway, since water was so precious now, it could be justified. Just as Hirong knew some of He-gang's little actions, He-gang understood his younger brother's little actions even better. The fact that he was unconsciously fidgeting with his pants was a clear sign that he was hiding something from him. Forget it. Since the person was right under his nose, he had to ensure he safely brought him out of the instance. He-gang sighed and stopped probing. Have you finished eating? If you're done, come out with me to see what's going on outside. Okay. The two brothers drove under the scorching sun to explore the water well areas in the southeast, southwest, and directly north, looking for clues, and didn't return until after dinner time. Yi Yao slept until dark before waking up. The Awakening system chimed in. Those two haven't returned yet. Several households nearby were moving this afternoon. Your body hasn't fully recovered, and He-gang has heated up the porridge for you in the kitchen. You should go eat some. After taking a sip of water from the bedside, washing up in a bathroom, and changing clothes, Yao finally felt a bit lighter and slowly made her way to the kitchen to drink the porridge. My dear, He Gang's cooking isn't much better than mine. Looking at the clearly burnt rice at the bottom of the pot, Yao said, having something to eat is already good. Do you know what the price of water outside has skyrocketed to? How much? It used to be 180 per liter, now it's 18,000 per liter, and no one is selling it. It increased 100-fold? So high, Yao said in disbelief. If she used all the water in her space. Seeing Yao's eyes turning into money symbols, the awakening system splashed a pot of cold water on her. Don't even think about it. The cashier can't be exchanged for crystal cores on the platform. All right. Also, several villas nearby were broken into by thieves. They should be players. I'll remind He Gang later. As Yao spoke, she carried the white rice porridge back to the living room. Just as she sat down, the two brothers came in directly. Feeling better? He Gang smiled as he looked at the girl at the dining table. Yao nodded. Just as Rong entered the door behind He Gang, the mouthful of white porridge that Yao had just eaten was sprayed out. Puffed. Chapter 97. The Fire Town, 17. Looking at a person who was fully intact but had a dog head icon on top, Yao couldn't help but spray her porridge out, as if there was porridge in her nose. The two brothers, Rong and He Gang, watched Yao, who was laughing maniacally, with one showing a worried expression and the other a surprised one. Could it be that Xiao Yao was so mad that she couldn't take revenge on Xiao Rong? Did Yao not hold a grudge against him anymore? Seeing He Gang's worried face, Yao finally managed to hold back her laughter, but the moment her gaze fell on He Rong, the effort was in vain. Yao waved her hand at He Gang and said with a smile, "Wait, let me laugh for a bit first. My love, why did you use a Shiba Inu emoji? It's so funny, and this Shiba Inu icon even changes with He Rong's expressions. Your roommate used to shout He Rong, Dogman all the time, so I made this. This icon is really popular." The awakening system watched Yao, who was laughing so hard she was clutching her stomach, completely unable to understand her sense of humor. Is it really that funny? It's great, very fitting. Yao only finished laughing after they had dinner. However, she still couldn't help but chuckle occasionally, but she was much more composed than before. The three gathered in the living room. To control her laughter, Yao sat on the single sofa opposite He Gang, while He Rong sat alone on the long sofa in the middle. He Gang glanced at Yao, whose complexion had improved a lot, and asked with concern, "Xiao Yao, have you taken your medicine?" "Not yet. I'll take it before bed." "Yeah. You talk about this afternoon's situation first." Yao shook her head and urged. "Well, this afternoon, the news about the depletion of the wells in the town broke out completely. Many residents are moving, and the main road out of the town is completely blocked. Additionally, in the southeast and southwest well areas, many residents are rioting, and the guards are holding the line." "What about the north?" Yao asked. "When we went over this afternoon, a water delivery truck was just leaving the north. The guards at the entrance stopped my brother and said he should go back to rest for now." He Rong interjected as he watched the two converse. Puffed. Seeing the eager way He Rong was trying to butt in, Yao couldn't help but laugh again. Clearing her throat, she said, "So there was no riot in the north?" He Rong felt a flicker of joy in his heart at the sight of the girl, smiling. Although he had no idea what had upset Yao before, now that she smiled when she saw him, it clearly meant she wasn't angry anymore. "No, just some residents sitting in protest." After the water delivery truck was able to operate normally, most of them dispersed. He Gang continued. "Currently, we can confirm that only the southeast and southwest wells are depleted. With the news of the two wells being completely depleted, why are the guards still guarding them?" Yao asked in confusion. He Rong quickly raised his hand and said, I used to be in the guards of the southeast well, and I secretly went down into the well. It was just a few days ago. The water inside didn't even reach my calves, and I overheard the patrolling team talking. "What did they say?" He Gang asked urgently. Glancing at Yao, who was looking down and refusing to look at him, He Rong softly replied, "They said the little bit of water in the well would be divided among them." "That is not all, right?" Yao said coldly. From the looks of it, He Gang seems to think He Rong didn't tell him the truth this afternoon. Hearing the girl speaking to him, even though her tone was cold, it was much better than when she had a gun pointed at him before. He Rong excitedly said, "They also said that the district chief wouldn't allow the big stone to be moved." "Big stone?" He Gang asked in confusion. Yes, after the southeast well was depleted. There's a dark green, big stone blocking it. He Rong nodded. Could it be that the well was blocked by the stone? He Gang wondered. The patrol team said the same thing, but the district chief issued a strict order not to move it. He Rong strongly agreed with this view, but was puzzled as to why it wasn't allowed to be moved. Seeing Yi Yao, who hadn't spoken for a long time, He Gang quickly asked Xiao Yao, what do you think? There must be other discoveries, right? Yi Yao glanced at Yi Rong and said, no, nothing else. I just filled some water and snuck out. Yi Rong averted his gaze, deliberately avoiding looking at the other two. Noticing Yi Rong's familiar little action, Yi Gang realized there was something he didn't know and said sternly, Xiao Rong, we're in a dungeon. Any oversight of clues could lead to deadly consequences. Think carefully. Is there anything else you missed? With Yi Gang scolding, familiar fear surged in Yi Rong's heart again. Yi Yao, who was sitting next to him, was also looking at him coldly, not saying anything to help. I really didn't the ones chasing your players, right? Yi Yao directly interrupted Yi Rong's defense. Seeing the expression on Yi Rong's face that seemed to say, how did you know? Yi Yao no longer paid attention to him and asked Yi Gang, Guh, what do you think would make two players chase after someone like this? Xiao Rong, be honest. Is it related to the water? Yi Gang's face darkened as he said coldly, if you're still lying, then if anything happens later, I'll want to be able to take care of you. And I don't think mom and dad will blame me either. I really was chased by them because of the water. What about the water? Yi Yao pressed on. I drank it. Huh. How much water could there be for an adult to drink for 3 days? Is it worth them chasing you? Yi Yao scoffed, thinking he was treating her like a fool. Only Yi Gang, as the older brother, would believe it. I watching Yi Gang's face grow darker and Yi Yao's icy demeanor. Yi Rong finally relented. I took all the water I smuggled out over 2 nights. About 70 liters. Where is it? Yi Gang asked in a low voice. In my spatial item. Yi Rong took out small bottles filled with well water from a spatial item, each bottle lined up on the coffee table. Looking at the water in front of him, Yi Rong couldn't muster any joy, even though this water was now being sold at sky-high prices outside. His younger brother, who he had raised since childhood, had hidden such important information from him. Did he really not trust him that much? Could Yi Gang really kill his own brother for a tool? If it weren't for Yi Yao's pressing questions today, he would probably still be kept in the dark. Meanwhile, Yi Yao wasn't in the mood to care about the brother's feelings. Looking at the bottles of water on the coffee table, she couldn't help but feel that the water taken out later didn't seem very clear. Did you fill these bottles with well water too? Chapter 98, Binghua Town, 18. What Yi Yao was holding were the last 2 bottles that Yi Rong had taken out. The water in these bottles was obviously murky and slightly yellow. Well, this is it. I sold 10 bottles of water to get some money, bought a car, and paid for accommodation, Yi Rong said, nodding. Look, he took out a spatial item, and Yi Yao's attitude changed immediately. This water looks like it can't be consumed. Yi Gang quickly collected his thoughts and stared at the water in Yi Yao's hand. Host, it contains sulfur, the Awakening system promptly reminded. Yi Yao quickly opened the bottle and sniffed it. Indeed, there was a strange, sour smell. She frowned and said, it should contain sulfur. It can't be drunk. How is that possible? Yi Rong loudly denied. I've drunk several bottles myself and had no issues at all. Yi Gang took the water bottle from Yi Yao's hand, sniffed it, and confirmed that's definitely the smell of sulfur. Unless it's absolutely necessary, don't drink this water. The stone underneath might be covering a volcanic vent. Otherwise, this sulfur water is hard to explain, Yi Yao speculated. Yes, that explains why the district chief hasn't moved the stones even though the well has run dry. Yi Gang agreed. We should think of a way to confirm whether the wells in the southwest and directly north are also covered by stones. Yi Yao suggested as she put the bottle back. I'll think of a way tomorrow, Yi Gang pondered. The temperature is rising day by day. We need to bring enough water when we go out. We'll use the water from your spatial item, Xiao Yao, and put these in the basement for now. Sure. Brother Gang, just come get them for me tomorrow. Yi Yao nodded in agreement. Yi Yao, you also have a spatial item? Yi Rong asked in surprise. No way. There is only one spatial item, and it's with me. Are you a spatial type ability user? Can it be used in the instance? Yi Yao completely ignored Yi Rong and spoke to Yi Gang. Brother Gang, I'm going upstairs. Knock on my door when it's my turn to keep watch. Go ahead. Why would you a girl keep watch? I'll manage with Xiaorong. He Gang waved his hand and instructed Yi Yao, remember to take your medicine. Yi Yao nodded, took out a large bucket of water from her spatial item, placed it by the coffee table for them to use at night, and then returned to her room. After Yi Yao left, He Rong loudly questioned, brother, since you have a spatial item, why bother exposing mine? Why bother? We don't want to end up being chased without knowing why. Is this okay? He Gang shot back, I haven't even counted your secrets against you. Does anyone else know you have a spatial item besides those two? I don't think so, He Rong said weakly, looking at Yi Gang, who showed no signs of anger. You don't think so? We were 4 people acting together at that time. The other man is an NPC, so he can't hear us. He Rong insisted. How do you know he's an NPC? He has a wife and kids here, and he has a home here. Having a wife, kids, and a house makes him an NPC? I have a job with the guard army. There is also a house that belongs to my identity in town. He Gang felt both angry and disappointed at He Rong's simplistic conclusions. He sighed, fine, take me to his house tomorrow. I won't feel at ease until I confirm. Oh. Looking at the now obedient He Rong, He Gang arranged, you keep watch the first half of the night, and I'll take the second half. Call me when it's time. Okay. As soon as He Rong finished answering, He Gang leaned back on the sofa and closed his eyes to rest. Seeing that He Gang had no intention of returning to his room, He Rong glanced at Yi Yao's door on the second floor and couldn't help but say, brother, why don't you go rest in your room? No need. I'm keeping watch anyway. Just be careful. Things are chaotic outside now. He Gang refused without even opening his eyes. He Rong sighed. It seemed that his desire to talk to Yi Yao alone would have to wait. The next day, after He Gang prepared instant noodles, he saw Yi Yao coming down from the second floor. Why not rest a little longer? I'm fine. I didn't have any major issues, and I even exercised a bit. Yi Yao repeated. Smelling the instant noodles in the air, she asked, brother Gang, are you eating instant noodles? My cooking skills aren't great. Should I make you a bowl of instant noodles too? He Gang replied awkwardly, I'm really not suited for the kitchen. I'm also a kitchen killer, but I bought some stir-fried dishes before. Let us eat together, Yi Yao said as she took out 3 plates of dishes and 2 bowls of rice from her spatial item. He Gang looked at the steaming food in front of him and couldn't help but admire the spatial type abilities. It truly felt like cheating in such survival instances in apocalyptic worlds. The two had a hearty meal and sat at the dining table to digest. He Rong came out, still half asleep, and seeing the empty plates, he shouted, why didn't you call me for meals? He Gang explained, you were on watch last night, so I thought you'd sleep in and didn't call you. There's still a bowl of instant noodles left. Do you want it? No, I want to eat dishes and rice. He Rong plopped down on the sofa, angry. But He Gang glanced at Yi Yao, who was completely unmoved and felt a bit awkward. All this food was bought by Yi Yao. The food he had bought later was also instant meals, and he had never considered making stir-fried dishes. Eat if you want. Don't if you don't, Yi Yao said coldly and went back to her room. She had no intention of coddling He Rong's temper. The fact that she hadn't ended him with a knife was already generous. He Rong, who thought Yi Yao was upset last night, was completely dumbfounded now. He thought that, as Yi Yao's boyfriend, he should at least get a dish to eat. Yet she just walked away like that? Yi Yao changed into a new set of clothes, and when she came down again, He Rong was obediently eating instant noodles. Ignoring him, she asked He Gang, who was on the sofa, brother Gang, what are the plans for today? We're planning to go to Xiaorong's guard colleague's house to confirm whether he is a player. I'm worried that this person might also know about Xiaorong's spatial item, causing unnecessary trouble. After confirming there is no issue, I also plan to head southwest. I still have contact information for that guard. And Xiao Yao, please give me 2 more bottles of water today. I'll go with you, Yi Yao said. No, your body just. I'm fine, and staying in the villa isn't necessarily safe either. Let Yi Rong pack all the water from the basement. He can't pack anything else. I'll come back to pack the rest, Yi Yao interrupted, remembering the sounds he heard last night of someone fiddling with the door lock. And when he went to check, there was no one in sight. Yi Rong still agreed. Chapter 99. Bingwa Town, 19. The 3 of them followed the route provided by the Shiba Inu Rong and found Yolu's home. They knocked on the door for a long time, but there was no response. Had they moved away? Yi Yao thought back to the crowds of people moving when they came over and asked. Maybe He Gang frowned and said to He Rong, who was still knocking, Xiao Rong, let me try to open the door. Do you have a key? He Rong rolled his eyes and retorted. He gang chuckled for a door like this. Who needs a key? He then took out a small iron wire from his pocket and fiddled with the lock. With a click, the door opened. Yi Yao praised. Brother Gang, impressive. That's nothing. Let's go in and take a look, He Rong said, smiling. In our team of 10, 2 or 3 can do this. It's really not a big deal. He Rong suppressed the coldness in his eyes and walked in first. The 3-bedroom, 2-living-room house had a standard layout. The wardrobe had been cleared of a lot of clothes, and some cabinets were in disarray, indicating a hurried departure. After checking the 3 rooms inside and out, He Rong concluded they've already moved away. He Gang touched the table and looked at the obvious dust on his palm, saying, yeah, it seems they left several days ago, so we can rule out the possibility of them being players. He Gang glanced at Yi Yao, who was staring at the ground, and asked, what's wrong? Yi Yao squatted down and picked up an old photo that was half-clipped in a book on the ground, asking, isn't this from the well, that so-called dark green stone? He Rong took the photo from Yi Yao's hand. It was a black and white old photo showing a young man holding a hoe, standing by a well, with a giant stone beside him. After spending 2 nights watering the well, He Rong felt that this stone looked similar to the one at the bottom of the well and nodded. It should be right. It's that stone. Are you sure? Hearing Yi Yao's voice, He Gang, who had come closer, quickly asked. Sure, I found a spatial item in that crack, He Rong confirmed, pointing at a noticeable crack on the stone. Wait, there seems to be something written on the back. He Gang took the photo and read aloud, September 9th, 934. The day the southeast well was completed. What year is it in the instance now? Yi Yao asked. I don't know. Let's find an NPC to ask. This photo is definitely from a long time ago, He Gang said. Then let's hurry up and ask someone. He Rong stood up, ready to head outside. He Gang quickly followed, looking back at the still squatting Yi Yao, and called out, Xiao Yao, let's go. Okay. Yi Yao tossed an old book that had just held the photo into her space, feeling that since it contained such an important photo, it must also be significant. The 3 of them had only been messing around for a bit when they were drenched in sweat from the heat. After replenishing with water from Yi Yao's space, they had just gone downstairs when they saw the convenience store at the entrance of the community preparing to close. He Rong stepped forward and blocked the closing door, asking the middle-aged man inside, brother, wait, we just want to ask a quick question. The store owner was startled by the sudden appearance of people and halted his action of closing the door, but the door was still stuck tight. And he looked at them warily. What do you want? We don't sell water. No, we're not here to buy water. We just want to know what year it is now. Are you stupid? You don't even know what year it is? It's 1119. Is that enough? Hurry up and leave. 1119? He Gang, who had come from behind, didn't hear clearly and repeated uncertainly. Yes, it's 1119. The store owner quickly said and hurriedly closed the door, muttering about how he didn't expect a fool to come in with another big fool behind him. Can't afford to mess with them. Better get back to moving. Did you find out? Yi Yao looked at the 2 brothers who were stuck outside, walking out of the community stairwell under the blazing sun. Damn this weather. Why is it so hot? Host, the temperature has already reached 41 degrees Celsius. It's better not to go out during the day unless necessary, the Awakening system said, looking at Yi Yao's unusually flushed face with concern. Yeah, it's better to go out at night from now on. It's so hot that it feels like we're going to dry up, Yi Yao agreed. He Gang wiped the sweat from his forehead and said, it's 1119. Let's head back. The temperature is too high to bear. The 3 of them no longer lingered outside and returned to the car, turning on the air conditioning, which made them feel alive again. The ongoing wave of moving still hadn't subsided. Most of the cars were heading out of the town, while there were relatively few coming in like Yi Yao and the others. Looking at the long line of stuck vehicles, He Rong said enviously, it's great. These NPCs can escape, but we're stuck here. Xiao Rong, this is just a copy game. Once we go out, all of this will be gone. He Gang comforted. Yi Yao looked outside at the woman soothing a noisy child, the girl scrolling on her phone, the boy playing a game console, and the man gripping the steering wheel. When a disaster strikes, while these people might escape, many would also lose their lives. That bright red blood and those heart-wrenching cries, are they really just NPCs in a copy game? Brother Gang, let's go check the north again to see if the water delivery truck is operating normally today, Yi Yao suggested. It's too hot. Let's go back. We'll be running dry sooner or later anyway, He Rong said, unable to stand it any longer. Yeah, Xiao Yao, it's too hot right now, and your body is just getting better. Let's head back. He Gang followed up with advice, worried that Yi Yao's recently improved health might suffer from heat stroke again, and then added, "Tonight, we can go check the north again." Yi Yao squinted at the exceptionally hot sun in the sky and sighed. All right. The three returned to the villa and didn't go out again until after the sun had set. As he gang drove, he had not yet entered the dense forest when he saw many people walking out of it. Rolling down the car window, he casually asked an old man passing by, "Old man, is everything normal in the north today? Child, why haven't you left yet?" The elderly man, who was over 70 and had a face full of wrinkles, looked at the young man in confusion. "Not yet. Aren't you guarding the water delivery truck here?" He Gang said with a wry smile, wishing he could leave long ago. The old man sighed. The water delivery truck, isn't important." "Water isn't important?" He Rong, who was beside him, thought he heard wrong and asked in shock. "Yes. Right now, water isn't important." The old man's wrinkled face was filled with seriousness as he affirmed. Chapter 100, Binghua Town, 20. The old man glanced at the three young people in the car and asked, "Children, where are your adults?" We are here for a vacation," He Gang stammered, clearly not telling the truth. The old man thought he understood why these children were still lingering in the town and did not press further. He continued, "You should hurry up and leave. We estimate we will also evacuate in the next couple of days." "Old man, can you tell us why?" Yi Yao asked as she rolled down the car window. "Why do we have to leave?" "Children, we're not just guarding here to see if the water is normal, but to ensure the guards do not act rashly." Giving the children at home more time to leave, the old man explained. "Today, the guards in the due north are preparing for evacuation. Kids, hurry and leave this place." "The guards are evacuating? Has the well in the due north also run dry?" Yi Yao pressed for more information. An old woman next to her husband who had stopped walking interjected, "Isn't the situation of people moving out of this small town already proof that the well has run dry?" "Yes, we will leave." "Thank you both," He Gang said, handing over a small bottle of water to the old man, who was being pulled by the old woman, and then drove further into the town. The old woman looked at the water in the old man's hand and exclaimed in surprise, "I didn't expect this young man to be so thoughtful. There are no adults at home. I hope these children listen to advice and leave quickly." The old man frowned as he watched the young people continue driving deeper into the town. "They will all leave. How can they survive without water?" The old woman snatched the water, took a careful sip, and quickly hid it in her clothing. "Come on, dear, we need to go. The children are still waiting for us at the gas station in the south of the town." "Okay, let's go." After taking a last deep look at the place where he had lived since he was a child, the old man joined the main group and left. "Brother, they are advising us to leave quickly. Why are we still going in?" He Rong asked He Gang, who was driving towards the direction of the north well, confused. "I want to check the situation inside. You two wait for me in the car," He Gang explained, feeling that the old man had not fully disclosed something important. Hearing that he would have a chance to be alone with Yi Yao, He Rong shut his mouth and said nothing. Great. He could take this opportunity to explain things clearly to Yi Yao. Yi Yao, sitting in the back seat, flashed a cold expression. If Shiba Inu Rong got killed by her directly, she wouldn't be responsible for not holding back. When Yi Yao and the others arrived at the north gate, there were still quite a few people sitting quietly outside, and surprisingly, they were all elderly people with gray hair. The gang instructed, "You all wait here. I'll go to the dormitory to get something and see what the situation is." Okay, Hirong quickly nodded in agreement. As soon as the gang got out of the car, he frowned at Yi Yao, who had followed him, and said, "Xiao Yao, why did you get out?" "I want to find out some information." The old man didn't explain clearly just now, Yi Yao said, nodding towards the elderly people sitting at the north gate. "That's fine, but remember to be careful of mosquito bites," He Gang agreed. Yi Yao took out the sun protection jacket she had bought earlier from her space and put it on, feeling prepared. She didn't dare expose her arms and legs again, inviting mosquitoes to a buffet and risking getting sent to the hospital. The two sides acted separately. This time, He Gang handed a small bottle of water to the big brother guarding the gate and successfully entered. However, he was closely followed by someone who accompanied him to the dormitory to collect things and then brought him back out. On Yi Yao's side, she finally understood what these elderly people were guarding against. Watching He Gang get into the car with his backpack, she and He Rong also returned to the vehicle. They were followed the whole way, but from a distance, they saw that the well seemed to be sealed off by a huge concrete slab. As soon as he gang got into the car, he recounted what had happened inside. Yes, we found out too, Yao said solemnly. These people are guarding to prevent the guards from disturbing the stones under the well. Hirong quickly interjected, looking a bit resentful as he glanced at Yao. Clearly, it was a great opportunity, but Yao was busy chatting with those elderly people and didn't spare him a glance. It seemed Xiao Yao's earlier speculation that the well is a volcanic crater is highly likely. Hirong frowned. 3 volcanic craters, how do we dodge them? Hirong said with some fear, the water can still float, but where the lava flows, nothing grows. Don't panic, there are stones blocking it, and even if they move, it doesn't necessarily mean it will erupt. Gang reassured them as he prepared to start the car and leave. However, the car began to shake violently. No, the entire ground was gently shaking. An earthquake? Yao's pupils dilated as she shouted, "Run!" Bang! A loud noise echoed through the small town, and red lava erupted dozens of meters high, illuminating the dark sky for half of it. The enormous volcanic ash, accompanied by heat waves, began to spread outward, and the seated crowd quickly fled for their lives. Gang floored the accelerator, and the speeding car caused the other 2 to be thrown back into their seats by inertia. Damn it! I clearly saw it was sealed. Gang shouted angrily. Which idiot moved the rocks? The 3 of them were frantically fleeing through the dense forest, while the person whom Gang scolded as an idiot had already boarded a helicopter, watching the erupting volcano from a distance. District Chief, we can't reach Team Yin and the others. The aide who had been remotely issuing orders to the district chief said to the young man, still holding a wine glass. The man's eyes seemed to drift over a few numerical codes, looking almost unreal. After finishing the wine in his glass, he coldly said, "Notify everyone to evacuate." Yes. The well in the due north instantly transformed into a volcanic crater, with lava flowing freely. Wherever it passed, nothing could grow, and the dense forest, which had been exposed to high temperatures for a long time, was ignited by the scalding lava. The air, already filled with volcanic ash, was further mixed with black smoke, expanding infinitely. Big brother, drive faster. Hirong glanced back at the raging fire behind them, shouting in terror. Bang! Another eruption occurred. Though the noise was smaller than the first, the lava splashed everywhere, and within a 10-kilometer radius, black smoke began to rise. The air was now filled with a faint sulfur smell, and Yao, who had just recovered her strength, couldn't suppress the itch in her throat and began to cough. Cough, cough. Gang pressed the accelerator with all his might, wishing he could turn the car into a plane. To avoid the panicking crowd, Gang turned the car directly into the dense forest. Even though they dodged the rocks blasted out by the lava eruption, they were still surrounded by the wildfires. Chapter 101, Binghua Town, 21. Looking at the flames that were half a person high, Gang stopped the car and glanced at Yue, who was coughing and turning red in the back seat. He anxiously asked, "Can you hold on?" "Cough, here, a mask." Yue handed over a mask, put one on herself, and wrapped another layer with a piece of clothing. Gang took a mask for Hirong and said, "Get a few bottles of water." "Oh, okay." Hirong hurriedly put on the mask and handed over the water. Watching Gang and Yue pour the water directly over their heads, he angrily exclaimed, "What are you doing? We need to rush out. Hurry." Gang immediately poured water all over Hirong's head and face. Not waiting for Hirong to say anything else, Gang drove straight into the fire. The temperature soared instantly, and the car felt like a steamer, with steam starting to cling to the windows, obscuring Gang's view. "Turn left. Left." Yue almost shouted the moment the awakening system called out. The car made a sharp turn, causing Yue in the back seat to sway left and right. The awakening system, monitoring the situation, nearly got its database scrambled, as they almost crashed into a tree. Bang, 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 whoosh. With the guidance of the awakening system, Yue always pointed out the direction at critical moments. Gang made another right turn, breaking several burning small trees, and the off-road vehicle burst out of the raging flames of the dense forest, arriving on a main road. Without stopping, Gang drove straight towards the villa area. As soon as they entered, Gang took out a large number of towels and clothing, stuffing them in the door seams while shouting, "Quick, close all the windows and block the gaps with towels." The 3 quickly acted, sealing all the doors and windows with towels. After a flurry of activity, they were all exhausted and collapsed onto the sofa in the living room. The awakening system looked at the map it had scanned along the way and calculated the spread speed of the fire, worriedly saying, "Host, this is not the time to sit down. What's wrong?" Yi asked. "Quickly deal with the greenery in the villa area." Yi jumped up from the sofa. Recalling the yard they passed through when they first arrived, this was really not the time to rest. Taking out a shovel and spade from her space, Yi shouted, "Brother Gang, we need to handle the plants in the yard quickly." He Gang nodded, picked up the shovel, and prepared to head out. Looking at Irong, who was still slumped and not moving, he frowned and said, "Get to work. Hurry up. It won't hurt to take a break." Irong mumbled, glancing at the dark-faced Gang, but still picked up the spade. The three put on masks, took lighting equipment, quickly left the house, blocked the door seams again, and began to clear the already dried-out greenery in the yard. They dug up all the green vegetation, including the grass, piled it up, and then Yi used her space to transport it away. "Host, there are large amounts of toxic gas in the air now. Once you're done clearing, hurry back to the villa," the awakening system said while checking the data. Yi did not stop her work. In fact, she already knew without the awakening system telling her. Even with 3 layers of masks and a piece of clothing covering her, she could still faintly smell sulfur. Seeing the air visibly thick with dust under the light, she nodded and said, "The visibility is too low. Remember to remind me about the clearing direction." Okay. The 3 of them worked until midnight, exhausted and not even caring about the dirt and dust on their bodies as they went straight to their rooms to sleep. The Gang still chose to sleep in the living room as usual, so he could respond to any situation. Yi only reminded the awakening system to wake her up if anything happened, and then fell asleep without caring about anything else. Yi slept deeply, only waking up when the awakening system was bouncing around her head. "Host, stop sleeping. Hirong is getting close to your room." Remembering that previously she only twisted Hirong's arm, his resentment had rapidly increased. This time, he had looked at her with a resentful gaze several times from a distance, prompting the awakening system to urgently remind her. "Shiba Inu Rome?" Yi rubbed her eyes, feeling her throat start to itch again. "Yes. The Gang is still sleeping in the living room, and Hirong is now going upstairs." "Why is it still so dark? What time is it?" Looking at the dim room, Yi asked. "It's already past noon. The outside sky is covered in thick volcanic ash, and the sun can only be faintly seen." She had slept through breakfast. No wonder she felt hungry. She took out a sausage from her space and started eating. Seeing Yi leisurely eating, the awakening system anxiously said, "Why are you still eating? Hirong is already at your door. What's the rush?" I locked the door. Yi was completely unafraid. The Hirong from 4 years later in her previous life wasn't her match, let alone the Hirong who hadn't been pushed by the Awakening Era for 4 years. If she hadn't just killed a level 6 metal-type zombie, Hirong would have never had the chance to ambush her. But before the awakening system could finish, the sound of the door lock being gently fiddled with echoed loudly in the quiet space. The Gang began to wake up when he heard the sound of the door lock. At first, he thought it was coming from the front door. Before he could get up to check, a scream from the second floor made his heart drop. This was bad. Hirong woke up and walked into the living room, noticing that his elder brother, Gang, was still asleep. The light in the house was dim, and he glanced at Yi's room upstairs. Remembering how he had twisted his arm before the Awakening Era, he recalled the girl's cold, resolute words and the fear of being threatened by the girl with a gun in the instance. Looking at the still slumbering Gang, jealousy surged in Hirong's eyes. In the week he had been dating Yi, he hadn't even touched her hand, while she and his brother had worked together so seamlessly. Did Yi already? Why should Yi treat him like this? He was Yi's boyfriend. It should be him who had the good rapport with her, not his elder brother. He hadn't agreed to the breakup, which meant they were still in a boyfriend-girlfriend relationship. Blinded by jealousy and anger, Hirong forgot the heavy killing intent he had seen in the girl's eyes before. All he could think was that he was Yi's boyfriend. Even if they broke up, it would be after he had gotten her. How could a locked door stop him? He had been hiding his ability to use supernatural powers in the instance just for this moment, using wind blades to easily cut through the door lock. He pushed the door open, and the air seemed to carry a hint of the girl's unique fragrance. As soon as he stepped inside, a baseball bat came swinging towards him. Clang! Ah! The sharp pain in his head made He Rong instinctively curl over, holding his head. Wait, before he could finish his thought, another blow came aimed at his stomach. Chapter 102, Binghua Town, 22. Yao only has one word right now. 3 words. The moment He Rong entered the room, Yao took out a baseball bat from her space and started hitting He Rong. The sound of the bat hitting flesh made her feel a wave of satisfaction. I am. He Rong wanted to shout out his identity, but Yao's baseball bat kept coming at his face, and his arms, which were protecting his head, were left numb from the hits. The words he wanted to shout were constantly interrupted. Ugh! Another hit to the stomach, and He Rong directly fell to the ground and vomited. The sound of the bat whooshing through the air made him fear that if he took another hit to the head, he would either die or become a fool. In his fear, he unleashed a blade of wind towards Yi Yao. Host, be careful. The awakening system warned in fright. Zap! The wind blade hit the baseball bat, and the pure steel bat was surprisingly left with a deep groove. In her previous life, she had been successfully ambushed by He Rong using a wind blade, and this only fueled Yi Yao's anger, making her swing the bat with even more ferocity. Sweeping, charging, and whipping, none were left out. Screams echoed throughout the room. Stop hitting. He Gang rushed upstairs and saw the man being cornered by Yi Yao against the wall. He hurriedly stepped forward and pulled Yi Yao back. Brother Gang, this person sneaked into my room and can use wind abilities. Look. Yi Yao handed over the baseball bat, reporting first. Looking at the groove in the baseball bat and then at the familiar figure in the corner, He Gang said in a deep voice, he is He Rong. Huh? No way. He Rong never said he could use abilities. Yi Yao pretended to be confused. How come he didn't say he could use such powerful abilities in the instance? He must be a player who sneaked in from outside. I am He Rong. If God gave He Rong another chance to choose, he would definitely not be so reckless to enter Yi Yao's room without any preparation. Looking at his brother curled up in the corner, He Gang felt a headache. Should he be thankful that Yi Yao didn't directly shoot him? What were you doing in Yi Yao's room? He Gang, with a face full of anger, pulled him up. I was looking for Yi Yao to explain. He Rong cried. His lips hurt so much. Yi Yao had directly hit him on the mouth with the bat, and he could taste the rust in his mouth, feeling like his teeth were loose. Why didn't you knock on the door to explain? Sneaking into a girl's room while she's sleeping, if she beats you to death, it's your own fault. He Gang said, feeling frustrated. How did his once clever brother suddenly become so incredibly foolish overnight? He Rong was eager to explain, but how could he explain this? In the dim light, his brother's angry and disappointed gaze and the girl's guarded expression filled his vision. In a panic, He Rong felt darkness closing in and fainted. He Rong. He Gang hurriedly supported him, looking anxious. He glanced at Yi Yao and said awkwardly, I'll take him back to his room. Once he feels better, I'll personally interrogate him and give you an explanation. Brother Gang, this is the first aid kit. The light was too dim. I really didn't expect that the person with wind abilities would be He Rong. Just don't blame me for being too heavy-handed. Yi Yao handed over the kit, looking innocent. I understand. You did well. Girls need to protect themselves. You've also been quite scared. Take a good rest and come down for dinner later. After He Gang finished speaking, he took the first aid kit and helped He Rong leave the second floor. After treating He Rong's wounds, he found that he only had cuts on his head and the corner of his mouth, while his body was just swollen in large areas, and his internal organs were probably slightly injured. Looking at his younger brother, who was still unconscious, He Gang said solemnly, why go through this? Confirming that there were no other injuries, He Gang closed the door and returned to the kitchen to prepare some porridge for when He Rong woke up. Yi Yao came downstairs and quietly asked, Brother Gang, is he okay? Actually, through the awakening system, she knew He Rong was pretending to be unconscious. Since she had temporarily vented her frustration, she didn't mind this point. But seeing He Gang busying himself over He Rong, Yi Yao still stepped forward to ask. He's fine. Since he is an ability user, his physical strength should be good. A little external injury, and he'll be fine after lying down for 2 days. He Gang said, pretending to be relaxed. I'm sorry, I hit him a bit hard. Yi Yao apologized again in a low voice. Host, why don't you apologize directly to the main character? The awakening system questioned, noticing the obvious guilt in Yi Yao's eyes. I am not apologizing to Yi Rong. I just feel a little sorry for Brother Gang, who has taken care of me. Yi Yao rolled her eyes and said, how could she feel guilty for hitting Yi Rong? She didn't even shoot him. She only spared him for the sake of the plot correction and He Gang's face. But isn't this the same thing? The awakening system didn't understand. This is a different matter. All right, what are you a numerical life for now? Keep a close watch on Hero, Yao said, slightly impatient. Seeing the host starting to get a little irritated, the awakening system rolled its eyes and flew towards Hirong's room. Hirong actually only fainted for a moment. He Gang supported him. He was already able to stabilize himself. However, thinking of his brother's earlier question, Hirong simply pretended to be unconscious, planning to get through this hurdle first. Hearing Yao say she didn't know it was him and repeatedly emphasizing that he could use wind abilities in the instance, Hirong suppressed the urge to jump up and scold Yao for sowing discord several times. Hearing his brother's soft sigh, Hirong struggled internally again. Yao's beauty, reminiscent of a fairy, and her delicate peach blossom eyes that held a smile without any hint of seduction, especially now that Yao had awakened her spatial abilities, made him unwilling to let go. Rubbing his sore chest, a trace of coldness flashed in He Gang's eyes. The little wildcat's claws are too sharp. He needs to find a way to clip those claws. After this incident, Hirong spent nearly a week in his room. In the first 2 days, he really couldn't get out of bed. His whole body hurt, especially his arms that had protected his head. Even lifting them was difficult, and he was fed by He Gang. It was only later that he got better and started eating by himself. After finishing the bowl of pigeon soup, Yao didn't leave any meat scraps behind and tossed the disposable utensils into the kitchen. Looking out the window, it was still gray and misty. The raging mountain fire had already spread to the entire town. All electrical equipment had stopped, and the temperature continued to rise every day. With the rising temperature, volcanic eruptions, and the heat wave from the mountain fire outside, the temperature inside the house reached a maximum of 48 degrees Celsius, and just sitting still made her sweat profusely. Chapter 103, Binghua Town, 23. A couple of days ago, the well in the southwest erupted as well, and their villa was located near the southeastern well area. However, He Gang and she had cleared all the greenery around the villa to ensure that even if a volcano erupted in the southeast, it wouldn't burn down the villa. To avoid any potential incoming lava and wildfires, they also cleared out the basement, even installing a removed door in the stairwell leading to the basement to block the heat. When the weather became unbearably hot, they would hide in the basement to cool off. Xiaoyao, He Gang called softly, noticing the girl's serious expression as she looked out the window. He comforted her, "Don't worry, Gidge will definitely bring you out of this instance safely." Yao nodded, glancing at the empty bowl in He Gang's hand, a cold glint flashing in her eyes. Cheap pighead Rome. Since she had beaten up the Shiba Inu Rome with a baseball bat, her beloved had changed the Rome SIA avatar from Shiba Inu to a pig's head, and a bruised one at that. The first time she encountered Pighead Rome in the living room, she was a bit startled. It was only after Pighead Rome quickly returned to his room that she couldn't help but laugh. Throwing away the utensils in his hand, He Gang cautiously asked Xiaoyao, "You and Xiao Rong, don't put me and him in the same sentence," Yao retorted. "A while ago, Xiao Rong excitedly told me he had pursued the girl he liked." Seeing that the girl didn't angrily return to her room, but sat on the living room sofa instead, He Gang followed her and softly said, "I asked Xiao Rong, and he said you've only been dating for a week, and he has never done anything to wrong you. Can you tell me why?" As He Gang spoke, Yao's expression grew colder. In her heart, she scoffed, "Hirong, those two characters are engraved with hatred. Why? The reason is that 3 years later, this dog of a man will be flirting with the female lead, and in the 4th year, he will ambush her when she is exhausted from battle, digging out the crystal core in her brain and giving it to the female lead as a spatial item." Seeing the girl bow her head and fall silent, He Gang tried again. "Xiaoyao, I don't like him anymore. It's that simple," Yao said coldly. "No, you hate him." He Gang shook his head, denying it. Bang! With a light sound, the water bottle in Yao's hand was crushed. The girl looked up, her hatred clearly visible in her eyes. Not caring that He Gang knew about her hatred, and said fiercely, "Keep him away from me. Next time, it won't just be a baseball bat." Watching Yao head straight upstairs, He Gang sighed. As he had guessed, Yao had been deliberate before. Yao paused on her way back to her room, holding onto the staircase railing, and coldly said to He Gang, I know that after leaving the instance, you will still forget the memories from it. But I still want to remind you, don't get sold out and still give people money. After all, being sold in the Awakening Era is not as simple as losing freedom. Originally on his way to Heron's room, He Gang stopped in his tracks, wondering if Xiaoyao knew something. Host, aren't you directly pushing He Gang into the enemy's position? The Awakening system asked in confusion. Being so straightforward is intentionally hitting someone. Isn't it bad? Especially since it's his own brother. In the last life, He Gang was drained by the Herong family until his death. If I can help He Gang escape this fate earlier, it wouldn't be a bad thing. Yao thought of the last life. If He Gang were still alive, there would be no way for Herong to sit in the position of Deputy City Lord of the Qinglong base. But others have to believe us. He Gang 1T, just believe you like your brother does. The Awakening system retorted, stating that convincing He Gang would be quite difficult. The memories from the instance can't be taken out. Even if he turned, it wouldn't have any meaning. Once we get out, if we go to City B, we can think of ways then. Then we can only wait until we leave the instance. I will keep an eye on Herong during the remaining time and will definitely not let him have a chance to ambush you, the Awakening system said firmly. Not hearing the usual teasing remarks from Yao, it instead focused on the sky, which was mostly obscured by volcanic ash and smoke. Host, what's wrong? Yao pointed at a huge sphere that could still be faintly seen in the sky and asked, is that the sun? Yes. Is there a problem? The Awakening system asked in confusion. Why is it so big? Looking at the enormous sphere with a diameter exceeding 2 meters, Yao said incredulously. Are you sure it's not some high building? After the volcano erupted in the southwest and the ash settled a bit, the sun has appeared this large. The Awakening system said, while checking the data, there must be something I missed. Yao hurriedly opened the door, ready to discuss with He Gang and reorganize the clues. Bang! A loud explosion rang out, and the glass of the window shattered in response. Yao protected her head, quickly took out a piece of clothing from her space, blocking the flying glass shards, and lay flat on the ground. The thick smell of sulfur and burnt material instantly filled the entire room. He Gang rushed into Yao's room immediately, pulling the girl up and running straight to the basement. Herong, who was initially playing dead in his room, also rushed in like a flying person, entering the basement even faster than Yao and He Gang, sealing the basement door to ensure that no toxic gas could enter. The three sat together again, but this time Herong dared not sit close to Yao, only daring to sit far away, not even daring to let his gaze rest on her. He Gang held a flashlight, listening to the occasional explosion of the volcanic eruptions outside. Even in the basement, the house still shook slightly. Fearing the house might collapse, they only dared to stay on the first floor of the basement. Hearing another explosion, He Gang frowned and said, it's from the southeast. This explosion-esque tremor is much stronger than the previous one from the southwest. Yao looked at the ceiling, which was shedding ash, and nodded in agreement. If it's close, the lava might still flow over. Herong panicked when he heard this. Then let us hide on the 3rd floor of the basement, here. No way. Before Herong could finish his sentence, He Gang scolded. If there are a few more explosions, the house might collapse. Can you climb out from 3 floors underground? Then are we just sitting here, waiting to die? Herong broke down completely upon hearing that going up or down was not an option. The fear of death surged again, and the once gentle and refined financial major from B University now resembled a hysterical madman. The volcano at the southeastern well has just started to erupt. Let's wait a bit. Once the explosions stop, we can move to the lower floors, Herong said seriously. I don't care about you guys. I'm way down first, Herong said as he lifted his foot to leave. Bang! Chapter 104, Bingwa Town 24. Once again, the sound of a volcanic eruption echoed outside. Although it wasn't as loud as the first time, the entire house shook twice. Herong's footsteps came to a halt. Could the house really collapse? Herong, come back. He Gang shouted at Herong, pointing angrily at a chair in the corner of the basement. Stay here. Don't move anywhere. Seeing her elder brother's darkened face, Herong dared not act on her own anymore and sat obediently on the chair. But her gloomy eyes revealed a hint of malice. Host, the situation outside is not good. Although the height of the lava eruption is not as high as before in the north, we are close, and the spreading lava might flow over here. The Awakening system stated as it checked the eruption data from the northern and southeastern volcanoes. There are toxic gases and wildfires outside now. There are still 9 days until the end of the instance. As long as the house doesn't collapse, staying here is the best choice. Yes, the temperature is also rising. Be sure to take precautions and drink more water, the Awakening system quickly added. Yao took out a large bucket of water from the space, and the other 2 quickly surrounded her. It was too hot. Even hiding in the basement felt warm. The air was filled with a faint smell of sulfur and a strong odor of sweat. However, compared to the toxic gas version of volcanic ash and thick smoke outside, this smell was still bearable. Yao retreated to the basement door, took out a small bottle of water to drink, and listened carefully to the faint sounds coming from the gap in the door. Apart from the earlier explosion, it was now quiet outside. After finishing her water, Gang said to Yao, "Xiao Yao, you should go rest in your room. I'll take turns guarding with Yirong here." The layout of the basement was identical to that of the first-floor hall, except that the kitchen on the first floor had become a storage room. "No, I can also take turns guarding. I feel much better now." Yao shook her head, feeling that after being sent to the hospital by Gang when she fainted, she seemed like an extremely fragile doll in his eyes. Moreover, she didn't trust Yirong at all right now. However, Gang looked at the girl's calm little face under the light and hesitated. Given that she had previously developed a high fever from just mosquito bites and had to be hospitalized, he was still somewhat worried. Yirong didn't care about this. Seeing Yao take out a large bucket of water, she hadn't felt thirsty before, but now she drank it like crazy. After drinking almost enough herself, she let Gang have some, watching Gang gulp down 3 large cups of water. She felt a bit pity and poured a large cup of water over her head, finally feeling a little cooler on her burning skin. Then, regardless of whether Gang still wanted to drink, she directly stored the remaining large half bucket of water into her space. "Why are you wasting so much?" Gang scolded as he watched Yirong wash her face with water. "Weren't you all pouring water before?" Yirong said nonchalantly, thinking, why could they pour water and she couldn't? When did we use water like this? Gang's face was full of anger. "Exactly. Ye yao koldi remarket." Looking at Yirong with increasingly icy eyes, Gang's already flushed face turned even redder with anger, and he shouted at Yirong, "How can that be compared to now? There's no fire burning you now. So why are you pouring water? Don't you know there are many places we need to use water later? Why can't I use it? I'm hot too." Yirong retorted defiantly. "Why don't you use the water in your space?" Yao said coldly. "I." Yirong looked at Yao's indifferent expression and momentarily stammered. Did he really want to say that the water he had used made him have an upset stomach, and he had used it all for bathing? "Enough. Take out the bucket of water you just had and put here for Xiao Yao." Gang suppressed his disappointment and instructed. Yirong refused, saying, "Isn't it the same if I hold on to it? Hand over your things. The water we are drinking and using now belongs to Xiao Yao," Gang emphasized. But Yirong remained unmoved. Clearly, he also had a space. So why couldn't some of the important water be placed with him? Why did it all have to go to Yao? Recalling how Yao had beaten him with a baseball bat earlier, he still felt a dull pain in the places she hit him. There was no way he would take out this large half bucket of water. "Yirong," Gang scolded. Looking at Yirong, who showed no intention of taking any water, Yao coldly said, "Gangu, I won't provide any more water for Yirong later. That large bucket is completely enough for him to drink until the instance ends." Glancing at the pig-headed Yirong slumped in the corner chair, Yao clenched her itching hands. She would endure it. She would deal with him later. The 3 took turns, each guarding the basement door for 8 hours. At first, Gang was still a bit uneasy about Yao, but since the eruption of the southeastern well, he had felt a dull pain in his lungs, especially on the 3rd day when he started coughing. "I wonder what it's like outside now," Yao said, sitting on the sofa with a blank stare. Seeing Yao's bored expression, the Awakening system asked, "Should I go out and take a look?" "Go ahead. Come back immediately if there's anything unusual. You have to be wary of Yirong. I'll go out and take a look and come back right away," the Awakening system said, glancing at Yirong sitting at the basement door, and instructed Yao. Yao glanced at the pig-headed Yirong and said boldly, "Got it, go ahead." The entire living room was left with only Yao and Yirong. If this situation had occurred 2 weeks ago, Yirong would have been very happy. He could be alone with Yao, clarify things, and she wouldn't be so angry with him anymore. They could still be a couple. However, After experiencing a round of almost being shot and a round of almost being beaten to death with a baseball bat, he now dared not approach Yi Yao. Moreover, after entering Yi Yao's room previously, his elder brother was still questioning him, and he hadn't given a reasonable explanation. So he was even more afraid to act in any other way. Through the thin wooden door, He Gang's coughing could be heard, and Yi Yao got up to head towards the room to check on the situation. He Rong's voice came from behind. I advise you not to go in to see my brother. Yi Yao didn't say anything, just turned around and coldly looked at He Rong sitting on the staircase, raising an eyebrow. This person actually spoke to her for the first time after she had beaten him up. It seemed that she had gone a bit easy on him. My brother is very likely to have tuberculosis. It's contagious, He Rong said coldly, looking at the girl's delicate face. Tuberculosis? My dear, can you scan He Gang's health data? Yi Yao was a bit surprised. How could someone who is fine suddenly get tuberculosis? Chapter 105. Binghua Town, 25. The Awakening system observed a small town that was not obscured by thick smoke and volcanic ash. The view was bleak, as if there were no other life besides it in the town. The volcano seemed to have entered a resting phase, with no further high-frequency eruptions. The scorching lava remained in a neighborhood 2 kilometers away from Yi Yao's villa. Wherever it passed, not a blade of grass grew, and the buildings were severely burned. The raging wildfire in the distance also seemed to show signs of winding down, as it had basically burned everything that could burn. The air quality data from the scan triggered an alarm. Both humans and animals could not survive long-term in such air. A sun with a diameter exceeding 3 meters hung in the sky, with occasional solar storms faintly visible. The temperature display went off the charts. It measured 3 times to confirm the data was accurate, reaching a staggering 55 degrees Celsius. Such a temperature could easily lead to heat stroke. Clearly, the volcanic eruption would cause a drop in temperature, but due to the proximity of the sun, the temperature continued to rise. Before it could look around any further, Yi Yao's voice echoed in the sea of consciousness. Okay, just wait a moment. The Awakening system took one last look at the giant sun in the sky before returning underground. He Rong watched as Yi Yao entered He Gang's room despite his advice, and sneered. Fine, once Yi Yao caught tuberculosis, he could remove her claws one by one. Yi Yao put on her mask before entering the room. Seeing He Gang, who had only been absent for a day, showing signs of a waxy complexion, she worriedly said, quickly check if it's tuberculosis. He Gang had intended to take a nap, but the persistent coughing in his lungs kept waking him up just as he was about to fall asleep, making it impossible for him to rest. When the door suddenly opened and the girl in a mask walked in, He Gang nervously said, Xiao Yao, cough, cough, you should get out quickly. Cough, cough. It's okay. Ge Gong. I'm just here to bring you some food and water. Yi Yao handed over the millet porridge and water bottle, having already eaten most of the packed meal, leaving the porridge for breakfast. Seeing the girl disregard the danger and move closer to him, He Gang hurriedly took out the mask from his pocket and put it on, gently saying, just go out. Let He Rong come to call me when it's my turn to keep watch. You're weak. Don't get infected. Host, it's not tuberculosis. It's just pneumonia caused by inhaling toxic gases, the Awakening system said, looking at He Gang's scan data. As long as it's not tuberculosis, that's good. Yi Yao breathed a sigh of relief and quickly took out various medicines from her space. These were all medications she had prepared after realizing her physical condition was declining. Good gang, take your medicine. She handed over the medicine and comforted him. There's still 6 days until we exit the instance. You have to hold on. We just need to clear it. Seeing the girl's determined eyes, He Gang nodded, took the medicine, and waved his hand to urge her outside. Go out. Get going. You don't need to keep watch for the next couple of days. I can take turns with He Rong. No, I'll feel better after taking the medicine. Don't worry. Just go out. Last time I was hospitalized, I listened to you. This time you're sick. You listen to me. Don't worry, as long as He Rong doesn't provoke me. I definitely won't do anything to him. Looking at He Gang's sickly face, Yi Yao promised. But cough, cough, cough. A violent coughing fit interrupted He Gang's words. Yi Yao patted He Gang's back to help him breathe easier. Rest. I left a bottle of cough syrup on the bedside table. If you're coughing hard, take a sip. I'll bring you food and medicine on schedule. Cough, cough, then I'll trouble you, Xiao Yao. Good gang didn't think I was a trouble before. After saying this, Yi Yao left. Back in the basement hall, Yi Yao said to He Rong, from now on, it's our turn to keep watch. Why should it be? He Rong protested. still feeling pain in his ribs. Isn't it the same 8 hours of watch every day? Just because Yi Gang is sick, he doesn't have to keep watch? Seeing He Rong's defiance, Yi Yao sneered. He Rong, you should be grateful to have such a good brother like Yi Gang. If it weren't for him, I would have long wanted to chop off this pig's head in front of me to offer it to the heavens. And would this person still be here making a fuss? Scared by Yi Yao's glare, He Rong swallowed hard. Just now, he had no doubt that if Yi Yao had a knife, she would have already cut him into pieces. He dared not utter another word of protest and sat quietly at the door of the basement, keeping watch. Host, why do you want Yi Gang to rest? You can't keep this up for 24 hours, the Awakening system said, confused. Since the three began taking turns, Yi Yao would only relax a little when Yi Gang was on watch. She was also awake when Yi Rong was on watch. Now with just Yi Yao and Yi Rong taking turns, it was likely that the host would collapse after 3 days instead of waiting for the last 6 days. I will rest based on the situation while keeping watch. Just remember to pay attention to Yi Rong and the situation outside. But your health. There's still 6 days left. We can clear the instance in 6 days. It'll be fine, Yi Yao said nonchalantly, taking out a book from her space and then asking, what was the situation outside just now? The lava hasn't flowed to the villa. The wildfire hasn't burned over. And the villa is still relatively intact. The volcanic ash and smoke have decreased significantly, but the temperature hasn't dropped. Instead, it has risen quite a bit, reaching 52 degrees Celsius. Moreover, the sun's diameter has increased from 2 meters to 3 meters, and some rays from the sun are faintly visible. The Awakening system recalled. The sun is that big? Yi Yao said in disbelief. A 3-meter diameter sun means it is getting closer to here, and it's normal for the temperature to remain high. Yes, I didn't see a single living creature outside. It still saw plenty of charred, carbonized corpses of humans and animals. I hope there won't be any more unexpected issues later. Yi Yao licked her dry lips and flipped through the book with her flashlight. Time quietly passed over 3 days. In the meantime, Yi Yao brought Yi Gang medicine 4 times, and seeing that Yi Gang's complexion had noticeably improved, Yi Yao relaxed a little. Yi Rong had not visited Yi Gang's room even once, fearing he would catch something. This directly led to Yi Yao's meals being untouched. He relied entirely on the dry rations in his space to get by. When it was Yi Yao's turn to keep watch again, she took out the book she had brought from Niu Lu's house to read, looking at the profound and difficult words inside, even with annotations. It gave Yi Yao a headache. Host, Chapter 106, Binghua Town 26, what's wrong? Yi Rao asked in her mind. The Awakening system usually goes out to check the situation at this time every day. Could have found something? As soon as Yi Rao looked up, the Awakening system suddenly appeared in front of her, and the flashlight beam startled her a bit. She said irritably, what are you doing? Aren't you supposed to be outside inspecting the situation? I haven't gone out today. The situation outside has been the same for the past couple of days. There hasn't been any significant change except for the rising temperature, the Awakening system explained, curiously staring at the book in Yi Rao's hands. Aren't you getting a headache from reading that book? Why are you still looking at it? Yi Rao looked at the 2-centimeter thick book on metaphysics in her hands and smiled wryly. This book has such important photos tucked inside. It must be significant. Anyway, now that we're locked in a basement, we can only train, eat, sleep, and use the restroom. The phone provided for the instance has run out of battery, so it's better to flip through this and see if I can find any clues. Have you found any clues? I found some. Why are you asking? Yi Rao rolled her eyes and said, hurry up and get to work. When you come back, I can take a break. Yes, I'll go now. You take care. After glancing at Yi Rao, who was again engrossed in her book, the Awakening system went out to check the situation. Yi Rao finally managed to flip through more than half of the book, and if she kept this up, she could set up a fortune-telling booth under the overpass in her next instance if she didn't find something worthwhile. Rubbing her throbbing head, she turned the page again. The 3 big characters Binghua jumped into her view. Binghua was the name of the town, so did this naming have some hidden meaning? Without bothering to rest, Yi Rao continued to read. She went through the sections on spring Binghua and winter Binghua, cycling through the 4 seasons of spring, summer, autumn, and winter. But not a single line made sense. Terms like sea month, wu month, earthly branches, and Rin water were all familiar, but together they left her completely confused. Feeling discouraged, Yi Rao directly covered her face with the book and took a short break. He Gang had been resting for 2 days and felt much better. The dull pain in his chest had lessened significantly. In the past 2 days, Rong hadn't entered the room even once, suppressing a hint of disappointment that arose in his heart. After washing up with some fine sand, He Gang came to the living room and saw Yi Rao sleeping on the sofa, gently removing the book from the girl's face. He found that Yi Rao wasn't actually asleep. She smiled and said, "You've worked hard. You rest, and I'll keep watch." "It's fine, I just took my turn." "Brother Gang can rest a bit more," Yi Rao quickly replied as she sat up. He Gang looked around by the light of the flashlight, but didn't see the person he wanted to meet. He quietly asked, "Where's Xiao Rong?" Yi Rao pouted toward the former storage room. Ever since Rong thought He Gang had tuberculosis, he had cleared out the things inside and would return to the storage room when it wasn't his turn. Yi Rao had checked multiple times. Rong was either dazed and sleeping or eating. Sometimes he would be talking to himself. And Yi Rao even began to suspect whether she had knocked him silly with the baseball bat before. He Gang looked at the tightly closed door and didn't intend to get up to find anyone. Instead, he became curious about the book Yi Rao had just been reading. "Why are you suddenly reading a book?" "Brother Gang, don't you think this book looks familiar?" "Huh? What does this book have to do with him?" Seeing He Gang's puzzled expression, Yi Rao didn't keep him guessing and directly said, "The photo found at Rong's colleague's house was tucked inside this book. Did you find anything?" He Gang asked as he hurriedly flipped through the book. "I did find something, but the problem is I can't understand it," Yi Rao replied helplessly, flipping to the section on Binghua and pointing at it. "The rest talks about Binghua, but this book is about metaphysics. We'll need to find a fortune teller to make sense of it." Seeing the slightly discouraged look on the girl's face, He Gang comforted her. "It's okay. There are only 3 days left until the instance ends." "Yeah," Yi Rao nodded, and that was all she could do to comfort herself. Just as she was about to use her mind to ask the Awakening system about the situation outside, He Gang noticed something strange while flipping through the book. Seeing Yi Rao suddenly lean in with a serious expression, He Gang asked in confusion, "What's wrong?" Yi Rao took the book from him and flipped back to the pages He Gang had just been looking at. Sure enough, there was a line of text printed. It seemed to have been written in pencil and then erased by someone. Under the light, some residual markings were visible. He Gang looked at the page Yi Rao was illuminating and also noticed the markings, trying to decipher them. Yang fire? Like Tai, something about the sun, something about external radiation. Recalling what the Awakening system had previously said about a huge sun, Yi Rao was so frightened that she immediately closed the book. Solar rays. That's right, it must be external radiation from the sun. That can't be. The sun is so far from us. He Gang felt it was impossible. The distance between the sun and the planets was measured in light years. However, if He Gang could know the current size of the sun like Yi Rao did from the Awakening system, he wouldn't have such doubts. But before Yi Rao could persuade He Gang again, the Awakening system's panicked voice echoed in her consciousness. "Host, quickly leave the basement." Yi Rao grabbed He Gang and dashed upstairs. As soon as she opened the main door, a strong smell of sulfur hit her, and He Gang hurriedly pulled Yi Rao back, asking, "It's dangerous outside." The dull pain in his chest earlier was 90% likely caused by the toxic gas outside. Moreover, with the temperature so high outside, was Yi Rao trying to get herself killed by running out? After waiting for 2 seconds and not seeing Yi Rao come out, the Awakening system rushed back into Yi Rao's consciousness and found that she had been held back. The volcano in the southeast has vague signs of eruption again, and with the frequent solar storms, many fire meteors are expected to fall in the next couple of days. Seeing He Gang's confused expression, Yi Rao was so anxious that she jumped up and shouted, "Run! We need to get out of here!" As soon as her voice fell, a huge explosion echoed outside, accompanied by a reverberating sound. Is it another volcanic eruption? Rong, who had been hiding in the room, was so scared that he rushed out, sniffed the obvious sulfur smell in the living room, and yelled at the two, "You two want to die? Don't drag me down. The air outside is toxic." Before Yi Rao could retort, a series of explosions caused the entire house to shake. Yi Rao glanced at the load-bearing column in the basement, which had a crack the size of half a palm, stretching from the bottom of the column to the ceiling. "Run!" Yi Rao opened the door and dashed out. He Gang quickly grabbed the still fuming Rong and hurried to catch up with Yi Rao. "Brother Gang." Yi Rao turned back, horrified to see a figure being swallowed up by the wall. Chapter 107. Binghua Town, 27. He Gang pushed Rong out. protecting his head and waiting for the wall to collapse. It's fine. His ability had reached level 1, and his body was stronger than Xiaorong's, so he would definitely make it through. However, when the heavy wall began to fall, he instinctively closed his eyes in fear. After a second, the pain did not come. Instead, he was pulled up by someone, and the wall that was supposed to crush him had completely vanished. "Brother Gang, are you okay?" Yao asked anxiously. "No, I'm fine." Gang was still a bit dazed, coughing from the volcanic ash. Yao quickly took out a mask from her space and handed it to Gang, covering herself with a mask and clothes as well, shouting at Gang, "Hurry, let's go to higher ground." "Okay, let's go to the yard. The car is still there." Gang nodded. Boom, boom, boom. The sound of the car starting. The SUV Gang had rented was driven away by Herong. Damn it. Watching the car that had already dashed out, leaving only its rear in sight, Yao cursed angrily. If she had known, she would have stored the car in her space too. After all the precautions, she never expected that in the end, Herong would pull a fast one on them. "Let's look for cars in nearby houses," Herong said, looking at the car driving away, feeling a chill in his heart. The brother he risked his life to save had completely forgotten about saving him. He just drove off in his car. Instead, it was Yao, a friend, who stopped to help him. It should have been Yao who could have driven away. Seeing Gang, who was surrounded by extremely low air pressure, Yao temporarily stopped her angry rant and focused on finding a car. "Host, walk to the second yard on the left. There's a small car." The Awakening system scanned for the nearest car within a kilometer and locked onto it. "Brother Gang, follow me." Yao led the way and found the vehicle. Just as she pulled open the driver's door, she exclaimed and quickly withdrew her hand. "So hot." "What happened?" Gang asked urgently, looking at the girl's reaction. "It's hot. Don't touch it directly," Yao reminded her, quickly taking out water and clothes from her space, wetting them to cover her hand, and wiped the steering wheel and seat to cool them down. Only then did they get in the car and drive away. Bang! The sound of volcanic explosions echoed occasionally, as the settled volcanic ash and thick smoke erupted again. Gang gripped the handrail to steady himself, looking at the massive sun obscured by the volcano. He no longer doubted Yao's earlier speculation about solar rays. The speeding car wove through the town. This time, the 3 volcanic vents in the small town erupted simultaneously, causing many people who had been hiding underground to flee. Gang saw quite a few figures, and there were even 2 or 3 cars. He looked at the girl in the driver's seat and asked, "Xiao Yao, where are we going?" Yao drove to the city center and stopped the car. Enduring the stinging pain in her eyes, she looked around. The 3 surrounding volcanoes were erupting, and the visibility due to volcanic ash was rapidly decreasing. The small hill in the distance seemed to be their only refuge from the spreading lava. "My dear, target the hill to the east, real-time navigation," Yao instructed. The car started again, and she said to Gang, "We'll go to the hill to the east to avoid the lava. It's too hot right now. The volcanic ash is blocking some heat. Once the volcano stops erupting and the ash settles, being exposed to the sun for too long, even if we keep hydrated, we could die from the heat," Gang said, wiping the sweat from his forehead. "So where do we go?" Yao asked, stopping the car again. Gang surveyed the surroundings. They were in the city center. He calmed himself, thinking carefully, "Don't panic." "To the hospital," Gang exclaimed loudly. There are completely sealed operating rooms in the hospital and a morgue in the basement. But the lava, Yao hesitated. The best place to avoid lava during a volcanic eruption was high ground. The hospital had tall buildings, but lava eroding the foundation would be just as likely to cause a collapse, right? Xiao Yao, the sun. Gang pointed at the enormous sun overhead, which was over 3 meters in diameter. Anxiously, "The solar rays are out." Yao looked up, under the cover of volcanic ash. The solar storms produced by the exploding sun were still vaguely visible. "We can't delay any longer," Yao nodded. "Okay." The car sped along the road again. But just 800 meters from the hospital, the car stalled. Yao tried to restart it 2 or 3 times, but it still wouldn't start. "Let us walk over," Gang said, glancing at the faint outline of the hospital in the distance. "Wait." Grabbing Gang, who was about to open the car door, Yao pulled out a bunch of clothes from her space, saying, "Cover your exposed skin. The sulfur in the air is toxic, and the solar rays can cause skin burns." The 2 of them busily prepared in the car. Yao took out a bottle of water to wash their eyes and replenish some hydration. They began tearing the clothes into strips, wrapping themselves tightly, even covering their eyes with a relatively breathable gauze. Gang was the first to get out of the car, saying to Yao, "Stay close to me." Yao nodded, and the two of them moved quickly under the thick volcanic ash, keeping their eyes on the massive sun. At that moment, Gang felt that this was the longest 800 meters of his life. The volcanic ash in the air twisted from the heat, despite just having replenished water. His mouth felt dry again, and his back was burning painfully. He glanced back at Yao, who was closely following him, and picked up his pace again. "Host, hurry. We have 500 meters left to reach our destination." The awakening system urged anxiously. Now, the air was filled with toxic substances and pervasive solar rays. If they continued to expose themselves like this, it was likely. Yao tried to lick her dry lips, but all she got was a piece of cloth. Squinting through her stinging eyes, she felt that she had covered about 300 meters and was almost dehydrated. Taking out 2 bottles of water from her space again, she poured one over her head and handed the other to Gang. "Brother Gang, no, save that water for later." Gang shook his head in refusal. He remembered that their water usage during this time had already exceeded the amount they had collected in the dense forest. Yet Yao was still so generous in sharing water with him, while his own brother. Gang sighed softly, deciding not to mention it. The two moved as quickly as possible, but the scorching weather, thick volcanic ash, and the gauze protecting their eyes slowed their pace. "Host, be careful." Chapter 108, Binghua Town, 28 Bang. A loud explosion suddenly erupted right next to Yao and Gang. As soon as Gang sensed something was wrong, he pressed Yao down to the ground. The moment Yao touched the ground, she wanted to curse. "Damn it, it's too hot." The ground, scorched by the blazing sun, felt as if it were a red-hot iron plate, and Yao felt as though she were a piece of pork belly being fried. Vaguely catching a whiff of the meat aroma. "Host, get up quickly. Hurry." The awakening system's panicked voice urged. Yao shook her head, slightly dizzy from the blast, and crawled out of Gang's embrace. "Go, are you okay?" Gang, enduring the pain in his back, pulled Yao up, just as they steadied themselves. A series of explosions sounded again. He looked around, his pupils dilating. The sky, obscured by volcanic ash, resembled a pale yellow veil, and the solar storms erupting from the massive sun were clearly visible. Meteors with red tails streaked across the yellow veil, crashing down to the ground. Bang! It sounded like a missile explosion, with nearby buildings being blown to pieces. "Host, run!" the awakening system shouted, noticing that the two were seemingly startled by the scene before them. 3 minutes left. A large number of fire meteors are about to hit. "Go!" Gang shouted, disregarding the pain in his body as he pulled Yao towards the hospital. "Left! Left!" The awakening calculated the landing points of the meteors above and reminded Yao to change direction. Yao braked suddenly, pulling Gang to the left. Just as they turned into a small alley, an explosion sounded behind them. Gang glanced back at the building struck by the meteor, which was engulfed in flames and surrounded by a cloud of dust. If Yao hadn't pulled him back, would they? There was no time to think further. Gang quickly caught up with Yao's pace. Feeling someone behind her, Yao's nerves tightened at the sounds of explosions nearby. Not to mention being hit directly. Even being near one would likely mean death from the collapsing buildings. Yao accelerated again, shouting, "Stick close to me." The two ran quickly like cunning rabbits, climbing over the ruins of buildings hit by meteors. They forgot about the high temperature, forgot about the pain. Their only goal was to reach the hospital's basement for shelter. The awakening system watched as the sun erupted once more, resembling a red eastern dragon draped in a yellow veil, showing its claws and fangs, flaunting its power. The falling meteors cut through the yellow veil of volcanic ash like a pair of scissors, shredding it into various fragments. The unshielded rays of the sun shone down nakedly. "Host ahead," the awakening shouted loudly. In front of them was a collapsed office building struck by meteors, thick smoke billowing into the sky, completely blocking the path to the hospital. The two panted heavily, feeling their lungs being squeezed in the high-temperature environment and experiencing dizziness. Bang! Another meteor struck the already collapsed building, sending debris hurtling towards them. Yao was pulled into a damp embrace, and not a single piece of debris hit her. Looking up at the tightly wrapped man, she anxiously asked, "Go. Are you hurt?" "I'm fine, let's go." He gang pulled Yao back to run. The distance that usually took them only a few minutes to walk now felt extraordinarily long due to the explosions of the meteors, the intense heat of the sun, and the rising volcanic ash. Especially since they had to avoid the explosions, they took many detours. Host, 30 seconds left. The awakening system, observing the dense meteors in the sky and calculating the distance to the hospital, felt a sense of despair. Yao directly stored the large iron gate at the hospital's perimeter in her space, and the two rushed towards the hospital's building. The upper part of the building had already been smashed by several meteors, and thick black smoke was billowing out of the holes. Just as they were about to step into the building, a meteor came crashing down towards them. "Watch out, host!" He roared as he rushed out of the basement, was immediately choked by the gases outside, and started coughing. He quickly pulled out the mask he had saved in his pocket and put it on, then noticed that the sun above was abnormally large. Even though it was obscured by volcanic ash, the oppressive feeling made his legs feel weak. Turning back to check on his older brother behind him, he heard Yi Yao's terrified voice. The villa was collapsing, and He Gang, who had come out just a moment later, was instantly engulfed by the walls. Luckily, he was in front. There was no time for further thought. Since his brother had left him a chance for survival, he absolutely must live on well. The volcano continued to erupt, spewing lava, and the ground shook relentlessly. Looking at the collapsing buildings around him and the distant mountain fires, Hiron glanced back at Yi Yao, recalling how she had beaten him with a baseball bat and pointed a rifle at his neck. A flash of ruthlessness crossed his eyes. Since Yi Yao could treat him so harshly, he wouldn't feel guilty about abandoning her. He rushed into the yard, intending to drive, but the car was too hot to touch. However, the erupting volcano in the distance left him no choice but to endure the heat and quickly start the off-road vehicle to leave. Watching the villa grow smaller in the rearview mirror, Hiron felt a rush of exhilaration. Now having lost his brother and the escape vehicle, Yi Yao would surely be left alone in the villa's yard, lost and regretful for how she treated him. Thinking of the girl's delicate features, he wondered if she would apologize to him if he turned back now and even offer to. If that were the case, he could take her with him again. Turning the off-road vehicle around, he wanted to see Yi Yao crying and apologizing to him, begging him to take her along. But just a few minutes later, returning to the villa yard, he saw the collapsed houses and found it empty. "Damn it!" Hiron shouted furiously. How could someone who relied on his brother to survive not stay put? What a waste of his time. Getting back in the car, Hiron didn't linger anymore. He drove straight towards the hills, the stinging in his eyes causing him to crash into buildings several times. Fortunately, the sturdy off-road vehicle rented by He Gang got him safely to the base of the hill. Hiron stopped the car and took a moment to hydrate. Bang! A meteor struck 30 meters ahead on the hill, startling him so much that he almost dropped his water bottle, with the splattering mud and stones hitting the car. Chapter 109. Fire Meteor Town, 29. Yao felt the hairs on her back stand on end as a fire meteor came crashing down at lightning speed. More dangerous than the massive waves she had encountered in Noratown. Instinctively, she wanted to use her domain skill, but just as she activated it, a tearing pain shot through her body. In a moment of crisis, Yao seemed to recall something and made a grabbing motion towards the fire meteor, which immediately dissipated. When He Gang sensed the danger behind him and turned around, he saw Yi Yao kneeling at the entrance. He quickly picked her up and ran towards the hospital building, searching for a safe passage. "Go right." He Gang, holding Yi Yao like a headless fly, couldn't check her physical condition in time and pointed out the direction. Yi Yao felt pain all over her body. Being held and hearing He Gang's rapid heartbeat gave her a momentary sense of safety. She pointed to the right and gritted her teeth, saying, "Brother Gang, to the right." "Okay." Hearing the girl's weak voice, He Gang could still imagine her pale face and determined eyes despite being bundled up tightly. He quickly found the staircase on the right and descended to the 4th underground floor, but the stainless steel door was locked tight. After trying to push it open twice without success, he gently placed Yao on the ground and called out softly, "Thunderstorm." Purple lightning illuminated the dark stairwell, and on the other side of the door, someone who heard the commotion groped their way to the entrance. Just as they were about to open the door, they were shocked by the residual current. Hiss! Liao Jun's hand tingled from the shock. In the darkness, he looked at the stainless steel door in confusion. The power had been cut off shortly after the volcanic eruption. Where did the electricity come from? Gang looked at the immovable stainless steel door, feeling a bit disheartened. He had struck with lightning 3 times, and aside from seeing the lightning, the door showed no signs of change. Brother Gang, let me try, Yao said weakly, leaning against the wall. She could forcibly bring the door into her space. The explosion sound from the fire meteors above could be clearly heard even in the dark underground. The safe passage began to shake with the explosions. Seeing the girl tremble as she stood up, Gang quickly supported her, saying, "You rest. I'll be quick." With a creak, the sound of the door opening was exceptionally clear, and a blinding flashlight shone on their faces. A young man's voice came from outside. "Who is it?" "Hello. We are survivors seeking refuge." Gang quickly removed the cloth covering his head and mask, urgently saying, "Can you open the door and let us in?" Liao Jun looked at the two outside. The man was in disarray, and he was holding someone wrapped tightly in clothing, who appeared to be a woman. He turned to the elderly man behind him and said, "Uncle, they are survivors, a man and a woman." The old man pondered for a moment. This basement had originally sheltered many medical staff, but after one door opening, the scarce supplies had been directly robbed by so-called survivors, leading to the deaths of several of their people. Now, aside from him and his nephew, there were 3 medical staff left. Before the old man could speak, a young girl behind him objected. "No, don't let them in. We can hide outside." "Yes, let them stay outside," the old man agreed, not daring to take risks. Hearing their discussion and realizing they did not intend to open the door, Gang quickly said, "Water. We have water. Please let my sister and me take refuge inside." "Can you? You can just hide in the stairwell. Why do you have to come in?" the young girl asked loudly. "The volcano has erupted again, and fire meteors caused by solar storms are falling. I'm afraid the stairwell won't hold," Gang replied anxiously. Yao looked at the door that remained closed and took out 2 bottles of water from her space, enduring the pain as she said, "Let us in. These 2 bottles of water are yours." Liao Jun looked at the full bottles in the girl's hand and unconsciously swallowed. The last time he had water was 4 hours ago, and he had only taken a small sip. For the 5 of them, their daily water and food were all limited. His uncle, being older, had been given a bit more water, but it was only a little more than his share. "Let them in. We don't have much water left. Without it, we will die of thirst here," Liao Jun urged. "But don't you remember what happened before? What if they rob us of our scarce food again?" Another young man, who seemed to be a doctor, disagreed. "Food." Gang heard the argument inside and quickly gestured for Yao to pull out a large bag of dry food, holding it up again as he said, "We have food. We will definitely not rob you. My sister is injured. We just want to find a safe place to hide." Yao held on, knowing that if the people at the small window refused again, she wouldn't hesitate to force the door open. Seeing the familiar blonde at the small window, she hurriedly asked, "Is that you, Yao Jun? Who are you?" Liao Jun asked in surprise when he suddenly heard someone call his name. "Host, hurry and get in. The stairwell won't hold for long." The awakening system urged from outside, watching the fire meteors falling like rain. Yao felt anxious as well, but ensuring the door remained intact would better support the structure against the falling fire meteors and block any lava that might flow in. She tore off the clothing and mask covering her face, revealing her sunburned red face, and quickly said her name from the copy. "I'm Yi Jinju." Liao Jun looked at the beautiful girl in front of him. Even though her face was burned red, he would remember those beautiful peach blossom eyes until his dying breath. He quickly began to unlock the blocked door, saying, "I know this person. She is my friend. Hurry and help." "You, friend? Then you have to open the door." The young man wanted to say something else, but the other 3 around him started to help pull the door open. Their food and water were all brought in by this director's nephew, so they refrained from voicing any objections. Gang quickly reached out to help, realizing just how heavy this stainless steel door was. The door opened enough for a person to squeeze through sideways. As the 2 of them squeezed in, an explosion sounded above the building, and the stairwell behind them instantly collapsed. The awakening system watched as a fire meteor passed through several layers of concrete walls and continued to crash down to the 2nd underground floor before finally stopping its downward trend. Chapter 110, Binghua Town, 30. Gang looked at the collapsed staircase behind him, feeling a chill run down his back. If they had been just 2 seconds later, Would they have been buried underneath? Come help. Liao Jun had exerted all his strength. But the collapse of the staircase had caused several concrete slabs and rubble to block the door, making it impossible to close. Toxic gas rushed into the house without restraint. He Gang hurriedly helped Yao put on her mask, gently laid her on the ground, and came over to assist. Several young men worked together to push. But the rubble was stuck tightly and would not budge. Yi Yao gritted her teeth, holding herself up and reaching for the rubble, but her consciousness slipped into darkness. The others watched as the rubble suddenly vanished, and before they could react, the game mechanism made several NPCs ignore how such a large amount of rubble had disappeared and start pushing the stainless steel door. Liao Jun shouted at the still-dazed Yi Gang, "Hurry and close the door." Yi Gang snapped back to reality and quickly helped close the door. That had definitely been Yi Yao using her powers. Rushing back to her side, Yi Gang looked at the girl lying unconscious on the ground, and his heart twisted with pain. "It's okay, Xiao Yao will be fine. If you keep holding her so tightly, she might go from unconscious to suffocating to death." An old man's voice broke through, causing Yi Gang to relax his grip on Yi Yao. The old man was none other than Yi Yao's previous attending physician. Yi Gang quickly said, "Please, save her. Bring her over here. Xiao Wen, come lend a hand." The old man raised his flashlight and called to a young girl, leading Yi Gang to a room that resembled an operating room. "This is the autopsy room. Lay her on the table." The old man pointed to the operating table and handed the flashlight to Yi Gang. "You're in charge of lighting." "Scissors." Xiao Wen handed over the tools, and the old man deftly cut away the clothing covering the girl's hands, revealing large blisters. "Xiao Wen, use the scalpel to drain the blisters, but don't pierce the skin." The old man handed the scalpel to the girl and instructed her. He walked to the side and began preparing medicine, which was still a green, sticky substance. After handing the medicine to Xiao Wen, the old man patted Yi Gang's shoulder and said, "Young man, you need to take care of the wound on your back too." "I'm fine, just treat my sister first." Yi Gang looked at the blisters on Yi Yao with guilt. How could he have let her lie on the scorching ground? "Your sister's injury isn't as severe as yours." The old doctor frowned, feeling that the girl was too delicate. How could she faint just from some blisters? If there were a medical pod from the main god system, it would reveal the serious injuries all over Yi Yao's body. Seeing Yi Gang still standing motionless, the old man grabbed the flashlight from his hand and hung it on a stand, advising, "If you collapse, how will you take care of your sister?" Picking up medical forceps, looking at the blood-stained back, the old doctor tossed a towel over and said, "There is no anesthetic. Bite down on the towel and bear with it." "Okay, you can start." Yi Gang nodded. The old doctor extracted 3 large pieces of glass from Yi Gang's back, along with many glass shards. Throughout the cleaning process, apart from the occasional muffled grunt, the man didn't scream in pain. What a real man. No wonder he could bring his sister to safety in such a perilous environment. "All right, besides the wound on your back, you also have extensive burns on your body. Once Xiao Wen finishes treating your sister, you'll need to apply the remaining medicine yourself." After bandaging the wound, the old doctor instructed. Yi Gang released the towel from his mouth, wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, and gasped, "It's okay, just let Xiao Yao use it all. The leftover won't be enough for your sister's second application, and this medicine loses effectiveness over time," the old doctor advised. "Okay, thank you." Yi Gang expressed his gratitude, passing over the water and food that Yi Yao had taken out earlier. "You keep these, we have more. In your current situation, you need to replenish nutrients and fluids." The old man pushed the items back. Xiao Wen, who was still treating Yi Yao's blisters, suddenly became anxious. She hadn't had a good drink in a long time and hadn't eaten enough either. The director was pushing away her hope for survival. In her distraction, she inadvertently rubbed off a large patch of skin on Yi Yao's arm. Hiss! Yi Yao woke up in pain, realizing she was exposed, and hurriedly covered herself with her clothes. Hearing the commotion, Yi Gang quickly lifted the curtain and saw Yi Yao covered in green ointment. He finally breathed a sigh of relief, and then angrily said, "If you act recklessly like this again, I won't take care of you." Brother Gang would never abandon me. Yi Yao grinned, thinking of the man who would buy her a little rabbit just because she asked. If he could really abandon her, she didn't believe it. "Little girl, we meet again," the old man greeted. "Thank you, doctor." Yi Yao apreciate had gratitude, taking out 2 large bottles of water from her space and pushing them into the old man's hands. Here, consider this your consultation fee. Your brother just gave me some. You're still weak. Keep it for yourself, the old man insisted, pushing the water back. Shaowen quickly stepped forward to grab it. Director, give it to me. I helped treat her, so this is for me. She smiled at Yi Yao. Yi Yao looked at the girl, clutching the water tightly, and nodded slightly, not too concerned. After all, she had plenty left. Not only could she make it through the last 2 days with the gang, but she could also sustain everyone else's water needs for quite a while. The moment Shaowen received Yi Yao's nod, she opened a bottle and began drinking eagerly. She was just too thirsty. Little girl, be careful with your burns. You need to avoid infection. Once this medicine runs out, if you feel uncomfortable, just hang in there, the old man advised seriously. Yi Yao nodded, sniffing the herbal scent from the medicine on her body, which felt strangely familiar. She quickly took out the green leaves she had bought from the pharmacy and asked, Old man, is this the medicine? Yes, that's it. The old man looked at the large bag of green leaves in Yi Yao's hand, overjoyed. Great. Wenlin is finally saved. Wenlin? Yi Yao asked in confusion. Yes, our surgeon here. The medicine on you was originally meant for him, but due to the insufficient quantity, the director decided to give it to you. Shaowen quickly explained. Little girl, can you give me the herbs in your hand? The old man looked at Yi Yao with tearful eyes. Chapter 111, Binghua Town, 31 Boom. Another explosion echoed from above, causing dust to fall from the ceiling. Yi Yao placed the herbs in her hand on the operating table and took out a considerable amount of various medications she had previously bought from the pharmacy, especially the green leaves, of which she took out 2 large bags. Looking at the 2 dumbfounded individuals, she asked, Is this enough? Enough. The old man nodded repeatedly. He had thought that with just the green leaves, the ointment he prepared could only alleviate Wenlin's worsening injuries, and he would have to send Junkai to find more medicine. Now, with various medications, antibiotics, antiviral drugs, and anti-inflammatory agents available, even 5 bottles of glucose water and 3 sets of syringes were included. After selecting the needed medications, the old man thanked her profusely. He called Shaowen and rushed to another room with the syringes and glucose water. Seeing the hurried departure of the 2, the gang smiled and said, When did you stock up on so many medicines? When I realized my physical condition wasn't good. Yi Yao replied with a grin. Oh, so you know your body is not well. If you make the same mistake again, I won't spare you. The gang said sternly, seeing the seriousness on the man's face. Yet knowing he didn't dare to breathe heavily while applying medicine to her blisters, Yi Yao cheerfully remarked, Good. You seem like my dad. All talk and no action. You only say a few words to me, but never stop me from doing anything. Hearing such an evaluation, the gang almost rubbed the skin off Yi Yao's hand and glared at the still smiling girl, annoyedly saying, What nonsense are you talking about? Sit still and let me apply the medicine. Yes. Yi Yao stopped joking and obediently sat still, allowing He gang to apply medicine to her arms. Seeing the small metal ball return to her consciousness, Yi Yao quickly asked, My love, what was that pulling pain all over when I used my domain skill just now? I told you, you can't use abilities that are above your level. You're only at level 2 now, and the domain skill cannot be used in the instance. The Awakening system replied irritably. You could at least give me a warning. If I hadn't reacted quickly and stored the meteor fire in the space, we might have already met God. I've said it long ago. You just didn't listen. The Awakening system rolled its eyes, and, seeing Yi Yao about to say something, quickly interrupted, Let's not talk about this. The situation outside is not optimistic. The meteor fire is still falling, and you better find a sturdy place to hide. This is already the lowest level. Where else can we hide? I just scanned the underground structure. On the far right, there's a fully steel-structured room with a refrigeration system. I think I know which room you're talking about. Yi Yao realized that it was the morgue. Morgues in hospitals are usually built underground, but she didn't expect that in this instance. The morgue was actually located on the 4th underground floor. However, considering the town's temperature and water scarcity, it was understandable, as the deeper you go underground, the cooler it gets, which is conducive to preserving bodies. Go. The meteor fire is still falling from above. We need to find a sturdy room to hide. Yi Yao said solemnly to the man who was bandaging her. He gang tied a pretty bow with the bandage on Yi Yao, nodded, and said, When you fainted just now, the explosions above never stopped. I estimate the buildings outside have probably been heavily damaged. If this keeps up, Even 100 floors underground will be penetrated. Yi Yao raised an eyebrow at Yi Gang, and they both silently said at the same time, "Let's go." As soon as the two left the room, they saw Huang Mao at the door. No, it was Liao Junkai. "Pearl, how's your injury?" Liao Junkai asked the girl with concern. "I'm fine now. Thank you for opening the door and letting us in." Yi Yao replied, "You're welcome. My uncle and the others are probably very happy with your arrival. The medicines you brought saved Brother Wenlin," Liao Junkai said, scratching the back of his head shyly. "Where are your uncle and the others now? We urgently need to move," Yi Yao quickly asked, as the explosions above were incessant, and they needed to hurry to the morgue. Seeing the girl's anxious expression, Liao Junkai's previously relaxed nerves tightened instantly. He pointed to the door across from Yi Yao and said, "They're in there." "What's wrong?" "There are many meteor fires falling from above, and you heard the explosions. If this keeps up, even the deepest places could be penetrated." Yi Yao finished her sentence just as another explosion occurred, louder than the previous ones. "Host, meteor fires have already hit the 4th floor of the left stairwell," the Awakening system quickly reported while checking the data. The three of them were startled by the explosion, and the elderly man in the hospital room nearly dropped the herbs in his hands. Xiao even accidentally pulled off a small piece of flesh while unwrapping the bandage, waking the unconscious person from pain. "What happened?" A young man rushed out from another room, looking panicked. Liao Junkai was also startled, but seeing Su Yuanzhong's embarrassing reaction, he felt a sense of relief, thinking he hadn't embarrassed himself in front of the beauty. It should be that the meteor fire penetrated into the stairwell. Yi Gang speculated based on the direction of the previous explosion. Yi Yao directly walked towards the front door to check it out. "Don't." Yi Gang disapproved, but when he tried to grab her, Yi Yao had already walked far away. Helpless, he could only quickly follow. Yi Yao looked at the stainless steel door that had just required several strong men to push, now slightly deformed from the explosions outside. Her expression grew more serious. "My love, how big is this meteor fire?" Yi Yao quickly asked. "When it falls, it's about the size of a small pinky finger." The Awakening system analyzed the explosion data and speculated based on previous scans. "Only that small? How can it cause such a big explosion?" Yi Yao found it hard to believe, feeling it was beyond reason. It exploded and disintegrated in the atmosphere. If it falls directly, don't bother escaping. Just find a comfortable position and embrace death. Okay. Looking at the small rock that was less than 2 centimeters she had just stored in her space, Yi Yao fell silent. Bang! Another explosion sounded, and Yi Gang quickly pulled Yi Yao, who was crouching to check the door's deformation, to the right while asking Liao Junkai, who was running behind them, "Where's the morgue?" "The morgue?" Liao Junkai was somewhat startled by Yi Gang's question and thought, "Are we really moving to the morgue?" Chapter 112, Binghua Town, 32, on the far right. Yi Yao quickly responded. Watching Liao Jun's pace slow down, she turned and asked, "Hurry up and keep up. Can't we hide somewhere else?" Liao Jun asked with a bitter expression, as he really didn't want to go to the morgue. "What's wrong?" Yi Gang noticed the man's reluctance and asked, "Because the morgue is filled with the bodies of those who died in the volcanic eruption, and it has been without power for so long. The smell and conditions inside must be terrifying," Shi Yuanzhong quickly replied, his gaze at Liao Jun carrying a hint of disdain. "It's fine, I'll handle this," Yi Yao immediately promised. "It's just moving corpses, easy to solve." But Liao Jun still hesitated. "Stop butting in. You two notify Uncle and Xiao when to come over quickly. I'll go to the morgue with Brother Gang to handle the bodies," Yi Yao said seriously. "Be quick. Every extra minute outside is an extra minute of danger." With that, she ran to the right. Watching the girl's departing figure, Liao Jun had no chance to voice his refusal, and his feet still didn't move to call anyone. Noticing Liao Jun's fear, Shi Yuanzhong provocatively said, "Are you afraid of corpses, Jun?" "Who's afraid? I just think it's disgusting." Liao Jun quickly denied, but he didn't dare to meet Shi Yuanzhong's gaze, mumbling, "I'll go call my uncle." Seeing Liao Jun enter the room to call for help, Shi Yuanzhong raised an eyebrow and followed him. After a round of explanations, they successfully persuaded them to transfer to the morgue before treating Wenlin. Liao Jun and Shi Yuanzhong used a stretcher to lift Wenlin, who was wrapped in bandages, while Xiao held the flashlight and the old man carried the medicine, and they started moving toward the morgue on the right. Yi Yao and Yi Gang walked all the way to the far right of the corridor. Looking at the stainless steel door that was almost identical to the one in the stairwell, Yi Yao frowned and said, "Brother Gang, I'll try to put the door into the space. You stand back." "Okay." He Gang stepped back 2 steps, keeping his eyes on Yi Yao, ready to pull her away at the first sign of danger. Yi Yao touched the large door with her right hand. Although she could retrieve items from a distance, it was still easier to do it up close. She softly shouted, "Retrieve." The morgue, made of a single steel structure, had a door that was also one piece. Yi Yao pulled a few times, but aside from the rustling of the surrounding walls, the door didn't budge. "It's locked. I can't pull it. If I force it, I might destroy the building." Yi Yao shook her head. He Gang stepped forward and said, "Let me try." After confirming the lock's position with Yi Yao, he unleashed a thunderbolt, directly damaging the lock. Together, they forced the door open just a finger's width, and a wave of rancid smell almost knocked them out. Yi Yao didn't care about anything else. She quickly sent all the detected corpses into the space, and the air's stench improved significantly. "Brother Gang, keep prying the door open. I'll go put the stuff away." Yi Yao took out the baseball bat she had previously retrieved and handed it to He Gang, pointing to the door beside them. "Okay, go ahead." He Gang took the tool. Yi Yao then opened the door, placed the previously stored corpses inside, closed the door again, and finally dared to take a deep breath. The flashlight's light was dim, and Yi Yao couldn't see the state of the corpses clearly, just that it was foul. Extremely foul. Using the lever principle, He Gang managed to pry the door open to a width where a person could pass sideways, just as he was catching his breath. He saw Yi Yao returning and quickly said, "Let's go in." "Wait, Liao Jun and the others haven't arrived yet," Yi Yao whispered. Hearing another explosion, He Gang said anxiously, "I'll go check." "Wait, no need. They're coming." Yi Yao quickly grabbed He Gang, using the awakening system to sense that people were approaching. "Brother Gang, let us open the door a bit more. There's a stretcher coming through." "All right." The two worked together to pry the door open, and by the time Liao Jun and the others arrived, they finally managed to open it to a suitable width. Liao Jun smelled the remaining stench in the air and felt a bit nauseous, but compared to his last visit, it was much better. The 7 of them entered the all-steel morgue in succession. They placed the stretcher, carrying Wenlin, on the ground, and the 5 young people together closed the door that Yi Yao and He Gang had struggled to open. Yi Yao, holding a flashlight, surveyed the room. It wasn't very large, around 12 square meters. Against the wall on the right side of the door was a refrigeration unit, emitting a slight but strong rancid smell. The other 3 walls, the ceiling, and the floor were all stainless steel, with the floor having anti-friction patterns and the ceiling featuring 2 ventilation ducts. The old man quickly resumed his previous actions, preparing medicine for Wenlin. Shaowen also knelt on the ground, cleaning the blood-stained bandages for Wenlin. "Any discoveries?" He Gang came to Yi Yao's side, looking at the girl who was staring at the ceiling. Yi Yao shook the flashlight in her hand, and He Gang finally understood what she was looking at. There were signs of being smashed in the lower left corner of the ceiling. "Don't put people here. Move them to the wall on the far right." He Gang quickly turned around, lifting one side of the stretcher and dragging it to the right. "Get to the lower right corner." Yi Yao shouted. At that moment, the sound of something heavy striking the ceiling echoed in the confined room, and a noticeable dent appeared in the ceiling. Shaowen was so scared that her legs went weak. After trying to stand several times without success, she crawled to the lower right corner. It was a figure that smelled of green herbs that pulled her up, helping her regain her balance. Bang! 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 The continuous pounding made the dents increase, resembling the surface of the moon. Yi Yao even saw a small crack in the middle. "Put on your masks." Yi Yao took out masks from the space and distributed them to everyone, even giving one to Wenlin on the stretcher, while the old man hurriedly helped him put it on. Bang! Liao Jun thought his life was about to end in this rancid morgue. A meteor with a red tail crashed into the morgue, and the sound of the explosion immediately followed. He closed his eyes, thinking that while he couldn't live with the beautiful Pearl, at least dying together would be a form of satisfaction. Shi Yuanzhong looked at the falling meteor, cursing in his heart, but not having the time to express it. He only regretted why he had to hide in the morgue. If he had stayed in the room, would he not have been struck directly? But outside at that moment, where was there any good place to hide? Chapter 113, Firetown 33. At the moment when the awakening system shouted danger, Yi Rao pulled out a large wall from the space, which had a warm sunflower landscape painting hanging on it. Xiaowen had just steadied herself when she heard a heavy crashing sound beside her. She hadn't even had time to assess her surroundings. Suddenly, a wall was about to crush her, and just when she thought she would be flattened, the wall leaned at an angle and stopped. Boom! A huge explosion sounded right next to her, causing her eardrums to throb with pain. Gang quickly stepped forward to help Yi Rao support the wall. The shockwave from the explosion still caused slight cracks in the wall, but overall, it held firm. Liao Jun was so weak in the legs that he sat down on the ground, wiped the sweat from his forehead, and, using the flashlight, looked at the wall that had suddenly appeared, saying in fear, "I thought I was done for." "Host, the fire meteor isn't over yet. We still need to find a sturdier support point," the awakening system responded. Yi Rao couldn't care about anything else now. She took out the large iron gate that she had previously stored in the space around the hospital and pointed it sharp and at He Gang, saying, "Go, come help. Let's insert this end into the ground and lean it against the wall. I'm afraid the wall won't hold up against a few more rounds of explosions." Okay, He Gang reached out to take it. It was still hot to the touch, but the explosions around them left no time for the two to worry about burning hands. The two of them exerted force, and the 200-pound iron gate plunged into the stainless steel floor and leaned at an angle, encompassing all 7 of them within its protective range, even allowing enough space for Wenlin, who was lying down. The explosions continued, and indeed, the cracks in the wall grew larger. The falling stones did not directly hit Yi Rao and the others, as they were all blocked solidly by the iron gate, with only some dust falling. The old man held up the flashlight, examining the small space created by the iron gate and the wall, and sighed. Fortunately, the falling debris stopped right away. Yi Rao was also impressed by the game mechanism. The 2 large iron gates and the wall appeared out of nowhere, and NPCs actually thought they had fallen down. Hearing the dense crashing sounds, He Gang confirmed that the iron gate was steady, and his tense nerves finally relaxed a bit. He looked at the girl beside him and asked with concern, "Did you get burned just now?" Yi Rao was still busy reminding the awakening system to be cautious and to return to the sea of consciousness if there were any problems, so she didn't notice He Gang's question. Her hand was pulled up by He Gang, and seeing that his brow was furrowed tightly, Yi Rao awkwardly pulled her hand back, saying, "I'm fine. We're about to exit the instance anyway." "Beauty, your hand is blistered," Liao Jun exclaimed, looking at the hand that the girl had retracted, noticing some areas seemed to be peeling. He turned to the old man who was preparing medicine and said, "Uncle, hurry and treat the beauty. Her hand got burned." "Okay, first pop the blisters, then I'll apply medicine," the old man replied, adding more green herbs into the medicine pot. They had 7 people, and 3 were injured, all with burns. Seeing that the old man still hadn't produced any medicine, He Gang asked with concern, "Is there any burn ointment in the space?" Yi Rao shook her head and lowered her voice, whispering in He Gang's ear, "Go, really, I'm fine. Just leave the medicine for them. These wounds will heal once we exit the instance. Doesn't hurt?" He Gang's eyes were filled with concern. This girl had her own standards for dealing with things, but her unintentional actions always made people feel reliable and warm. "What about you, Go?" Yi Rao didn't miss the fact that when He Gang had pulled her hand, her palm had also gotten red from the heat. "I'm a man. How can I complain?" He said, "Is there a distinction between life and death for men and women? When I was training with knives, my hands were covered in blisters, and I still had to persist. Now I only have 2 blisters. I don't even need to grip the knife to train, so it's actually quite good. But your body just recovered." Yi Rao was about to say more when Liao Jun squeezed in beside her. Come, beauty, let me apply the medicine." Liao Jun held a large jar and was about to apply it to Yi Rao's hand. Yi Rao snatched the medicine jar back, having noticed the various expressions on the others' faces. She said to Liao Jun, "Thank you, but this one lying down needs the medicine more than I do." She handed the jar back to Xiao Wan and, seeing the girl's somewhat awkward expression, Yi Rao didn't mind. She found a corner to sit down and rest, communicating with the awakening system about the situation outside in her sea of consciousness. Xiao Wan watched the girl quietly sitting in the corner and thought, "Did she not see my eye roll just now? Well, once Wenlin's wounds are treated, I can use some of the leftover medicine." The old man shook his head at the various expressions of the young people, but felt warmer when his gaze fell on the girl sitting in the corner. "This is a good child with a sincere heart. Another fire meteor crashed and exploded 20 meters to the left front of the car, the shockwave shaking the vehicle. Watching the meteors falling like rain from the sky, Rome pressed the accelerator to the floor, charging up the hill. It seemed that Lady Luck was particularly favoring him at that moment, as he dodged the fate of being struck by fire meteors several times and rushed out to the mountaintop. Just as he was feeling proud that he had escaped the falling meteors, a destruction warning from the main god's galaxy rang in his ears. Player number 199104141. You have exceeded the instance map area. If you do not return to the map area within 60 seconds, you will be directly judged as having failed the instance, and your consciousness will be erased. Countdown begins. Looking at the 60-second countdown hovering above, Rome cursed loudly, turned the steering wheel sharply, and drifted the car at high speed, breaking off several dry branches as he returned to the area where the fire meteors had fallen. This time, Lady Luck did not look after Rome again. With 11 seconds left on the countdown, he dashed into the map area. As soon as he entered, a fire meteor exploded right next to the car, flipping it over completely. The car rolled down the hill like it was doing somersaults. Rome was tossed around inside the car like clothes in a washing machine, rolling up and down as the vehicle tumbled. Fortunately, when he gang-rented the car, he had chosen a sturdy off-road vehicle, which could withstand much more than other vehicles. If everyone were as rich and flashy as Rome and bought sports cars, they would have been disintegrated the moment a fire meteor struck nearby. Rome thought he was done for. They say that before a person dies, they think of their greatest regrets. In his mind, all he could think about was his unfulfilled wish for Yi Rao to take the initiative to apologize and embrace him. How could he just die like this? Chapter 114, Bihua Town, 34. The sound of meteor strikes continued for most of the day. As time went on, the intervals between the strikes grew longer and finally stopped completely 9 hours before the end of the dungeon. If at that moment Yi Yao could crawl out from the ruins, she would see that the outside was ravaged by the meteor strikes. With not a single intact building left, everywhere was a scene of devastation. Any flammable material in the air would ignite within minutes due to the high temperature, with thick smoke rising alongside volcanic ash into the sky. The immense sun continued to mercilessly scorch the land, with no signs of life to be seen. When the meteors ceased to fall and the explosions finally stopped, the only sound left was the crackling of flames. In the cramped space, apart from Wenlin, who had been lying down from the start, the others could only sit cross-legged. During the last day and a half, even buried 4 layers underground. The temperature continued to rise, and the water supply for the 7 was solely maintained by Yi Yao's efforts. Wenlin, who was the most severely injured, woke up twice during this period, expressed gratitude for the medicine provided by Yi Yao, and communicated his intention to give up to the old man. The rest of the time, he remained in a deep sleep. Meals consisted of water mixed with biscuits, which Xiaowen would grind into a mush to feed him. He was barely holding on thanks to the medicine provided by Yi Yao. Yi Yao, having refused treatment, saw her wounds visibly worsen, and with the high temperatures, she too noticed that her body temperature was abnormal. With only 1 hour left, Yi Yao piled up the supplies in the corner, even leaving 2 large barrels of water, with plenty of other dry food remaining. Even though the NPCs in the dungeon were not real, the sense of reality made Yi Yao feel as if the people here were truly living beings. After organizing the supplies, Yi Yao closed her eyes for a brief rest. In a hazy sleep, she was pulled into the pure white space of the main god system. In the instant Yi Yao and he gang disappeared, the massive sun began to gradually return to its original size, and the temperature started to decrease to a more suitable level. The 3 volcanoes also began to calm down, and the volcanic ash in the air quickly settled. A gully on the hill suddenly saw a surge in water levels, gradually forming a river nearly 10 meters wide. Rushing down the hillside towards the already ruined town, a severely deformed SUV was washed out by the newly formed river, and there was no one in the vehicle. Congratulations to citizen number 199102222 of Blue Star for clearing this round of Survival Awakening Dungeon. Bihua Town, reward points, 50. Due to feedback from citizen, all dungeon players are now notified that the Crystal Core exchange function is open, and you can check in the points mall. The feeling of physical burden and pain disappeared in an instant. Yi Yao raised an eyebrow, and after hearing the main God System's announcement, confirmed that all her wounds had disappeared, returning her to the state she was in before entering the dungeon. She promptly opened the points mall. 10 low-star, 0-level crystal cores could be exchanged for 1 point. 5 low-star, first-level crystal cores could be exchanged for 1 point. 1 5-star, first-level crystal core could be exchanged for 1 point, with an additional point for each star higher. 1 low-star, second-level crystal core could be exchanged for 2 points, with 2 additional points for each star higher. Following this logic, one would need 10 low-star, 0-level crystal cores to exchange for a bun worth 2 points. And Yao completely lost interest. Although low-star crystal cores couldn't upgrade abilities, they could enhance them and later became a circulating currency. Even 4 years after the Awakening Era, the purchasing power of 0-level crystal cores had declined, but hadn't reached the point where 10 0-level crystal cores could only buy a bun. The main God System was being too stingy. Yao exclaimed as she looked at the exchange interface. The exchange value mechanism is calculated based on world information. Completely fair and just. However, crystal cores are currently an important resource for enhancing abilities, and 5 low-star 0-level crystal cores for 1 point is too little. Citizens are encouraged to focus on enhancing personal strength, strive to clear dungeons, and diligently hunt for crystal cores. As soon as she finished speaking, Yao was kicked out of the pure white space. Looking at the familiar room, Yao directly gave the heir the middle finger. Host, why have you been kicked out of the main God System space again? The Awakening System said helplessly, looking at Yi Yao's displeased face. It had warned her before not to provoke the main God System. After clearing the dungeon twice, she had been kicked out both times. Why bother? It's the Demon Queen's small-mindedness. Demon Queen? The main God System. Yi Yao explained irritably, thinking that if this Demon Queen fell into her hands, it would be in for a rough time. Just calm down. You probably have a record in the main God System now. As the Awakening System feared, citizen number 199-10222 of Blue Star had been flagged for removal from the Awakening Dungeon by the main God System several times. However, since the key to running the Awakening Dungeon had fallen alongside the previous intelligence brain, the main God System had to go through tens of thousands of years of calculations to regain the opening permissions. It had no way to interfere with the operation of the Awakening Dungeon. It could only watch helplessly as Yi Yao's number remained on the dungeon list, unable to take any other measures against her. At that moment, Yi Yao was completely unaware that she was being protected by the Awakening Dungeon, avoiding many troubles the main God System could have caused. Fearlessly, she said, "I'm not afraid." After saying this, Yi Yao opened the dungeon platform to check her own information. Number 199-10222 name. Yi Yao ability. Space ability level 2 skills. Storage. You dare to put it in? I dare to store it. Space Blade 2 can grow. Domain. Pseudo. 1 cubic meter of spatial domain. Dungeon skills. Ability level -1 accumulated points. 100 points items. Twin ring. Bound. Function 1 activated. Function 1. 95 chance for the wearer to enter the dungeon together, excluding dungeon upgrades. The following 4 are still all question marks. My love, the item is activated. Next time I enter the dungeon, I'll know which bastard is bound to me. Yi Yao said happily, looking at the activated function, one of the twin ring. I think you might find out who that bastard is before you enter the dungeon. The Awakening System pointed out, looking at the man standing outside the window, specifically his right pinky finger. Following the Awakening System's gaze, Yi Yao looked down to see a man with a hoe loosening the soil in a garden that her mother had transformed, surrounded by a circle of flowering crabapple trees. Under the sun, the right pinky finger occasionally emitted a dazzling light. Damn, isn't that the backup of the female lead, Ning Yaru, the big bad guy? Why is he loosening soil in her house? Even more absurdly, the person who put the twin ring on her was actually the big bad guy who had become a love-struck fool. She would have preferred to be told that she was bound to the goofy Yi Hui at home. Chapter 115 Departure for hunting. After his younger sister Yi Yao entered the instance, Yi Zhan went out to gather supplies according to yesterday's task arrangement. This time he took level 1 ability users Li Zhixing and Lin Zhenghui, as well as space ability user Tian Shulan and the wood ability user Miao Xinyu, who was about to level up. He planned to take the current top strength of the team into the central area of the city where the corpse creatures were concentrated. Looking for level 2 corpse creatures to hunt for level 2 upgrade crystal cores. Their team currently had enough level 1 upgrade crystal cores to maintain themselves. Although they had 3 level 2 crystal cores, they had not yet obtained a single level 2 upgrade crystal core. Besides Yeon, he and Li Jixing were both on the verge of reaching the level 1 ability bottleneck, and they were in urgent need of level 2 upgrade crystal cores, which was why he had asked Yi Yao to form a strike team. The base area was also arranged. Every day, his younger brother Yi Hui and their father Yi Xiong were taking turns leading a team to collect living and medical supplies around the base. A team stayed behind at the base for basic construction, making sure to complete the grain storage and dormitory before their return. A team of 5 checked the supplies for their outing and drove away from the base under the concerned gazes of others. The outer area of the base had been mostly cleared. Gui Yanghui's team had taken most of the survivors and relocated them to the mining area. Even the gang from the southern mall had vanished. Centered around Yi Yao's home, which was covered in crystals, the backyard connected to a large area of the back mountain, and the front extended all the way to Fengyang Avenue, which was basically the regular activity range of the Tianjin Mercenary Corps, leading to a quicker cleanup of the corpse creatures in this area. Survivors or ability users were often seen going out to collect supplies, and after contacting the teams, most accepted that ordinary people also had to undertake missions, and they would generally bring them back to the base. However, many still could not accept leaving. Occasionally, there were disturbances, but the ability users from the base's outing teams were all level 1 or close to level 1, directly suppressing any unrest with force. And the Tianjin Mercenary Corps gradually gained some reputation in this area. The car drove smoothly to Fengyang Avenue, with shadows occasionally flashing by the roadside, causing the trees on both sides of the road to sway slightly. "Captain, there seems to be something in the right side of the woods we just passed," what ability user Miao Xinyu said nervously, as the information conveyed by the surrounding trees was also filled with panic, possibly indicating the level 2 corpse creature they were looking for. "Are you sure?" He Gang, who was driving, glanced at the girl in the passenger seat. "We should turn back. I'll contact the plants again. We're too far away now." Miao Xinyu hesitated, fearing she might have misinterpreted the signal when the car flashed by. "Boss." Seeing Yi Zhan had not yet turned the car around, Li Shuxing in the passenger seat became anxious. Even if Miao Xinyu misread it, it wouldn't matter. But if we miss a potential level 2 upgrade crystal core, that would be truly regrettable. The car executed a perfect drift and turned back. Yi Zhan slowed down the vehicle and said in a deep voice, "Prepare for battle. Don't let your guard down." "Yes." Li Shuxing in the passenger seat responded excitedly. It was too lucky to make a discovery right after they came out. Tian Shulan, sitting in the back, shrank back in fear and took out a handgun from her space, which she had found at the police station while hiding from the corpse creatures. Looking at the dwindling bullets in her space, she regretted hunting level 2 corpse creatures. However, glancing at Yi Zhan's perfect profile in the driver's seat, her momentary regret faded away. Although the Tianjin Mercenary Corps was still in its early organizational phase with various small factions, the overall policies designed by Captain Yi Zhan were still quite humane. The team that went out to hunt for level 2 crystal cores had priority in the allocation of both level 2 upgrade and low-level crystal cores. Yi Zhan confirmed everyone's condition through the rearview mirror before slightly accelerating the car. His eyes remained vigilant, watching the woods on both sides. "Shuxing, Zhenghui, stay alert. Xinyu, make sure to protect Shulan." The 3 nodded, and Miao Xinyu urged Tian Shulan, who was sitting in the middle of the back seat, to lower her head slightly. She feared that the plant's fearful emotions she sensed earlier might be from something beyond their capabilities. As the car approached the dense forest area again, Miao Xinyu closed her eyes and felt carefully, softly saying, "Captain, drive forward another 200 meters." Yi Zhan followed Miao Xinyu's directions and drove the car into a dense forest before stopping. Surrounding them were trees and flowers damaged by the ability shock. And the most striking was an old tree that was at least 100 years old, with a trunk as thick as a girl's waist, its main branches cut cleanly. The group got out of the car, surrounding the other 2 women in the team, all alert to their surroundings. But other than the occasional sound of wind rustling the leaves, There was complete silence. Team, it's too quiet. Lin Jingwei frowned. Yizhan nodded yes. Even the back mountain of our home would occasionally have birds and beasts chirping, but it's too quiet here. Sinyu, do you have any other findings? The girl closed her eyes. In front of her, besides darkness, there were various shades of green light balls, all flickering, especially the largest green light ball, which appeared to have a portion cut off with a very even edge on the missing part. Can you tell me what happened here? Miao Sinyu gently asked in her consciousness, but the light balls seemed frightened, only emitting unconscious sounds without responding to her question. And the light ball with the missing part repeatedly uttered syllables, scared, scared, scared. Miao Sinyu opened her eyes and shook her head, saying no. The vegetation here is too panicked. I can't communicate at all. Pointing to the location of the largest green light ball, that century-old tree with the main branch missing. She said, Jinghui, could you please help me lift that branch? I'll try to reconnect it. Okay. Lin Jinghui nodded, stepping out of the formation first. The massive tree branch nearly covering him entirely, but he easily lifted it and climbed up the tree. Miao Sinyu quickly followed, placing her hand on the trunk of the large tree and closed her eyes to begin channeling her ability. Seeing the girl in a completely unguarded state, Yizhan said to the other two, let's go over together. Lin Jinghui looked at the broken branch in his hand, which was covered with green lines. At first, it would break again, but as Miao Sinyu continued to channel her ability, the broken branch indeed began to reconnect. The leaves, which had been rustling, now stopped shaking, and it seemed he could hear a comfortable sigh in his ear. Chapter 116. Level 2 Corpse Transformer. When Miao Sinyu opened her eyes, she saw the tall figure blocking her path, and a flush of pink instantly appeared on her pale cheeks. Tian Shulan, who had been closely monitoring Miao Sinyu, was the first to notice that the girl had opened her eyes and immediately asked nervously, how are you feeling? Ye Zhan and Li Zhixing, who were on alert, quickly gathered around, waiting for the girl's important response. This is an ancient cypress tree. It hasn't reached the level of a first-tier mutant plant yet, so its communication isn't very clear, but it did indicate east, Miao Sinyu explained softly. Ye Zhan glanced at the surrounding environment and felt the residual pressure of the mutant abilities. It was clear that besides them, another group was also eyeing this crystal core. He hesitated, saying, the signs of battle here are very obvious, I'm afraid. Captain, let's go take a look. After all, the purpose of this outing is to find a level 2 crystal core, and there's one right in front of us. I want to feel good about leaving without confirming. Li Zhixing interrupted directly. Lin Jinghui, who had jumped down from the tree, brushed off the dry leaves from his body and said, I saw it clearly from above. The signs of battle nearby suggest a fierce fight. There's a corrosion zone over 30 meters wide, which is likely caused by corrosive corpse transformers. Brother Zhan, should we chase after them to take a look? Tian Shulan asked cautiously, noticing that the handsome brow of the man had not relaxed. Seeing the varying expressions of his teammates, Ye Zhan gritted his teeth and said, let's go, but he looked at Li Zhixing, who seemed visibly excited, and said seriously, but when I say retreat, you must retreat. Can you do that? Li Zhixing met Ye Zhan's eyes, understanding that this was directed at him. He suppressed his emotions and nodded. The group worked together to cover the vehicle with large leaves, marking it before moving out easily towards the south. Except for the occasional adjustments in direction by Miao Sinyu, the group did not linger too long. Wait, Miao Sinyu suddenly stopped, her face serious as she pointed to a small hill on the right, saying, there's a cave over there. What we're looking for is inside. The group understood, and Ye Zhan nodded to Li Zhixing, adjusting their formation for battle. The two girls were handed over to Lin Jinghui, while Ye Zhan and Li Zhixing moved to the front of the group. All five were tense, their breaths noticeably lighter as they slowly approached the direction indicated by Miao Sinyu. Sure enough, after moving for a short while, they found the cave Miao Sinyu mentioned. The surroundings were quiet, with several signs of corrosion and a faint smell of blood and decay wafted from a cave. However, it was too dark inside to see what was happening. At that moment, Ye Zhan felt a bit nostalgic for Ye Yao's reconnaissance ability. Although her eyes had turned a mechanical silver that was somewhat frightening, the practicality was exceptional. Brother, there isn't too much vegetation inside. But the information coming through is extremely alarming. It's definitely not wrong, Miao Sinyu emphasized softly again. There are no signs of others around. It's possible that the people who were hunting before were killed by the corpse transformers, Lin Jinghui observed. Yezhan nodded in agreement with Lin Jinghui's assessment and said, towards the cave entrance, "It's too dark. We don't have any mental type ability users, so we can't judge the situation inside. It wouldn't be wise to rush in. We need to lure the corpse transformers out. I'll go. Since we confirmed it's corrosive, it should instinctively fear fire-type abilities," Li Zhixing responded. "Zhixing, you focus on combat output with me. Shulan, you go to the back and find a big tree to climb and hide. Sinew, be ready to control the plants to manage the corpse transformers' movements. Jinghui, don't engage in close combat. Just throw stones from a distance to assist." Yezhan quickly laid out the battle plan, looking seriously at Li Zhixing, who was visibly suppressing excitement, and reiterated, "I'll say it again. When I say retreat, we retreat immediately. Is that clear?" "Understood." Regardless of what the four were thinking, they all nodded obediently at that moment. Yezhan conjured an ice blade, the crystal-clear ice radiating a brilliant light under the sun, with waves of cold air swirling around him, giving off a powerful and mysterious aura. Miao Xinyu looked enviously at the weapon in Yezhan's hand, wondering if she would one day be able to possess such a beautiful weapon like the captain. Li Zhixing's eyes transformed to a reddish yellow, and the greenery beneath him instantly dried up from the heat. If one were to get close to him at that moment, they would notice that the temperature around Li Zhixing was extremely high. Fire blast! The two quickly closed in, and Li Zhixing threw a fireball into the dark cave, while Yezhan quickly found a large tree for cover. Boom! The explosion sent debris flying everywhere. A roar erupted from within the cave, and a cyan green figure rushed out. Sensing its ability pressure, Yezhan instantly determined it was a level 2 corrosive corpse transformer. Bind! Miao Xinyu, upon hearing the sound, immediately controlled the surrounding plants to ensnare it, blocking the corpse transformer's advance. Just when she felt it might be that simple, she realized the creature she had trapped seemed severely injured. It was an adult female corpse transformer, her white lab coat barely discernible. Due to the corrosive nature, her exposed skin was a sickly green, and her eyes shone with a faint green light, filled with a bloodthirsty, beastly nature. The chest and abdomen had gaping wounds, especially the one in the chest that was completely penetrated. Li Zhixing felt a rush of joy in his heart, thinking that Lin Jinghui's earlier words were true. The previous combatants hadn't taken it down, and now it was their gain. Quickly channeling his abilities, he sent 3 or 4 fireball blasts towards the corpse transformer, kicking up a cloud of dust. However, while fire-type abilities countered corrosive types, they also countered plant types. With Li Zhixing's barrage, although he severely wounded the corpse transformer, he inadvertently helped it break free from Miao Xinyu's control. Yezhan's pupils contracted as he watched the green figure burst out from the smoke, its corrosive claws reaching for Miao Xinyu's neck. Watch out! Clang! In the face of life and death, a person's potential can always explode infinitely. The moment Yezhan's ice blade blocked the corpse transformer's claws, Miao Xinyu commanded the nearby plants to grow wildly, immobilizing the corpse transformer midair. Lin Jinghui raised a stone he had picked up and hurled it at the corpse transformer, knocking it down from its suspended state. Yezhan aimed his ice blade directly at the head of the fallen corpse transformer, intending to extract the crystal core. Puff! The level 2 corpse transformer sensed the cold breath of death above it and spat a mouthful of foul-smelling green liquid towards Yezhan's lower body. Chapter 117. The follower Yezhan was forced to pull Miao Xinyu away, watching the areas stained by green liquid, which were emitting a wisp of corrosive smoke. Yezhan was grateful that he had chosen to retreat. "Captain, your leg!" Miao Xinyu exclaimed, looking at the man blocking her path, whose leg had been splashed with some corrosive liquid. Li Zhixing turned to provide support, and saw Yezhan awkwardly dragging Miao Xinyu away. The green vines binding the level 2 corrupted were also rapidly rotting, and seeing its prey about to escape, the fireball in its hand struck again. With a loud explosion, the wound on the corrupted's chest widened once more, but as long as the crystal core in its head wasn't dug out and its limbs weren't severed, even the heaviest injuries wouldn't affect its ability to move. The level 2 corrupted was oblivious to the 2 food sources, one behind it setting off a bomb, and another to its left throwing stones, It only wanted to quickly break free from its bindings and leave this place. Although these food sources didn't smell as good as the previous ones, it remembered their scent. As long as it escaped now, it would definitely be able to devour them all later. Especially the first one, it wanted to savor that one slowly. Yijan ignored the pain radiating from his right leg, watching the corrupted about to break free from its bindings and escape. He quickly activated his powers. Ice Seal. The level 2 corrupted was immediately encased in ice, becoming a green ice crystal. Yijan felt his powers rapidly depleting, even with 2 large holes in its body. The corrupted was still struggling fiercely. Inside the ice, the greenish-purple blood was quickly corroding the sealed ice crystal. Yijan controlled his powers, exposing the back of the corrupted's head, and shouted, "Hurry! I can't hold it much longer." The 2 finally reacted and quickly moved closer, with Lin Zhenghui, who was nearer. Acting faster, he drew a dagger from his calf and thrust it in, but the blade was corroded, emitting a wisp of green smoke. Before he could extract the crystal core, the controlled level 2 corrupted broke free from its icy prison, exploding violently and blasting the 2 nearby against the surrounding trees. Li Zhixing, who usually dealt damage from a distance, didn't possess the physical strength of the more robust Lin Zhenghui and immediately spat out a mouthful of blood. Although he didn't faint outright, he couldn't stand up properly for the moment. Seeing the level 2 corrupted rushing toward them, Miao Xinyu screamed in fright, her power output faltering. Instead of tripping the corrupted, she ended up knocking Lin Zhenghui, who had just managed to stand, down again. Ice Spike. Yijan gritted his teeth against the pain of being pulled and activated his powers once more. A massive ice spike accurately pierced through the corrupted's hollow chest, halting its advance. He finally understood the feeling of his younger sister, Yi Yao, after overexerting her powers. The indescribable discomfort and nausea that followed the pain was overwhelming. The level 2 corrupted, pinned by the ice spike, was still trying to forcefully break the 10-centimeter diameter ice column with its claws. Yijan didn't dare delay. He limped around to the back of the corrupted and plunged the ice knife into the spot where the dagger was lodged at the back of its head. With a gentle flick, a green level 2 crystal core was directly extracted. The moment it rolled to the ground, the surrounding grass withered instantly, and even the soil was corroded slightly, forming a depression. Li Zhixing looked at the crystal core glowing green under the sunlight at Yijan's feet, gritting his teeth against the pain in his back as he moved closer. Just as he reached out to pick it up and examine its star rating, Yijan pushed him back with the ice knife. "Don't touch it with your hands." Yijan, half kneeling on the ground and enduring the pain, continued, "Have Lan Shu put it into space, and we'll find a water source to clean it before examining it." Tian Shulan, who had been observing the battle from a distance, rushed over with a medical kit from her space as soon as the level 2 corrupted fell, hearing Yijan's instructions. She collected the crystal core, still covered in green corrosive liquid, and placed it in a corner of her space. Yijan, seeing Miao Xinyu wanted to treat him, stopped her and shook his head. "Let's head back first." The groups supported each other as they walked toward the hiding spot of the off-road vehicle. Tian Shulan helped Yijan, noticing that his body temperature was slightly lower than that of an average person. Even in the midday sun, it felt a bit chilly beside him. The man was dirty and disheveled, but he didn't smell like sweat. Instead, he exuded a faint scent of pine needles mixed with the smell of blood, causing Tian Shulan's ears to redden slightly. As soon as they got into the vehicle, Li Zhixing eagerly asked Tian Shulan, "How is it? What star rating is the crystal core?" "Wait, let me check." Tian Shulan closed her eyes, sensing the star marks on the green crystal core, counting each one carefully. After confirming, she couldn't believe it at first. She counted again before her face lit up with excitement. 8 stars. It's an 8-star level 2 upgrade crystal core. Li Zhixing was so excited he jumped up, hitting his head on the roof of the vehicle with a loud thud, quickly sitting back down, shouting joyfully, "That's great." Everyone wore expressions of happiness, and even Yijan, resting in the passenger seat, smiled and said, "Don't rush. We got a level 2 upgrade crystal core so smoothly this time, there will be more to come." "Yes," everyone replied in unison. Yijan looked at the surrounding dense forest and the blazing sun overhead, feeling the temperature rising. He said to Lin Zhenghui in the driver's seat, "It's past lunchtime, and aside from Shulan, Everyone has some injuries. Let's find a place to rest. Okay. Lin Jingwei nodded, starting the vehicle and heading back in the previous direction. Not long after the vehicle left, a pair of black men's leather shoes appeared where the off-road vehicle had been hidden. A man's pale arm bore some obvious corrosive wounds, but he seemed to feel no pain, observing the tire marks on the ground as he pursued the direction Yi Zhan and the others had taken. At this moment, Yi Zhan was unaware that someone was following them. The group drove to the edge of the city center, finding a hardware store on the street and breaking in directly. A withered female corrupted burst out, and Li Zhixing hit it with a fireball, directly causing the crystal core to explode out. Lin Jinghui, as if carrying a chick, casually tossed the corpse outside. It was likely the shop owner, who had been trapped inside after being corrupted. He only saw the sun again when Yi Zhan and the others opened the door, but in that instant, he became the crystal core in Li Zhixing's pocket. Yi Zhan surveyed the chaotic environment before him, picked up a broom-like tool, and said, Shulan is responsible for preparing lunch. Jinghui, you clean up the place. Xinyu, if your powers have recovered a bit, treat Zhixing first. We'll stay here for the night. Chapter 118. Rest and prepare to enter the city. The five of them were methodically doing what they needed to do, stacking the goods in the shop into a corner to organize later and see if there was anything useful for base construction. The entire shop, which was over 50 square meters, was divided into 3 areas in a shape. The largest area was next to the main entrance, serving as their spot for night shifts, cooking and discussing the next steps. The other 2 smaller areas were designated for the men's and women's rest zones, respectively. They were particularly pleased that there was also a small restroom, which completely solved the issue of everyone's washing needs. Miao Xinyu transferred some of her abilities to Li Zhixing to heal some of his internal injuries, then gathered together for lunch. Captain, I still have some abilities left, and I'll send you some more later, Miao Xinyu said softly as she walked over to Yi Zhan, who was resting against the wall with his eyes closed, holding 2 lunch trays. Yi Zhan took the tray and handed over a large bucket of ice he had just condensed with his abilities, saying, I'm fine. Just need to take a nap. I'll eat some dry rations tonight. You all should rest early. But your leg. Miao Xinyu looked at the man's calf, which was encased in thin ice, her eyes filled with concern. It's already much better. Noticing the girl's disbelief, he withdrew his ability from his leg. Apart from the largest wound, still oozing a little blood, the rest had crusted over in just a little while. Glancing at Li Zhixing, who had just walked in, he smiled and said, Right? I told you I'm fine. Zhixing's injuries are probably worse than mine. Xinyu transferred a lot of abilities to me, and I coughed up the bruises from my chest. I'm full of energy now. I wouldn't even be afraid of a level 2 zombie. Li Zhixing said cheerfully as he brought over the ice bucket. Then he asked uncertainly, Captain, the distribution of level 2 upgrade crystals. Is it really that whoever gets the quest notification first gets assigned first? Why are you asking this all of a sudden? Haven't we always distributed it this way? Yi Zhan asked, looking at the boy who was only 3 years older than his younger brother, puzzled. Hearing Yi Zhan's affirmative response, Li Zhixing struggled to contain his excitement, feeling a bit awkward as he said, It's just that this is quite precious, I thought. You thought this crystal would be forcibly assigned to yourself because of your position? Miao Xinyu, hearing Yi Zhan complete Li Zhixing's unfinished sentence, looked at him incredulously and said, Zhixing, don't you know the captain's character yet? No, I just wanted to confirm. I'll go out first, Li Zhixing said, feeling more uncomfortable from Miao Xinyu's words, and hurriedly took the ice bucket outside. Captain, I'm going out too. If you feel unwell, make sure to tell me in time, Miao Xinyu said, glancing at Yi Zhan, whose complexion showed no other abnormalities, before heading out to eat. All right, let Jingwei take care of it. He'll be responsible for the afternoon shift. Okay. After finishing lunch, Yi Zhan went to sleep and Miao Xinyu also went to rest. She had used quite a bit of her abilities during the previous battles and healing. In fact, she had just been showing off when she said she would treat the captain, but the man seemed to sense it and refused without a second thought. Thinking about how the man had shielded her during several dangerous moments made Miao Xinyu's heart race. She smiled gently in the direction where he was resting and softly said, Thank you. Lin Jinghui, Tian Shulan, and Li Zhixing were sitting by the fire. One was tending the fire to melt the ice in the bucket. One was looking at their instance platform information, and the other was organizing the supplies in their space with his mind. Li Zhixing looked at the data of the level 2 ability users on the instance platform, still stuck at 3, and thought about the level 2 upgrade crystal they had hunted today. The captain had also confirmed the distribution rules for the crystals. He was sure he would have a spot among the top 10 level 2 ability users. Opening his eyes, Li Zhixing nudged Tian Shulan, whose eyes looked a bit dazed, and quietly said, "Shulan, take out the crystal and let us have a look." Interrupted from her thoughts, Tian Shulan came back to reality and said unhappily, "It's still covered in a lot of slime. There's nothing to see." After that, she continued organizing the supplies in her space. Her space wasn't too large, so she had to maximize its usage. For this outing, they had left many large items behind, with the biggest being the sleeping bags for the 5 of them, which took up 1/10 of the space. The heaviest items they brought were seasonings. The rest included cooking pots, bowls, and the vegetables and dry rations cultivated at the base. Seeing Tian Shulan lost in her thoughts again, Li Zhixing was unwilling to give up and nudged her again, smiling as he said, "Just take a look. Besides, Jinghui is boiling water, so you can clean it up for better storage." Lin Jinghui, who had been paying attention to the two, also looked up at Tian Shulan and nodded. "Yeah, I want to see it too." Unable to resist them, Tian Shulan sighed and took the crystal out from her space. Li Zhixing was right. This corrosive level 2 upgrade crystal had to be stored in a separate area. Previously, in a hurry, she had thrown it in next to a cabbage, which had completely rotted away. The crystal, glowing green, corroded a small pit in the tiled floor as soon as it hit the ground. Lin Jinghui grabbed a bowl to rinse the crystal off the floor, then used a long stick to pick it up and rinse it again. Only when there was no longer any sign of it dissolving the floor did he dare to hold it with a cloth. Under the sunlight, this level 2 upgrade crystal glowed a jade-like green, with 8 star marks arranged in a circle around its diameter. Just 1 star mark short of a full star upgrade crystal. Both Lin Jinghui and Li Zhixing gazed at the crystal before them, representing a chance to rank among the top 10 or even the top 5 level 2 ability users in the world, and they both felt a strong sense of determination. "Have you finished looking? Give it to me." Tian Shulan took the crystal back, feeling that the 2 men were taking too long. After all, it was just an upgrade crystal. What was so interesting about it? Little did she know, after discovering that the crystal had 8 star marks. She had repeatedly thought about it while in the car. The 2 men, having gotten their wish, returned to their spots and quietly took out the crystals they hadn't finished using earlier to begin their cultivation. Compared to Li Zhixing, who could focus entirely on his cultivation, Lin Jinghui still kept a little attention on the situation at the door. After dinner that evening, Yi Zhan finally woke up. He sat down with everyone by the fire to have a simple meal of dry rations and took out a map, pointing to a small community with several buildings. "We'll rest here for another day tomorrow, waiting for everyone to recover to their best condition. The day after tomorrow, we'll scout this Jinsher community, mainly to investigate level 1 and level 2 zombies. Does anyone have any opinions or additions?" Chapter 119. Ambushed no. Everyone replied. Yi Zhan put away the map and handed it to Tian Shulan in the space. I'll keep watch during the first half of the night, and Zhixing will take the second half. The rest of you should go rest." "Captain, I need to check your injuries," Miao Xinyu said anxiously, looking at Yi Zhan across the campfire. Seeing the man's gaze, the other 3 also paused their steps towards their rooms to rest. Miao Xinyu's eyes fell on Yi Zhan's calves, covered by long pants, and she continued to explain, "I slept all afternoon, and I checked Zhixing's injuries. He is not in serious trouble. I just need to confirm your leg injury's healing. It's already scabbed over." Yi Zhan rolled up his pant leg. Perhaps because of his abilities, Yi Zhan's originally fair skin now had a more enviable pale tone, and the muscular lines of his calves added a touch of beauty. However, the brown scabs somewhat marred that beauty. Li Zhixing, observing the speed at which Yi Zhan's wound was healing, asked in surprise, "Captain, have you hit a bottleneck with your abilities?" "No, if I had hit a bottleneck this quickly, how could I have brought you all out hunting?" Yi Zhan replied. "But isn't your recovery speed a bit too fast?" Li Zhixing squatted down to carefully examine Yi Zhan's calf wound, puzzled. Lin Jinghui also approached and gently pressed on the largest scab, but Yi Zhan swatted his hand away. However, being lightly pressed by a level 1 ability user, the scab cracked open, but fortunately, no blood oozed out again. It should be because the corrosive abilities of the corpse Siphier have been exhausted. The final corrosive effect isn't that strong anymore, Lin Jinghui speculated. After all, that corrosive liquid had turned an area of over 30 square meters into a large pit. The wounds caused by it couldn't be so shallow. Lin Jinghui was indeed right. The corrosive liquid initially spat out by the corpsifier not only had corrosive properties, but also contained toxins. Otherwise, the crystal core wouldn't be green, it would be gray. All right, such minor injuries are nothing to successfully obtain a crystal core. That is already very good. Hurry up and rest, Yizhan said, feeling a bit embarrassed as he looked at the two men squatting and studying his wounds, and quickly urged them to leave. Compared to this corrosive injury, the uncomfortable feeling of his abilities being slightly drained made him feel worse. He truly admired his younger sister Yi Yao, who could take care of all four of them while still having a nosebleed. The three men were responsible for 24-hour shifts, while the two women took care of boiling water and cooking. Most of the other time was spent training or practicing their abilities. After reporting to Yizhan, Li Jixing took Tian Shulan and Lin Jinghui out for a hunt during Yizhan's shift, and they distributed the obtained crystal cores among the three of them. Both Lin Jinghui and Li Jixing displayed satisfied expressions as they felt their abilities growing. Training really can become addictive. After resting for 2 days, they set off again. They did not stop along the way and directly headed to the outskirts of the target community. After getting out of the car and clearing a few scattered corpsifiers nearby, with Li Jixing on guard, Yizhan took out binoculars to scout the situation inside, saying, "Let's go over to that big tree. There aren't many corpsifiers outside. Sinew, remember to report back on your scouting situation at all times." Okay, everyone climbed over the wall together, scouting for their hunting targets. Not far from them, a black sedan was weaving through the outskirts of the city as if searching for something. The man driving wore a black baseball cap and a black mask, making it impossible to see his face, and even his hands were covered in black leather gloves. In such hot weather, it looked particularly strange. Yizhan and his group were protecting Miao Xinyu. Since the elevator had long stopped running, they only cleared the corpsifiers wandering in the community garden and switched to another building after sensing no targets downstairs. They scouted 5 buildings in a row, and there were no signs of even level 1 corpsifiers, let alone level 2. Should we go up to the next floor and scout there? Lin Jinghui asked, looking at the upper part of the building where shadows occasionally flashed by. 32 floors. That's a long climb, Tian Shulan said with a reluctant expression. Miao Xinyu was panting heavily. After scouting for so long while maintaining her ability output, she was quite exhausted and agreed with Tian Shulan's statement, saying, "There are no targets on the lower floors, so it's unlikely there are any above. Besides, many plants in the rooms have withered, making it impossible to scout. It seems someone has cleared out the higher-level corpsifiers here." Yizhan speculated as he looked at a corpsifier that had been cut in half by a sharp weapon. Following Yizhan's gaze, Li Jixing went over to check the body, and his expression changed drastically. "Damn it, we're late. This is a level 2 corpsifier, and judging by the energy it's emitting, it has been hunted for a long time. Then are we just wasting our trip?" Tian Shulan said unhappily. "Let us rest here for a bit. After lunch, we'll discuss our next plan," Yizhan said, glancing at the sky. Tian Shulan took out instant noodles, planning to make a cold dish for lunch since it was too hot to eat hot soup. Bang! The door was pushed open directly by Lin Jinghui, startling Tian Shulan so much that she almost dropped the instant noodles on the ground. "What are you doing?" Before Tian Shulan could finish her sentence, she saw Lin Jinghui with a bleeding wound on his forehead and torn clothes, which frightened her. She couldn't even complain and shouted loudly, "Captain, Xinyu, come out quickly." As soon as they heard the noise, Yizhan and Miao Xinyu rushed out of the room. Their resting place was the closest building to the car outside the wall, on the first floor. What happened? Seeing Lin Jinghui in such a sorry state, Yizhan quickly helped him over. Miao Xinyu also rushed forward with a concerned expression, starting to treat the wound on his chest that was still bleeding. However, her healing abilities weren't as effective. The bleeding stopped slowly, and the wound still retained the opponent's ability, making it doubly difficult for her to treat it as a wood-type ability user. "Quick, go save Jixing," Lin Jinghui said through gritted teeth. "Where is he?" Yizhan asked urgently. "In Building B3. Lin Jinghui gasped. "Okay, I'll go right now." Yizhan looked at the two girls and handed a dagger to Shulan, saying solemnly, Sinyu and Shulan, take good care of Zhenghui. Captain. Lin Zhenghui called out to Yizhan, who was about to move. Seeing him stop, he forced himself to stand up. I'm going too. The opponent is a mental type. You need to rest well. I will bring Zhixing back safely and completely. Chapter 120 Encounter, Yizhan promised, and then left directly, following Lin Zhenghui's instructions. He recalled the route from his previous reconnaissance and headed towards Building B3. Lin Zhenghui, still struggling in the room, wanted to follow Yizhan to save people, but was forcibly pulled back to the sofa by Miao Sinyu, who angrily said, Are you trying to get yourself killed? The wound on your chest hasn't stopped bleeding. If you keep losing blood like this, even a level 1 ability user won't be able to handle it. However, Lin Zhenghui wanted to explain that they had encountered that psychic ability user. Although he was not at level 2, his control was strong enough to restrain both him and Zhixing, making it difficult for the captain to defeat the opponent alone. You can't win, and you're injured. If you go, the captain will have to divide his attention to take care of you. Tian Shulan, holding a dagger, looked at the man covered in blood and said with a hint of anger. Seeing the man stop struggling to go outside, Miao Sinyu quickly said, All right, sit tight. I'll help you with your treatment. Maybe you can still make it. After finishing her words, Miao Sinyu closed her eyes and focused on treating Lin Zhenghui. Tian Shulan gripped her dagger tightly, nervously staring at the door. Before Yizhan got close, he heard the signature ability of Li Zhixing, the explosion of flame burst. His running steps involuntarily quickened again. I shield. Yizhan looked in horror at the man completely shrouded in black, wielding a white scalpel that swiftly lunged towards Li Zhixing, who was leaning against the wall. Ignoring the distance, he activated his ability. However, it was still too far. The thin ice shield could not stop the deadly white weapon. Li Zhixing watched the ice shield shatter, feeling as though his life was about to break apart as well. The white weapon, accompanied by the sound of wind, shot straight towards his head. Taking one last glance at Yizhan, who was desperately running towards him, Li Zhixing shouted, Run. Resigned, he closed his eyes, waiting for death to come. But there was no intense pain, just a slight sting. Could it be that the captain had successfully disrupted the opponent's ability? Li Zhixing opened his eyes in surprise, only to be terrified into stillness by the white weapon hovering between his eyebrows, which had only grazed his skin. Yizhan thought Li Zhixing was about to bleed out, but it seemed the other party had stopped the attack. He could only determine that the person was male, as he was completely covered. Looking at the white ability weapon hovering at Li Zhixing's brow, Yizhan cautiously spoke. Brother, is there some misunderstanding? The man in black looked at the newcomer and confirmed. Yizhan? Yes, I'm Yizhan, the captain of the Tianju Mercenary Corps. Hearing the other party accurately mention his name, Yizhan quickly said, See, since you know me, can you let my partner go first? If there's any misunderstanding, I'll clarify it and definitely handle it fairly. Where's Yao Yao? Noticing the sudden change in Yizhan's expression, the man realized he called too familiarly and quickly explained, I mean your sister, Yi Yao. You know my sister? Yizhan's vigilance kicked in at the mention of Yi Yao's name, as it seemed the other party was quite familiar with her. The man didn't answer immediately. He thought for a moment, and then removed his mask and baseball cap. Xiaoming. It's actually Xiaoming, who my sister brought back before leaving. Yizhan happily approached him, saying, Xiaoming, you're alive. That's great. The national team has been looking for you. Yeah, I know. Yizhan nodded, but at that time, he was in a half-human, half-bone state and couldn't go back, and he wanted to return to the right place. He wouldn't go back to the national team. His healing ability was strong, but even now, parts of his face and arms had not recovered, which was also the reason he hadn't gone to find Yao. Brother Xiao, what happened to your face? As Yizhan got closer, he noticed that the skin tone on both sides of Xiaoming's face was different, looking somewhat strange. Xiaoming hurriedly put his mask back on and explained, I haven't recovered from the side effects of my ability awakening. Is Yao Yao not with you? Little Yao has entered a dungeon. She should be out soon. Yizhan, knowing the other party's identity, confidently shared Yi Yao's whereabouts, as she was now a cornerstone of their mercenary group. Seeing Li Zhixing still being held at bay by the ability weapon, Yizhan gestured, Brother Xiao, can you let him go? Well, I initially thought you guys had robbed my prey, which is why I acted. Xiao Ming retracted his ability and pointed at the off-road vehicle he had forced to stop with his power. Your prey? Yeah, a level 2 corrosive corpse, which I had already put 2 holes in its chest. After it got away, it was robbed by someone. Xiao Ming said somewhat dejectedly. I was just a step away from getting a level 2 crystal core as a gift for Yao Yao. Now that it's been robbed, I will dig them out, even if I have to search to the ends of the earth. Hearing Xiao Ming's detailed account, Yizhan's expression gradually turned awkward. It seemed they really had robbed it. Rubbing his nose, he said somewhat embarrassedly, Brother Xiao, it might be true that we robbed it. Seeing the man's suddenly changing expression, Yizhan quickly explained, I'll go back and have Shulan return the items to you. No way. Hearing that the captain was going to return the hard-earned level 2 upgrade crystal core, Li Zhixing, enduring the pain, loudly refused. All right, we did take someone else's things, so we definitely have to return them. Yizhan reprimanded, fearing that Xiao Ming, in a bad mood, would directly deal with Li Zhixing. If Yi Yao were here, she would know that the later, darkened version of the big villain was indeed possible, as it was rumored that wherever he went, there was bloodshed, and he would unleash a massacre over a minor disagreement. But now, that should not be the case, and thus Yizhan was not so nervous. What conditions are there to join your mercenary group? Xiao Ming indeed did not hold a grudge over the crystal core. In his view, since Yizhan had taken it, it was equivalent to Yi Yao taking it. He would later regret letting this crystal core's ownership slip by when he learned about the mercenary group's distribution of crystal cores. We do not welcome you. Li Zhixing directly rejected the man, who was still hiding his identity. Yizhan quickly supported Li Zhixing and said to Xiao Ming, Brother Xiao, don't mind him. Zhixing is just uncomfortable because of his injuries. Our mercenary group only requires you to follow task assignments, and there are no special conditions. Of course, if your character is bad, you will definitely be eliminated. All right, then I can overlook the level 2 crystal core, but I want to join your Tianju mercenary corps.